Chapter 1 Saving the Vortex. Konoha 35 years. The Land of Whirlpools. UCHIHA Village. In the UCHIHA village, swords flashed and violent explosions were heard from time to time. Figures swayed and villagers fled in all directions. Many masked ninjas robbed and looted, killing civilians. In the UCHIHA village chief building, Uzumaki Looming, who was already over 60 years old, had a wrinkled face and said to several red-haired young men in a stern manner, "Our ninjutsu is coveted, and it's too late to ask Konoha for help. You lead the children to escape through the secret passage. From now on, the future of the Uzumaki is on your shoulders. Go." Yes. Several young ninjas disappeared in the leader's building in an instant. Outside the building, a masked ninja appeared in an instant. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the ninjutsu quickly took shape. The masked man clenched his hands together to form the seal of the snake and shouted, "Earth Style, Earth Ryo Dango." The masked ninja seemed to have extraordinary powers. He stuck his hands into the ground, dug out a rock as big as a truck, and smashed it at the UCHIHA village chief building. While the masked man was launching his ninjutsu, several more masked ninjas instantly appeared and gathered here. One of the masked men was wrapped in a blue chakra coat with arcs of electricity flashing on it, and the aura he exuded was as deep as hell. "You bandits who covet my UCHIHA village's ninjutsu, sink with me." The leader's building collapsed after being hit by rocks, and a weak voice came from inside. At the same time, countless black liquids gushed out from the collapsed leader's building. The black liquid was unknown, and it splashed very far. The old man's voice was heard again in the collapsed building, roaring like a swan song. Sealing technique, the 4 symbols seal. The masked ninjas realized the danger and were about to evacuate when the black liquid that had been splashing far away suddenly turned into a circular transparent barrier. The circular transparent barrier broke through the ground and enveloped everyone and everything within a radius of 300 meters. "This is..." The masked men cried out in surprise, but before they could activate the body flicker technique, the huge transparent barrier suddenly shrank. The masked ninjas, the collapsed buildings, and all the people and objects within the barrier disappeared as the barrier shrank. Where the original leader's building was, only a semicircular pit remained. Everything inside it seemed to have been wiped out by the world. Fire Nation. Eastern Sea Base. Uchiha Naraku, Konoha Jainin, 13 years old, an elite of the Uchiha clan. At this time, he is on duty in the Eastern Sea of the Fire Kingdom, guarding against the Water Kingdom and intimidating the Thunder Kingdom. While World War II was in full swing, these ninja elites had their time and space to themselves. Uchiha Naraku looks out to sea. "It has been 10 years since I traveled through time. At the age of 3, I solved the mystery in the womb and awakened my memories of my past life. As for being reborn into the Uchiha clan, Naraku is always working hard to practice." Naraku had a general idea of the story of Hokage, and knew what happened to the Uchiha clan, the largest clan in Konoha. Konoha's fear, internal disunity, and the mediocrity of the clan leader led the Uchiha clan step by step towards the abyss. "Naraku. You are looking at the sea again. What's so good about this sea? Come and practice ninjutsu with me." Jainin Uchiha was in his 40s when his clan was exterminated. However, at this time, the Uchiha 8th generation was young and strong, in his early 20s, and was a well-known Jainin elite in the clan. "Brother Yashiro, we are currently on a defensive mission. How can we waste our chakra practicing ninjutsu? If something unexpected happens..." Uchiha Yashiro was overwhelmed by the mature Uchiha Naraku and interrupted him. Yes, you are right, Lord Naraku." Yashiro was helpless, as the young Uchiha Naraku became more famous than himself. He even has a title called Copy Ninja. He is a famous emerging talent of the Uchiha clan and is listed as a candidate for clan leader alongside Uchiha Fugaku. Something's going on. Naraku looked intently and saw several ships on the sea, with thick smoke billowing, heading towards this side. Yada, gather the tribesmen. Something's happening. Thick smoke billowed from the 3 ships, and it was obvious that there was a special situation. Yashiro took out a flare and released it into the air, and a stream of fireworks spread out in the air. Although Yashiro is older than Naraku, his skills are not as good as his. He also approves and admires Naraku's ideas, and feels that Naraku is the one who can lead the Uchiha clan to rise. This sentry post is a little far from the camp, so it may take some time for the team to get over. Yashiro, split the earth, hide. This is a 3-person team, and Yashiro was originally the captain. However, Uchiha Yashiro admires Naraku's strength and potential, and follows Naraku's lead. The ships with billowing thick smoke gradually approached, and Naraku could also hear the sounds of fighting coming from the ships. I couldn't help but feel a little confused. Riputu, go and take a look. Naraku ordered. Ninjas are lurkers, and when they appear, they often bring a fatal blow. Although Uchiha Naraku and Yashiro are powerful as Konoha Jainin, but he still follows the ancient ninja tradition and lurks silently. When Uchiharitsu heard the words, he revealed his body and jumped into the sea. He was seen skimming the surface of the sea like a dragonfly, and at a distance of about 200 meters, he approached the ship in a few breaths. Uchiharitsuji jumped onto the bow and observed silently. There were many corpses lying on the deck of the ship. The fighting ninjas discovered Uchiharitsuji. After both sides saw the Konoha forward protector clearly, the masked ninja on one side showed surprise, while the red-haired ninja on the other side showed joy. Konoha shinobi, come and help us. We are ninjas from Uzushio village, Konoha's ally. A red-haired ninja, holding a long sword, shouted with joy on his face. Uchiha Lietu didn't reply, turned around and ran towards the shore, disappearing in a few seconds. Lord Naraku, Lord Yashiro, it's the Uzushio ninjas fighting with some masked ninjas, and the Uzushio ninjas are at a disadvantage. Uchiha Lietu instantly came to Naraku. Lietu was a Chunin of Konoha and was also a pretty good fighter among the Uchiha. Because of Konoha's fear and suppression of the number of Jainin in Uchiha, he was not promoted to Jainin. Uzushio village, the Uzumaki clan, are they the Uzumaki clan that formed an alliance with the Senju clan? They look like they're on the run, ha ha ha, let's give them a ride. When Uchiha Yashiro heard that it was Konoha's ally Uzushio village that was killed, instead of helping, he seemed to be gloating over the misfortune. Then he added with a bit of bloodthirstiness in his eyes. Naraku, let's go over there and kill them all, and then put the blame on those masked men. The Uzumaki clan is just as hateful as the Senju clan. Uchiha Naraku didn't say anything and stroked his chin. Naraku knew all too well the past between Senju and Uchiha. After hearing what Yashiro said, Naraku roughly guessed the reason why the Uzumaki clan scattered around the world in the anime. They ran into an area defended by Uchiha, and since they were their mortal enemy, they would naturally not be spared, regardless of whether they were an ally of Konoha or not. Brother Yashiro, let's go and take a look. If it's the Uzumaki clan that's being hunted, we have to go and rescue them. The Uzumaki clan is now Konoha's ally, not the enemy as they were during the Sengoku era. Naraku thought about it for a while and made a decision. Prepare to rescue instead of adding insult to injury. Then in a few seconds, he was close to the ship. The red-haired ninja on the boat was at the end of his strength, and was between heaven and hell in a moment. He thought that Konoha's rescue had come, but he didn't expect that the ninja actually escaped. Seeing another Konoha shinobi coming, the red-haired ninja couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Naraku did not disappoint the red-haired ninja and shouted. How dare you, a villain, attack Konoha's allies? Why don't you surrender quickly? Naraku was wearing a Konoha uniform vest, a forward protector, and a long sword on his back. His waist-length black curly hair was tied up and draped behind him, and his red Sharingan was scanning the field. Whoosh! 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 Several kunao were shot at Naraku, who instantly drew out his long sword and chopped the kunao away with a few blows. A masked ninja made several hand seals in a very short time, as if completing a ninjutsu in an instant, and shouted softly, "Lightning-style emotion wave." The masked ninja pointed his left palm at Naraku, an electric light shone from his palm. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out at an extremely fast speed. After being shot out, it split into two, and turned into an electric grid in the blink of an eye. Wow! The electric grid was extremely large and fast, and Naraku had no way of avoiding being hit by it, letting out a scream. At this time, Uchiha Yashiro and Ritsuji had already arrived. Seeing Naraku's miserable condition, they turned a blind eye and shot shurikens at the masked ninjas. The masked ninja who performed lightning style had superb ninjutsu. After performing the ninjutsu, he dodged the shuriken with a few dodges. When he was about to draw his sword to strike, he was hit by an electric lightning net that suddenly fell from the sky. Ah! The masked ninja howled in pain and fell to the ground. The Naraku who was hit by the lightning-style ninjutsu on the boat and howled miserably turned into a puddle of water and scattered on the ground. Uchiha Naraku's real body fell from the sky, and after he stood up, he spoke expressionlessly and coldly. Solve 1. Chapter 2, To Kill or to Keep. The masked ninja who fell to the ground seemed to be the captain of this team. Seeing this, the other masked ninjas fled. Want to run? It's not that easy. Yashiro, Lieto, leave them behind. Naraku saw that the masked ninja was trying to escape and spoke cruel words in a calm tone. The ninja farthest from Naraku jumped directly from the stern, ready to jump into the water to escape. However, after Naraku finished his instructions, he instantly went to the stern of the ship, saw the ninja jumping, and unceremoniously rewarded him with a few shurikens. The ninja jumped into the air and was pierced through the body by several shurikens. He vomited blood and died after struggling for a few times. Yashiro and Ritsuji have also completed their mission, and all 4 masked ninjas are dead. Naraku separated a shadow clone and asked shadow clone to take off the hoods of these masked men to see where the ninjas were from. As a result, shadow clone stripped all 4 of them and checked them, but couldn't find any sign of influence. Naraku simply didn't bother and looked at the red-haired man. Are you from UCHIHA village? What happened in UCHIHA village? Ninjas of Konoha. Please rescue UCHIHA village. UCHIHA village has been attacked by unknown ninjas. Please rescue UCHIHA village. At this time, the boat was close to the shore. The ninjas who came to support also came one after another. The elite team of Uchiha, including Naraku and his 3 companions, totaled 17 people. The Uchiha ninjas were spread out across 3 ships. Seeing this, the red-haired man felt that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. 1,000 adults. X3. The 3 Narakus bowed to Uchiha Shishi. Uchiha Chien, 40 years old, is the captain of this ninja team. After Yashiro reported the cause and effect of the matter, Uchiha Chien nodded. Naraku, come here. Uchiha Shishi waved at Naraku and called out. Naraku, why did you want to rescue the Uzumaki clan? Then Uchiha Chien sighed and continued, you are still too young to understand Uchiha's past. Don't do this again next time. If you see a red-haired person like this in a deserted place like this, just kill him. Uchiha Chien had a cold expression. His first few words seemed like he was educating a younger generation, but his latter words were extremely cruel, even more cruel than those of the masked ninja. Then he winked at the ninjas behind him. The ninjas nodded and reached for their sword handles and ninja tool bags. Wait! Naraku shouted when he saw this. Everyone was stunned and looked at Uchiha Chien. Uchiha Chien thought about it, his expression softened, and raised his hand to signal a pause. The other ninjas saw the situation and did not take action. Naraku pulled Uchiha away a little and said, Master Chi, I am well aware of the history of the Uchiha. Konoha has been established for 35 years now. We cannot dwell on the past. Killing these Uzumaki orphans is easy, but the guards have not made any achievements on the East Blue Coast. Mist shinobi show no signs of gathering. The Hokage placed us here, clearly not wanting us to gain any merit. And the credit for rescuing our allies, the Uzumaki clan, is like pie in the sky. And when the war is over, I will go back and compete for the position of clan leader, and I will need this kind of merit. Uchiha Naraku appealed to their emotions and reason, and spoke to Uchiha Chien in a low voice. Uchiha Chien pondered for a moment and nodded. Kuhwo, you lead the team and escort them back to Konoha, ordered a young ninja in Uchiha Kai Asato's team. Sir. Please save Uzushio village. The red-haired man felt the atmosphere was a little subtle and a little nervous. When he heard that he and others were going to be sent to Konoha, he felt a little relieved and couldn't help but make another request. Uchiha frowned, looking a little impatient. He looked at Naraku and asked. Naraku, what do you think? I suggest rescue. Naraku thought for a while and expressed his opinion. Okay, Kuhwo, take them back to Konoha village, and you, take us to Uzushio village. Uchiha pointed at the red-haired man. The red-haired man was overjoyed when he heard that the team agreed to the rescue. Yes, sir. More than 50 people on the 3 ships were attacked and killed by ninjas on the way, and nearly half of them died. At this time, there were only more than 20 children and teenagers. 3 Uzumaki ninjas, one accompanied by the youngsters of the Uzushio village, headed to Konoha. The other 2 led the way for the Uchiha team. At this time, Naraku has determined why the Uzumaki clan was scattered all over the world, and the Uchiha clan is a formal ninja of Konoha. Those villagers and ninjas of Uzushio village who managed to escape did not die at the hands of the enemy, but instead died at the hands of Konoha shinobi. The large refugee group was destroyed, and the scattered members left behind were scattered all over the world. No one knows about this kind of thing. No one knows about it. All we know is that Uzushio village was destroyed by a coalition of multiple countries. By the time Konoha learned about it and sent people to rescue, it was too late. At this time, because Naraku's little wings flapped, it seemed to change its trajectory a little. The Uchiha ninja team did not kill the Uzumaki clan, but escorted them to Konoha. Naraku was currently competing with Uchiha Fugaku for the position of clan leader, which had been vacant for a long time. Uchiha is preparing to elect a patriarch to restore Uchiha's former glory. And they are planning to select from young and new talents, not old ones. Naraku agreed with this. There were only 3 young men who met the requirements, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Yashiro, and Uchiha Naraku. Naraku's father, Uchiha Santang, is the captain of the security team. He not only has a say in the clan, but also holds a high position of power in the village. Uchiha Chi is Uchiha Santang's right-hand man, otherwise he would not value Naraku's opinion so much. Uchiha Fugaku's father is the great elder Uchiha Daizo. Many matters in the clan are decided by the great elder, who holds a high position of power in the clan. Uchiha Daizo and Uchiha Sanzo are brothers, and Fugaku and Naraku are cousins. The so-called selection of clan leaders is actually all family members. As for Uchiha Yashiro, he is just a supporting role. Perhaps it is because Uchiha Naraku is too ordinary in the anime and not portrayed, which makes Uchiha Fugaku the clan leader, and he is also the clan leader and the captain of the guard team, and he truly holds great power and authority. At this time, Naraku, who traveled through time, took over the magpie's nest. At the age of 13, he was already famous and even had the title of copy ninja. Under such conditions, Naraku must strive for the position of clan leader, lest he be chopped off by Fugaku's eldest son in 20 years. While Naraku's thoughts were drifting away, the ship had already arrived at the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools is a small island country off the eastern coast of the Land of Fire. The Konoha shinobi, who are on good terms with the Konoha clan, all have the Uzumaki clan's symbol on the back of their vests. A group of Uchiha ninjas, led by a red-haired ninja from Uzushio village, headed straight for Uzushio village. The ruins of the Uzushio village were in ruins, and there was no one in sight. The Uzumaki, like the Uchiha, are both thousand-year-old clans, but it is sad that they ended up like this. The red-haired man led everyone to the center of Uzushio village. The originally tall leader's building disappeared, and there was a large pit with a diameter of about 50 meters on the ground of the building. It can be guessed that the leader of Uzushio village must have used a powerful ninjutsu to take away the enemy and the leader's building together. Uchiha Chien was surprisingly not gloating at this time, and could not help but remain silent about the destruction of the thousand-year-old clan. The red-haired man kept calling out the names of his tribesmen, with a crying voice, shouting and crying. Chapter 3 Return from Shift. The search for rebel and rescue operations from Uzushio village lasted for a week. In the ruins of Uzushio village, only a dozen or so villagers and ninjas who were still alive were rescued. Now Kun, we haven't found any survivors in 3 days, let's go to Konoha. Suinwoji also understood at this time that there would be no survivors. The pale-face nodded, okay, Naraku-kun. The 2 Uzushio ninjas who led the Uchiha team were both Uzushio Jainin named Uzumaki Nao and Uzumaki, who were skilled in the art of sealing. In the grief of their shattered homes, the Uzumaki people and the survivors all looked pale, obviously unable to accept the fact that their homes were destroyed. We can't stay in Uzushio village any longer. Perhaps those forces will come here frequently to search. Come with us to Konoha. Naraku said directly to Uzumaki. As a thousand-year-old clan, it just disappeared like this. Even Uchiha Naraku, who was also from a thousand-year-old clan, couldn't help but feel a little sad. A large clan of thousands of people was now reduced to only a few cats and dogs, which was almost the same as being destroyed. Uzumaki just nodded without replying, and silently followed the ninja team with the ninjas and villagers rescued from the ruins. When you get to our garrison, you can rest for a few days. I will escort you to Konoha then. It's also time for the rotation. Naraku-kun, thank you very much. Uzumaki Naoki wasn't in the mood to talk, but he had to respond politely. Uzumaki was in no mood to talk, but Naraku was in a good mood and asked indirectly. I heard that the noble's sealing technique was unrivaled in the world, and he was attacked by an unknown ninja. Perhaps that's why he came here. You don't have to worry about these things in Konoha in the future. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique has long been passed down to Konoha. If we move to Konoha, we will naturally no longer be coveted. Uzumaki said calmly as he pulled a scroll out of his pocket and tossed it to Naraku. The Uchiha are also a thousand-year-old clan, but I have never heard of their famous sealing techniques. This is a scroll of sealing techniques from our Uzumaki clan. Let's see if Naraku-kun is interested. Naraku took the scroll and was somewhat pleased. This Uzumaki was quite sensible. He knew that Uchiha was not well received in Konoha. The so-called Uzumaki no Kuni style sealing technique was controlled by the Hokage. Uchiha had never seen it in Konoha, let alone heard of it. Thank you very much in that case. I would also like to learn about the art of sealing. After receiving the gift, Naraku's liking for Uzumaki increased. This brother is sensible and able to get along with others. The Uzumaki and the Senju clan of Konoha were old friends, and now that the Senju clan has retired, their relationship has extended to Konoha and Uzushio village. Uzumaki knew that the Uzushio village had already taught the sealing technique to Konoha. At this moment, Uzumaki gave a copy of the sealing technique to Uchiha Naraku. This not only pleased the Konoha clans, but also did not pass it on to the outside world. Anyway, all the people from Konoha village learned the sealing technique. Uchiha could be considered to have saved the Uzumaki clan, and his benefactor was interested in giving him a sealing technique that had long been circulated in Konoha, which could also be considered as establishing some personal friendship. The Uchiha clan is the largest clan in Konoha. If Uzumaki Naoto establishes a good relationship with the Uchiha clan, it will be easier for him to get along in Konoha in the future. The eastern coast of the Land of Fire was changed, and Team Naraku led the survivors of the Whirlpool to Konoha. Konoha Hokage Building. Third Hokage, sorry, after receiving the letter for help, we have sent ninjas to Uzushio village. I hope there are survivors. You will be settled in Konoha from now on. Uzushio village and Konoha are old friends. Perhaps you should have come to Konoha earlier. Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted Uzumaki Fei, who led the orphans, took a puff of his pipe and sighed. Thank you Konoha for taking us in. Uzumaki Fei came to Konoha to pay a visit to the Hokage, expressing his sorrow for the loss of his country. Coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's very gentle and friendly demeanor, Uzumaki Fei couldn't help but let down her guard and couldn't help crying. Go, children, I have arranged land and houses for you, and you will be a member of Konoha from now on. Wherever the leaves flutter, the fire will continue to burn. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. Your new leaves have arrived at Konoha village and will sprout and take root. Seeing that Uzumaki Fei was in great sorrow, Sarutobi comforted him and spread the will of fire to cheer up these people who had lost their homes and country. Yes. I will definitely protect the vortex seedlings so that they can take root and sprout. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still young and was known as a ninja hero, but his generous and friendly temperament had already appeared in the future. After Uzumaki left the Hokage's office, he felt relieved. After interacting with the third generation, he actually had a feeling that he might be able to live a better life in Konoha village. When they come into contact with Shimura Dans in the future, perhaps they will not feel that way anymore. Rain Country. Shimura Dans sneezed and couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. He had always been strong and healthy, so how could he sneeze out of nowhere? Was it Sarutobi Hiruzen? Danzo shook his head. Night. Uchiha Clan Land Nanga Shrine. Although the ninja world is currently in the midst of World War II, it does not affect the Uchiha clan meeting. After the Senju retired, as the largest clan in Konoha, they controlled the Konoha police force and were a powerful and prestigious family. Okay, please raise your hands if you support Uchiha Naraku becoming the clan leader. Nearly half of the more than 100 ninjas raised their hands, and most of them were members of the security team. Okay, please raise your hands if you support Uchiha Fugaku to become the clan leader. Nearly half of the more than 100 ninjas raised their hands. Okay, the statistics are complete. Uchiha Naraku has 55 votes, and Uchiha Fugaku has 56 votes. Wait, us old guys haven't voted yet. The old ninjas sitting at the elders' table spoke up. At this time, Naraku and Fugaku were both a little nervous. They were both young elites of the Uchiha clan and the new force in the Uchiha clan. The votes were almost the same, and Fugaku originally thought he had a narrow win, but unexpectedly something went wrong. Naraku looked at the old man who was speaking with dry eyes, hoping that they would vote for him. You two are both outstanding young talents. I, an old man, am very optimistic about both of you. How about this? You two compete with each other. Whoever wins will get our votes as old men. Choosing a clan leader is not like choosing a thug. Strength is important, but popularity is more important. The difference in votes between the two candidates was only 1 vote, which shows that many members of the tribe are optimistic about both of them. Fugaku was 17 years old at this time, 4 years older than Naraku. Between the ages of 12 and 16, a ninja's strength grows rapidly, while Naraku was only 13 and had not yet fully developed. Fugaku has already fully grown and is tall, which gives him a great advantage. Naraku nodded after hearing the elder's words. If there hadn't been this opportunity to compete, Naraku would have been defeated. After all, the great elder had a higher prestige among the tribe members. Although this competition is not fair, Naraku still has the strength to fight. Uchiha Naraku is known as the copy ninja Naraku, and Uchiha Fugaku is known as the Evil Eye Fugaku. Both of them are Uchiha elites who have become famous after only participating in the battlefield twice. Therefore, Konoha quickly transferred Uchiha to some places far away from the battlefield to garrison and prevent the two from making any further achievements. Naraku, you are no match for me. Give up and I will make you my right-hand man. Fugaku said calmly that Uchiha Fugaku was relatively precocious and very powerful, and if it weren't for Naraku's sudden appearance, there really was no one who could compare to him. Brother Fugaku, this is what I wanted to say as well. Chapter 4, Winner or Loser. Start. The referee next to him gave the order, and his right hand quickly came down from the top of his head. Naraku pulled out his shuriken and threw it at Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku did the same thing, and the shuriken collided in the middle. The shurikens collided with each other, and the shurikens of the two people could actually achieve accurate defense. Every ninja tool was blocked by the other side. The Naraku ninja tool hit the bottom, the chakra was transmitted to the foot and a jump was made. Hands quickly formed seals, ending with the tiger seal, and quickly formed a fire-style ninjutsu. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Almost at the same time, Uchiha Fugaku also used fire style, and the two fireballs collided head-on. The scene was enveloped in red light and the temperature soared, but fortunately those who participated in the clan meeting were all ninja-nin, so they could still bear it. Naraku and Fugaku puffed up their mouths and spewed flames. In the end, Naraku was still at a disadvantage due to his age. Uchiha Fugaku had a blank expression on his face, neither salty nor bland. However, he increased the output of his chakra, and the fire became more intense. The referee on the side turned on the Sharingan and carefully observed the situation on the field to prevent any rescue efforts from being delayed. As expected of Fugaku. So strong. The tribesmen who were watching the battle nearby were talking to each other. As expected of you, big brother Fugaku. Naraku gritted his teeth and emphasized the word big brother. Naraku was just suffering from his age. The outside world claims that I am a copy ninja. Today, I will show you my original ninjutsu. Naraku finished speaking, stopped the chakra transmission, and the fireball went out. He jumped onto the wall, sticking his feet to the wall to avoid Fugaku's flames, and quickly formed seals with his hands. After completing a few seals, Naraku grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, and a ball of chakra visible to the naked eye condensed in his right palm. The chakra emits blue light and makes a squeaking sound, like the chirping of thousands of birds. It is the ninjutsu that Naraku first registered as a trademark, Chidori. The lightning is actually gathered in my hands. Is this the mastery of thunder and lightning? Why are there birds singing? All the ninjas on the field couldn't help but exclaim. They opened the Sharingan and observed Chidori. For Sharingan Uchiha, copying ninjutsu is not surprising, and almost all Uchiha with Sharingan activated can do it. However, at this time, it is not easy to copy Naraku's lightning-style ninjutsu. This means that this ninjutsu is very complicated and requires special practice to master. Because of Naraku's all-attribute physique, during a battle, no matter what ninjutsu the opponent releases, he will use the same ninjutsu to defeat the opponent. For the defeated person, it is too cruel to be defeated by the ninjutsu that he is good at. However, Uchiha Naraku, who was known as the copy ninja, developed his own unique ninjutsu at this time. This is something only a true genius can do. The elders on the field looked at each other, exchanged glances, and then nodded slightly. Brother Fugaku, I am not sure I will show mercy under Chidori, so surrender. Is this ninjutsu called Chidori? It's okay, just come at me. Fugaku was on guard in his heart, but his expression was calm, and he spoke in a very calm tone. Ah! Naraku no longer held back and let out a light cry under the stimulation of the lightning attribute. At this moment, all the cells in Naraku's body were activated by lightning style, and his speed and strength were greatly increased. Naraku kicked his feet forward and rushed in front of Fugaku in an instant. Naraku didn't aim at Fugaku, but stabbed at the ground next to him. With a bang, a big hole appeared in the ground. At this time, Fugaku broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that he had underestimated the speed of this ninjutsu despite being on guard. At such a high speed, Fugaku's Sharingan only had time to catch the movement, and his body couldn't react to dodge at all. "You lose," Naraku said calmly. Seeing that Naraku was obviously holding back, he attacked the open space. Fugaku's expressionless face showed a bit of unwillingness. This was the first time he had seen Naraku's self-created ninjutsu, and he was defeated in a rush. Now that he has seen this ninjutsu, if it happens again, Fugaku will have a way to break it, but I lost. Finally, Fugaku responded somewhat bitterly. Uchiha Naraku's father, Uchiha Santang, was also watching on the stage. He nodded slightly, recognizing his son's talent. "Brother, it doesn't matter who takes the position. Don't let them get hurt." Naraku rescued the villagers of UCHIHA village from the border and made a great contribution. He was highly praised and recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fugaku is a few years older than Naraku. Let Fugaku give way to Naraku this time. Uchiha Santang said to his eldest brother Uchiha Daizang next to him. "Yeah," Uchiha Daizo said expressionlessly, nodding. Uchiha Naraku received 5 more votes from the elders, 60 votes to Fugaku's 56 votes, and ultimately won and was elected as the clan leader. Uchiha Naraku wins. The inauguration ceremony for the clan leader will be held in 3 days. From now on, it will be Uchiha Naraku who will lead the glory of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Daizo stood up and said calmly. Uchiha Daizo didn't really operate his chakra, but all the ninjas in the audience heard his words. The Uchiha elites in the audience applauded. Naraku's home. The uncles Uchiha Daizo and Uchiha Sanzo sat in the main seats in the living room, and Naraku sat below, like a henchman reporting on his work. "Naraku, you have won the election as you wished, and you will lead the tribe in the future. However, do you have any plans for the development of Uchiha?" Uchiha Daizo said indifferently. "I don't know if it is a common feature of the Fugaku family, from Daizo to Fugaku, and later Uchiha Itachi, they all have this kind of indifferent and arrogant demeanor. Uncle, the Uchiha clan has been repeatedly ostracized and suppressed by the Konoha high-ranking officials. Brother Fugaku and I have just made great achievements and spread our reputation. We were transferred to the east blue coast of the Land of Fire to guard against the Land of Water. The Water Nation is in turmoil and has neither the strength nor the motivation to invade the Fire Nation. This is enough to show how wary the top leaders are of our military exploits. But my clan controls the security forces and holds the power. I receive Konoha's salary, but I raise the family ninjas. Although the security forces have some merits in maintaining Konoha's law and order, the Hokage group will only see us Uchiha, an Unju village, which is not threatened. The ninjas of other clans were fighting desperately on the battlefield, but we Uchiha were receiving fixed salaries and staying in the village. Not only did our strength not weaken, but our number of ninjas continued to grow. If I were the 3rd generation, perhaps the next step would be to dispatch the Uchiha clan to guard against the regular troops of other countries. During the Third World War, the Uchiha ninja did challenge the water country alone, with one clan guarding against the entire country. The name of the instant reflecting Shisui was also known at that time. Uchiha Naraku paused for a moment, then continued. The duty of the security forces is to maintain law and order and arrest people and ninjas with criminal tendencies. As a law-keeping organization, if the Hokage recruits us to go to the battlefield, should we go or not? Naraku asked this, causing the great elder Uchiha Daizo and the guard captain Sanzo to fall into deep thought. The Uchiha clan sent a large number of ninjas in the Third War, including the famous Shisui, but they sacrificed more clan members. Uchiha Obito died in the Land of Earth War. Konoha records that Obito was sacrificed, and his identity was revealed in the later period. Naraku continued, if we accept the order to go to war, sacrifices are inevitable. The strength of the ninjas in the clan will inevitably be weakened, but at the same time, our Uchiha clan is a fighting clan. Only in war can we evolve our bloodline limit. Sharingan. But the Hokage's call is a political consideration. If we obey the call this time, should we obey the call next time? If we don't obey the call, the conflict between the top leaders and the Uchiha may directly erupt. In this case, how should we deal with it? Uchiha Naraku spoke eloquently, and Naraku knew exactly what was happening in the Uchiha's predicament and what the Hokage High Ups were thinking. Perhaps the third generation thought about resolving the matter peacefully, but due to the power of the security team, Danzo's instigation, and the smearing by other consultants, they eventually resorted to violent action. The most important thing is that the reputation of the guard team is not good in the village. The reputation of the guard team has been criticized by the villagers and ninjas. Chapter 5, Uchiha Clan Leader. The succession ceremony of the Uchiha clan leader has been completed. Uchiha Daizo handed over the Uchiha fan, which symbolizes the power of the clan leader, to Uchiha Naraku during the ceremony. It was really taken away by Madara, and now the fan is used in a symbolic sense. After taking over the Uchiha fan, Uchiha Naraku officially became the head of the Uchiha clan. From now on, I am the leader of the Uchiha clan. I will let the world know how powerful and majestic our Uchiha clan is. At the inauguration ceremony, Naraku solemnly swore an oath amid the enthusiastic gazes of his tribesmen. Hokage Office. Uchiha Naraku has become the leader of the Uchiha clan. Is Uchiha Daizo going to step back? Mitokado Homura asked while looking at the letter in his hand. Young people are always easier to deal with than those old guys like Daizo, Udaten Koharu said lightly. The third Hokage sat in the Hokage seat, smoking his pipe, and said nothing. At this time, 3 of the Konoha quartet have arrived. They are not as obsessed with power as they were when they were old, and they are working hard for Konoha. Shimura Dans, who was absent from the quartet, was currently leading the ninjas in a fierce battle in the Land of Rain. I have seen this kid named Naraku. He is a ninja with a strong will of fire. The third Hokage blew out a smoke ring and said slowly. The Uchiha are the largest ninja clan, we must not allow them to grow. Growing naturally refers to guarding against Uchiha going to the battlefield or other places where they are prone to emotional outbursts, and guarding against Uchiha showing up the Manjiki Sharingan. Third generation puffed out smoke and responded with a nasal sound. Uchiha Naraku was a bit upset at this time. He had been the clan leader for a few days, but his subordinates were only Uchiha Yashiro and several young genin. The Uchiha elite ninjas of Konoha were accustomed to going to the Great Elder's house to report their work. This won't work. If you can't take back the power, being the patriarch in name only is meaningless. Uchiha Naraku led a few men to the Elder's house. The Elder's house. Living room. Naraku, how come you have time to come here? Dazang asked curiously. Uncle, I am the clan leader, but I cannot mobilize the clan members, and I cannot grasp their dynamics. What should I do? Dazang pondered for a moment. He had forgotten this. The tribe leader that was originally elected was only the nominal leader. The actual people in power were still Dazang and Sanzang. Do you have any good suggestions? Daizo has already acknowledged that Naraku has the magnanimity and demeanor to lead the Uchiha clan. Naraku is not a hot-blooded young man. Uncle, I suggest building a clan leader's house or a clan affairs hall. In the future, clan members will report their activities and work in the clan affairs hall. Whether it is the commission for the family ninja's mission, or the pension, or the ninja training, ninjutsu registration, Sharingan training, or even road cleaning, family defense, craftsman repairs, supporting the elderly, and raising orphans. All tasks are assigned by the clan head's house. What do you think? Naraku asked softly. When the Uchiha family ninjas completed a mission, they needed to hand over a portion of their income to the family. It was not much, just 10%. Which was used to support the great elders and others, provide pensions for family ninjas who died in battle, and support the elderly who had lost their parents and orphans in the family. Being a ninja is a high-risk profession. It is normal for a family of 3 to be ninjas. It is common for the elderly to send off the young, for lonely elderly people, and for orphans without parents. It is not unavoidable for the Uchiha alone, but for all ninja organizations. The Tribal Affairs Office? Your suggestion is a good one. Dazang took a sip of tea and neither rejected nor agreed to Nariku's proposal, which was obviously an attempt to seize power. The reason why the great elder Uchiha Daizo is able to control all matters within the clan is because he holds huge funds in his hands. When the clan ninjas complete their tasks, they will voluntarily pay part of the funds to the great elder. The money bag is in someone else's hands. In the eyes of the tribesmen, if they unfortunately die in the mission, the upbringing of their parents, wife, and children in the future will cost a lot of money. The great elder controls the Uchiha's money bag, so how can the tribesmen not please the great elder? You are indeed very suitable to be the chief. I agree. Let's choose a site to build the clan affairs hall. Dazang does not want to give up his power easily, but he has been at the helm of Uchiha for nearly 30 years. In addition, due to his age, he is already very tired of sailing the Uchiha ship. Originally, Dazang was more supportive of his son Fugaku, but Nariku was also good. As Sanzang said, it really didn't matter who became the patriarch. Uncle, after the clan affairs hall is built, we still need elders. We will select some of the elders who have made contributions to the clan or are old and appoint them as elders to assist the clan leader in handling clan affairs. Uncle, it may not be time for you to retire yet. Uchiha Daizo is almost 50 years old, which is considered an elder in the ninja world. In the fighting environment where the average age of genin is in the single digits, to be able to live to nearly 50, he is indeed considered an elder. Ninjas suffer various injuries from carrying out missions and fighting when they are young, as well as taking drugs like Harigan that overdraft their body's energy. Few ninjas die peacefully when they are old. The third Hokage served as Hokage for more than 20 years and never left Konoha after that, which is why he lived a long and old age. I see. The suggestion of the Tribal Affairs Office is very good. Although the Uchiha has elected a clan leader in history, there has never been an agency like the Hokage to handle affairs. All decisions are made by the clan leader and a few elders. Your suggestion is very good. In the evening, after Santang comes back, we will discuss the site selection for the construction of the clan affairs hall. Night. In the Nariku family, just like last time, the chief elder Uchiha Daizo and the captain of the guard team Sanzo sat at the top of the table. The so-called Uchiha leader, Nariku, was kneeling below like a lackey. Choosing a location to build a clan affairs office? It's a good idea, and it's indeed necessary. The Uchiha have thousands of clan members and nearly 1,000 ninjas, so they really need an institution. Nariku's stepfather, Uchiha Santang, stroked his chin and, like Daizo, was quite in favor of the suggestion. I think we should build it next to the Hokage building, so as to publicize the power of our Uchiha. Uchiha Santang changed the subject and laughed. Daizo nodded when he heard this. Brother, you are right. This is in line with the reputation of our Uchiha. Nariku was speechless after hearing the conversation between the two people. Uncle. Father. The Uchiha do not have the strength to challenge the Hokage's power. The guard is good, but the Hokage's Genin unit, Janin squad, Anbu, and other departments are all elite ninjas. It is unwise to publicize the Uchiha's power and so-called fame now. Of course we know, it's just talk, don't take it seriously. Dazang and Sanzang smiled at each other. They didn't expect that this famous ninja had no intention of publicizing his fame. That was very good. I think this is a good location. What do you think, father and uncle? The location Nariku chose was the most central location within the clan, not far from his home, so he could go out and work. Daizo and Sanzo actually already had 3 locations in mind. One was the center of the clan, one was on the east side near the Hokage building, and one was the deepest part of the clan. Seeing Naraku choose the center of the tribe, the 2 of them couldn't help but ask curiously, "Naraku, why did you choose this location?" "Because it is the most central place, it is convenient for all tribesmen to travel. If it is in a corner, it would be unfair to the tribesmen in other corners." Naraku smiled. The reason was that simple. Dazang and Sanzang looked at each other and nodded. Chapter 6, Clan Building. When World War II was in full swing, many ninja families in Konoha were grief-stricken because of the sacrifice of their family members. In the Uchiha territory, many people were still in the mood to sing and dance. The Uchiha clan controlled the guards and did not have to leave the village to participate in the ninja war. This was very unfair to many ninja clans and civilian families. If someone were to lead the discussion, I'm afraid Uchiha would immediately be envied and resented. Naraku noticed all this, but the power in the tribe has not yet been taken back. Although he has the title of tribe leader, he is only a figurehead in name only. There are still 2 big mountains above Naraku. The Uchiha clan hall was built very quickly. In the ninja world, many things can be solved with ninjutsu. Genin are also very strong and can lift things quickly. In just a few days, the clan hall was built. In front of the clan hall stood a large stone with the Uchiha fan logo on it, indicating that this was an important building in the Uchiha clan. Naraku sat in the clan leader's office, feeling somewhat relaxed. The office next to it was the elder's room, where the chief elder was working next to it. The great elder controls the clan's funds, with a total of 2 billion taels under his control. An A-level task can only earn a maximum of 1 million taels, and there is no upper limit for S-level tasks. The funds of the great elder can issue at least 2,000 A-level tasks. Of course, this is impossible. To serve the family, you need money? Isn't that an obligation? Currently, Naraku's only right-hand men are Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Lieto, Uchiha Ken, 2 Genin, and 1 Chinin. The clan affairs office has been built, and the relevant departments need to be established. The departments below the office are called the institutes. The Uchiha Fist and Clan Affairs Defense are under the responsibility of the Guard Institute. I will leave it to you. Our family has thousands of people. We need to recruit 20 to 30 clan members as guards. No one in Konoha dares to provoke Uchiha. We don't need powerful ninjas. You can just recruit and set up sentries to guard the area. I will ask the Great Elder to give you the funds. As for the remuneration, it's 20,000 to 50,000 ryo per person per month, calculated based on C or D level missions. 200,000 to 500,000 ryo per month for 10 people. With this amount of money, we don't need outstanding ninjas to defend the clan. In Konoha, no one will dare to provoke the Uchiha. Naraku continued, Uchiha Lieto, you are in charge of the cleaning and craftsman yards. You can recruit ordinary tribesmen. These small things don't require ninjas. The reward is 10,000 to 30,000 ryo per month. Remember, just recruit ordinary tribesmen. Yashiro, you are responsible for managing the office. The employees of the office are clerks, responsible for collecting commissions from ninjas in the clan, and supervising orphanages, nursing homes, and the like. This is a busy task. Yashiro, you are careful and attentive. You should be in charge of this matter for the benefit of the tribe. The Office of Affairs needs to recruit many clerks and financial specialists. You will be in charge of recruiting up to 10 people. You don't have to recruit ninjas. Ordinary tribe members will do. The mission reward is also 20,000 to 50,000 taels per month. Let those ordinary people have a bite to eat instead of relying on us. Maybe some of our descendants will not be suitable to be ninjas. Naraku said softly. In all departments, except for the Ninjutsu Institute which needs elite ninjas, and the Guard Institute which needs ordinary ninjas, other departments hardly need J-nins. The construction of the Tribal Affairs Hall was completed quickly, and all that remained was to recruit personnel and manpower. The original power of the Great Elder will be weakened through the construction of the Clan Affairs Office. All clan members will go to the Clan Affairs Office to hand over tasks and funds. Apart from holding funds, the other influences of the Great Elder will be gradually weakened, which will help to return power to the Clan Affairs Office and the clan leader. In the early days, Naraku roughly divided clan affairs into the following departments. Affairs Office, manage the household registration of clan members, register the information of family ninjas, collect commissions, provide pensions to clan members, manage finances, and manage several other departments, especially the nursing home, orphanage, and ninjutsu academy. Guard House, Security Department. No need for powerful ninjas. No one in Konoha dares to challenge the Uchiha. They just need to stand guard on duty. Cleaning the house, clean the streets within the tribe and help the tribe members clean their houses when necessary. Craftsman's House, build some houses and help the tribesmen repair their furniture. Nursing homes, elderly people who have lost their children will be cared for by nursing homes. Orphanage, orphans who have lost their parents and relatives will be raised by an orphanage. Ninjutsu Academy, the place where the family's ninjas learn ninjutsu and also provide experience teaching on the use of Sharingan. Assistant Council, the former Uchiha elders serve as assistants, with the right to make suggestions and manage certain affairs. Of these, the administrative office has the greatest power and responsibility and handles the most affairs. Of course, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Many departments do not need ninjas as their staff, ordinary tribesmen will do. This also solves the employment problem for ordinary tribesmen and tribesmen with poor ninja talents. The ninjas of the clan handed over their commissions, gradually moving from the old elder's house to the current clan affairs office. Slowly changing their habits, the funds were gathered in the clan affairs office. In the original Uchiha ecosystem, there were multiple elders in charge, and each elder was the core figure of each family. It was equivalent to multiple Uchiha elders, or Uchiha family heads, forming a family called Uchiha. The chief elder was the one who made the decisions. But in reality, every elder does not know how many Uchiha people there are and how many ninjas there are. They only know that Uchiha is very strong and is a big clan with a 1,000-year heritage. Now that the chief elder has apparently handed over power to Uchiha Naraku, Uchiha has pioneered many clan affairs that are all-encompassing, and has indeed allowed the elders who originally only pushed for the so-called leader to join in the construction of the clan affairs hall. Especially with the establishment of the assistant council, all elders are assistants to the clan leader. The so-called elders' rights are still there. But there is only an elected clan leader added above. Uchiha Naraku's various constructions and proposals were supported by the Uchiha elders, allowing the construction and recruitment of the Tribal Affairs Office to be completed at an extremely fast speed. 1 month later. Yashiro, do we in Uchiha have 853 ninjas of all ranks? A total of 1,231 households and 2,565 people. Yes, clan leader. Uchiha Yashiro has been very busy recently, recruiting and counting. More than a month of 007 has made Yashiro very tired. The so-called 996 is not enough to describe Uchiha Yashiro's work. If we count 3 people per household, there are more than 3,000 people in 1,231 households, but there are only 2,565 people. Obviously there are many lonely elderly people and orphans. After we investigate them, we must arrange for them to be placed in Uchiha orphanages and nursing homes. Their relatives are all heroes of our Uchiha, and also heroes of Konoha. Yes. Yashiro was convinced by Naraku's management. Many things that were neglected before were taken care of comprehensively under Naraku's management, without missing a single person. Many Uchiha ninjanin, especially the lower-level ninjas who have lost their loved ones, go to the Ninjutsu Institute, where Jainin teach them ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, swordsmanship, and shurikenjutsu. Seeing Naraku's high execution ability, the chief elder and many other elders are willing to give up their power and work hard in the auxiliary office of the Tribal Affairs Office. Although he was the elder of his own family before, he could only manage his own nephews and younger generations. Small factions consisted of only a few families, while large factions, such as the Elders faction, consisted of hundreds of families. The chief elders were willing to hand over their power, and the other junior elders were not reluctant to give up their power, and enthusiastically built the Clan Affairs Hall for the glory of Uchiha. Chapter 7 Konoha Guard Force. With the support of the elders, the Office of Affairs recruited personnel and counted the population at a lightning speed. The ninjas' mission rewards and commissions were actually handed over to the Office of Affairs for statistics. The power of the scattered Uchiha factions was gradually concentrated in the Clan Affairs Office. Uchiha Clan. Naraku family. Son, that's right. The changes in Uchiha over the past month are obvious to all. The fact that we are being bullied by the Hokage is closely related to the excessive number of factions within the clan. Uchiha Santang sat on the main seat. Naraku knelt below and listened to his father's teachings. Yes, father. The construction of the Clan Affairs Hall requires the participation of all clan members. The Clan Affairs Hall includes the ninjas who take care of the Uchiha in the Ninjutsu Institute, and the ordinary Uchiha people who are taken care of by the Cleaning Institute and the Artisans Institute. Or the status and rights of the orphanage, the elderly and orphans who have lost their parents, or the elders who assist the orphanage in taking care of them. The clan affairs within Uchiha are comprehensive. Only a unified leadership body can consolidate Uchiha into a group, rather than each elder being in charge of each family. Naraku did not modestly decline, but instead stated the role of the construction of the Tribal Affairs Council. Well, it seems that there is a reason why Big Brother supports you. Although clan affairs are important, strength cannot be neglected. Uchiha, Konoha, and even the entire ninja world are all based on strength. Without strength, you will have nothing if you die. Death is fair, no matter your age, power, or whether you are a clan leader or a Konoha villager. Uchiha Santang paused for a moment and then continued. Starting tomorrow, you will serve as a consultant for the security forces. As you said before, we only know how to kill people and complete missions. There are many questions that we don't have answers to. The Hokage recruited the security forces to fight in the battlefield to defend a country. I really can't think of a solution to this problem. As the security force responsible for maintaining Konoha's law and order, it is our duty to stay in the village and maintain law and order. As for missions such as being called up for combat, should we go or not? And what are the consequences of both choices? I have been thinking about this question for many days. I have never thought about this kind of question before. Your question reminded me. It made me realize my shortcomings. At this time, Uchiha Santang also had a serious face and a calm tone, just like his uncle Daizo. I don't know if it's genetic. Chief Uchiha, I have only been in office for a month, and clan building has just begun. Am I going to join the security force? Naraku had some doubts. As a consultant to the security forces, I only work as a consultant and I don't have to be responsible for anything specific. Besides, aren't you happy to get an extra salary? Santang looked at him with an expression that said, don't be so ungrateful after getting the advantage. Also, as my son, you need to understand the future power structure of the Uchiha Guard. This is your first step in getting in touch with the Guard. Since you are the clan leader, you must understand the Uchiha Guard. Uchiha Santang turned serious and said in a deep voice. Konoha Guard Force, the leader's title is the captain of the Guard Force, under which there are several squads. According to Naraku's understanding, there is no division of responsibilities or anything like that, and everyone works together when something happens. Some people act like spies, and some act like spies. It is more chaotic and more likely to go wrong. Civilians sneaking around and spies stealing classified information obviously cannot be treated together. It also cannot be handled by the same group of people, as ninja affairs are usually handled by ninjas. Ninjas are elite troops who shed blood on the battlefield. Not to mention the genin, the chnin, and jainin, all of them have blood on their hands. It is obvious that ninjas don't need to be involved in handling trivial matters, but to capture spies, criminals, and ninjas with criminal tendencies, these naturally require powerful bloodline limit ninjas to come forward. It's not without reason that the villagers of Konoha have such deep resentment towards the security forces. I just set up a stall and ran away when I saw the security team. But you still caught me and wanted to beat and kill me. This is obviously wrong. Naraku came back to his senses. The security forces. The security forces do need to be understood and adjusted appropriately. Naraku nodded. You kid, you actually want to adjust the security forces? You don't think that just because you have made a name for yourself as a copy ninja, you will be invincible in Uchiha? Uchiha Santang glanced at Naraku, a look that said, don't overestimate your abilities. I understand, father, don't worry. Originally, Uchiha Santang and Daizo had agreed to let Naraku be the clan leader and Fugaku be the captain of the security force. However, because Naraku's governance was quite effective, the power of the tribe members was united by the Tribal Affairs Office. The outstanding performance made Uchiha Santang very recognized. The Konoha Guard is an important authority for Uchiha to participate in Konoha. The Land of Fire provides Konoha with 3 billion ryo per year to support tens of thousands of ninjas. An A-level mission can cost up to 1 million ryo, and an S-level mission can cost more than 1 million ryo. A team of 3 or 4 people would earn millions of taels for completing an S-level mission. During the war, there were countless such S-level and A-level missions. Suppressing ninja troops and assassinating important personnel are all A to S-level missions. The mission of subjugating ninja troops, even with the participation of thousands of ninjas, post-war compensation, etc., requires the Hokage to regulate the use of funds. 3 billion taels of funds are not a lot. Konoha allocates 150 million taels of funds to the security force each year. The security force has more than 200 members, maintaining the security of the entire Konoha. Even if the salary for a C-level mission is 50,000 taels per month, each staff member would need 600,000 taels per year. The salary of 200 members alone would be 120 million taels. The funds of the security force are quite tight. How to use the money of the security forces has always been a headache for Uchiha Santang. If the extra 30 million ryo is put into his pocket, it would violate the 3 prohibitions of ninja. Return to Konoha, but that's impossible. Uchiha Sanzo is a man who has money but doesn't know how to spend it. Perhaps it would be much better if these things were left to Uchiha Naraku. Uchiha Santang glanced at Naraku and said solemnly, the advisors of the guard team are not only you, but also Fugaku and Uchiha Yashiro. At the same time, this is also an assessment. I have been in charge of the security forces for too long. It is time for someone else to take charge. Naraku curled his lips. Fugaku might have a chance, but the 8th generation of Uchiha was just there to make up the numbers. Without a supporting role like Uchiha Yashiro, the Uchiha clan members would feel that they have no future, so for some senior positions, at least some other clan members must be selected to serve as supporting roles. You are also a candidate. If you fail to be elected, you can't blame others. It would be a good idea for Brother Fugaku to take charge of the security team. Then I can let Brother Fugaku and Brother Yashiro be my assistants. Naraku pondered for a while and took over what Uchiha Santang said. Haha, with Fugaku and Yashiro as your assistants, you seem to be confident about the position of captain of the guard corps. Of course, don't you see whose son he is? Naraku took the opportunity to flatter him. Chapter 8 Son and Name. Konoha 38 years. The Second Shinobi War is intensifying, and the battle between Tsunagakure and the Rain Shinobi village has ended. Hands of the Salamander launches an attack on the Konoha shinobi who remain in the Rain country. Due to the attack by Hanzo, the Konoha shinobi stationed in the Land of Rain suffered heavy losses. Hands of the Salamander made a bold statement that no ninja from any country would be allowed to set foot in the Land of Rain. Although the Konoha shinobi suffered heavy losses in the attack, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade shone brightly in the Rain country and survived the hands of the Salamander. Hands of the Salamander, who was known as a demigod, retreated to the Rain shinobi village instead. The name of Sunin spread throughout the countries. The Uchiha, a prominent family in Konoha and the largest clan in the ninja world, has almost no members active on the battlefield. During the 3 most intense years of the Ninja World War, all the Uchiha members stayed safely in the rear area and were paid to do the important job of cleaning up the vendors in Konoha village. Chidori Flow. Lightning shot out from Uchiha Nariku's entire body, like an electric net, knocking down all the surrounding wooden stakes. Hey, Chidori Flow has finally been developed successfully. Nariku wore a black kimono with yellow rice ears embroidered on it, and a purple cardigan over it. At this time, Nariku was 16 years old, over 1.8 meters tall, quite tall and handsome. Nariku has been in charge of the Uchiha clan for nearly 3 years, and his every move already exudes the aura of someone in a high position. While Nariku was training, he was also worried about the recent rumors in Konoha. There have been a lot of bad rumors circulating in Konoha village recently, criticizing the Uchiha clan for not daring to go to the battlefield and only daring to bully some villagers. It is impossible to find out when this kind of rumor spread. Nariku knew that it was time to dispel the influence of such rumors. Nariku goes to the Hokage office with Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Rift. Hokage office. 3rd generation held their pipes and puffed out smoke. Anbu, who was on guard duty, instantly entered the 3rd generation's office and reported to them, who nodded. As soon as Anbu left, Uchiha Nariku, along with 2 escort ninjas, opened the door and came to the 3rd Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, the Second World War is now in full swing and the Konoha shinobi have suffered heavy losses. As a member of Konoha, we, the Uchiha clan, request to join the war. Uchiha Nariku is concise and to the point, and speaks directly to his intentions. The 3rd Hokage laughed. Ha ha ha, Nariku, it's great that you have this intention, but fighting outside is the same as fighting in the village. There are countless spies from other countries lurking in the village, and the Uchiha Guard is needed to capture them. This is a very important mission, no less important than the frontal battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen happily praised Nariku, but explained the situation to Nariku and simply ignored Nariku's request to join the battle. At this time, Konoha was powerful, with complete ninjas of all levels. The high-level advisory group Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dans were still the heirs of the Will of Fire who worked hard for Konoha. At this time, they were truly dedicated to Konoha. And were far from being reluctant to give up power like in the later period. But the Uchiha clan has a reputation in the village of bullying the villagers but being afraid of the battlefield, which has damaged the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Ninja, this is a job that requires patience. It's normal that the villagers don't understand you. Because of this, you can't slack off in your work. The security force was established to protect the villagers. 3rd generation blew out a smoke ring and said seriously. Usually the 3rd generation has a warm and sunny look, but when it comes to serious matters, they occasionally become serious, which makes people feel their heroic style. Yes, I understand. Well, Konoha's safety requires you. Yes. The leader spoke, and Nariku had to agree. Uchiha Nariku and others retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the window, expressionless, watching the 3 men leave. Chief, the rumor in the village is that we Uchiha are cowards. We asked the 3rd generation to fight but they didn't allow us to. Doesn't that prove the rumor? Uchiha gnashed his teeth and wished he could burn those who slandered Uchiha to ashes. Although Uchiha Yashiro didn't say anything, he looked at Naraku, obviously waiting for Naraku to reply. Whether we Uchiha are cowards or not is not up to these villagers to say. It's just slander by those with ulterior motives. Lord Hokage is right. It's normal for the villagers to not understand. That's why we need to be patient. Naraku's words made the two very dissatisfied. Chief, we Uchiha's reputation cannot be trampled upon by these villagers. I think it would be better to mobilize the tribesmen to capture those who slandered us, and use the Sharingan to torture them to find out where the rumor came from. No, that would only confirm the rumor that we only know how to bully civilians and don't dare to go to the battlefield. Yashiro and Ritsuji looked at each other, and both saw the raging fire in the other's eyes. Don't be so impatient. I have my own way to handle this. Uchiha Naraku said lightly. When the two heard that their clan leader had a solution, their eyes lit up. In the past 3 years, the Uchiha clan has become more and more united under Naraku's governance. Yashiro is in charge of the affairs department, managing the account and commission money, and can see that the money in the safe is increasing. As the elite Jainin in the clan, Yashiro sometimes goes to the Ninjutsu Academy to teach fire-style ninjutsu and the use of Sharingan. The 8th generation has a sense of pride in the development of the clan. Lee too also joined the affairs department from the artisan department and the cleaning department, and the 2 service departments were handed over to other ordinary tribesmen. In the affairs department, he was responsible for the nursing home and the orphanage. The old are well taken care of, the young are well taken care of. All the tribesmen, whether they are ninjas or ordinary people, they have all completely accepted the leadership and control of the clan affairs office, including the original heads and elders of various Uchiha factions, who have lost all their power after 3 years of subtle influence. Their children and nephews do not need the elders to speak for them. If they have any dissatisfaction or other issues, they can go to the Office of Affairs to report it themselves. As for learning ninjutsu and receiving salaries, they do not have to look at the elders' faces. The assistant council is where the elders live. They have no power. As assistants to the chief, they have the right to make decisions about the clan affairs hall and give suggestions to the chief. They have power, but Naraku can completely ignore their decisions and suggestions. It has been nearly 3 years since Naraku became the captain's advisor to the security force. He has not spent much time on the security force. Now that the clan affairs are handled by the affairs office and the auxiliary office, it doesn't really matter whether Naraku shows up or not. The job is just to sign and stamp, or to care for the tribesmen and investigate their living conditions. I can now let go of the work and just have the title of patriarch. In 3 years, Naraku's strength has improved rapidly. At this age, it is the time to grow taller and improve in strength. And Naraku did not go to the battlefield to carry out any lurking or assassination missions. He ate well and slept well in the tribe, and grew to over 1.8 meters tall. He also had plenty of time to study ninjutsu. In 3 years, he had a general understanding of the sealing ninjutsu scroll given to him by Uzumaki, and was able to perform some simple sealing techniques. He also successfully developed the Chidori style. Naraku's ability is also among the elite among Janin's team. Chapter 9, by Liahu. Early morning. Security Force Headquarters. The security force building was built within the Uchiha clan, along with the prison. Criminals are captured and detained in the same area. Due to the power of the police force and the humiliation of prisoners in prisons, many members of the Uchiha Guard are very arrogant and act as if they are superior to others. Uchiha Sanzo is in the guard captain's office, handling official business, with guard advisors Naraku and Fugaku beside him. Uncle, according to the clues, the owner of Yamato Izakaya seems to be a spy of Iwagakuer. Should we arrange people to capture him? Fugaku asked Santang after reading the materials. Don't alert the enemy. It's easy to catch an exposed spy, but it's hard to find a hidden spy. Follow the owner of Yamato Izakaya and slowly follow the clues. Don't be in a hurry. Uchiha Sanzo replied without even looking up. Naraku is also looking at the files of various security forces. Yesterday, the security team was on patrol and arrested 3 vendors. So far this month, a total of 17 vendors have been arrested. Together with those arrested previously, dozens of people have been detained, and some have been detained for 2 months. Father, what are the punishment standards for the vendors? Naraku asked Santang while looking at the documents. There are no standards. They are locked up until they become fearful and scared, and finally obey the guard's education. What? No standards? Father, how can the laws made by the security team have no standards? Wouldn't that mean the team members can do whatever they want? For 3 years, Naraku focused all his energy on training and managing the clan affairs office. As for the Konoha guard force, Naraku rarely came to check in. The guard team is like this. The 2nd generation established it, and the 3rd generation allowed it. What's the problem? Such a security team will make the people of Konoha village fear and hate them. Only then did Naraku realize the brutality of the Konoha guard and felt a deep fear. It was not the fear of power, but the fear of being hated by the Konoha villagers. With the Konoha guard acting like this, how could the villagers and the various small ninja clans not be afraid and terrified? In a state of fear and terror, they naturally regard the Uchiha guard and the Uchiha clan who controls the guard as enemies. The glory of the Uchiha clan is built on the fear of others, Naraku. You will understand when you have more contact with them. Santang raised his head and said with a smile. Santang's smile was really ferocious in Naraku's eyes. Father, Konoha Shinobi is a ninja village. Have you ever thought that many of the villagers are ninjas or ninja families? Aren't you afraid that the entire Konoha Shinobi will boycott you if the guards act like this? Who dares to resist us? Whoever resists will be thrown into jail, Santang said disdainfully. The Uchiha clan is certainly powerful, with over 1,000 ninjas, Father. Konoha Shinobi is a ninja village, with tens of thousands of ninjas living here. No matter how powerful the Uchiha clan is, they can't possibly be an enemy of tens of thousands of ninjas. The Uchiha clan Naraku has achieved remarkable results in governance and can now devote his energy to it. So during this period of time I started to pay attention to the affairs of the guard team and gained some understanding of the brutality of the Konoha guard. The uniforms of the Konoha guards are engraved with the Uchiha family crest, and a round fan is painted in the middle of the shuriken. The Uchiha family emblem is on the guard team's logo. This is simply hateful. It is obviously a regular organization of Konoha, but it makes those who have been dealt with by the guards hate Uchiha from then on. You are too pessimistic. Santang shook his head. In the clan's house, Santang was more willing to listen to what was said. But in the captain's office of the security force, Santang seemed unable to listen to what was said. The guard force is indeed a department that many Konoha shinobi want to join, but this department is completely controlled by the Uchiha, and it is difficult for non-Uchiha to join. After hearing what Uchiha Santang said, Naraku knew that when the sky is crazy, it will rain, and when people are crazy, there will be disasters. If Uchiha continues to act like this, he will sooner or later be overthrown by the working people of Konoha. Father, I must change the ethos of the security forces, formulate relevant laws, and refine the departments and responsibilities. There are those who catch spies, those who patrol and manage vendors, those who arrest criminal ninjas, those who accept reports from villagers, those who manage prisons, and those who fight. Everything must be separated and responsibilities assigned to different departments, rather than one security officer managing everything. For this goal, for the management of the Konoha guard force, and for the Uchiha clan, it would be best if I could be the captain. Uchiha Naraku said in a deep voice. Hehe, Konoha guard? It's better to call it Uchiha guard here. It's okay if you want to be the captain. As long as you can defeat me, I can give it to you at any time. Santang shook his head and said disdainfully that although his son was very outstanding, the self-centered captain of the security team still felt that his son was too young. Defeat you? You said so. Then I challenge you now. Uchiha Nariku's eyes instantly turned red, and in his red eyes, the three tomos slowly rotated. Fugaku next to him was unimpressed by Nariku's boast. The strongest person in the Uchiha clan was Uchiha Santang. He had arrested countless criminals and no one could escape his arrest. Anyone who resists him will be trapped in an illusion, and when they wake up, they will find themselves in Konoha prison. No fighting allowed in the security building. Let's talk about it tonight. Son, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Santang is actually a relatively calm person, and he loves his family very much. He is very loving to his wife and children. But it seems that as long as Santang is in the captain's office, he will become the kind of self-centered person. Okay, father, then I'll go back and prepare. Nariku got up and left. Sanzo looked in the direction Nariku had left, shook his head and continued to deal with his official business. Fugaku, you'll be in charge of that Yamato izakaya. Uproot them. It doesn't matter if you're patient. Yes. In recent years, Santang has actually appreciated Fugaku and discovered many of his strengths. He is calm, respects his superiors, does not challenge authority, unites his colleagues, and is respected by his people. Nariku was confident about the challenge in the evening. Without the Manjiki Sharingan, it would be impossible to defeat Nariku. Santang is already over 40 years old, and although his strength has not yet begun to decline, Santang, who has held power for a long time, has long lost his practical experience. His battle records were only of humiliating some Konoha and genin. As an Uchiha genin, isn't it very easy for him to capture these kinds of genin? Nariku didn't understand where his father Sanzo's invincible confidence came from. He shook his head and wandered around the streets of Konoha. After a while, they arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Seeing this famous ramen shop, Nariku couldn't help but smile, and he opened the curtain and walked into the store. Mr. Shouta, give me a bowl of ramen. At this time, Shouta was still a young man, not yet an uncle. Okay, please wait a moment. Just as Nariku sat down, the curtain was opened and another ninja walked in. A bowl of miso ramen. The voice is soft but very magnetic. Nariku looked at the guest, who had flowing white hair and a small red mole between his eyebrows. He was wearing a Konoha-style vest and was nearly 1.7 meters tall. Nariku recognized the ninja at first sight, the developer of the Kyoma technique, Hirahu. Nariku remained silent, untied his chopsticks, and began to eat his ramen, thinking of the information about Hirako in his mind. Hirako felt that he was not qualified enough, so he developed the forbidden technique after World War II. He was discovered by the third generation, who sent the Sunin to hunt him down. After Hirako escaped by chance, he lurked around Konoha. Hirako coveted Sharingan, but he couldn't get Uchiha's Sharingan, so he targeted Kakashi. Hirako's ability in developing ninjutsu and scientific research is not inferior to Orochimaru, and his self-created Kachira technique is a devouring ninjutsu. It took him more than 20 years to perfect it. If I provide him with funding and protection, can we cooperate in the development and help him complete it in a short period of time? Thoughts flashed through Nariku's mind. Chapter 10 Battle between Father and Son. Nariku and Hirako were not familiar with each other, so going up to them and saying hello would probably backfire. World War II is about to end, and this should be the time when Hirako feels weak and prepares to develop the Gya technique. As long as I take control of the security forces and arrest him before the third generation notices, it should be easier to discuss cooperation then. After paying, Nariku turned his mind and resisted the urge to chat with Hirako. He turned and left Ichiraku Ramen. This guy seems to be paying attention to me. After Nariku left, Hiraho looked in the direction Nariku left. My strength is too weak. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade are already known as the Sunin of Konoha. If I don't work hard to catch up, I'm afraid I will never be able to catch up. Bai Luo suffered repeated setbacks in World War II and experienced several life-threatening situations. At this moment, he had already felt his own weakness and mediocrity. The idea of strengthening my strength has already come into my mind. My talent has stopped here, and in order to improve my strength, I can only break through my own shackles. The home of the Uchiha clan. Naraku family. Naraku's mother Uchihame looked at Sanzo and Naraku, who were facing each other in the yard. "Don't worry, Mom. Dad and I are just sparring. Mimi, go back. My son is older now. Let me test him." Hearing the conversation between the two, Uchiha's beautiful eyes became more worried, but she followed Uchiha Santang's words and went back to stop paying attention. "Boy, let me see how much you have grown," Santang said calmly. As the nominally strongest ninja of Uchiha, Uchiha Santang couldn't help but shake his head inwardly that Naraku really dared to challenge him. This kid thought he was invincible just because he had earned the reputation of a copy ninja. Let's let him know today that there are always better people out there. A thought flashed through Uchiha Santang's mind. "Father, you are no match for me," Naraku said calmly. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, although you are very good, when I was your age, I might not have been as strong as you. But, for me now, you are too young after all." When Santang heard Naraku's arrogant words, he couldn't help but like it very much. He thought that his own son should be so arrogant. "Then let's get started." The Naraku chakra moved to the eyes, which suddenly turned red, and 3 Megatama slowly rotated in the eyes. Sharingan. Santang also did not give in and also activated the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Naraku grabbed a kunao and shuriken from his ninja tool bag and shot them at Sanzo. Uchiha Sanzo raised himself high to avoid Naraku's shuriken, while continuously shooting kunao in the air. The sound of kunao and shurikens cutting through the air rang out in the field. Naraku leaned to the left, then to the right, and the kunao passed by Naraku, making Naraku look very free and easy. After Santang shot the shuriken in the air and landed, he stood up and looked at Naraku. Naraku looked at him calmly, and Uchiha Santang's Sharingan Megatama spun rapidly. "Magic, Sharingan," Uchiha Santang whispered. The Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai Sharingan, after reaching the 3 Magatama level, can pull the enemy into an illusion and make them unable to move just by urging chakra and activating the Sharingan Megatama through eye contact. At this moment in the mental space, a pair of huge scarlet Sharingan appeared in mid-air, and Naraku's body was fixed in the field by several wedges piercing his torso and limbs, unable to move at all. Magic Sharingan can be transformed into Sharingan illusion at any time. Magic shackle technique. The Jiahang technique, also known as the golden binding illusion, is a type of immobilization technique. It is also one of the powerful manifestations of the Sharingan. Because the Uchiha clan serves as a security force and lives in Konoha village all year round, there are almost no Uchiha Jonin who go out on missions. Most of the regular ninjas in Konoha village will not come into contact with Uchiha ninjas most of the time unless they have committed a crime. So the Uchiha's reputation was only established decades ago. Konoha has been established for 38 years, and in these 38 years, almost no ninja has fought against the Uchiha. "Son, you are still too young. You still have a long way to go in practicing the Sharingan." In the illusion space, Santang looked at Naraku, who was nailed by the wedge, and said lightly, "Oh? Really? Father?" Naraku asked back quietly with a blank expression. Santang frowned slightly, somewhat suspicious of Naraku's calmness. At this time, the Sharingan that was originally hanging in the air showed cracks, 1, 2, and more cracks, gradually breaking, and the illusion was shattered. After this unexpected situation happened, Uchiha Santang felt a stinging pain in his eyes. He wanted to reach out and press his eyes, but he found that he could not control his body and could not move. Uchiha Santang then noticed the seriousness of the situation. The situation in the field changed, and Naraku, who was originally pierced and fixed by the wedge, became Santang, who was pinned by the wedge. Uchiha Sanzo was unable to move even a finger. The shattered Sharingan was glued together again, but this pair of Sharingan was not Sanzo's, but Naraku's Sharingan. Mirror, mirror, the world is turning. What, when? And, you, why is your pupil power so strong? Santang was controlled by the illusion and couldn't even utter a fluent sentence. As members of the Uchiha clan, illusion battles are naturally of paramount importance. Father, you have been in charge of the guard for too long, and your combat experience is already too shallow. Naraku said calmly. Uchiha Santang Sharingan looked at each other, directly activated the magic Sharingan and then followed up with the magic gold binding technique. It has almost become a habit. In the past, when dealing with the genin in Konoha or some young juniors of Uchiha, Santang was naturally always successful. But at this time, his Sharingan was against the young and energetic Uchiha Naraku, who also had the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The crude illusion was used with a little attention by Naraku, and then it worked on Santang himself. Naraku was very disappointed with this battle. He felt that the battle with Fugaku would be more exciting. Father, you Uchiha who are in high positions and power, standing outside the arena and making comments at will, think you are strong. But you didn't expect that after entering the arena, you are no better than the little fighters in the arena. Uchiha Naraku shook his head and said calmly. Uchiha Santang's face turned pale at this time. After hearing what Naraku said, he frantically circulated his chakra to try to break the illusion, but he was completely powerless. Naraku sighed, put his index and middle fingers together and raised them in front of him, and said softly, "Untie." He used a seal of release and applied it to Santang's body, and the chakra that controlled him immediately dissipated. Uchiha Santang regained his freedom and gasped for breath. Father, you are defeated. How about we not count this match and start over? The illusion has been broken. After all, he is his father, so Naraku still has to give him some face, he said in a low voice. You have to accept the loss. Your father is not shameless enough to lose his credibility in front of his own son. Uchiha Santang's breathing became better, and his breath gradually became even and stable. What about the control of the security team? Naraku asked softly. You can be the captain, but have you considered Fugaku's feelings? Wouldn't it be better if brother Fugaku could be the vice-captain? Naraku, you think too simply. The position of Uchiha chief and guard captain has always been passed down in our family. In the past, the eldest brother Daizo controlled Uchiha, and I controlled the guard. Now Uchiha is under your control. Have you ever thought about the reason? Father, you and uncle have reached a private agreement. The original Fugaku clan leader was inherited by me, so the captaincy that you would have passed on to me will now be given to Fugaku. That's right. Your uncle and I reached this agreement. If we go back on our word, I'm afraid there will be a rift. Chapter 11 Control of the Security Forces. I want to be the clan leader, and I will never give up the position of guard. I'm not trying to fight for power. From the current development trend of Uchiha, I can already see its future demise. This is not for me, nor for you, nor for uncle or Fugaku, but for the entire Uchiha. Uchiha Naraku's originally calm demeanor suddenly erupted into a roar. Sanzo felt Naraku's determination when he heard this. The once strongest ninja in Uchiha had just retired. At this moment, Uchiha's strongest ninja was right in front of Sanzo. Uchiha Santang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Okay, I understand your decision. The next day, in the Konoha Guard conference room, Uchiha Sanzo sat in the main seat of the conference room. Below were the squad leaders, squad vice-captains, squad leaders, and Jainin of each of the Konoha Guard forces squads, kneeling on mats in the hall, as it was a meeting called by the captain of the Konoha Guard force. You are all the elites of the Konoha Guard. I am honored to be the leader of the Guard. Today, I have an important announcement. From now on, the first team will be led by our clan leader, Uchiha Naraku. Uchiha Jiro, the former captain of the first squad, was promoted to my assistant to assist in the management of the entire security team. As soon as Uchiha Santang finished speaking, it caused an uproar. Uchiha Santang appointed Uchiha Naraku as the captain of the first squad of the guard. All the staff of the guard realized the significance of this appointment, which was obviously a prelude to the transfer of power in the Konoha Guard. The first squad of the Konoha Guard is composed entirely of Uchiha ninjas. The second and third squads may have some civilian ninjas and ninjas from small families. But the first division is where the Uchiha receive Konoha's salary and where the Uchiha elites are nurtured. Controlling the first squad is basically equivalent to controlling the guard team. As for the opinions of the second and third squads, there is no need to worry about them at all. Uchiha Jiro frowned slightly as he pondered the meaning of the job transfer. Jiro, do you have any objection to the transfer? Uchiha Santang asked. I will follow your orders. Jiro reacted and replied quickly. Uchiha Santang has been in charge of the security force for nearly 20 years, and his authority as leader has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Uchiha Naraku secretly glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, and saw that Fugaku's brows were deeply frowned, with a hint of anger. When Konoha was first established, the Uchiha clan was united and fought for power in Konoha. The rights to the Konoha Guard force were finally won from the second Hokage, and have always been divided between the two major factions within the clan. Uchiha Daizo and Sanzo are masters of ninjutsu, and the two brothers seized all the power of the Uchiha clan. It was originally agreed that one of them would be in charge of the clan, and the other would be in charge of the Konoha Guard. The Great Elder has already handed over the power of the family, but Santang obviously has some intention of going back on his word. Although the other team leaders at all levels had doubts about the appointment, Naraku, as the head of the clan, had a lot of affairs in the clan affairs office and was in charge of all aspects of the Uchiha ninjas. They had no objection to the clan leader taking over power, but as a result, Uchiha Naraku's power and prestige reached its peak. The combination of Uchiha and the guard made Uchiha Naraku's power in the entire Konoha seem quite huge. Captain, this is probably not in line with tradition. There has never been a situation where the clan leader and the captain of the Konoha Guard force serve concurrently. Uchiha Fugaku questioned quietly. Fugaku realized that the huge power of the guard and the Uchiha leader combined into one would surely make Konoha deeply fearful. However, in the anime, Naraku does not exist, and Fugaku eventually reaches this point. By the time he realizes the problem, the situation is already difficult to change. Now that his power has been taken away by someone else, Fugaku is clearly aware of this problem. Naraku knew it was his turn to speak up. He is only in charge of the first guard squadron. There is no tradition or non-tradition. Hasn't the Uchiha been without an elected clan leader for over 30 years since the last clan leader left Konoha? Moreover, in tradition, there has never been a ninja decisive battle on the scale of World War I and World War II. Things always develop backwards, and those who blindly adhere to tradition will eventually be eliminated by history. Just like the Senju clan. Uchiha Naraku said calmly with a blank expression. After Naraku learned about the deal between Uchiha Daizo and Sanzo, even though Naraku was still determined to take control of the guard force, he couldn't help but blush when facing Fugaku. Fortunately, Naraku has been a human being for 2 lifetimes and has some sophistication, so there is nothing unusual on his face. Fugaku thought about what Naraku said for a while and felt that there was some truth in it. But it's also a bit nonsense. The Senju clan retired, and it was precisely because of their untraditional retirement that the Senju clan gradually died out. However, large clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga, which follow traditions, are still alive and well. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not refute and planned to ask again in private after the meeting. During the meeting, he repeatedly questioned the leader's decision, saying it was not the subordinates. Uchiha Fugaku is indeed an excellent ninja who loves peace, respects his leaders, and cares for his people. These are his strengths, but at the same time, it is precisely because of these excellent qualities that in the anime, after Fugaku took power, his compromise with Konoha Hokage and others was vividly demonstrated, causing Uchiha to fall into the abyss. The other teams continue their work as usual. Those who need to report their work may do so now. Uchiha Santang said softly. In addition to announcing an important appointment, the garrison meeting also began to report on some work. Naraku listened for a while. Most of them were about spies, or some dangerous ninjas experimenting with ninjutsu, endangering the safety of residents. Mixed in with a lot of trivial matters like cats getting lost, dogs disappearing, street vendors getting arrested and the like. These Konoha Guard personnel have indeed contributed a lot to the safety of Konoha village. However, due to some other minor incidents, lack of friendliness, and arrogance, the villagers are often afraid. It is hard to imagine that a member of the Konoha Guard, who carries out such dangerous tasks as arresting ninjas with criminal tendencies, also serves as a village manager and manages some small vendors. The former is responsible for capturing dangerous ninjas with mental health problems, as well as spies and other high-risk tasks. All staff can be said to be silently dedicated, and the mission is unknown to the villagers. All the villagers knew was that someone next door was caught by the Uchiha security force while setting up a stall yesterday. Naraku listened for a while and shook his head, but still stayed there and did not leave, patiently understanding the work of the security force members. At the same time, the thought came to my mind. The title Uchiha Guard Force is not acceptable. It must be changed to Konoha Guard Force. These Uchiha clan members are proud of controlling the Konoha department. They call the security force the Uchiha Security Force and are extremely proud of it. All this must change. This is the Konoha department. If the villagers are dissatisfied, they should also be dissatisfied with Konoha. If a department claims to be Uchiha related, people will only resent Uchiha and will not associate it with Konoha. Chapter 12, Team 1. The office and prison of the security force building are both located in the Uchiha clan's territory. In the anime, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, the clan's territory changed and the security force's office was also changed. The security force has 3 offices in Konoha, because Konoha village expands in a fan shape from the Hokage building to the village gate. The security force building is the headquarters of the security team and also an office. The first team has its office here. There is a smaller police office on the left and right sides of the village gate, which houses the second and third teams respectively. Each squad has 70 people, divided into 4 squadrons. Each squadron has 17 people, each squadron has 4 teams, each team has 4 people, plus the squadron leader, a total of 17 people. There are a total of 68 people in the 4 squadrons, plus the squad leader and deputy squad leader, a total of 70 people in each squad. The first team is composed of Uchiha elites, all of whom have activated the Sharingan. They govern the upper third of the Konoha village fan-shaped area. The second and third teams are in charge of the lower left and right sides of the fan. A team of more than 200 people is totally insufficient for a ninja village with tens of thousands of residents, most of whom are ninjas or ninja clans from various classes. Some small ninja clans, although small in size, only have about 10 people, but they are still ninja clans after all, and they have blood or bloodline limit connections. As for some medium-sized ninja clans, which have hundreds of people, most of whom are ninjas, it is feasible to rely on a security force to sanction and suppress them, but it will divert a lot of energy. If it is a ninja alliance like Inoshika the guard team is not enough, and they have to involve Uchiha family ninjas to be qualified. Uchiha Security Force Building, first squad office on the second floor. There were 18 people sitting in the office, with Uchiha Naraku sitting at the main seat, and below him were the elites of the 1st Squadron of the 1st Division. The 1st Squadron of the 1st Division, 17 people, all of them 3 Tomo Sharingan, 17 Jainin, accounting for half of the Genin force of the Uchiha clan. The entire Uchiha clan, with nearly 1,000 ninjas, most of them are mid-level genin, and there are only over 30 genin. Of course, there are reasons why Konoha suppresses the number of Uchiha genin, but even if it is released, Uchiha cannot accommodate more genin to share power. Genin, in any ninja village or clan, have a considerable say. Many small family ninjas do not even have genin level ninjas. The ages of these genin varied. The oldest was in his early 50s with many wrinkles on his face, while the youngest was like Uchiha Naraku, who was 16 years old. Uchiha Yashiro, an important figure who originally shined in the guard force in the anime, is now shining in the clan affairs department and has not joined the guard force. The clan affairs office also cannot do without Yashiro. Otherwise, Naraku would have to handle clan affairs himself. Ahem, you are all members of the Uchiha clan, the elite of Konoha's security forces. I have reviewed your profile cards and resumes, and I deeply admire your contributions to Konoha Shinobi. As the leader of the Uchiha, I originally didn't want to interfere in the affairs of the guard, but what the guard is doing really worries me. Uchiha Naraku first expressed his recognition and praise for these elites, and then expressed his concern about the development of the security forces. Master Patriarch. We, the Konoha Guard Force, maintain the law and order of Konoha, so that our colleagues in Konoha do not have to worry about being attacked in the village. We are recognized by many ninjas. What are you worried about? The one who spoke was the ninja in his early 50s, Uchiha Go. Uchiha 5 is a ninja born in the era of Uchiha Madara. He was also a genius of Uchiha when he was young, but now he is in his 50s and his heroism is no longer in his twilight years. Haha, in the security force, you don't have to worry about my identity as the clan leader. In the security force, we only care about our duties, not clan affairs. Naraku smiled faintly and distinguished the identities at the same time, meaning that don't think that I am using my power as the clan leader to get by in the guard team. Yes. Uchiha replied 5 times. Uchiha 5, which ninjas do you mean by recognized by many ninjas? Do you have a specific list? The Konoha Guard Force is hated by everyone, but it is also recognized by the village ninjas. This is totally ridiculous. People are recognizing Uchiha's strength, not recognizing their identity. After all, many foreign ninjas have developed experience in fighting Uchiha. In a one-on-one situation, they must escape, and in a two-on-one situation, they must attack the enemy from behind. It shows that a normal one-on-one fight is not enough to challenge Uchiha, who has a powerful Kekii Genkai Sharingan. When Uchiha 5 was asked by Naraku, several ninjas who had expressed gratitude to him flashed through his mind, but they had no contact in the later period. It was hard to be sure whether they really recognized him. Ninjas are used to darkness and killing. In many countries, they are regarded as tools and weapons. They have no feelings at all. Only Konoha emphasizes the will of fire. Compared with other major countries, Konoha is not the worst. After all, it still has Tsunagakura and Kirigakura of the Blood Mist to back it up. Haha, you can't think of a specific person who approves it, or you can't be sure whether others really approve of it, right? Naraku chuckled as if he could read minds. Lord Naraku, if you don't allow us to go out on patrol, I'm afraid that all kinds of villagers and vendors have set up stalls in the streets by now. If we don't drive them away, many ninjas and villagers will complain. A young ninja in his early 20s said with some worry. Uchiha Saburo, 21 years old, Konoha Genin, the previous Uchiha genius, 3 Tomo Sharingan, skilled in fire style, Genjutsu, Shuriken, a traditional Uchiha ninja elite. Your worries are not without reason, but the vendors have a hard life. They are either retired ninjas or ninja family members, or poor villagers who have lost their source of income. There is no need to drive them away. Just designate a special area for them to set up stalls. There is no need to drive them away every day. As for complaints, just bring the complaint letters or the complainants to me. The poor villagers who lost their source of income were obviously the families of the ninjas who died in battle, and the pensions had long been spent. The prices in Konoha Shinobi village were very high, and the ninjas did not produce anything, but fought for the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and carried out missions for the wealthy merchants, ministers, and rich farmers of the Land of Fire. From assassinating political opponents and protecting ministers' safety to helping plow the fields, cleaning up garbage, finding kittens, and so on. There are no ninjas in the family, so he cannot carry out missions to earn commissions, and can only set up stalls in the village to earn a meager income to survive. Even so, he was still driven away by the powerful Genin of Uchiha, which was simply insane. This is not a good idea, squad leader. The captain will blame us for not doing our job well. Uchiha Saburo frowned and asked softly, they have been doing this kind of work for 5 or 6 years, and they have long been accustomed to shouting and acting majestically in front of the villagers. Chapter 13 Division of Responsibilities. The deployment of the security forces was not as simple as Naraku thought. Konoha village only had a limited budget and could only hire so many people. It is impossible for the Uchiha clan to pay out of their own pockets to expand the team and contribute to Konoha. It is obviously inappropriate to contribute out of their own pockets. Naraku stroked his chin, calculating in his mind. The Fire Nation allocated 3 billion taels to Konoha, and Konoha allocated 150 million taels to the security force. The annual salary of each member of the security force is 600,000 taels, and the funds are almost completely consumed by the salaries of more than 200 security members alone. Basically, there won't be any big surplus, unless it's in the form of salary deductions, but this is just a management measure after all, and it's impossible to take too much money out of the employees. 600,000 ryo, for a ninja, is equivalent to 4 minimum paying A-level missions, 1 per quarter. How should this money be allocated and spent? If the salaries of Konoha guard staff were to be reduced, this policy would be unpopular and Uchiha Naraku would definitely be despised by the guards. Even if Naraku is the head of the Uchiha clan, it is useless. There is almost no way he can control the guard team. How to change the division of responsibilities among the staff of the Konoha guard force without harming their interests? There is no way to expand the recruitment unless Konoha increases its funding. Naraku thought about the third Hokage and several advisors, and couldn't help but shake his head at the idea of requesting for increased funding. This is when Shimura Dans is on a mission outside. If Shimura Dans is in the village, there is no need to even mention the issue of increasing funding, as it would only bring humiliation to oneself. The ninjas below looked at Naraku who was sitting above. They saw that Lord Naraku seemed to be wandering in the sky, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ahem, the older Uchiha 5 coughed. Naraku came back to his senses. As the elite of Konoha's Genin and Uchiha, isn't it inappropriate for you to bully those villagers? I have a plan to adjust the team's structure and division of responsibilities. You are the elite of my Uchiha clan, and you are also the Genin of Konoha. From now on, you will not have to participate in things like patrolling the streets. From now on, you will only be responsible for arresting those ninjas with criminal tendencies, as well as detecting and arresting foreign spies. As for the patrol areas you are responsible for, I will have the 3rd and 4th squadrons increase their patrols by half each. Uchiha Naraku said lightly. These Uchiha Genin elites did not want to bother with these trivial matters. Sir Naraku, capturing ninjas and spies is at least a B rank or A rank mission, right? And what's the reward? Uchiha Saburo asked with burning eyes. Missions that involve contact with ninjas are at least B level or above, and are quite dangerous. The reward is also an issue. Patrolling the streets, although trivial, does not involve any risks. If patrolling the streets and capturing ninjas were rewarded the same, it does seem a little unreasonable. There will be no salary adjustments for now. The 1st Squadron of the Konoha Guard will gradually adjust its structure in the near future. Konoha needs strong guard ninjas to maintain the peace of the village. You are all Uchiha elites, Konoha Jonin, and you meet the requirements of being powerful ninjas. As for the missions of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th squadrons, we will not let them take charge of those dangerous missions. This important task will be shouldered by you. On his first day as squad leader, Uchiha Naraku was already planning to adjust the long-standing rules of the security team. The numerous staff members below looked at each other. For the belligerent, confident, and powerful Uchiha, fighting is the only way to demonstrate their worth. But this is on the premise of being paid. No one is willing to risk their life for no reason. Naraku looked at the ninjas below whispering to each other, and did not stop them. Instead, he used chakra to ask softly. What do you think of my arrangement? It is dangerous to carry out such missions. You can choose to apply for transfer to other squadrons. It doesn't matter. Although Naraku spoke lightly, his words reached everyone's ears. Sir Naraku, I would like to request to be transferred to another team. Sir Naraku, I am also requesting a transfer. I'm applying too. Several older ninjas applied for transfers, and Naraku took a look and found that most of these ninjas were approaching 50 or in their early 50s. He was no longer at the peak of his ninja strength, and was indeed not suited to this type of mission. Well, is there anyone else who wants to apply? Naraku asked softly with a blank expression. After the 5 older ninjas applied, the other young ninjas had blank expressions on their faces, as if they had no feelings about this dangerous mission. It fully demonstrates the confidence and pride of the Uchiha clan. Okay, the 5 of you have served in the security forces for many years and have made great contributions. I have received your application. As for the transfer results, I will inform you of the results after the coordination within the team is completed. Yes. The 5 people nodded their heads. As for transfers, of course they can't be transferred directly just by applying. It also depends on whether there are people in other squadrons or teams willing to be transferred to the 1st squadron. Uchiha Fugaku was at the security force office of the 2nd Division of Konoha Village, and he couldn't help but frown as he looked at the information on the scroll. The spy discovered previously was originally thought to be a spy from the land of Earth. After paying attention to the spy's actions for a while, we found something strange. It seems that he frequently comes into contact with ninjas dressed as Anbu. If he is linked to Anbu, or if Anbu takes over the case, then the security team will obviously not be allowed to intervene. Moreover, he has contact with Anbu, so he might be Anbu's informant, or a member of the intelligence department, which makes the originally simple espionage case a little complicated. Fugaku was leading the 2nd team as the captain's assistant. At this moment, he was sitting in the office of the former captain of the 2nd team, deep in thought. The captain of the 2nd squad sat very respectfully below. Ever since Fugaku came to the 2nd squad, the captain took the initiative to step down and let others take over. Being willing to serve as Fugaku's subordinate. It can be seen that Uchiha Fugaku is indeed respected by his tribe members and has both popularity and ability. Several Anbu fell from the sky and landed outside the office, knocking on the window. Fugaku frowned. Anbu came to visit. Almost all members of the Uchiha clan were very hostile to Anbu. The Uchiha elite often spotted Anbu outside of the Uchiha territory, seemingly spying on the Uchiha. After driving away one wave, another wave would soon come and ask Anbu or 3rd generation why they were stationed there. Every time, the answer was that they were on a mission or had nothing to say. Uchiha Fugaku, the Hokage-sama wants you to come. Please follow me. Good. Anbu verbally conveyed the Hokage's summons, and Uchiha Fugaku thought about it for a moment before following Anbu to the Hokage building. Hokage building. On the Hokage's desk, the majestic 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking a pipe, slowly handled various tasks of Konoha. As the leader of a village, 3rd generation has a huge workload. Although the advisory group helps to share some of the workload, the advisors are just advisors after all. They usually just give advice and provide consultation to 3rd generation. The third generation still handles and makes decisions on serious Konoha village affairs. There is too much work to do, so the third generation often neglects their duties. Chapter 14 Third Generation Temptation. The destruction of UCHIHA village was obviously due to the third generation's negligence. As a small island on the east blue of the Fire Country, UCHIHA country has an important geographical location to resist the Water Country. When Konoha was struggling with World War II, UCHIHA village was destroyed by ninjas of unknown nationality. This was clearly a premeditated attack, and a wandering ninja definitely did not have the ability to do this. Fortunately, Uchiha Naraku saved many Uzumaki people and prevented the Uzumaki clan from disappearing in the long river of history. The third generation of Konoha in the 38th year, in their early 40s, in middle age, is at a time when their energy is gradually declining. But they can still get a glimpse of the ninja hero's demeanor. The Anbu on duty entered the Hokage's office through the window and reported something to the third generation. Third generation blew a smoke ring from his pipe and nodded. The office door opened and Uchiha Fugaku walked in. "Hokage-sama." Uchiha Fugaku greeted softly. "Haha, Fugaku is here, please sit down." The two Anbu instantly entered the empty Hokage's office and brought a chair for Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku was a little confused. Although he had frequent contact with the third Hokage before and was quite impressed by his gentleness, he had never seemed so polite. "Hokage-sama, is there some secret mission for summoning Fugaku?" Fugaku asked quietly. As for the Hokage's summons, Fugaku could only think that it was an assignment for some dangerous mission. Fugaku also participated in battles during World War II and was given the nickname of Fugaku with the evil eyes. He was confident enough in his own fighting ability. "Fugaku, I just asked you to come to the office. There is no confidential mission. I watched you grow up. Now you have grown into an excellent ninja and contribute to Konoha. I am very pleased." The third generation puffed out smoke and smiled. The third generation was indeed Konoha in the sun, and their words brought back memories for Fugaku. Fugaku was 19 years old at this time, still in his youth, and was indeed a ninja who grew up in the third generation era. "Haha, Master Hokage, you are too kind. As a Konoha shinobi, I should contribute to Konoha. This is natural and it is also the fate of a ninja." Fugaku smiled slightly and said that at this time in the major ninja villages, ninjas were still called tools, and this was indeed the fate of ninjas. "Well, I heard that Uchiha nominated Naraku to be the clan leader. Some time ago, Naraku came and asked to go to war. Hey, although Naraku is an excellent child, his behavior is still a little rash." Hearing the third generation's words that somewhat disparaged Naraku, Fugaku frowned slightly. Although Fugaku has ambitions for Uchiha power, he is still a proud Uchiha at heart, and clearly feels that the third generation is somewhat contemptuous of the Uchiha leader. "You are right. The chief has brought many changes to the tribe." Fugaku agreed quietly, nodding at Naraku's identity and achievements. The changes in the Uchiha clan over the past 3 years have been seen not only by Fugaku and many Uchiha, but also by the third Hokage and the two advisors. Seeing the so-called clan affairs office established by Uchiha, it seems to have the prototype of the Hokage building, and it is obvious that power is tending to be concentrated. This is not good news for the third generation, who are determined to weaken the influence of the ninja clan. The influence of the great ninja clan is too great, which is not conducive to the development of Konoha village. The reason why Konoha is strong is because of the dedication of the major ninja clans, and the reason why the Hokage's power is constrained is also because of the major ninja clans. The Hokage wanted to weaken the influence of the ninja clans, and the first one to be weakened was the largest and most prestigious clan in the ninja world, the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan has now elected a leader, and under the leader's leadership, they seem to be united as one. Especially since Uchiha Naraku also joined the security force, the leader of the Uchiha clan, and joined the Uchiha clan's organization. What does this mean? Who has the final say? the clan leader or the captain. The signal sent by Uchiha Naraku is clearly to take control of the guard team as well. Such an Uchiha Naraku, is obviously an ambitious person. The many elders of the Uchiha faction actually watched helplessly without saying anything to stop it, which made the third generation even more wary of Naraku. The Uchiha have always been the subject of close scrutiny by the Hokage group, and a situation in which the Uchiha's power and voice become unified is something they obviously do not want to see. For the Hokage, an Uchiha with many factions is a good Uchiha. If the third generation group could focus the Uchiha's energy on various battlefields, or claim compensation, etc., to benefit the ordinary ninjas, it would make the Hokage more prestigious. Instead, he handled many events very hastily, which led to his resignation in disgrace after World War III. The third Hokage took 2 puffs from his pipe and asked with a serious look. "Fugaku, the Konoha Guard is vital to Konoha's law and order. I have high hopes for you and hope that you can live up to our expectations, manage the guard well, and find out those bad apples and spies among the Konoha shinobi. And manage the streets. I often receive complaints from villagers and ninjas. There are too many complaints. It is obvious that the villagers are dissatisfied with the environment in Konoha and it affects the reputation of the Hokage building. I hope you can manage such things." The third generation blew out smoke rings and looked at Fugaku with burning eyes. The last time the Uchiha elected a leader, although the third generation paid attention, it was during the fierce World War II and had no energy to intervene. Now the ninja war is drawing to a close, with only some local battles still going on. Now that it has been discovered that Uchiha Naraku is an ambitious person, he cannot be allowed to take control of the Konoha Guard force easily at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very keenly aware of the struggles among the various Uchiha factions, as well as the conflicting interests between the Uchiha Fugaku and the Uchiha Naraku. The purpose of summoning Fugaku this time was to show some goodwill and signal the support of the Hokage, so that Fugaku would not have to worry and could boldly compete with Naraku for the position of captain of the guard team. Fugaku won the battle, the Uchiha clan leader's reputation was damaged, and the cohesion of the clan members was affected. Since the fight for Fugaku failed, the largest elder line in Uchiha will definitely have opinions, causing discord within Uchiha. As long as there are factions fighting, Uchiha will never be united. It is not too late to mend the fences. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to use Fugaku to restrain Uchiha Naraku. He could not sit idly by and watch the Uchiha forces become unified. As a senior politician, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very familiar with such things as dividing, winning over, adding sand in others' ways, and forming factions. For various reasons, these old men were helpless in dealing with the 2 brothers Uchiha Daizang and Santang who usurped the power of Uchiha. But now that it's the younger generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen is ready to take charge. When they were young, Uchiha Daizo and Uchiha Sanzo played a lot of roles in many events against the Hokage line. At that time, the 2 of them cooperated very well and were like old foxes at a young age. At that time, Konoha was also in turmoil, with the power transfer between the second generation and the third generation, and Sarutobi Hiruzen only had the full support of the second generation guard members. The death of the Senju brothers caused all the major ninja clans and powerful ninjas to have inappropriate thoughts. Fortunately, the Konoha 4 worked well together. Shimura Denz was ruthless and cold-blooded, and he dealt with many people who were difficult to deal with on the surface for Sarutobi Hiruzen, which stabilized the situation and brought power back to the third generation. But the Uchiha Guard is an exception. Chapter 15 Fugaku's Mind. Fugaku understands the aspirations of the third generation's goals, just like the root organization that the third generation once supported. The ninja clan and some prestigious ninjas were very wary of the root organization. As for those forces that were repeatedly attacked by the root organization, they were even more terrified. The villagers may not be able to understand the cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness of the root organization's ninjas, but the major ninja clans and those who know the root organization can hardly hide their fear. After his rise to prominence, the root leader Danzo has gone underground, with power nominally taken back by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, the Anbu training class is used to train root ninjas in a more cruel way. Uchiha Fugaku frowned when he heard the third generation's words. Although he missed the care of the third generation when he was a child at first, the Konoha Guard Force was the Uchiha's forbidden territory. Fugaku somewhat resented Sarutobi Hiruzen's meddling and attention in the affairs of the security forces. Fugaku felt a little heavy about Sarutobi Hiruzen's appreciation and favor. At the same time, Fugaku also knew clearly that he could not decide the affairs of the security forces. Hokage, it might be better if you convey these words to the captain of the guard, Sanzo. Fugaku is a weak person and I'm afraid he can't lead the affairs of the guard. After thinking for a while, Fugaku decided to kick the ball away. Fugaku felt a little pressured by Sarutobi Hiruzen's support. Ha ha ha, Fugaku, you are indeed a good ninja who respects his superiors and cares for his colleagues. It's a pity that I was too busy with work to express my opinion on the election of the Uchiha clan leader. I should have supported you at that time. Third generation blew out a smoke ring, smiled brightly, and then his face turned gloomy and said, "This Uchiha Fugaku is really ungrateful." Uchiha Fugaku didn't know how to respond to third generation's attempt to win over and support them, and he stood there in a daze for a moment. Hokage-sama, the security forces are busy. If there are no more missions assigned to you, Fugaku will take his leave. After a long while, Uchiha Fugaku finally uttered these words. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long drag on his pipe and said in a deep voice, "Where the leaves are dancing, the fire will also continue to burn. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. You are the ninja that I watched grow and sprout. Go, work in the guard team, and you are also contributing to Konoha." Yes. Uchiha Fugaku nodded seriously to Will of Fire. Uchiha Naraku had been in charge of the first squad of the security force for less than a week, and he had already caused a lot of trouble for the squad. The first division has 4 squadrons. The original annual salary of the first squadron was 600,000 taels, but Naraku increased it to 1 million taels. The staff of the other 3 squadrons had a 2-year salary of 600,000 taels, which was reduced by 200,000 taels to 400,000 taels. Excluding the additional salary for the first squadron, there is an additional squadron with a salary of 200,000 taels per person, which means 3.4 million taels of funds as reserve for 17 people. 400,000 for 2 years is a little tight for survival in Konoha, but not so tight that one cannot survive. However, the Uchiha Guard Force not only receives a salary, but also has an incomparable advantage, which is that they will not be sent to the battlefield. All the ninjas of Konohagakure were sent to the battlefield during wartime, and when the fighting was intense, even the newly graduated genin were sent out. However, ninjas from the security forces would generally not be sent there. Just this advantage alone would make it very difficult for other ninja clans to get in. But they couldn't squeeze in. The Uchiha clan members were barely able to settle down, so how could they possibly recruit other ninja clans or civilians? Many Uchiha tribesmen even hold unpaid positions in the security forces. Doing other jobs to make a living meant that during World War II, except for a few elite soldiers, almost no Uchiha were forced to go to the battlefield. The annual salary of the first squadron of the first division was increased, and the older ninjas who applied for transfers couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Although the annual salaries of the other 3 squadrons decreased, they no longer had to carry out arrest missions and some missions against ninjas, and they were completely transformed into village managers and security team members. The responsibilities of the first team were further subdivided, and each squadron was given a new name. The first squadron was named the Criminal Investigation Squadron, with 17 people specializing in major cases, arresting criminal ninjas, and investigating spies. They were transformed from being all-rounders to unilateral staff. Missions are often accompanied by danger, but for the bellicosity and pride of the Uchiha young ninja, this is a good opportunity to spread their fame. The second squadron of the first team was named the Public Security Squadron. Its patrol range was expanded and it was responsible for patrolling the patrol areas of the original 4 squadrons. It was only responsible for the public security within the village and handling villagers' requests for help and disputes. Matters involving vendors originally had nothing to do with the second squadron and were not under their jurisdiction. They were only responsible for public security disputes. As for the discovery of foreign spies, criminal ninjas, and the like, they had the authority to deal with them, but they could transfer them to the first squadron's criminal investigation team. The first squadron has limited manpower and limited intelligence acquisition capabilities, and requires the cooperation of all members of the first division. If there are any suspicious signs, they can be reported and transferred to the first criminal investigation squadron. If appropriate, a reward will be awarded to the person who submitted the information. The third squadron of the first team was transformed into a village management unit, responsible for taking care of vendors, hygiene, the environment, etc. Uchiha Naraku solemnly stated that the main approach towards villagers and vendors should be persuasion, and random beatings, smashing and arrests are not allowed. These rude ninjas were very good at tasks like killing people, so it was somewhat difficult to persuade them gently. However, Naraku had already held a meeting and had repeatedly and seriously emphasized this. The second squadron and the third squadron, one is responsible for public security and the other is responsible for village management. And they are the most hated departments by the villagers. The second squadron is in charge of public security. If there is a dispute between 2 people, they help one and offend the other. In the long run, their reputation and image will definitely decline. Moreover, if the security team members are to deal with disputes among villagers, they are more likely to be meddling in other people's affairs and end up pleasing neither side. The third squadron is in charge of the village's environmental vendors. Needless to say, there was an incident in the past where someone was hunted down by the Uchiha Genin because of a minor matter of setting up a stall. When Naraku saw these files, he couldn't help but sigh at the complacent Uchiha guards. This was not a reputation at all, it was clearly a stigma. The 4th squadron serves as a special mobile force, and any team that needs support will be provided by the 4th squadron. The elites from each squadron were all transferred to the 1st squadron and the 4th squadron. Most of the ninjas in the 1st squadron were young and strong, and they had great combat power. As for the ninjas in the 4th squadron responsible for support, most of them are young ninjas, generally under the age of 20. The special mobile force can also be called a special police force. If there are no special incidents, they will have more free time. This will allow the young men of the 4th squadron to have enough time to practice ninjutsu and grow. The Uchiha Guard also manages the prison, which is managed by other guard departments. Naraku doesn't worry about these. He should first take care of his own land. The personnel changes and division of responsibilities over the past few days have given the staff of the Uchiha Guard's 1st squadron some new experiences. The 3rd squadron, the village management squadron, was mostly composed of the old and weak members of the Uchiha clan. They did not have the hot tempers of the young ninjas, but they did a good job of enforcing the peace law that Naraku had repeatedly emphasized. The previous violent incidents such as shouting and yelling, and overturning stalls have become much less common, and most people step forward to persuade people to stop. The 3rd squadron, the village management squadron, is currently planning the stall areas so that vendors can set up stalls in a centralized location to avoid complaints from other villagers. Chapter 16 Project Naraku. Village management is the most offensive department. It is in charge of vendors, and it offends the vendors and the ninja families behind the vendors. Not only the vendors, but also the residents and villagers living around the stalls, who are disturbed by the noisy sounds of the vendors and whose rest is disturbed, will also complain. In the end, everyone blamed the village manager, and the Uchiha security forces took the blame. The current adjustments are just a preliminary test for Uchiha Naraku. In the future, departments with functions such as village management will be separated from the security force and some ordinary villagers will be recruited to manage it. Not only can the offending things be eliminated, but the salaries can also be reduced. Instead of an annual salary of 400,000 taels, perhaps only 100,000 taels can be used to recruit many villagers. The second plan was to have the ninjas of the third squadron recruit villagers to assist in management, and have them use some of their wages to recruit assistants. The vendors are all ordinary villagers, without chakra, and are not official ninjas, so it is enough for them to be managed by the villagers. However, Naraku had just cut the salaries of these ninjas, which had already made some of the security guards dissatisfied. Asking them to spend money to recruit people might backfire. After all, most Uchiha ninjas are just ordinary people. They can't think that far ahead. They just know that their salary has been reduced. Then Naraku's proposal will only make them feel that after just cutting our salaries, they are trying to reduce our income again. I am afraid that by then the public will be outraged, which will not be conducive to Naraku strengthening his authority and taking charge of the security team. Currently, with the prestige of the clan leader, they can only complain about salary cuts, but if it happens again and again, it will definitely cause a backlash. However, Naraku's best option, and also for safety reasons, is to divest such village management powers. Other departments that can be appropriately relaxed include the Public Security Squadron, and mediating disputes is a job that is easy to please both sides and offend people. If two people have a dispute and the guard team makes the decision, one of them will definitely be offended, and the one who was helped by the guard team will never remember the guard team's kindness. They just think they are right or something. The one who was punished must have offended someone badly and resented the Uchiha guard. This kind of security department can appropriately allow other ninja clans or ninjas to join. At that time, this kind of dispute mediation can greatly reduce the dissatisfaction of the villagers. The same treatment was applied to other surnames or members of the security force. The grudge could be extended to the Uchiha clan, but it could not be extended to the Uchiha clan. The criminal investigation division within the security forces must be held tightly in one's hands. This is where the Uchiha elites make their living. We cannot allow Uchiha's powerful ninjas, outstanding young people, talented young people, etc. to be consumed in the Ninja World War. The same is true for the Special Police Force. These important or easy positions need to be firmly grasped. The same applies to the positions of prison staff. As for those positions such as public security and village management, which require showing off one's power to the villagers, let other ninja clans or ninjas take on the tasks. Naraku understood very well that these changes would certainly cause dissatisfaction among the Uchiha people. Removing them from the guard team would mean reducing the number of jobs for the Uchiha ninjas. This plan to separate public security and village management is currently only in Naraku's mind and has not been mentioned to anyone. Naraku knew in his heart that the best way to deal with this kind of thing was to wait until he successfully became the leader of the security force and then slowly use his power and authority to pressure others. This would be the best strategy. The Uchiha ninjas have been comfortable for too long, and they also need some members of their tribe to integrate into the Konoha village, form a team, and serve Konoha. We need to make the tribesmen understand that although the security force is good, it is a place to recruit elites. Only open to powerful Uchiha ninjas with potential, or Uchiha ninjas who need care. As for other ordinary members of the tribe, they should first consider whether they are qualified to apply for joining. Uchiha Naraku sat in the office of the 1st Division of the Security Force building, his brows furrowed, obviously his thoughts wandering. After a week of personnel changes, today is the first day of the division of job responsibilities. From the 1st Squad of the Security Force, the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the 1st Squadron, only 2 teams were in the office, while the other 2 teams were also patrolling outside. Detect whether there are any suspicious signs or persons, and provide quick support to other departments. As for the 4th Special Mobile Squadron, 2 teams marched in the east and west directions, patrolling the streets. The 2 teams were resting in the lounge. Their main duties were to provide support and prevent emergencies. On the third lane of Konoha village, vendors of all kinds set up stalls and shouted to sell candy, ramen, sushi, tricolor meatballs, barbecue, pancakes, and the like. Yamashita Matsumaru is a descendant of the earliest villagers to join Konoha village. His family has fallen into poverty and is barely able to make ends meet. Fortunately, Yamashita Matsumaru has the skill to make the special three-color meatballs. The tricolor meatballs are sweet, and at the instigation of the neighbors, he set up a stall here to sell the tricolor meatballs. Unexpectedly, there were many people in Konoha village who liked to eat meatballs, and the business was booming. The daily income of several thousand taels made Yamashita Matsumaru very happy. Oh no! The security team is coming, run! A villager carrying a candied horse picked up the stick with the candied horse and ran away. The others heard the noise and packed up their stalls and prepared to run away. The ninjas from the security team were extremely fast and within a few seconds they arrived at the crowded stalls. The vendors looked terrified, thinking they were going to be beaten again. Uchiha Woodfire, 23 years old, Konoha Sharingan Double Megatama. A member of the second squadron of the first team, with 3 other members, is responsible for managing public security. At this moment, things like vendors setting up stalls are no longer their responsibility. The patrol area has been increased. Previously, we patrolled one area, but now we patrol all areas under the jurisdiction of a team. However, the workload does not seem to have increased. In the past, when I passed by the streets, I almost ignored everything. People and dogs were disgusted, and it was also very tiring, both physically and mentally exhausted. Uchiha Muhuo often wondered, we are clearly contributing to Konoha and for everyone, so why do these villagers hate us so much? Today, Uchiha Muhuo was on patrol, not caring about anything else, just patrolling. On the way, he saw 2 tall villagers bullying the younger ones, so Muhuo stepped forward and scolded them, stopping the tall villagers from bullying the weaker ones. This caused the surrounding villagers to cheer, which made Uchiha Muhuo feel a little strange. Looking at these vendors that he used to despise, Uchiha shook his head and simply walked past them, leaving the vendors who were unable to clean up in time stunned. It was a rare occasion that the team did not receive any cold stares or hatred from the vendors. Uchiha Muhuo was quietly observing these people, and at this moment he couldn't help but have an indescribable feeling. The arrival of Uchiha caused chaos on the streets, but order was slowly restored because of Uchiha's disregard for the vendors. The small vendors who were originally packing up their stalls and preparing to run away were all staring at each other in surprise. Uchiha adults, have you changed your temper today? An old lady asked the middle-aged man next to her. I don't know. Hehe, they ignored us. They usually won't look back after their inspection. We can continue to set up the stall. The middle-aged man chuckled, stopped packing his things, and sat down with a sigh of relief. What's going on? Isn't this a trap? The vendors were talking to each other, and for a moment there was a lot of noise. Yamashita Matsumaru scratched his head. He was originally prepared to follow the crowd, but he didn't expect that the style of the security team was not as the legend said. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I knew those rumors were false. How could an adult like Uchiha bully us? Yamashita Matsumaru shook his head and thought to himself, continuing to make the 3-color meatballs. Chapter 17, Senju Tribe Land. After the reorganization of the 1st Division, Uchiha Naraku was stationed in the security force building for a week. During the week, no major incidents occurred in the jurisdiction, most of them were trivial matters, and Naraku gradually relaxed his tense nerves. The members of Team 1 are full of praise for the leisurely work they are doing now. Although their salaries have been reduced, the workload has also been reduced. It is not that they cannot compromise. The 2nd Squadron, which is responsible for managing public security, no longer manages the vendors during patrols. Instead, it often helps the villagers of Konoha, catches thieves, and punishes drunkards and troublemakers, and has received praise from many Konoha village residents. As for the third squadron, the village management squadron, since the members are all old and weak, they do not have the sharpness of their youth, and also because of Uchiha Nariku's repeated orders. When dealing with vendors who build structures illegally, we usually try to persuade them with kind words. If the situation is really difficult to resolve, we ask the people in charge of public security to take action. Although the security squadron's mission is to help the villagers, those who refuse to listen will be taken away and forced to reflect in prison. As for the first and fourth squadrons, their tasks have obviously become less busy. There are not so many ninja crimes in Konoha, nor so many emergencies to deal with. As the largest ninja village in the ninja world, Konoha's powerful strength allows the ninjas of the first and fourth squadrons to spend most of their time training. Chakra, which had not been refined due to many years of stable life, and unfamiliar ninjutsu, were gradually familiar to him during training. Security Force Headquarters, Captain's Office. Uchiha Santang sat at his desk, dealing with various files of the security forces. Why does this kid Nariku have such strong administrative abilities? Santang sighed, and Uchiha Santang saw the changes in the first team. Although she was still cold towards her son at home, she couldn't help but admire her precious son in her heart. With great strength and many clever ideas, perhaps Nariku is the hope of Uchiha. Night. Senju Tribe Land. The Senju clan retreated, and the number of powerful ninjas in the clan decreased sharply for unknown reasons. A large number of houses were vacated to house the members of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan is the remnant of Uzushio village in the Whirlpool country. After their country was destroyed and their families were ruined, they fled to Konoha and were taken in by Konoha. Since the Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju clan, and the first Hokage and the Uzushio village signed a friendly agreement, the old and weak people in the Senju land readily agreed to the third Hokage's request and allowed the Uzumaki clan to live in the Senju land. In the house of the Uzumaki clan leader, Uzumaki sat in the host seat, and Uchiha Nariku sat in the guest seat on the left. Lord Nariku, why are you visiting me so late at night? Uzumaki asked as he took a sip of tea. He felt a little surprised about Uchiha Nariku's visit at night. Haha, Zhai-jun, you are joking. You and I are both leaders of thousand-year-old clans. It is normal for us to visit each other. Uchiha Nariku laughed. Recently, Nariku had encountered a bottleneck in sealing techniques. I couldn't perform the 5-element seal no matter what I did. It was obvious that I didn't know how to do it, so I came here late at night to ask for advice. Mr. Nariku, you are joking. If you hadn't rescued our Uzumaki clan last time, there would be no Uzumaki clan. We might have already turned into dust. Uzumaki Naoki is the current head of the Uzumaki clan, but he is very polite to Nariku. He has long red hair hanging down behind his waist, and he is in his early 20s. He is no longer as embarrassed as he was 3 years ago. But he still respects Uchiha Nariku very much, not only because Nariku is the leader of the Uchiha clan, but also because of the rescue he did back then. There were nearly 100 Uzumaki clan members who joined Konoha. Why don't we usually see Uzumaki ninjas in Konoha? Nariku had some doubts. The Uzumaki clan was good at sealing techniques, barrier techniques, and other ninjutsu, and although there were many Uzumaki clan members working in the sealing class, they would have to take on more or less missions to survive in Konoha. Normally, there should be quite a few tribesmen walking around in the village, but there are almost none to be seen. Although Suinwo suffered the disaster of national destruction, it is still a 1,000-year-old clan after all, and a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. With a number of about 100 clan members, it is also at the forefront in Konoha. Except for large clans like Uchiha, Hyuga, and Sarutobi, its size is not smaller than other ninja clans, and it may even be ranked 4th. As a ninja clan, they are naturally no match for the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan is huge and is a thorn in the side of the Hokage clan. Hey, many of my clan members have joined the Anbu. I don't know what secret missions they are on. Some of them haven't sent any messages back in 3 years, and I haven't received any death notices from the Anbu. I am really worried about my clan members, but I don't dare to ask the Hokage. Uzumaki sighed softly. Any ninja who joined Konoha had to accept the call of the Hokage, whether it was to fight in a war or to be assigned a mission. They usually work in the Konoha department and will not be sent out to perform tasks unless it is a special operation. For example, many members of the Uzumaki clan have joined the sealing team and the barrier team. These two departments usually stay in the village to guard the barrier and the like. They are only called upon for very rare special tasks, which happens only once a year. However, the sealing class and the barrier class are not decided by the Uzumaki clan after all, so the Uzumaki cannot, like the Uchiha, put their clansmen into the departments under their control, making it difficult for the Hokage to impose assignments on them. Anbu, no news for 3 years? No death notice? Was he taken into the root organization by Danzo? Naraku thought, so he spoke. Have you heard of the root organization of Konoha Anbu? Naraku took a sip of tea. I know Anbu, but what is the root organization? Uzumaki was a little confused. The so-called root organization is nominally an Anbu training institution, but in reality it is an organization hidden deeper. The so-called root people have no names and no emotions. No past, no future. There is only a mission in their hearts. All those who join the root organization will have their emotions erased and become puppets. What? Suinwo was horrified. You mean to say that my people were trained by Sarutobi Hiruzen to become emotionless puppets? You could say that. Naraku picked up the teacup, blew on it, and took a sip of tea. Xian Vortex suddenly stood up, his face changing from red to white and then blue. The Uzumaki clan had been a part of Konoha for 3 years and had a clearer understanding of the situation in Konoha and understood the Uchiha's situation. Although he was very grateful to Uchiha Naraku for saving his family, and would never forget it, Uzumaki Naya did not dare to get too close to him. Uzumaki now never neglected Uchiha Naraku's frequent evening visits and always served him tea and entertained him with all his heart. Uzumaki sat up straight and regained his composure. Sir Naraku, from what I understand, the Uchiha are in such a situation that they are feared by the Hokage. Are you trying to sow discord between me and the Hokage? Chapter 18 The Vortex. Naraku remained calm, put down the teacup, and said softly. No, it's just that when you said you haven't seen any of your tribe members in 3 years, I thought of the root organization. After all, the root organization is like that. Even as the leader of the Uchiha, I am deeply afraid of the root organization. Uzumaki had some guesses in his mind when he heard this, but he still planned to ask for a meeting with the Hokage tomorrow to inquire about the situation of his tribesmen. As a clan leader, it is normal to worry about the safety of his clan members. I believe the 3rd generation will understand. Thinking of this, Suinwo couldn't help but think of the previous disaster of national destruction, and sighed. Well, in recent years, I have gradually found the scattered clan members and brought them back to the Konoha shinobi. Our Uzumaki clan was a large clan with more than 1,000 ninjas 5 years ago, but now there are only 100 or so surviving. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse that I brought them to Konoha. Hey, maybe those in Konoha are all the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan. Now Kun, there is no need to sigh. Your people who have joined Anbu are lucky people. They may be on some long-term missions. Naraku comforted him, and couldn't help but hold up the teacup, his eyes on his nose on his heart. Naraku himself didn't believe what he said. After hearing this, Suingsuzi sighed heavily again. It is simply impossible to send a ninja who has just joined Konoha to carry out a long-term mission without even passing the probation period for loyalty. Long-term missions are usually espionage or counterintelligence missions, so how could they be handed over to Vortex? Why have I never heard of the root organization? Uzumaki Naya didn't think any more about it and decided to learn about the root. Most of the ordinary villagers cannot get in touch with the root organization. The root organization only suppresses the ninja clan and searches for talented ninjas with excellent qualifications. Once they are targeted, they will be absorbed into the root organization, hehe. At the end, Nariku's tone slowed down, and he couldn't help laughing dryly, not wanting to say more. Uzumaki had a serious look on his face. I understand. I'll ask the third Hokage-sama. Uzumaki now has already made a judgment about the clan members who joined Konoha and have not written to him for 3 years. The Uzumaki clan is the most recent ninja clan to join. Although the tribe has a large number of people, their status is not very high, so they are easily exploited, just like when the third generation asked to provide some ninjas to join Anbu, the Uzumaki could not refuse. The Jainin organization given to the Uzumaki by Konoha only includes the clan leader Uzumaki Naoto and Uzumaki Naoto's younger brother, Uzumaki. The others are basically mid-level genin or students. Most of the Uzumaki seedlings were either raised in their own clan or enrolled in ninja schools. As for the young men, most of them entered Konoha Anbu. Uzumaki Naoki now felt deeply guilty for his clan members who were absorbed into Anbu. At this time, Uzumaki was thinking about how to prevent himself and other clan members from being plundered by Konoha. The Uchiha leader in front of them was obviously a force that could protect the Uzumaki. I hope to get a satisfactory answer. Hearing that Uzumaki was going to ask the third generation, Nariku replied, and at the same time couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The third generation's purpose and style are either to brainwash with the will of fire, or to pass the buck, or to drag things out. If you don't know the third generation's background, you will be fooled to death by the third generation. Thinking of this, Nariku could not help but remind him, although criticizing the leader is not worthy of a subordinate, but third generation master, hehe. Nariku didn't want to say anything bad about the third generation's purpose, but he couldn't help but sneer when he thought about the third generation's purpose. Uzumaki understood what Uchiha Nariku meant. Since our Uzumaki clan has joined Konoha, we naturally have to contribute to Konoha. However, my clan members are too young and immature at the moment. Without powerful ninjas, what should we do? Many Uchiha ninjas are also included in the Konoha shinobi organization. Uchiha is a clan with powerful combat power, and if you have a good relationship with the Uchiha, by then, if we let the tribesmen form a team with the Uchiha ninja, the chance of survival will surely increase a lot. The Konoha Shinobi organization is directly under the jurisdiction of Konoha and is vertically managed by the Hokage. These ninjas are usually supported in the form of missions issued by the mission office. But sometimes there will be specific assignments, such as assigning Shimura Dans to the Rain Country to fight Hanzo, and assigning Hotaki Sakumo to the Wind Country to carry out surprise decapitation and sabotage missions. The Sunin, the Anbu, and the ninja teams can be appointed, but the Uchiha clan and the Konoha Guard cannot be appointed. At least that's the case for now. Fugaku's submission to Hokage is something that will happen later in the anime. At this stage, this has not happened yet. Nariku heard the hidden meaning in Uzumaki Naoki's words and said softly, "You can join the guard force. Not only will I be the leader of the Uchiha, I will also have a position and a say in the Konoha guard force." Uzumaki now originally just wanted to propose a team with the Uchiha ninja, but he didn't expect Nariku to be so generous and invite them to join the guard team. Uzumaki couldn't help but be stunned. This was a lucrative job. Not to mention the salary, at least he was far away from the battlefield. Secondly, with Uchiha protecting them, Anbu or the root organization would not dare to come and ask for people again. Ha ha ha, that's very good, Lord Nariku, please have some tea. After saying that, Uzumaki smiled and drank the tea in one gulp. Uchiha Nariku raised his teacup, took a sip, and thought to himself, the security team and the village management team are in need of some foreign personnel. This is perfect. Although the two departments are easily despised by villagers, they are actually far away from the battlefield. The Uchiha clan has been doing this job for so long, and although they are hated and spurned by countless villagers, many ninja clans still envy them. Now Kun, you'd better think carefully. After all, it seems that many of your Uzumaki clan members serve in the ceiling class and the barrier class. If you get too close to the Uchiha, maybe. Naraku didn't say the rest. If he got too close to the Uchiha, he would be suppressed by the Hokage faction. And then he would be kicked out of other departments, which would be embarrassing. 2 members of the ceiling team and 2 members of the barrier team, just 4 jobs, no big deal. With Lord Naraku's support, why should we care about these? Uzumaki said nonchalantly. Yes, the security force can provide you with at least 30 positions, so you don't have to worry about 1 or 2 people. Naraku nodded slightly and gave a specific number. Suingsuzi's eyes suddenly lit up. 30 positions, isn't this a stable job for 30 people? The rest of the tribesmen just need to perform their tasks normally and take care of their own business. If those who are outstanding or have potential can join the security force, there is no need to worry about the demise of the family. After all, Konoha is the most powerful ninja village. Is it possible that any other ninja village organization could destroy Konoha? No matter how the clan develops, as long as the security team is there, the family will not be destroyed. Uzumaki Naoki was very upset and regretful about his decision to agree to the third generation's request and send his people to Anbu, thinking that he had harmed those people. The olive branch of the Uchiha guard force must not be missed. The Uchiha became the top of the ninja clan in Konoha because of their control of the guard force. Thank you very much, Lord Naraku. The Uzumaki clan is willing to serve Lord Naraku at all costs. Uzumaki Naoki quickly expressed his loyalty. You're welcome, Zhai-jun. You and I are good friends. By the way, Zhai-jun, I have also been dabbling in and learning sealing techniques in the past 3 years. Some sealing techniques are really obscure and difficult to understand. Chapter 19 Ninja Cat Kosan Meru. Early morning. Uchiha Naraku woke up and discussed with Uzumaki until late at night. He asked about the sealing technique and benefited a lot from it. With Suinwoji's guidance, the 5 elements seal and 4 symbols seal, which had seemed obscure at first, suddenly became clear and were released successfully on the spot. As long as you practice more in the future, you will be able to master it thoroughly. After Naraku finished washing up, he came to the yard. Hi, Su, Yu, Shen, Wei. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Meow. Morning, Xiaozun Meru. Ninja cat Kozanmaku, a calico cat, carries 2 short swords on his back. Ninja cats are the contracted ninja beasts of the Uchiha clan. Most of the Uchiha clan members have signed contracts with ninja cats. Compared to the combat-oriented summoningman, Naraku prefers this kind of ninja cat that is highly concealed, small and smart, and good at gathering intelligence. Nian, Lord Naraku, you really practice diligently every day, Nian. Xiaozun Meru looked depressed but could do nothing about Naraku disturbing his sweet dreams every day. Haha, Xiaozun Wan, don't look so sad. Look, what is this? Uchiha Naraku took out 2 small dried fish and threw them to the ninja cat. Ninja cat Xiaozun Meru's eyes suddenly lit up. He lifted it high, caught the dried fish accurately, and began to devour it impatiently. Meow, this dried fish is really good. After enjoying the dried fish, the ninja cat Xiaozun Meru couldn't help but narrow his eyes, looking very happy. Master Naraku, you asked me to follow, Meow, the white-haired ninja. For the past half-month, Meow, he has stayed at home and has not come out. Kozan Meru licked his paw and reported to Naraku. Xiaozun Meru, the ninja's name is Bailuhu, please remember his name. Naraku was speechless. He had been following her for more than 10 days, but he still couldn't remember Bailuhu's name. Yes, Birahu, Meow, I've always remembered it, Meow, I just haven't woken up yet. At this point, Ninja Cat Xiaozunmaru showed a resentful look again. Haven't been out for half a month? Naraku touched his chin. Is this Obito stupid to study ninjutsu? Studying forbidden technique in his own home? What a ruthless person. No wonder Orochimaru, who was studying forbidden technique, was not discovered and expelled until the end of World War III, but Oboro was discovered within a few days. According to the Konoha villagers' recent enthusiastic demeanor and the sensitive words that have been passed down by word of mouth, such as the Wind Country's defeat, peace request, great victory, and Guy's spin, Naraku guessed that it was just another rumor spread by the third generation, presumably that the ninja troops that were out fighting were about to return. In Naraku's memory, he remembered that when Hokuro was being hunted by the Sunin all looked very young, and it should have been in the last 1 or 2 years. Naraku made a decision in his mind. The Sunin had not returned yet, so it was not time to hunt down Hirahu. After Gai Xian returned, Naraku would lead the team to capture Hirahu. Bailuahu devoted himself to research for more than 20 years before he developed the forbidden technique, Gya Luo technique. Given Bailuahu's financial resources and status, he had to be sneaky in looking for experimental materials, and he lacked money to buy equipment. So it is not surprising that it took him 20 years. If I support him in his research by giving him money, equipment, and materials, wouldn't it take him a few years to get the research results of forbidden technique? Xiao Zunwan, keep following him, especially where Bailuahu went, you must remember it clearly. Okay, meow. In a puff of smoke, the ninja cat Xiao Zunmaru disappeared. Uchiha Naraku felt limited in strength, and with his Sharingan grown to 3 Megatama, he was almost motionless. Now 16 years old, Naraku has not yet reached the peak of his strength, but Naraku feels that there may be limited room for improvement. Adding more strength as you get older may not make you much stronger. Naraku shook his head and decided to go to work. If he couldn't fulfill the quota for the Uzumaki Direct Guard force that he was promised last night, he would be embarrassed. After all, in the security force, there is a leader above Naraku, and that is Uchiha Santang. Although Santang promised to step down and let others take over, he would hand over the work once Naraku became familiar with the work of the guard team. But as long as there is no handover, there will be changes. After all, anything is possible. Naraku has some headaches about the guard team. The Uchiha clan's obsession with the guard team is a bit outrageous. Naraku is not sure what impact reforming the guard and recruiting other ninja clans and ninjas will have on the Uchiha. While Naraku's thoughts were drifting away, he had unknowingly arrived at the security force building. Naraku is adult. Naraku is adult. Master Patriarch. Naraku responded softly. Those who call Naraku-sama are all members of the first team. Naraku has emphasized that in the security force, people should call others by their positions and not call them the clan leader. In order to prevent others from thinking that the clan leader abused his power for personal gain and forced his way into the security team to fight for power and gain, it would create the impression that he was greedy for power, which was very bad. Although Naraku is indeed here to fight for power, we still need to pay attention to the surface impact. The 1st Division Criminal Investigation Squadron was quite idle, and Konoha village was fan-shaped. The 1st Division is in charge of the upper third of the sector, which covers the Uchiha, Senju, Sarutobi, and Hyuga territories. There will basically be no major cases. Even if there are, they are the family affairs of the ninja clan, and the security team should not interfere. As for the spy, we have not found any during this period of investigation. The Uchiha clan uses ninja cats as a source of intelligence. Most of the cats wandering on the streets are spies of the Ninja Cat clan, passing on information to the Uchiha. So even Ninja Cat didn't find out any useful information, which means the spy must be hiding deep enough. Where are your vests? Some of the security forces members were wearing regular clothes, and none of the Konoha vest uniforms. Naraku was a little confused. Master, we are genin, and we don't have vests yet. Today is the monthly meeting of the security forces, and our team leader is taking us to participate. 2 young men wearing black robes with round fans embroidered on the backs answered respectfully. These 2 people were not from the first squad. The guard force held a monthly meeting, so all other squads had to attend. The on-duty team also sent key members to attend the meeting. Looking at these various uniforms, Naraku frowned slightly. Those 2 genins already had genin strength, but Konoha was suppressing their promotions. They were both the strongest in their respective teams. Perhaps we should set uniforms and special ninja vests for the guard members to distinguish them from regular ninjas. After the last meeting, Naraku became the team leader of the first team and has been leading the team ever since. This was the second time I attended this month's regular meeting, and I noticed that many of the members of the second and third teams were guards wearing plain clothes with round fan patterns embroidered on their backs. This was simply bringing bad luck to the Uchiha clan, and they were severely beaten up by the security team members who were wearing plain clothes and wearing embroidered round fans. How could they hate the security team? Their hatred was directly directed towards the Uchiha clan. The transformation of the security team is a long and arduous journey. Chapter 20 Return of the Ninja. Konoha Security Building. Meeting Room. Uchiha Santang sat in the main seat in the conference room, and dozens of Uchiha ninjas sat cross-legged in the room. Most of the guards wear Konoha Jonin logo vests and forehead protectors. The armband is embroidered with green shurikens, and there is a round fan logo in the round hole in the middle of the shuriken, which is the emblem of the security force. A few outstanding young ninjas at the genin level do not have Konoha vests and wear clothes embroidered with Uchiha fans. After a brief greeting, each team began to report on their work. The squad led by Uchiha Naraku, which used to be the most ruthless in suppressing the villagers, only reported a few minor incidents. Most of them are about releasing detained villagers, discovering suspicious people, some Konoha shinobi going crazy, and paying special attention to them to prevent them from causing damage to the village, etc. Ninja is a high-risk profession. Many ninjas who have just entered the battlefield or are on a mission suffer too much psychological pressure, or the death of their companions, the death of their loved ones, or psychological discomfort make them nervous and crazy. At present, there is no so-called psychological treatment in the ninja village. Everyone just quietly improves their tolerance and treats themselves. This kind of psychological problem is not unique to a certain tribe or person, but is a psychological problem that is prone to occur in the high-risk profession of ninja. The guidance of Hokage characters in the later part of the anime makes people think that it is exclusive to Uchiha, which is obviously ridiculous. How come the first squad has so few affairs related to the villagers? Uchiha Santang asked in a deep voice. Santang was obviously asking knowingly, ready to publicize Naraku's achievements. Uchiha 5, the captain of the first squadron, third squadron, stood up and replied. Captain, because Lord Naraku has divided the responsibilities of the team members, my first squad and third squadron are only responsible for the villagers and street sanitation matters. Because an area for stalls has been allocated, vendors have a place to set up stalls and make a living, so there are fewer conflicts. At the same time, the locations of the stalls were carefully observed and arranged by us. They will not affect the traffic on the street and will not receive complaints from villagers. As for those who set up stalls illegally, we will expel them and punish them. Most villagers and vendors appreciate our work, so conflicts have been reduced. Uchiha 5 spoke slowly, explaining why the conflicts with the villagers had decreased. Division of responsibilities. Planning of stall areas. Good. Uchiha Santang nodded slightly. In the security force, Santang had a strong aura and a leadership attitude. The rest of the teams should learn more from Team 1. After Santang finished his comments, he encouraged the other 2 teams. Yes. The people below recovered one after another. Uchiha Naraku sat in the front row, next to him were 4 squadron leaders. Naraku was very focused the entire time and had no interest in this kind of meeting, which was just a formality. The meeting lasted nearly 2 hours. Each team and squadron reported on key tasks and special situations in their work. Naraku fell asleep while listening. Okay. I hope you all will work hard to maintain the peace of Konoha. Now I will give you an important task. After the meeting, each team will arrange 2 squadrons to go to the village gate, maintain order, and welcome the returning heroes of Konoha. Uchiha Santang listened to the trivial work for 2 hours without any impatience, and only assigned the important tasks when it was almost over. It can be seen that in Uchiha Santang's mind, the so-called mission of welcoming Konoha's heroes is not as important as the daily work of the guard team. Are the ninjas who went out to fight finally going to die? A thought flashed through Naraku's mind. Konoha's 38 years were almost over, and if you counted, World War II was almost over, with only some local sporadic conflicts left. Yes. The subordinate ninjas responded one after another. At the main gate of Konoha Shinobi no Sato. At this time, countless villagers were holding flowers, waiting for the return of the Konoha shinobi. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood at the gate, with his advisors, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura, slightly behind him. The security forces stood in front of the villagers, maintaining order and ensuring the passage for Gai Xian's team to return to the village to avoid being blocked by the villagers. Outside the village gate, a huge team of ninjas gradually appeared. Thousands of ninjas returned, with their hands stretched behind their backs, as if they were eager to go home, and rushed to the village gate. At the front are the Konoha Sunin. Orochimaru has long hair that reaches his waist, a pale face, purple eyeshadow, and a faint smile. Orochimaru is very popular among the villagers. He is mysterious, powerful, and reliable. This is the current Orochimaru, giving the Konoha shinobi a feeling. Princess Tsunade Hime, granddaughter of the first Hokage, medical Jainin, has rescued countless Konoha shinobi. She is also an expert in ninjutsu, cheerful and unrestrained, and has a huge reputation in Konoha. Jiraiya is one of the Sunin, a ninja who calls himself Toad Sage and is good at summoning. As for the commander of this war, Shimura Dans, he was nowhere to be seen. The leader of the route, who was hiding in the dark, seemed to dislike standing in the sun. During World War II, there were many ninjas who gained great fame, including Hitaki Sakumo, known as Konoha's White Fang, and the Sunin of Konoha. The copy ninjas Uchiha Naraku and Evil Eye Fugaku showed their talents in the early days, but after showing their fame in the early days, both Naraku and Fugaku soon disappeared. Among the many famous ninjas, Konoha's White Fang is the most famous. All the major countries have issued notices that if they encounter Konoha's White Fang, they can abandon the mission directly without being punished. This shows how famous the White Fang is. Heroes. Welcome home. Third-generation leader Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking a pipe, personally welcomed the return of Gai Xian's team. The villagers scattered flower petals one after another, creating a prosperous scene. Teacher. Old man. Old man. Hokage adults. The returning ninjas all saluted the leader of Konoha, and Sarutobi's 3 disciples all called the third generation differently. Uchiha Naraku stood on top of a nearby house and watched the grand welcoming ceremony. Sarutobi Hiruzen really spared no effort in promoting his disciple. Uchiha Naraku shook his head and complained to himself. Gai Xian's ninjas returned to the village one after another. The villagers who were scattering petals couldn't help but feel a little nervous, staring at Gai Xian's team, looking for their relatives. The villagers who have not found their relatives for a long time can't help but show anxiety and panic. Not finding them means that it is very likely. The villagers on both sides couldn't help calling out the names of their loved ones. Daliwan. Where are you? My child, Sasaki, where are you? Brother Murata. Where are you? The villagers' shouts continued. I'm here. Here it is. Ninjas in the ninja team would reply loudly from time to time. The welcome and care from their families and villagers made these ninjas who were out fighting feel warm and couldn't help but smile. When the villagers heard the response, their anxious and frightened expressions disappeared instantly, and turned into cheerful laughter, throwing more flower petals to their relatives. Those villagers who did not receive a response from their relatives became even more anxious. Many of them were so anxious that they shed tears and their nervous sweat fell like raindrops. Some even shouted even louder with sobbing voices. Orochimaru, who was walking in front of Gai Xian's team, couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he saw this scene. Humans are so fragile. Chapter 21, Disappearance of the Tribe. Night. Uchiha Clan Affairs Office. Meeting Room. Uchiha Naraku sat at the top seat in the room. Dozens of people were sitting cross-legged in the room. They were all elites from various departments of the Uchiha clan's Clan Affairs Office. The clerks of the Clan Affairs Office, headed by Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Ken, Uchiha Lieto, and others, and the Assistant Office, except for the Chief Elder who was busy with clan affairs and did not attend the meeting, all the other elders sat below. Non-ninja departments such as nursing homes and orphanages were not summoned to attend the meeting. Most of the participants were ninjas from the Affairs Institute, the Assistant Institute, the Guard Institute, the Ninjutsu Institute, and the elders of the Uchiha family. Master, recently many of Arch-ninjanin who were on missions outside the village have disappeared for unknown reasons. There are now 15 of them. Our guard team went to the scene to investigate, but there were no traces or clues. Master, I suspect it was Anbu who did it. Uchiha Yashiro, with a serious expression, held the file in his hand and spoke slowly. Is there no clue at all about the destination of their mission or the journey of their mission? Uchiha Naraku frowned and said softly. No clues at all. It is precisely because there are no clues that I suspect it is the Anbu. Only the Anbu directly under the Hokage can know the tasks and routes carried out by the tribesmen. Uchiha Yashiro said expressionlessly and seriously kaied. Naraku took a deep breath and said slowly, let the guard team investigate again. I will also let the Jainin security force join the investigation. No matter what, I want to see the person alive or dead. When it came to the last word of seeing the body, a breeze blew through the closed room. The Naraku chakra fluctuated slightly, and the eyes turned scarlet. The three Tomo Sharingan slowly rotated, showing that the heart was not as calm as it appeared to be regarding the disappearance of the tribesmen. It must be the Anbu's doing. Naraku. Let's go to the Hokage building. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen give us an explanation. Naraku was not the only one who was restless. The second elder, Uchiha, stood up with a thump, staring at the scarlet three Tomo Sharingan with red eyes and a ferocious face, and roared very rudely. Among the missing family ninjas, there was one who was his favorite grandson. Upon learning of his grandson's disappearance, he had been investigating and searching for him for the past few days, but there was no clue. This made the second elder, who was originally quite elegant, unable to sit still in the clan. Naraku also had a headache with the elders of the Auxiliary Council. These elders basically called Naraku by his name and never used any honorific title. Fortunately, the great elder Uchiha Daizo usually does not attend the clan hall meetings, otherwise Naraku would not be able to sit still. Everyone is saddened by the disappearance of our tribe members, but we have no evidence. Unfounded accusations against the Hokage will only make the Hokage suppress us more forcefully. And trust Naraku. Naraku will handle it properly. Uchiha Shan next to him comforted softly. Uchiha Zen is in his 40s and is one of the assistants of the Assistant Council. He has a gentle and quiet personality, likes reading, and has extraordinary wisdom. You coward! Genjutsu, Sharingan! Ah! Uchiha Chiang roared, and when Uchiha Shan tried to dissuade him, his eyes met Uchiha Chiang's. Uchiha Shan then screamed, fell backwards and fainted. Second elder, please calm down. Calm down, sir. Calm down, old man. Everyone in the field tried to dissuade him. Uchiha took a deep breath, stared at Naraku with Sharingan and asked expressionlessly, "Naraku, the Hokage faction bullies us so much, how are you going to fight back?" The second elder's face turned red due to anger, his eyes were bloodshot, and veins on his forehead and cheeks were throbbing, making him look very ferocious. "Fight back? Second elder, the ninjas who fought outside have only returned to the ninja village for a month. We cannot fight back. Moreover, there is no evidence to prove that the Hokage did it. We cannot question the Hokage based on suspicion and speculation. Moreover, the missing ninjas are not only our Uchiha, but also many other clans of ninjas and civilians." Naraku seemed to have not noticed the second elder's fierce attack. Kide had a blank expression on his face. Uchiha narrowed his eyes and his breathing became heavier. "However, I will ask the Hokage about this matter. Second elder, as the head of the tribe, I am even more upset about the disappearance of my tribe members. Don't worry, I swear to get to the bottom of this matter. If it was really the Hokage who did this, I will make the Hokage pay the price." Naraku closed his eyes, raised his head and took a deep breath, then answered slowly. "Okay, then I'll wait for your good news." Uchiha Chiang actually smiled when he heard Naraku's words, and answered with a grin, with his eyes wide open and veins bulging. "The second elder is about to lose his mind. Will the Mangeki Sharingan evolve like this?" A thought flashed through Naraku's mind. The meeting in the clan hall had ended, and Naraku sat quietly on the mat alone, with his left hand folded across his chest, his right elbow resting on his left hand, his palm stroking his chin as if in deep thought. It has only been a month since Shimura-dans led the ninja troops back to Konoha, and the Uchiha have been missing one after another. Apart from Shimura-dans, I really can't think of any other person or force that would be so despicable. Uchiha Naraku had a clear suspect in mind, and the first suspect was Shimura-dans. Uchiha Yashiro and the second elder and others suspected that it was Anbu who did it. Things like this where people disappear without reason and there is no clue at all are most likely a sneak attack by Anbu. The tribesmen were caught off guard and were captured so there were basically no clues or traces to follow. Naraku has already instructed the Uchiha 8th generation to issue an announcement that Uchiha ninjas should not accept missions from the village in the near future. The Jainin of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Guard have also been arranged to go out to investigate and look for clues. Among those missing middle-level genin, there were many with excellent qualifications, who were the future of Uchiha, and they disappeared without a trace just like that. The second elder, Uchiha Chiang, and Uchiha Shan, are both intelligent and shrewd people. Although they sometimes disagree, they also have a strong friendship of mutual respect. It is clear that the second elder is on the verge of losing his mind and exploding because of his grandson's disappearance. If the case cannot be solved or remains unsolved, Naraku will have a hard time explaining himself. It's not easy to be the clan leader. Naraku sighed heavily. Naraku stopped thinking and stood up, ready to go to the Hokage building to report and question. "Team Red Fire, follow me to the Hokage building." "Hi." A cloud of smoke appeared in the originally empty field, and 4 young ninjas emerged from the smoke. Uchiha Akahe is the leader of Naraku's 4-man escort team and is responsible for Naraku's safety. Chihuo had followed Naraku to the battlefield before, and the other 3 were all outstanding young ninjas trained by their families. Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe, holding a file in his hand, and his forehead was twisted into a shape. There have been many missing ninja cases in Konoha recently, which makes Sarutobi Hiruzen very confused. Anbu's investigation has no clue. The perpetrators have clean methods and did not leave any traces at the scene. The first few ninjas did not hand over their tasks on time, and Sarutobi Hiruzen thought it was delayed for other reasons, but he did not expect this level. However, as time went by, more than 20 ninjas failed to hand over their tasks on time and there was no news from them. The most important thing is the missing ninjas, most of whom are middle-level genin, and they are middle-level genin from the Uchiha family, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen smell something unusual. Sarutobi Hiruzen blew out a smoke ring and said to the empty office, "Ghost Fox, pass on my order and ask Shimura Dance to come." "Hi." There was no one in the corner of the office, but a reply was heard. Chapter 22 Shimura Dance. After Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order, he continued to smoke with the file in his hand, when there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." Naraku heard the majestic voice from inside and opened the door to enter. "Third-generation adults." "Yes, Naraku is here." The third generation nodded and stopped talking. The third generation was somewhat troubled by the disappearance of ninjas, and they were suspicious and speculating about which genin was responsible. Although Uchiha also lost a lot of middle-level genin. But after all, there are still many other ninja clans and civilian ninjas missing. The Uchiha clan is definitely one of the ones who can do such a thing and have such strength. Seeing that the third generation was quite indifferent and seemed to be lost in thought, Naraku could not help but cough lightly and said, "Third generation master, recently 15 of my Uchiha clan ninjas have disappeared for no reason, and they are all Chunin and Genin. The people who did it are extremely despicable. May I ask if third generation master knows the inside story?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was also worried about the missing ninjas, and when he saw Naraku coming, he guessed it was related to this. You couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed. It wasn't just you, Uchiha, who was missing, there were many other ninjas as well. The security team has no clue. The third generation did not answer Naraku's question, but instead asked about the security forces. "Yes, we have no clue. The security forces are investigating, and there are preliminary suspects." Naraku said slowly. There was actually a suspect. It seemed that the security team was quite capable. The third generation couldn't help but smile slightly, and their expressions looked a little better. "Yes, that's right." "Who is the suspect?" Naraku didn't answer, just looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen silently. The third generation didn't wait for Naraku's reply, and Naraku kept staring at them, which made the third generation feel a little confused. Thoughts turned in their minds, and then they reacted. The third generation's smile slowly faded away, and their expressions became serious. In this case of missing ninjas, Uchiha ninjas account for the majority, which is indeed very similar to Danzo's behavior. The primary suspect of the third generation is also Danzo. "Hiruzen, what do you want from me?" At this moment, the office door opened and a middle-aged ninja with bandages on his eyes and hands walked in. This trip to the rain country made Danzo realize how powerful the new generation of ninjas are. His arm was also injured in this war and could no longer be used normally, so he had to hang it in front of him. He seemed to be a man who had devoted himself to Konoha and was strong-willed despite his disability. The third generation wanted to ask something, but now they couldn't ask it in front of Naraku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Shimura Dance does what he wants. He never reports or makes an appointment when he comes to the Hokage building. He always just pushes the door open. This time, the atmosphere in the office is a little awkward. "Uchiha, if you are not working in the security forces, what are you doing here?" Danzo asked calmly with a cold face. It was as if he, Shimura Dance, was the Hokage and did not restrain his power in the Hokage office. "Assistant Sama, many ninjas have been missing in Konoha recently. Especially ninjas from my Uchiha clan, so I came to ask about this, third generation Sama." Shimura Dance is the assistant of the Hokage and the second in command of Konoha. Naraku couldn't ignore Shimura Dance and replied coldly. Shimura Dance glanced at Naraku and said, "Oh? A ninja is missing? If a ninja is missing, as a member of the security team, why are you still here instead of investigating?" Shimura Dance is the Dark Ninja. Naraku's portrait and information have long been hung in the Root Organization's office. At this time, Danzo pretended not to know him. When he saw the security force logo on Naraku's arm, he thought he was just an ordinary security Uchiha. As a high-ranking member of the security force, I have already dispatched security ninjas to investigate, and I am currently communicating information about the case to the Hokage. There is no need to report a minor incident here. All you need to do is handle the case, find the missing persons and arrest the criminals. Shimura Dan spoke in a superior tone, as if he was unaware that there were a large number of Uchiha among the missing people. It is precisely because there is no clue about the missing persons, and it is obvious that they are the work of a powerful ninja or a powerful ninja organization, that I came here. No clue. Shimura Dan's repeated word for word. I never thought that the famous Uchiha guard would be so useless. Hiruzen, it is better to disband the guard to avoid wasting the funds and food that we worked so hard to get from the daimyo. Danzo shook his head after saying that, as if he was very disappointed with the security forces. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking and didn't say a word. These two cunning beasts. Naraku felt a little angry. There are over 20 people missing, 15 of my Uchiha clan Jnin and Genin. This cannot be the work of one person. It must be some ninja organization. Danzo nodded and asked. Which ninja organization? The Kingdom of Wind? The Kingdom of Earth? Or the Wandering Ninja? The Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth have been defeated by the ninja troops I led. They can't cause any trouble. If an organization like the Wandering Ninjas can cause such an impact, then there is no need for the security forces to exist. Shimura Dan's was a little aggressive, and Naraku could no longer tolerate it. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph, the ninja organization I suspect is Anbu." The scene suddenly became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. After a while, third generation frowned and said, "Anbu is a unit under my direct command. Their duty is to protect Konoha and carry out special missions outside." Naraku, please don't make assumptions. The Uchiha ninja is missing, but instead of reflecting on the weakness of his own family's ninja, he actually suspected Anbu? You mean, as the third generation Hokage, he destroyed the ninja village he protected? Do you know what you are talking about? Shimura Dan's shouted loudly with great righteousness. Naraku couldn't help but shout back. Tell me, who else could have done this, except Anbu, to confuse the guards and make the ninja disappear without a trace? Sarutobi Hiruzen actually had a guess in his mind, but he couldn't show weakness at this stage, so he blew a smoke ring and said seriously. Naraku is right. There is a powerful ninja or force behind this incident. Anbu will also investigate the disappearance and give justice to the villagers. Naraku, go back first. I already know about this matter. After I investigate it thoroughly, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Even though the third generation was sinister, they were not yet as foolish and power-hungry as they were in their later years. Moreover, the third generation's rule over Konoha was very stable at this time, and was not as narrow-minded as it was in the later years. With so many Uchiha ninjas missing, Sarutobi Hiruzen could understand why the Uchiha leader came looking for him. Okay, third generation master, I will wait for your reply. Our Uchiha clan and the security forces will continue to investigate. If we can find the murderer behind the scenes, I will definitely put him in Konoha prison. I can't live, and I can't die. Naraku said coldly, and then Naraku glanced at Danzo. Danzo had a blank expression on his face, one eye was bandaged, and one hand was hanging in front of his body. Before World War II, both his hands were intact, but after the war, he returned with one hand disabled. He seems like a noble leader who selflessly dedicates himself to Konoha and is strong-willed despite his disability. Naraku excuses himself. Naraku bowed slightly towards the third generation and turned around. Humph. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look at Danzo again, then snorted coldly and left. Chapter 23 Investigating the Disappearance. After Naraku left, Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said calmly. The Uchiha are a naturally evil clan. This Uchiha Naraku is even more disrespectful and arrogant. He even dared to act wildly here. Hiruzen, you are too tolerant. Let me give the Uchiha a good beating for you. Third generation took down his pipe, slowly blew out a smoke ring, and said in a deep voice. It is the Uchiha Naraku who needs to be beaten. The other village seedlings should not be implicated. Why do you want to capture the Uchiha ninja? Do we need a reason to attack the Uchiha clan? After so many years, the Uchiha clan elected a clan leader. Haha, can't you see the ulterior motives of this Uchiha Naraku? An Uchiha Naraku is extremely talented. Hiruzen, do you want to see this young man become the second Uchiha Madara? Danzo did not deny capturing the Uchiha ninja, but sneered. At this time, the third generation leader Sarutobi Hiruzen's rule was very stable. The victory in World War II brought the third generation's reputation to an all-time high. Especially the Konoha son trained by Sarutobi and Konoha's White Fang of the same period, who were Sarutobi Hiruzen's right-hand men, so at this time the third generation as a whole still had Konoha in mind, including all the villagers including the Uchiha. Uchiha Naraku does have good talent, but he is still far from Uchiha Madara. Let's release all the captured people. The third generation took a puff of their pipe and whispered that the Uchiha Madara they were referring to was not referring to his strength, but to his rebellion. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is also burning. I don't want this to happen again. Sarutobi Hiruzen emphasized the will of fire and warned with a serious look. For the so-called Hokage assistant Shimura dance and the root organization, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been reused and knocked from time to time. 3. Danzo was furious to see that the third generation was so indulgent towards Uchiha. Go back and release everyone. Remember, I am the Hokage. Third generation emphasized it again with a heavier voice. You. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly and walked away. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe, narrowed his eyes slightly, and slowly exhaled the smoke. This feeling of holding power made Sarutobi Hiruzen very much enjoyable. An underground base in Konoha village. Release all those Uchiha that were captured a few days ago. Shimura Dan said lightly to the masked ninja below. Hey! The masked ninja received the instruction and left with a body flicker technique. As the Hokage's assistant, Danzo did not dare to disobey the third generation's orders at this time, not only because Danzo's authority came from the third Hokage. The more important reason is that Danzo is secretly experimenting with the wood-style experiment that has been stopped by third generation. If the third generation knew that he had secretly started the forbidden wood-style experiment, he would be in real trouble. Originally, Danzo was not going to arrest the villagers, but the wood-style ninjutsu experiment had reached a critical juncture and there was an urgent lack of experimental materials, so he found some nearby. In addition, Danzo disliked Uchiha, and when he saw a Uchiha passing by, he sent out the root organization to disguise as Anbu to order the Hokage to summon him. And then trick him into abducting him. The Chunin and Genin of the Uchiha were wary of the Anbu, but they did not dare to disobey the Hokage's summons and could only obey his orders. But I didn't expect to follow the ninja in Anbu uniform into the gate of the root organization. It was no different from walking into the gate of the King of Hell. My life was completely in Danzo's hands. Originally, Danzo wanted to inject first-generation cells into these people to experiment with wood style, but when he thought that these people were Uchiha and seemed unworthy of Shode's cells, he couldn't help but hesitate. In addition, a number of civilian ninjas with no power background have been captured, and the urgent problem has been solved. So these captured Uchiha are detained, and he prepares to carefully consider how to use these materials. He didn't expect that the third generation would personally inquire about these missing people. Since the third generation asked to release them, Danzo had no choice but to do so. In order to avoid causing displeasure to the third generation, if the wood-style experiment was discovered, it would be a real disaster. What upset Danzo was that he only captured 15 middle genin and less than 10 members of the Uchiha clan, but more than 20 people were missing from Konoha. Uchiha Naraku even reported the genin among the 15, which was obviously blackmail by Uchiha. Danzo narrowed his eyes, then shook his head. Without thinking any more, he stood up and walked towards the laboratory where the wood-style experiment was being conducted. "Captain, I got a clue. I extracted chakra information from a forest 10 kilometers away from Konoha. Someone released Earth-style ninjutsu here and then restored the environment." Uchiha Saburo, the elite criminal investigator of the 1st Division and 1st Company of the Security Force, reported to Naraku. "Earth-style ninjutsu? There are so many ninjas who are good at Earth-style ninjutsu. Are there any clues like bloodline or ninja tools?" Naraku asked. "No, but we can judge that this ninja's Earth-style ninjutsu is very superb. Anyone who can reach this level must be a Jainin. If we narrow the scope of investigation to the Jainin who is the Grand Master of Konoha Earth-style ninjutsu, then we have a clue to solve the case." Uchiha Saburo analyzed. "Well, that makes sense. Take me to the scene to see it." "Hi." Uchiha, with his guards, followed Uchiha Saburo to the scene outside the village. Normally, all Konoha shinobi would need the mission documents from the Hokage building to leave the village. In principle, security forces are also needed, but except for the security at the Konoha main gate who are directly under Konoha, other side entrances and exits are guarded by Uchiha ninjas. Before Naraku adjusted the scope of responsibilities of the first squad, the so-called security forces were mostly doing jobs like security and village management, which were basically offensive and disrespected positions. Although the relationship with the villagers was not as bad as it is later, Madara could already be seen. If the security force did not have the important power to manage public security, prisons, and arrest ninjas, it would have been spurned by the people of Konoha village long ago. Of course, this is not the worst. The worst thing is that many members of the Uchiha tribe are still flocking to such offensive positions. Naraku and his group quickly crossed the street and came to the edge of Konoha village, where 2 ninjas were guarding the high wall. "Stop! Show your pass." The 2 Uchiha security team members on duty were very dedicated. They shouted out security tactics without even seeing the person coming clearly. Naraku's guard Uchiha Shiwo shouted, "You 2 idiots! Look carefully who is coming. Master Patriarch! Master Patriarch!" The 2 team members on guard saw clearly who was coming. It was Naraku with 4 guards and Uchiha Saburo of the 1st Guard Squad. "Do your duty well. Remember to keep it a secret." Naraku nodded. He didn't say much about the 2 people's blindness. Instead, he encouraged them. Naraku stood on the high wall, made a few seals, and stretched out his hands with blue chakra condensed in his palms. It was as if he touched a wall, and the originally normal environment was fluctuated. Some faint white light appeared, and the range of the white light was several meters, which was exactly a corner of Konoha's barrier. Naraku put his hands on the white light and pushed it to both sides. The white light suddenly separated to both sides, revealing the real environment outside the village. "Okay, let's leave the village." Naraku instantly left the village, and everyone followed. Konoha's walls are not only high, but also contain Konoha's barrier ninjutsu. Through the relationship between Uzumaki Naoki and the guard team who often took turns on guard, Naraku made inquiries from various sources and had already figured out the operating format and seals of the barrier. With a single operation, he easily climbed over the wall. Chapter 24 Clues. Outside Konoha village. The forest is lush and green, with a few large yellow, withered trees among the green woods. "Master Patriarch, look, there are obvious traces of Earth-style ninjutsu here, and these trees are obviously exposed after the land shook violently, and then planted again on the ground artificially. And there was no small slope here before, and now we can still detect traces of chakra." Uchiha Saburo pointed to a small slope that was obviously raised and said to Naraku. Naraku stepped forward, tapped the ground with his fingers, closed his eyes, and sensed quietly. "This chakra feels familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere." Naraku frowned slightly, and a thought flashed through his mind. The faint chakra left on the ground gave Naraku a feeling that he had seen it before. This feeling was definitely not something that came out of nowhere, and as a Jainin, he wouldn't mistake even this feeling. Who is it? Naraku's mind flashed through the memories of the ninjas he knew, comparing the feeling of chakra one by one. Damn it, how could I forget about him? Suddenly Naraku opened his eyes and formed seals with his hands. Hai Suyu Shenwei. Summoning technique. Meow. A calico cat carrying 2 daggers appeared in the thick smoke. Xiaozun Meru, the Hirako you were monitoring, has he never left the mansion? Naraku asked in a deep voice. This chakra, Naraku remembered the feeling of déjà vu. It was none other than Hirako, whom he had met once before, and according to rumors, Hirako was also known for his expertise in earth-style ninjutsu. Meow, Lord Naraku. The white-haired Hirako has no other abnormalities except for staying at home meow and going out to Ichiraku Ramen, the yakiniku restaurant, and the ninja tool shop meow. He stays at home most of the time meow. How is it possible that chakra can be transmitted outside the village when you stay at home all the time? Apparently, Bai Luo discovered that there were abnormalities in the wild cats and other creatures around his home and found out that he was being monitored, so he tried to confuse the monitors. Bai Luo must have sneaked out in disguise or some other way. I never thought that when I criticized my father Santang for looking down on the Konoha shinobi, I would make the same mistake myself. I looked down on these Konoha Jainin. Naraku's emotions were a little fluctuating. As for Beiruo's experiment, Naraku was obviously aware of it, but the progress was not clear. I know the murderer, follow me back to Konoha. Naraku ordered, turning around and heading towards Konoha. Meow. The ninja cat Kozumaru beside him, and the guard and security team UCHIHA Saburo, also followed. I didn't expect that Hirako was bold enough to secretly capture ninjas around Konoha. Obviously, the experiment has reached a critical moment and is short of experimental materials. Now is a good time to capture him. Naraku stretched his hands behind his back, moving at high speed in a ninja-like running motion, thoughts running through his mind. In Konoha village, a 2-story house at the edge is exactly the residence of Hirako. Naraku led the 4 guards and UCHIHA Saburo, sneaked into the house and searched secretly. Several people instantly came in front of Naraku and whispered. Master Patriarch, there is no one. Meow, I saw him this morning and he was clearly inside and didn't come out. Naraku was too lazy to listen to the ninja cat Kozumaru. The ninja cat's surveillance was obviously discovered, and they were on guard against the wild cats. Kozumaru and the nearby wild cats could only see the information that Hirako wanted to show. Look again to see if there is a basement. Hi. The crowd dispersed and continued searching. Xiaozun Meru, I think Bai Luo should have a base outside the village. Did your surveillance find that Bai Luo has been outside the village? After Naraku gave instructions to the ninja team around him, the ninjas left instantly, looking for structures such as secret doors or basements. Nian, Obito left the village twice. I followed him at that time. I followed him from a distance using perception ninjutsu. He should not have noticed me, Nian. Call out! Call out! Call out! Ding ding dang dang, the investigating ninja triggered the mechanism. Fortunately, Naraku's guards and UCHIHA Saburo and others were all good fighters and were not ambushed by kunao and shuriken. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Boom. There was a sound of burning fuse, and then an explosion. It was obvious that a detonating talisman had been placed. Seeing these traps, Naraku frowned. How could he conduct the experiment safely with so many traps? It seemed that Hirako had already left. After a while, the guards finished exploring the entire house and came to Naraku. As the Jainin of Konoha, Hirako's residence in Konoha is not luxurious, but it is not small either. It is a personal single-family villa. Xiaozun Meru, lead the way to the base outside of Beiruo village. Meow. Xiaozun Meru ran towards the outside of the village, and everyone followed him. Shadow clone technique. Naraku splits off a shadow clone and leaves it to lurk in Bailoho's house to see if Bailoho will come back. Hiraho is very good at capturing ninjas, and there is currently no clue pointing to Hiraho, so there is no need for Hiraho to defect. His home in Konoha village was just a place to hide his identity. He must have already dug a secret base outside the village to develop the forbidden technique. Naraku was a little annoyed at the contempt for a talent like Hiraho, and everyone rushed to the weak point of the barrier on the high wall, and Naraku continued to open the barrier and quickly left the village. Outside Konoha village, in an underground base, on the test bench, there was a young man lying, his body covered with grey-black disgusting liquid tumor, which was drilling into the body of the unconscious young man. Above the tumor, there was a giant centipede several meters long, with half of its body inside the tumor. As the tumor merged into it, the giant centipede was also merging with the sleeping young man. Bailoho looked at the man lying on the test bench. His handsome face was very calm, but his eyes showed his excitement. Ha ha ha, it worked. It worked. The fusion of the ghost bud Luo technique is feasible. The next step is to conduct experimental observations to see how much strength can be increased after swallowing and fusion. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, your so-called Sunin title is nothing more than having a good teacher. I, Hiraho, am the true genius. Seeing that the fusion process was very smooth, Bailuo couldn't stop being excited and started talking to himself crazily. It is true that Hirako's resentment is not wrong. Among his classmates, Hirako is the best except Sunin. However, Sunin has a teacher who is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu and the strongest Hokage to guide him. There are endless scrolls of ninjutsu, and you can learn any ninjutsu you want. With the guidance of a famous teacher, you can make rapid progress. Hokage was also a commoner, but he could only rely on his own exploration and hard work to acquire ninjutsu. Every one of the Earth-style ninjutsu that Hokuro has mastered is an A-rank task, and an S-rank task requires one's life at the cost of one's life. The Sunin, however, don't need to do that. If they want to learn any ninjutsu, they can learn it as long as it is available in Konoha. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. After being seriously injured in World War II and returning to the village for treatment, the pain of his serious injury not only made Hirako realize the unfairness of teacher education, but also the powerful bloodline limit ninjas and ninjutsu of various countries in the ninja war. Lamenting the unfairness of fate and the limitations of her own talents, Hirako became even more jealous of her classmate Sunin. Obito, whose strength was stagnant, came up with the idea of researching fusion ninjutsu. At first, they were just preliminary ideas and concepts, but now they are real experiments. After several setbacks in the initial experiments, Bailuo summed up the experience of failure, generated new inspirations, and was eager to conduct experimental verification. In urgent need of some experimental materials, Bailuo reached out to the people of Konoha village. Chapter 25, A Brief Fight. Meow. I sensed that Bailuo had come here several times before, but each time he was near here, I couldn't sense him anymore. He must have gone underground. There was land blocking him, so I couldn't detect him. Meow. The ninja cat Kozan is good at swordsmanship and perception ninjutsu, which is very helpful for tasks such as exploration and tracking. Okay, let's split up and search. See if we can find the entrance to the basement. Hi. Naraku's men responded, disappeared in an instant, and began to search for the entrance. Master Patriarch, here. Uchiha Akagi shouted loudly. After all, Naraku's guards were Jonin and Chunin level, with solid skills in various ninja techniques. Since they were determined to search, they quickly found the entrance. Shiwo lifted up a piece of grass by the roots, and a hole was revealed, which was obviously the entrance to the underground. Naraku waved, Akahe nodded, and rushed in, followed by Uchiha Saburo. Naraku walked in the middle of the team, followed by the other three guards and the ninja cats. There are thousands of roads, but safety is the first. Although Naraku is an expert in ninjutsu, as the leader of a group, he naturally lets his men charge ahead. Barrier. Shiwo at the front asked. As we were diving underground, it was like going down a well. When we were almost at the bottom, a yellow light flashed. Uchiha Akagi and Saburo, who were at the front, looked at each other and confirmed that it was a defensive barrier. The earth-attributed barrier, like a transparent stone, blocked the way for everyone to dive. Uchiha Shiwo made seals with both hands and grasped his right wrist with his left hand. Lightning style, Chidori. Shiwo used Chidori to break the barrier, and everyone continued to go deeper. Ever since Naraku demonstrated his own ninjutsu, Chidori, when he was running for clan leader, he placed the ninjutsu training method in the Ninjutsu Institute in the clan affairs office. Anyone who is an Uchiha ninja and has paid commissions for missions at the clan affairs office can learn it. Most Uchiha ninjas have fire attributes, and the round fan symbol means fanning fire. However, there are still many ninjas with lightning attributes, and there are no less than 10 ninjas who have devoted themselves to training and learned Chidori, which greatly enhanced the strength of the Uchiha family ninjas. As for the advanced version of Chidori, Chidori style, Naraku only taught the personal guard. The 19-year-old Jainin Uchiha Akagi, who has the lightning attribute, and the 15-year-old Chinin, the genius Uchiharu Feng, are both still learning and have not yet mastered the Chidori style form changes. Earth style, Earth Lung Spear. As soon as everyone landed, before they could see the environment clearly, they heard an angry roar, and the ground under their feet quickly rose up, forming sharp stone spears. Quick! Uchiha Akagi yelled and everyone jumped up, clinging to the walls around them with their feet. Fire style Great Fireball. Call out! The Uchiha ninjas were not willing to be outdone. Uchiha Red Fire quickly formed hand seals and spewed a huge great fireball towards the place where the sound came from. The rest of them reacted and shot kunao towards the source of the sound. Naraku used the flames spewed out by the red fire to see the environment clearly. There were man-made walls all around, and a corridor directly in front where a white-haired ninja was standing. It was Hokage. Earth style, Earth Wall. Earth style, Earth Lung Spear. Hirako was not in a hurry and connected two Earth style ninjutsu. Naraku felt the vibration coming from the wall under his feet, and quickly jumped to avoid it. The Uchiha ninjas in the air jumped one after another. Beiruo's experiment has achieved some success. As long as we continue to deepen it, we can develop unprecedented ninjutsu. Before he could be happy for long, he felt that the barrier he had set up was destroyed. When they arrived at the entrance, 6 ninjas wearing Konoha vests were just sneaking in and landing. In the pitch-black environment, Hirahu did not hesitate to try to kill these ninjas and keep the secret here. Unexpectedly, these ninjas were very skilled in ninjutsu and both Tsuchiryu spear attacks were dodged without killing anyone. Sizzle! The sound of birds singing was heard, and one of Naraku's guards, the 15-year-old genius ninja Uchiharu Feng, performed Chidori and rushed out like lightning, shattering the earth flow wall. Don't kill him! Spare his hands! Before Naraku could finish shouting, he saw the stone wall being smashed, and no one was seen behind it. Oh no, this guy is trying to escape. Naraku thought to himself. Xiao Zunwan, sense the surroundings, don't let that guy escape. Meow. Naraku no longer feared danger, and rushed down the corridor at the head of the group, followed by everyone else. If we let Hirako run away, he will never come back to Konoha. We must not let Hirako escape this time. Naraku was anxious as his thoughts raced. We must not let this dangerous ninja escape. We must bring him to justice, but do not harm his life. We must capture him alive. While running at high speed, Naraku did not forget to give reminders, lest the ninjas around him lose control and kill Hirahu, which would mean all the previous efforts would be wasted. The passage was pitch black, and Bailuhu turned off all the lights when he escaped. Meow, right in front of us, he seems to be rising up along the pipe, meow. Lead the way. Meow. After running at high speed for nearly 10 minutes, they arrived at another passage, where a pitch-black pipe extended upwards. Go. Naraku waved his arms. Uchiha Shiwo took the lead and rushed in. Shadow clone technique. Shiwo was not reckless. Although he was leading the way, he assigned a shadow clone to stand in front of him. Naraku followed behind with his guards and ninja cats. Naraku assigned a shadow clone, and shadow clone continued to search the underground base to prevent Hirako from cheating. Meow, he is right above us. He has come out of the cave. Meow. There is land blocking the way, so it is difficult to sense him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone returned to the ground in an instant. This direction. Meow. Hirako fled with a frown on his brow. After a brief fight, Hirako had a general idea of the strength of these ninjas. Most of them are elites, and there is no way I can keep them behind, so I decisively use the terrain advantage to escape. But he didn't expect the other party to catch up so quickly. Baileaho used body flicker technique while running away. Hateful. Hirako felt that the ninja behind him seemed to be getting closer and closer. Naraku and his group, guided by the ninja cat Kozumaru, followed the trail all the way. They had already seen the white-haired ninja running away in front of them, occasionally flashing and then running fast. Hey! Disappeared. Baileaho, who was originally visible, rushed into a dense forest. Everyone quickly followed him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Meow. Xiaozunmaru put his two fleshy claws together, as if performing a perception ninjutsu. Meow Xiaozunwan put down his paws, jumped to the tree in front, and meowed towards the trunk. Now Hirako understood why the ninja behind him was chasing him so closely. No wonder it was being chased by a sentient ninja beast. A transparent figure appeared on the tree trunk, and gradually the color became fuller. Beiraho lifted the invisibility spell and walked out. I am Konoha Jainin, Beiraho, why are you chasing me? Baileaho thought he had done the job cleanly and efficiently without leaving any clues, so he questioned with a sense of hope after he showed up. Chapter 26 Secret Detention. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After Hirako revealed himself, the 6 men of Naraku surrounded Hirako from the front, back, left and right, blocking his retreat. Why are you being chased? Don't you know what you've done? Hey! Uchiha Naraku asked righteously, the last nasal sound seemed to be irrefutable evidence. Is the Kiyoma technique that I, Bailuo, created going to be buried before it is even perfected? Bailuo looked at the ninjas around him and frowned. I am Konoha Jainin Hirako. Did you misunderstand me? Hirako replied with forced calmness. Hirako, you are suspected to be involved in the missing ninja case of Konoha village, come with us. Don't accuse a good person. I am a Konoha Jainin. How could I be related to such an incident? Obaru argued. Whether you are wronged or not, you will know when you return to the security building with us. If it has nothing to do with you, we will naturally let you go. What are you afraid of? Hey! Bailuo's eyes flickered and he seemed a little hesitant. Naraku shouted, look at me. Upon hearing this, Hirako couldn't help but look at Uchiha Naraku, but what he saw was a pair of scarlet Sharingan and 5 small balls of chakra distributed on Naraku's 5 fingers. Uchiha Naraku saw that Hirako was stunned, and it was obvious that the illusion worked, so he rushed towards Hirako in one step. 5 Elements Seal. Hirako was hit by Naraku's Sharingan illusion, and his body was unable to move for a moment. He watched Naraku press his 5 fingers on his abdomen. Chuck, La. The huge impact of Naraku's 5 fingers on the abdomen of Bailuo made his body arch up and his eyes bulge out. The illusion in Bailuo was lifted by external force, but he was still sealed. The 5 Elements Seal can disrupt the operation of chakra. In the state of the 5 Elements Seal, the originally powerful ninjutsu becomes like a toy for a child and poses no threat at all. Those with average chakra amount cannot even refine chakra, and cannot release ninjutsu at all. Uchiha took out a rope and tied up Bailuhu's hands. Take away. Konoha Prison. Konoha Prison is located on the edge of the Uchiha territory. The security force building and Konoha Prison are two important institutions in the Uchiha territory. Because of the existence of Konoha Prison, the Uchiha clan members became more arrogant and rampant, often bullying prisoners in prison. Once you enter Konoha Prison, you're really halfway into the gates of hell. In the heavy prison, Bailuhu Jainin was assigned a single cell. There were 2 holes as thick as arms on the wall of the single room, letting in the sunlight from outside. There was a foul smell in the corners, as well as blackened bedding, sheets, and bed. Hirako pinched his nose, his eyes blank, and tried to use his chakra, but it quickly dissipated, and he was unable to condense a ninjutsu. I have ended up in such a situation. Bailuhu murmured with lifeless eyes. Hokage Building. Naraku, a group of stray ninjas wandered into the land of fire and held your people hostage. They have been dealt with by Anbu. I'm sure your people have returned home. The 3rd generation spoke softly and gently. He took a puff of his pipe, holding the file in his hand, and did not look up at Uchiha Naraku. Yes. 10 of the missing Uchiha people have returned, but 5 are still missing. Naraku replied softly. Oh? There is such a thing. The 3rd generation looked up at Naraku and frowned slightly. The 3rd generation was sure that Danzo would not dare to disobey them, so they should release all the captured people. The 3rd generation's faces turned serious as they suspected that Uchiha Naraku was blackmailing them for favors. Yes. The case has been solved. It was the Konoha Jainin Hirako. Hirako was injured during World War II and his mental condition was a little disturbed. He attacked villagers outside the village for no reason. We found some clues and locked onto Hirako. His home is empty and there are many traps set up in the house. The guards were almost injured. We have been investigating for several days. If Bailuhu is not carrying out a secret mission, I suspect he has defected. Naraku had no intention of attacking the 3rd generation. The 2nd elder Uchiha's beloved grandson had returned to the clan, and the 2nd elder had calmed down. As for the other missing ninjas, their bodies have been found at the experimental base in Beiruo and they are confirmed to be dead. Ghost Fox, go check Bailuhu's files to see if he is on a mission. The 3rd generation blew out a smoke ring and said to Naraku. Naraku had some doubts and didn't know how to answer, but an echo came from the corner of the Hokage's office, followed by a puff of smoke in the corner, and the Anbu ninja left in an instant. The security of the Hokage building is quite tight indeed. Naraku thought. Naraku, you are very good. The security team's investigation was also very good. You can go back. I will take care of the rest. Yes. Naraku left the Hokage building and walked towards the clan. Obviously, we cannot hand over a talent like Bailuhu. We can just say that Bailuhu has defected and let the 3rd generation issue a wanted order for his arrest. Of course, Anbu could never be captured because Hirako was currently in Konoha Prison, in the hands of Naraku. Before coming to the Hokage building, Naraku had already told the warden not to humiliate Hirako and let him live normally in there. At this time, Naraku was thinking about how to use Hirako. Judging from Hirako's style of doing things, the Kiyoma technique must have already started the experiment. And it was a critical moment, otherwise Bailuhu would not be so urgent and unscrupulous. There are many prisoners in Konoha prison, some of them are ordinary villagers who were arrested for some trivial matters and wanted to teach them a lesson. But there are also many serious criminals who have committed serious crimes. It's not that Naraku is cruel, he's just looking for test subjects. These prisoners who have committed serious crimes can be used as waste. And most of them will not have any sequelae. Because in Konoha prison, the Uchiha clan once tortured some villagers who had no relatives or friends. Those who had only one child left for Konoha, or who had no relatives or friends for other reasons. If they were in Konoha prison, no one would pay attention to them or care about them. No one cares, no relatives complain, and the Hokage doesn't know. If they don't know, then nothing will happen. Because of such incidents, Uchiha Santang had severely punished the warden, which made the arrogant atmosphere in Uchiha slightly better. But the trend is caused by this environment and cannot be changed. As for those who were involved in minor incidents, or were involved in ninja clans or civilian ninja families, they were generally punished according to the law and released upon their expiration. Generally speaking, the security forces have important powers, but also small and tedious tasks. Chapter 27 Scientific Research Cooperation. 2 small holes let in faint light from the cell and the rotten bed edge. Baileaho looked at the faint light coming in and drew a stroke on the cell with his fingernails. A positive number plus 8 means it has been 7 days. Hirako, done. A ninja wearing a Konoha vest with the emblem of the security force embroidered on his armband walked into the cell that had not been opened for a long time and shouted in a cold and somewhat condescending manner. Hi. Baileaho responded softly, his eyes brightened up, and he followed the prison ninja out. Uchiha Naraku instructed that Baileaho be treated well, so the prison arranged a separate cell for Baileaho. At the same time, this cell was more closed and lonely. Baileaho followed the prison ninja and looked at other prisons. Each prison was similar. In a small cell, 7 or 8 ragged prisoners huddled in the corner. Looking at these ragged people, Baileaho not only did not feel that he was a fellow wanderer in the world, but his eyes were shining. It would be wonderful if we could experiment with the ghost bud technique here. Baileaho thought secretly, observing the environment carefully, his eyes flickering. Konoha Prison. Warden's Office. The original warden's seat, Uchiha Naraku bold and grandiose sat on it. The head of the prison, Warden Uchiha Riki, sat below with a fawning smile on his face. Master Patriarch, we have arranged for someone to pick up the prisoner. He will be brought here soon. Naraku didn't answer, but stroked his chin with a gloomy look, which made Warden Uchiha unable to figure out Naraku's thoughts. Master Chief, I followed your instructions and gave that ninja preferential treatment. I arranged a single room for him and the food was also of the standard for our security team members. Haha, I believe he should be grateful for your kindness. Seeing that Naraku still didn't answer, Uchiha couldn't help but steal a cautious glance at Naraku. Yeah, not bad. Naraku nodded. Seeing Naraku's response, Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. It was basically certain that Naraku would be the next captain of the security force. He is also the leader of the Uchiha clan and controls all affairs of the lives of many Uchiha ninjas. It was a rare occasion for Uchiha Naraku to visit, and Uchiha tried his best to please him. However, Uchiha Naraku often had a blank expression on his face and was moody, which made Uchiha a little cautious. Bang bang, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Come in. Uchiha regained his composure and said calmly to the outside of the door. As the warden, he still had to have some dignity in front of his subordinates. The office door opened and a prison ninja from the security department came in with a white-haired man. Warden, the prisoner has been brought in. The prison ninja reported to Uchiha. Okay, got it. Go ahead. Uchiha said calmly with a blank expression. Hi. After arriving at the warden's office, Beiruo quietly looked at the warden Uchiha Riki and the mysterious man who was sitting with his back to him at the desk. Uchiha Naraku turned his chair around and faced Beiruo. He smiled slightly and said. Konoha Jainin, Beiruo, I haven't seen you for a week. How have you been? When Bailuo saw that things did not seem to be as he thought, he interrogated himself, sentenced him, and then executed him. Seeing this obvious person in power, who seemed to be quite polite to him, many thoughts flashed through Bailuo's mind. Naraku-sama is asking you a question. Are you deaf? After the prison ninja went down, the warden Uchiha changed his expression and became a lackey. Seeing that Hiroha was still not answering, he slammed the chopping board and shouted at him. "Riki-kun, please go down first. I want to have a good chat with this Jainin." Naraku said calmly. "Hey! Lord Naraku, if you have any instructions, just shout. I'll be standing guard for you outside the door." Uchiha, who had just scolded fiercely, instantly changed his expression to be submissive, and replied, then stood up and walked out. When passing by Beiliuhu, he did not forget to scold. "I'm warning you, be honest. Lord Naraku is the leader of our Uchiha clan. If you have any inappropriate thoughts, Konoha prison will make you regret being born in Konoha." Hirako's eyes flickered, and he turned a deaf ear to the scolding. Uchiha Riki did not wait for Hirako's reply, and after giving the warning, he went out to stand guard. "Haha, it seems that Beiliuhu-kun is somewhat resistant to prison life." Seeing that Hiraho was slow to respond and didn't know what he was thinking, Naraku couldn't help but ask softly. "When did you let me go?" Hokage had participated in the ninja war and shed blood on the battlefield. Although he was imprisoned, he still had the demeanor of a Konoha Jainin. "Let you go? Haha, you must be joking. You studied forbidden technique and even used fellow Konoha people for human experiments. This is a heinous crime." Hiraho frowned. There were many materials in the laboratory that were discovered by the ninjas that had not been destroyed in time. Naraku saw the twinkling in Beiraho's eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then said, "According to the law, he should be executed immediately, but..." Naraku said nothing more, picking up the teacup and taking a sip. "Sir Naraku, but what?" The warden's warning let Okuro know the identity of the person in front of him, the leader of the Uchiha clan, the most prestigious family in Konoha. Even the Hokage had to give him some face. "However, I have seen your laboratory. It should be about the development of ninjutsu such as fusion or combination. I am very interested in your forbidden technique experiment. I don't want to bury such an outstanding talent." Naraku said slowly, picking up the cup and continuing to sip his tea. Hokuro's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that someone would appreciate his wild ideas and sloppy ninjutsu experiments. "But you actually dared to capture our Uchiha clan's middle genin for experiments. I have to say, you are really bold." Having said that, Naraku put down the teacup and looked at Hiraho expressionlessly. Although Naraku had a threatening and pressured look on his face, Hirako already understood that his life was safe. Lord Naraku is interested in and admires his own ninjutsu. As long as he is valuable and his forbidden technique is valuable, and he can explain his Kachira technique clearly, he might even be able to capture Lord Naraku and gain his support. "Sir Naraku, the development, research, and experimentation of ninjutsu is bound to be stained with blood. The idea of the Kiyara technique is a fusion ninjutsu, an ultimate ninjutsu that uses the body as the main body to devour and fuse other lives. Just imagine. What would happen if our weak human bodies had muscles and blood vessels as strong as a tiger? If we had wings like a bird, would we be able to fly in the sky? If all kinds of magical creatures could be integrated into our bodies through the Kachira technique, wouldn't we be invincible in the ninja world?" When Beiliuhu talked about the Gyuluo technique, he couldn't help but become a little fanatical. At this time, Hiraho's main focus for the Gyuluo technique was on fusion and integration, a type of development idea used to improve his own qualifications, strengthen his physique and chakra, and other research directions. The idea of integrating the bloodline limit and seizing the secret technique has not yet been conceived. Chapter 28, Ghost Bud Luo Technique. The idea of Kachira technique to seize Kekkei Genkai came from when Hiruzen fused the Uchiha clan's Sharingan with Hitaki Kakashi during the Third World War. The inspiration he gained from this allowed him to perfect his ninjutsu, which eventually enabled Kiyomaru to obtain the bloodline limit. Nice idea. Is this ninjutsu called Kisara technique? Naraku said indifferently, touching his chin with a blank expression. That's right. Hiraho's fanatical expression remained unchanged, and he looked at Naraku with shining eyes. If you just want to devour animals, then maybe that's fine, but have you ever thought about devouring ninjas, or the bloodline limit of ninjas? Uchiha Naraku picked up the teacup, blew on it, and said lightly. Bloodline limit. Obaru's eyes lit up. Great. Great. Lord Naraku has similar thoughts too. When Naraku reminded him, Hirahu suddenly had an epiphany and came up with a new idea. The enthusiasm in his eyes made Naraku feel a little flustered. These crazy scientific researchers are so terrifying. I was the one who led such a sinful act. Naraku was a little hesitant. This kind of thing was really hard for him to get over. Naraku looked at Hirako and immediately thought. One general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of men. They want to kill each other. Even without me, he would still do so. And I do need the scientific and technological achievements. Thinking of this, Naraku straightened his expression and nodded. Yes, I also had this kind of idea, but I lacked an assistant until I found you. Do you know why I didn't hand you over to the Hokage? Because you and I are the same kind of people. The corners of Bailuhu's mouth curled up. It is hard to find a true friend. He didn't expect that the Lord Naraku in front of him was the same as himself. It was really wonderful. Lord Naraku, I fully appreciate your idea. How about we try it out now? I am a member of the Konoha Guard. It is my duty to maintain the stability of Konoha. So we can no longer conduct experiments in Konoha, if you are not afraid of being hunted down by the Anbu. So what do you mean? Bailuhu was a little anxious about the forbidden technique experiment. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, Bailuhu, you don't have to worry about the experiment. I will build a secret underground base for you. At the same time, there are many things you want in the Konoha prison. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Bailuhu smiled enthusiastically and nodded repeatedly. I've seen your previous laboratory. It was too simple. You need to set up more observation equipment and storage tanks, and all of these require funds. Naraku said calmly with a blank expression. I have performed many S and A rank missions for Konoha, and I still have a lot of assets left from my rewards. That was just the initial lab, and I am also preparing to expand it. After hearing Naraku's testimony and the simplicity of the laboratory, Hirahu nodded. Hirahu was also very aware of the simple conditions of the laboratory. The experiment had just started, but after several twists and turns, the Gyuluo technique had made considerable progress, which greatly boosted Bailuhu's confidence. As a Konoha Genin, Hokage is quite powerful. Although he is not among the top ones, he is also considered the backbone of the Genin. He had completed hundreds of A-level tasks and dozens of S-level tasks. Based on the minimum commission of 1 million taels for S-level tasks, he had at least tens of millions of taels of funds. Including the hundreds of A-rank missions, Naraku guessed that Hirako had assets worth hundreds of millions of taels. It is equivalent to almost a year's funding for the security force, otherwise it would not be able to support his long-term experiments. Naraku stroked his chin and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In the Will of Fire, Hokurako's experiments in Konoha were still active near Konoha even after the end of the Third World War. This shows that his laboratory base is very safe. If it weren't for the Uchiha's elite last time, it would have been difficult to detect his secret base. No one knows about your secret base except our security team. You can continue your experiments there, but don't hurt the people of Konoha village anymore. I will provide you with the materials and funds, but I also need a copy of the research progress and results. We uphold the principle of mutual benefit. In Konoha, I will ensure your safety and provide funding. And you will conduct the experiments and improve them. What do you think, Mr. Beiruo? I couldn't ask for more. Hirako agreed very readily. The ninjutsu had not yet been developed, and it was unknown whether it would be successful. The investment and protection from such a person in power will naturally be of great help to the experiment. As for whether to hand over the ninjutsu after it is developed, it is still up to Obaru to decide. In exchange for actual help, as a senior Jonin, Hiraho naturally agreed to the deal. Okay, then let's sign a secret contract, 1 copy each, which can only be kept by me. Remember, my requirements are the progress of the research, the specific techniques, and the final results. Do you understand? I understand, Lord Naraku. Bailohu smiled slightly, very straightforward. Seeing the look on Beiraho's face, Naraku guessed in his mind that this guy might be treating me as a sucker. The Gyuluo technique was finally successfully researched. As a time traveler, I know this very well. Naraku sneered in his heart, a little investment and insignificant protection in exchange for a powerful forbidden technique. As long as he could control and monitor it well, it would be almost a sure win. Naraku clapped his hands and called softly, "Riki-kun." Uchiha, who was standing guard outside, pushed the door open and walked in, responding very respectfully. "Thank you for preparing the writing brush and ink, and for arranging for someone to prepare a cup of tea for Baileahu. We had a very pleasant chat, and it was indeed a bit rude." Uchiha looked at Hirako and bowed slightly to Naraku. "Hi." He then turned and left, arranging for someone to prepare writing brushes and ink and pour tea for Naraku. The warden arranged his subordinates to quickly complete the tasks assigned by Naraku. Naraku looked at the paper signed by Hirako in his hand and smiled. "Hirawa-kun, you can no longer stay in Konoha. As a Konoha Jonin, you have committed such a crime. The Hokage has already listed you as an S-rank traitor. I will have someone take you out through the weak barrier. Then you can focus on your research." Hearing that he had become a rebel ninja, and of the highest level at that, even a cruel man like Obaru couldn't help but sigh at this village where he had stayed for more than 20 years. Naraku observed his expression and comforted him. "Hiraho-kun, your talent is currently known only to me. It cannot be limited by a country or a village. You belong to a larger world. There is no need to be sad about this. As long as you have stronger strength, or when I become the Hokage, you can still come back." Hearing Naraku's comfort, Hiraho looked better. At this time, the Gyuluo technique was still in its infancy and many things were not perfect. Hiraho himself was not sure about the future, and he had no idea whether the ideas of the Gyuluo technique were correct and feasible. Therefore, at this time, Bailohu was not as rampant as he would be later when he had mastered the Gyuluo technique. Chapter 29 Secret Base. For Uchiha Naraku's appreciation and comfort, Hibari couldn't help but feel that a man would die for his friend. "I have been in Konoha for more than 20 years. I never expected to be listed as an S-rank rebel. I am really reluctant to leave Konoha. But Lord Naraku, you are right. As long as I have stronger strength, or you become the Hokage, then I can still come back." Hirako just wanted to become stronger and catch up with the Sunin, but he didn't expect to be listed as an S-rank rebel ninja by the Hokage. Hearing this news, he couldn't help feeling sad. "Haha, yes, as long as you have the strength, the rules can be changed. And to become Hokage, you need to be very strong. All of this requires your help." Naraku laughed and answered. Hirako would never have thought that the reason he was listed as an S-rank rebel was because the Hokage wanted to comfort Uchiha Naraku and give Uchiha an explanation. Although Konoha Jonin are excellent, not all of them have S-rank treatment. You are a powerful ninja without my help. I am just the icing on the cake. I am very happy to serve you. Okay, today's conversation ends here. You will have to stay in prison for another day, Baileahu-jun. We will secretly send you out tomorrow night. Hi. Uchiha Tribe Land. Tribal Affairs Office. Office of the Patriarch. Naraku was on the desk, writing something with a pen. The 4 young ninjas below stood tall without saying a word. Uchiha Akagi, the captain of Naraku's guard. There are 4 members in Naraku's guard, namely the captain Uchiha Akagi, and team members Uchiha Ishii, Uchiha Ruofeng, and Uchiha Bai. Uchiha, 19 years old, 3 Tomo Sharingan, good at fire style, lightning style. Shuriken, serves as the captain of Naraku's guard. Uchiha Stone, 15 years old, 2 Tomo Sharingan, good at fire style, earth style, serves as Naraku's bodyguard. Uchiha 100, 16 years old, 2 Tomo Sharingan, good at fire style, water style, serves as Naraku's bodyguard. Uchiha Ruofeng, 15 years old, 3 Tomo Sharingan, good at fire style, wind style, lightning style, serves as Naraku's bodyguard. They are all the outstanding young men of the Uchiha clan and are very powerful. In fact, Uchiha Shi and Uchiha Bai could also be promoted to Genin, but Konoha disagreed and suppressed the number of Uchiha Genin. Uchiha Ruofeng is an elite youth after Naraku, Fugaku, and the 8 generations. In the Uchiha family, there are less than 10 people who have learned lightning-style Chidori, among whom are Shiwo and Ruofeng. Now, because they are serving as Naraku's bodyguards, they have been studying lightning style, Chidori Ryu. In terms of strength on paper, the average Genin is no match for these two, and it's only because of the Uchiha that the two usually don't leave the village, so their actual fighting capacity is questionable. After all, ninjas are assassins walking in the dark, with countless conspiracies, tricks, poisons and other means. Sometimes it is not enough to just have strong ninjutsu. Shiwo, secretly take Bai Heshi and the other two to the secret base of Bailiahu at night and install surveillance. The forbidden technique that Bailiahu studied is very useful to me. You must keep a close watch on it. Hi X3. Go ahead and prepare the equipment. Ruofeng, you should also go and practice. You don't need guards today. Hi X4. Thick smoke appeared in the field, and the 4 people had disappeared. Naraku stroked his chin, and was very impressed by the technology of the ninja world. The communication methods were very backward, but they did have computers and surveillance equipment. These Konoha Genin or people in power who have ulterior motives like to build some secret bases outside the village, such as Shimura Dans, Orochimaru, and Beirahu. As for the root organization's Shimura Dans, their secret base is not only in Konoha village, but also in the 5 major countries. With the continuous financial support from the Hokage and Shimura Dan's good management, intelligence departments such as spies are well connected, and Danzo will know almost immediately if there is any disturbance in the ninja world. In addition to the forbidden technique experiment and the wood-style experiment that was stopped, Danzo was having a lot of fun experimenting secretly. It can be said that Shimura Dans, in Konoha Shinobi, except when facing the Hokage, is almost indifferent to everyone in private and does whatever he wants. After the ninja troops returned, Orochimaru had disappeared. There were rumors that the 3rd generation arranged for Orochimaru to go to the root organization to serve as Danzo's deputy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's purpose was self-evident. To Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan must be suppressed, and the root organization is not a good thing either. Sending Orochimaru there obviously means taking over. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect that Shimura Dans, who was often defeated in front of him, was just as good at brainwashing as him in private. Orochimaru, who felt that human life was too short, was attracted by Danzo's various dark researches, and had already forgotten about taking over the surveillance. Konoha Hospital. Dean's office. There's knock on the door. Princess Tsunade, who returned to the village after World War II, was now in her mid-20s, with a majestic figure and still youthful. She wore a mesh dress with a white t-shirt over it. At the moment, he was curled up on the desk with fear in his eyes. He had just been experimenting with medical ninjutsu and accidentally got the bloodline out of the white mouse, which stained his hands. The whole person seemed to have suddenly frozen. It was hard to imagine that the dignified Konoha Sunin, the famous Princess Tsunade, would suffer from hemophobia. Medical ninjutsu is not a ninjutsu that was derived out of nowhere, it requires a lot of practice and experimentation. especially since Tsunade, as the leader of Konoha's medical team and even the founder of the ninja world's medical forces, needs to frequently experiment and develop new medical ninjutsu. Strange, I remember that Tsunade-sama came to the hospital this morning. The ninja from the medical class knocked on the door, but when Dean Tsunade didn't respond, he turned and left with a mutter. The ninja knocking on the door was going to report on the ninja's work of purchasing medical equipment. The Uchiha ninja came to purchase a large amount of medical-related equipment, and the amount was too large, so he came to report. In the end, he was turned away. Konoha Hospital is the headquarters of the Medical Corps. The medical emergency team is composed entirely of ninjas. It is an important department and team of Konoha Hospital and is under the jurisdiction of the captain of the Medical Corps, Tsunade. Konoha's medical forces include Konoha Hospital, Medical Emergency Team, Corpse Disposal Team, Animal Taming and Rehabilitation Team and other teams. Tsunade also serves as the director of Konoha Hospital. Because he is in charge of Konoha Hospital and saves the dying and the wounded, Tsunade is the most prestigious ninja among the Sunin. Countless ninjas who have been treated are fans of Tsunade. However, Tsunade-sama, who has a great reputation in Konoha, can only do some training work. Tsunade-sama is no longer competent for practical operations and experiments. The third generation had known about this for a long time, but because they were busy with government affairs, they did not realize the seriousness of the incident. Uchiha Yashiro received an order from Naraku and took some of his clansmen to purchase medical equipment at the Konoha Hospital. Unexpectedly, the process was so smooth that the ninja who was supposed to ask his superiors for permission quickly collected the money and sold the equipment. Many ninjas in Konoha are involved in experimental ninjutsu, or biological experiments such as cultivating summoning beasts, and will purchase some of this equipment, but they need to be registered and recorded. The inspection was not very strict, and the medical equipment of Konoha Hospital was even exported to other major countries, which was one of Konoha's important sources of income. The ninjas in the medical class who are good at using medical ninjutsu would never think that these purchasers are using this kind of equipment to conduct cruel experiments. Chapter 30 Konoha Security Building. Night. Outside Konoha village. In a hidden underground base. 5 small chakra balls appeared in Naraku's hands. 5 elements unseal. Bailohu's eyes showed pain, but he made no sound. After a while, he put down the clothes he had lifted. Hiroyuki-kun, the materials have been prepared for you inside. As for the medical equipment, they will be delivered within this week. Ha ha ha, okay, thank you Lord Naraku. Obito laughed loudly, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. From the conception of the Kiyomara technique to the actual experiment, he had been thinking about it for 3 years. He had just started the experiment and had some progress, but was discovered by Konoha. Now I can finally conduct experiments without any worries, without worrying about being exposed or being hunted down. With support and protection from above, there is no better environment for Bailahu. You're welcome, Mr. Hirahu. You're conducting experiments alone. If some of the test subjects get out of control, it could be dangerous. I'm sending you an elite ninja team. If you need to make contact or ask for help, you can ask them to deliver the message. Or if you have subordinates that you find reliable, you can call them in to replace them. Naraku was very polite to Beiruo. This secret base had a total of 5 areas, and each area was equipped with dozens of cameras to ensure a tight surveillance. Sir Naraku, I will follow your advice. My demon sprout technique has not yet been successful, and my students may not necessarily follow me. So the safety of the base is in your hands. As a Konoha Genin, Hokage has a team of ninja students under his command. It is indeed not easy to summon them without sufficient benefits or powerful secret techniques. If the secret is leaked, the consequences will be disastrous. Uchiha Zaitetsu nodded and said calmly, "Please don't be polite, Master Beiruhu. If you need anything, just tell me." Uchiha Shitetsu is the captain of this team, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Grandmaster Uchiha Ryu Fire Style, Genjutsu, Shuriken, and is very powerful. It was the Uchiha's hidden power, not recorded in the Konoha Jonin team, led by Uchiha Zaitetsu with 3 members, who were enough to subdue Beirahu. No need to be polite to them, Beiliuhu-jun. Just treat them as servants. Hirako understood that this was a ninja surveillance, but he didn't take it seriously. It was a win-win situation for both sides, so it would be strange if no measures were taken. Hi. Beiliuhu replied respectfully. You 4, even if you die, you must ensure the safety of Mr. Hirahu, do you understand? Naraku said to Zisha and the other 3. Hi. X4. Naraku nodded and disappeared in smoke. It's late at night, Zisha-kun, you can do whatever you want or take a rest. I can't wait to start the experiment. Beiliuhu was not polite to the men who were sent to him. After giving his instructions, he walked into the cave. Hi, Zisha replied respectfully and gestured with his hand. The other 3 guards instantly disappeared and took up duty to guard the 2 entrances and exits to prevent anyone from breaking in. The sun is bright and the sunshine is shining. The cool weather in early autumn, coupled with the peaceful village environment, is beautiful. Naraku put down the scroll of sealing technique in his hand and thought for a moment. The 4-symbol seal. The power of the seal depends on the caster. The stronger the caster, the more lasting and stronger the power of the seal will be. However, as time goes by, the power of the seal will still become weaker and weaker. If no one reinforces the seal, once it becomes weak enough, the sealed target may break the seal and come out. The 4-symbol seal technique is very powerful, and 2 people in the anime have improved this technique. They are Namikaze Minato's 8-sign seal, which is 2 4-symbol seals superimposed on each other, making the seal durable and strong. Without a reserved key or something, this seal cannot be opened at all. The second improvement developed was Shimura Dan's. The normal 4-symbol seal seals the person within one's own space, but the inner 4-symbol seal seals the person as well, erasing him or her directly from the world. According to the conversation with Uzumaki Naoki, Naraku discovered that the Uzumaki clan seemed to have an idea, and it was rumored that when the Uzumaki country was destroyed, the leader of the Uzumaki clan used the Uzumaki seal to take away many invading ninjas. Naraku has no interest in this kind of suicidal ninjutsu, but it is still necessary for reference for the improvement of sealing techniques. Well, my sealing technique has been slightly accomplished. Naraku put the scroll away, dusted it off, and walked towards the security building. Today is the day of the Konoha Guard Force Assembly. Last night, my father Uchiha Santang had already informed Naraku and was preparing to announce the handover of duties today. There is no point in not handing over. In fact, ever since the Uchiha clan leader joined the security force under the command of Uchiha, everyone with a discerning eye knows what happens next, not to mention that the clan leader and the captain are father and son. Of course, even if they were not as close as father and son, with the Uchiha chief joining the guard force, power gradually returned to Naraku. During this period, Uchiha Fugaku worked peacefully and seemed to have disappeared. Naraku originally thought that Fugaku was hit hard and no longer cared about clan affairs and the guard team. Later, it was discovered that Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto were flirting and were in love, even putting their work aside. Naraku was speechless. After a while, Naraku arrived at the security force building. Security Force Building Conference Room. Uchiha Santang sat at the front, on top of the chief. Below are the squad leaders and elite members of the security team. When Uchiha Santang saw that everyone was present, he nodded slightly and glanced at Uchiha Naraku. Naraku suppressed the death of his tribe members and the incident of Hirahu, but several Uchiha insiders still knew some inside information, such as Uchiha Daizo and Sanzo, who were old and powerful people. Santang was not very optimistic about Naraku's forbidden technique experiment to support Hirako. The Gyaluo technique was obviously nonsense. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, Sharingan, is the strongest bloodline limit, and the Uchiha ninja with Sharingan is the best ninja in the ninja world. However, Uchiha Santang could do nothing about Naraku's stubbornness. Who asked them to support such a clan leader in the first place? Now that Naraku has been the clan leader for 3 years, the Clan Affairs Hall has become the gathering and management body for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Naraku, who is in charge of the Clan Affairs Office, has surpassed both Daizo and Sanzo in power. The first squad of the guard force under Naraku's jurisdiction is also the most outstanding of all the squads. The other teams are all learning from the first team. They go to the first team more often than they come to our team. There is no point in not stepping down. Uchiha Santang sighed and thought no more. Quiet. The captain of the third team, Uchiha Zhang Shui, who was watching the situation from the side, shouted. Everyone in the audience sat down and looked at Uchiha Santang in front of them. Seeing that the discipline had been arranged, Uchiha Santang coughed lightly and said calmly. Ahem, I have been in charge of the security team for more than 20 years. I am very grateful for the strong support of all the staff of the security team. However, I am now exhausted both physically and mentally. I would like to take this opportunity of this meeting to announce my retirement. Chapter 1 Captain of the Konoha Guard, Part 1. Hearing this, everyone in the audience was a little shocked, but no one asked the reason in detail, and waited for Uchiha Santang to say next. Santang took a quick look and sighed slightly. The position of captain of the security force will be taken over by Uchiha Naraku. I have informed the third Hokage of this matter, and the appointment will be made soon. Do you have any objections? Everyone off the court looked at each other. It's all been decided and reported to the higher authorities. What's the point of having objections? Raising objections would offend the new boss, who is also the head of one's own family. Everyone in the audience was silent, and no one raised any objections. The replacement of the captain of the security force was actually handled by Uchiha himself, and the so-called reporting to the higher authorities was just a formality. Since the third generation took office, they have never interfered with the security force. Seeing that everyone was silent, Naraku could not remain silent, so he coughed lightly and said. It is best to have a fair and open election for the captain of the guard force. If there are capable people who are interested in leading the guard force, they can participate in the election. The Konoha Guard is developing in the same way as our Uchiha clan, so anyone with ability can participate in the election. Naraku was humble. Even though the security force was in his pocket, he still had to cover it up to some extent. Otherwise, it would be too obvious and it would cause a rift within Uchiha, which would not be good. No objection. I support Naraku-sama. With the leadership of the patriarch, we won't get lost. Naraku's humility backfired, and everyone in the audience expressed their support for Uchiha Naraku, and some even flattered him. As expected, people forget about you when you leave. This precious son of mine is really not humble. Uchiha Santang sighed. Naraku's humble words were mistakenly interpreted as him taking sides. Naraku also reacted, but it was difficult for him to explain himself. Naraku, come up and sit here. You will be the one sitting here from now on. Santang pointed to the seat next to him. When Santang took over, he also sat next to the previous captain. The two captains listened to the work. One finished his last shift, and the other understood the work and was ready to take up his post. Yes. Naraku responded respectfully, sitting next to his stepfather Uchiha Santang. Next, let's report on our work. Although Santang was on the last shift, he was still serious and rigorous, listening to the affairs of each team. On the contrary, Naraku could not help dozing off after listening to the trivial matters for a while. Because the affairs of the first squad are directly under the jurisdiction of Naraku, they are well aware of everything in the jurisdiction. As the public security, village management, and security posts have been gradually standardized, they rarely have conflicts with the villagers. Naraku really didn't want to hear about the trivial matters between the second and third teams anymore. Although the second and third teams learned the practices of the first team, their abilities were limited and they were often unable to clearly divide themselves. Without strong leadership to supervise and suppress the rebellion, even things like salary adjustments cannot be accomplished. And there will be no division of responsibilities like in a squad. On the first day of taking over the position, the old leader was still there, and Naraku was unable to make major adjustments. I will start adjusting the teams tomorrow when I organize the meeting. While the guard team members off the field were still reporting, Naraku was already thinking about the reorganization of the second and third teams. As for the Criminal Investigation Division, the 17-man squadron of the first division can be said to be idle most of the time. Naraku plans to assign a squadron of 17 people from the Criminal Investigation Department to handle Konoha's major crimes, and they will be specifically assigned to Section 1. The Public Security Department has more people and involves many matters related to ordinary villagers. In the previous 3 districts, each district retained a squadron of 17 people. Compared with the previous 70 people, the personnel and expenses were greatly reduced. The Village Management Squadron Naraku prepared 3 jurisdictions, each with a team of 4 people. The 4 people will be in charge of an area that previously had 70 people. The salary of the 4 people will be slightly higher, and they will be asked to recruit villagers and assist in the management by performing non-ninja series tasks. Village management is always an offensive matter, so the less Uchiha participates, the better, but they still do not give up their power and recruit villagers or civilian genin to do these jobs. As for the security guards at the weak points of the barrier, they cannot give up their power. This involves Naraku and his tribesmen sneaking out of the village. Shimura Dance often sneaks out of the barrier and stays at the base outside the village. Naraku is ready to learn from this old guy's style. The security force has 3 jurisdictions, each with a squad of 70 people, for a total of 210 people. Including the security at the weak points of the barrier, there are a total of 15 weak points in the barrier. 15 teams took turns on duty, with 4 people working in 3 shifts at each weak point of the barrier, 1 person at each time period. Sometimes the team leader would take turns on duty, and occasionally there would be 2 people on duty. A total of 60 people. The Konoha prison has a staff of 60 people, with 5 teams of 20 people in each team, working in 3 shifts. As well as 20 people in various clerical positions, including secretaries, assistants, consultants, and logistics. The entire security force has a total of more than 350 people. The security team members who manage the area have an annual salary of 600,000 taels, which is relatively high in the team. As for many others, their salaries are very low. They just receive a job just to avoid leaving the village or going to the battlefield. Their living depends entirely on occasionally completing tasks during their rest time or receiving help from the great elders. 150 million ryo is indeed a bit low. Konoha has many shinobi and many departments, and it can be said that the funding for the security forces is the lowest. Anbu's funds, medical unit funds, regular ninja mission commissions, S-level missions with a minimum of 1 million taels and a maximum of 10 million taels have all been issued. The Uchiha clan members are indeed somewhat lazy and do not like to work. In the past, when the clan elders assigned clan ninjas to perform secret missions, they would usually give them ninja tools, detonating talismans, and military ration pills, as well as commissions. Therefore, the clan ninjas did not worry much about survival in the past. It has been nearly 40 years since the Uchiha joined Konoha, and the elders' pockets are no longer as bulging as they once were. Everyone's wallets are empty. Because it is a security force, most of the tribesmen are trying hard to join it, but they only receive such a meager salary. During the Ninja War, people had to join the security forces even if they had no salary, so as to avoid fighting. Naraku, what do you think about this matter? Uchiha Santang suddenly patted Naraku and asked. Ah? What? Naraku was completely distracted and didn't listen to the trivial matters reported by these people. Santang looked a little unhappy and said, "What do you think about the fact that some team members feel that the salary is too low?" "The salary is too low. Wouldn't it be better to go to the Konoha mission office to get missions?" Naraku asked curiously. A ninja in his 30s frowned upon hearing this and said, "Lord Naraku, we Uchiha are a prominent family in Konoha. Wouldn't it be detrimental to the dignity of the family if we were to carry out D-rank missions like pulling weeds and catching cats?" Naraku frowned slightly. Chapter 1 Captain of the Konoha Guard, Part 2. Naraku frowned slightly. Then take on some high-level missions, such as protecting important people or conquering ninjas. These missions are usually above B level, and sometimes there are A-level and S-level missions as well. Naraku said calmly, glancing at the ninja. The ninja who was in his 30s frowned even more tightly, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. How can a ninja from Uchiha be so afraid of death? Naraku guessed what he wanted to say, probably something like a dangerous mission, and couldn't help but say it coldly. Hearing what Naraku said, the 30-year-old ninja couldn't help but blush a little and said nothing more. Naraku sighed inwardly and said, "The problem of low income should indeed be solved. The high-level tasks are too dangerous. I will find a solution for this. However, even if it is an Uchiha, a D-rank mission or a C-rank mission is not shameful, and it will not damage the dignity of the Uchiha. Pulling weeds, cleaning rivers, and helping residents find their pets are also contributions to Konoha. What's more, Konoha will give commissions. Clan members who have free time can take on more tasks." "Hi!" The ninjas off the field responded one after another. Uchiha Santang saw that the meeting was almost over, so he announced. Meeting adjourned. Night. Garrison Building. Uchiha Santang walked out of the security building, looked back at the icon in front of the building, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, turned around and left. The captain's office of the security force. The captains and deputy captains of each team, as well as the captain of the security team, the warden, and others gathered in the conference room. Uchiha Naraku sat on the main seat and slowly spoke to the audience. "Today is my first day in charge of the security force. I originally did not want to reform it, but the reform of the first squad of the security force has achieved remarkable results, so I called you all together to discuss the reform of the security force." The captain of the second team, Uchiha Yaoi, and the captain of the third team, Uchiha Zhang Shui, looked at each other with the vice-captains of their respective teams. The first squad was represented by squadron leader Uchiha Saburo. After all, the original captain of the first squad, Naraku, had been promoted to captain general of the security force. Warden Uchiha Riki and security captain Uchiha Shun both watched the situation from the outside without interrupting. "Captain, how do you plan to reform?" asked Uchiha Yaoi, the captain of the second team, in a deep voice. "The people in power of these security forces actually do not want reform. They think it is a very happy thing to live a life in such a stable manner. They would not think of the Hokage suppressing and ostracizing them, because they have never experienced it before. They would not think that the suppression would fall on every member of the tribe in the future. The security forces no longer have so-called squads, but only departments. The work of the members of the original 3 squads has been split up, and the organization has been split up. First, we will establish a public security department. The public security department will have 3 squadrons with 51 people. Each person will have an annual salary of 400,000 taels. They will be in charge of the public security of Konoha. Their main responsibilities are to resolve disputes among villagers, combat crime, and conduct regular patrols. The original chaotic management of 210 people was streamlined to 51 people. Second, the Criminal Investigation Division, a squadron of 17 members, with an annual salary of 800,000 ryo, is mainly responsible for ninja-related cases and major cases involving villagers. 17 people are enough to handle Konoha's major cases. The Criminal Investigation Division of the former 1st Squadron under my jurisdiction is usually too idle, so this may increase the workload. Everyone in the audience listened attentively. The ninja was affected by chakra and had a better memory than ordinary people, but he didn't take notes or anything. Third, the village management section. Each member of the village management section will receive an annual salary of 1 million taels, and will be organized into 3 teams of 12 people plus a section chief. Regardless of whether the village management recruits villagers to assist or manages itself, it must manage the streets well and will never allow villagers to complain. Fourth, the prison department. Konoha prison is very large and requires a lot of manpower to manage. However, 60 ninjas of various types are a bit too many to guard it. The original 5 teams of 20 people per class will be reduced to 3 teams of 12 people per class. The salary will be increased as appropriate. Naraku said this and glanced at UCHIHA. After all, UCHIHA was submissive, and this kind of power reduction was the most hated thing. The originally submissive UCHIHA looked at his nose, and his nose looked at his heart, without any reaction or expression. Naraku nodded. Fifth, Security Department. The staff of the Security Department remains the same, still 60 people, guarding the weak points of the barrier. Naraku wanted to reduce the salary from 600,000 taels to 400,000 taels, but he didn't say it out loud. He was afraid that if he cut salaries everywhere, people would be unstable. If he was criticized by his own followers, he would lose all his dignity. He paused and continued. The 6th is the Supervision Department, which consists of 3 teams of 12 people plus the section chief, a total of 13 people. They are responsible for supervising the work of the entire security team. For dereliction of duty, bribery, abuse of power, etc., the Supervision Department has the right to punish such personnel. At the same time, some major cases and arrest cases need to be reviewed by the Supervision Department before the next step can be taken. The 7th is the Judicial Department. A team of 4 people is responsible for formulating the laws of Konoha village and the laws of the guard. All employees must memorize the laws, and all criminals must be handed over to the Judicial Department for judgment before they take effect. Whether it is imprisonment, flogging, or other punishments, it must be determined by the Judicial Department before the other departments can execute it. Abuse of lynching by various departments is not allowed. Violators will be kicked out of the guard. Everyone was concentrating, and after hearing what Naraku said, they looked at each other and realized that although there were only 4 people in the referee department, they belonged to the rights department. 8th, Plainclothes Intelligence Department. 3 teams of 12 people plus a section chief, counter-espionage, and gathering all kinds of intelligence, whether it is the various families in the village or the major countries outside the village. There are 13 people for now, and we will discuss expanding them later. These are the eyes and ears of our UCHIHA. The Plainclothes Intelligence Department does not need to wear uniforms, but needs to blend into the environment and gather intelligence. It also has the function of preventing the root organization, but UCHIHA Naraku did not say anything about the root organization. The 9th Special Mobile Unit, a squad with 70 members. They are guards who handle special missions and must be good at fighting. Their duties include assisting other departments in their work, including arresting criminals, guarding important people and important places, assisting in transmitting intelligence, and other dangerous missions. They usually have no missions and are responsible for training to increase their strength. The elite of my UCHIHA clan will be transferred to this team. When the people in the audience heard about the Special Mobile Force, which is the security members for special tasks, they all looked up. As an UCHIHA, who hasn't thought about becoming famous? It's just that he has been corrupted by years of peaceful and affluent life. The 10th Propaganda Squad. It is directly under the Guard Force, not a separate department. It consists of 4 people and is responsible for promoting the work of the Guard Force. We work very hard and contribute a lot to Konoha, but the villagers often do not understand our work. We need the propaganda department to publicize the work achievements of our Guard Force and our contributions to Konoha. The 11th Finance Team, directly under the Security Force, not a separate department. A team of 4 people is responsible for the financial management of the security force. All expenditures and income must have receipts. 12 secretarial classes, an unspecified number of people. Secretaries are responsible for helping me draft documents, giving suggestions, and assisting in the work of the security team, or receiving foreign guests on my behalf. The secretaries are mainly responsible for clerical and auxiliary work, as well as external affairs. Assistant Class 13, an unspecified number of people, my assistants. If I'm not here, they will help handle the work of various departments and teams. Most of the time, the assistants' work is with the security team, which is internal. Logistics Squad 14, a small team of 4 people, directly under the security force, responsible for the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of the security force members. Originally, the 3 security teams had 210 people, plus 60 security guards, 60 prison staff, and various civilian staff, totaling 350 people. Naraku reduced the number of personnel to less than 300, freeing up the annual salary funds for 50 people. This way, there is enough money to change the uniforms of the guards. Naraku was the one who was talking the whole time, and the various executives below were listening. They listened attentively. Naraku continued. The uniforms of the security forces also need to be changed. I have a design in mind. All the uniforms of the security forces except the Special Police Department will be changed to blue. The Special Police Department uniforms are set separately, with blue on top and black on the bottom. The standard vests will be black instead of the green ninja uniform. Regarding Naraku's audacity, the Uchiha of the second team couldn't help but whispered, "Captain, changing the Konoha shinobi vest is not a good idea, right? What's wrong with that? The Hokage will only come to me if he's unhappy. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, to be eligible for a vest, you must reach the Chunin level." Naraku glanced at Uchiha with a displeased look. And the armbands of the security forces also need to be changed. The armbands of the Village Management Department and the Security Department are not allowed to have the Security Force logo printed on them. The Village Management and Security armbands must all be changed to the Konoha logo. Naraku said lightly that these 2 positions carrying thunders must not have the mark of Uchiha on their bodies. Uchiha Jiro, the former captain of the 1st Division, who was promoted to assistant after Naraku came, couldn't help but wonder, "Sir Naraku, why did the Village Management Division and the Security Division change to Konoha's logo? How can we tell that they are the security team?" Naraku did not answer Uchiha Jiro and continued to elaborate. The original armbands had shuriken and round fan patterns on both sides. We made some adjustments. The 3 departments of public order, village management, and security had their hats and left armbands changed to Konoha symbols, and the right armband was changed to a shield with the name of their department written on the shield. Except for the public security, village management, and security divisions, other divisions still use the shuriken ring fan pattern of the security forces, but only on the left arm. The right arm is a shield with the name of their division written on the shield. For other civil service positions such as finance, secretarial, and assistant, just write the word security on the shield armband. Everyone in the audience looked at each other in response to the information given by Naraku. Uchiha Naraku was going to change everything from his position to his uniform. These changes are very important and we also need your assistance. Let's discuss the appointment of the heads of each department. Naraku looked at these people and said calmly. It can be said that with this wave of changes, the rights of the 3 teams were all dispersed, and because Team 1 was originally managed by Naraku, the captains of various subjects in Team 1 were promoted. The original team captains and deputy captains will basically be transferred to positions such as supervisor, referee, assistant, and secretary, which means they are in control of the power and everyone is happy. Chapter 2, Third Generation's Vigilance. Hokage Building. In the meeting room, the Konoha Quartet, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Dance, Yudatan Koharu, and Mitokado Homura sat on mats. Sarutobi Hiruzen usually worked in his office. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's power was consolidated, such discussions among the four of them became less and less frequent, and could be seen only a few times a year. How dare a small country challenge Konoha again and again? Hands of the Salamander is really asking for his own death. Mitokado Homura said with a disdainful tone, holding the file in his hand. The Rain Country, the protagonist of World War II, was not at peace even after the war. Yudatan Koharu added, intelligence personnel have sent information that the Rain Country has made great efforts to train ninjas and integrate ninja forces, as well as provide relief to villages and develop the economy. It seems that they have a big plan and we must guard against it. Hands of the Salamander still hasn't faced reality. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head as he held the file in his hands. The information gathered by Konoha's intelligence personnel was generally correct, but there were some errors. Hands of the Salamander was an expert in ninjutsu, but he was always arrogant. This kind of thing was not something Hands of the Salamander could accomplish. The intelligence personnel had little understanding of the leader of the Rain Country and thought that it was instructed by Hands of the Salamander, so they passed the information back. Shimura Dan's route organization was more detailed. At this time, several mercenary organizations were born in the Land of Rain, and the route even had an idea of the organization's leader. Obviously, Danzo's route organization was stronger than Konoha's intelligence system. In addition, Shimura Dan's had led a battle in Rain Country during World War II and had dealt with Hands of the Salamander, so he had a certain understanding of Hanzo. Danzo had no desire to explain to the three of them, and as if he was willing to take the trouble, he said coldly, I will lead the route organization to the Rain Country. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo. Hiruzen had some respect for his old partner. It can be said that Shimura Dan's, with his route organization, creates chaos wherever he goes. Danzo has made great contributions to the peace of Konoha. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat afraid of the current size of the route organization. Since World War II, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not known the exact size of the route organization. Yudatan Koharu and Mitokado Homura had the same idea and exchanged glances with the third generation. The third generation nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, Danzo, I'll leave it to you. Danzo didn't answer, but nodded slightly. Yudatan Koharu put down the scroll in his hand, picked up the second one and looked at it, frowned and said, the leader of the Uchiha now also controls the police force. The system established by second generation has some logic, and we don't need to get too involved in it. Sarutobi Hiruzen blew out a smoke ring. Although the security force was nominally taking over the leadership, it still had to report to the Hokage. It shows that Uchiha Naraku has a strong desire for power. We need to be vigilant. But with so many tasks for Uchiha and the security team, can he handle it all by himself? Mitokado Homura also picked up the file and took a look. Although Uchiha Naraku is highly skilled in ninjutsu and powerful, he is still a family dog, caged bird. Third generation took a puff of cigarette, shook his head and said slowly, the police force is an unsolvable conspiracy. The power of the police force is indeed great and important, but firstly, the funding is strictly controlled by the Hokage building. The Hokage has the final say on how much funding to give. The initial funding was more than 150 million ryo, but it was gradually suppressed by the four-man group. For reasons such as the ninja war, ninja school, and hospital, the funding for the security forces was reduced. Secondly, ninjas were originally just tools, and although the education in Konoha's ninja school was enlightened, it was actually also a cruel selection process, and almost all ninjas who survived the war would eventually reach the level of Jonin. Uchiha is in charge of the security force and seems to be in a high position of power, but in fact he is just a pet dog kept at home. The Uchiha clan, which was so famous during the Sengoku era and the early days of Konoha, has hardly left Konoha since the second generation took over, let alone produced any famous ninjas. Today's Uchiha clan has lost its sharpness. Many Uchiha ninjas take missions from Konoha to make a living. The third generation will pick some nice and simple C and D level missions so that they can make a living without taking risks. Anyway, for the Uchiha ninjas, it's totally fine to ask for a little money and do low-end missions or something. It is also possible to join the guard team and refuse to be called up to the battlefield. Seemingly being highly respected, Uchiha has become corrupt and addicted to peace. Most ninjas were weak and became tigers without claws. Maybe when there is a chance in the future, I can directly take back all the rights of Uchiha. If they are not satisfied, I will just wipe them out. In the anime, at the end of the third generation's rule, Uchiha was completely corrupted and was indeed wiped out by Konoha. The Uchiha clan must be guarded against. The Uchiha are a clan that is born evil. Don't forget that person. Even if you think of him decades later, it's like an insurmountable mountain. Shimura Dans reminded. Shimura Dans and the Dark Roots were actually not very presentable, they were just the swords in Hiruzen's hands. The third generation's indulgence and tolerance made the gen fat and strong because Danzo was reliable and would really do anything. The third generation would never have thought that the brave and hard-working comrades they saw at that time would become even more cruel than themselves in the later period, and in order to preserve their strength, they would silently watch Konoha turn into ruins. The four discussed Konoha's current affairs and development, as if they were still young. At the Yamato Izakaya in Konoha, the owner personally handed a bottle of wine to a customer and said enthusiastically, "Please enjoy your meal." "Thanks." The guest thanked him quietly, picked up the wine jug, looked at the mouth of the jug, and then poured a glass of wine into the glass. At this time, 8 ninjas dressed in special clothes came into the store. They wore blue hats with a shuriken ring fan pattern on the badge in the middle of the hat, blue shirts, and black ninja vests. For reference, the armband on the left arm also has a shuriken ring fan pattern, while the armband on the right arm is embroidered with a shield pattern. There are 8 people in the team, and some of them have criminal investigation written on them, and some have special police written on them on their shield patterns. The 8 men split into 2 groups, 4 of them surrounded the pub owner, and 4 of them surrounded the customer. "You are Suzuki Kimura, the owner of Yamato Izakaya, right? Come with us." After the ninja from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Security Force finished speaking, he took out shackles and locked the hands of the pub owner. The izakaya owner looked at the ninjas in special attire in front of him with a stunned look on his face. On the other side, the elite guard Saburo Uchiha stood in front of the drinking guest, reached out and took the wine jug used by the guest, and took a closer look. The drinking guest seemed very confused as he looked at the security ninja in front of him. "Genin Mitsuha, come with us." "Sir, I am a genin who respects the Hokage-sama. I wonder what I have done wrong." Uchiha Saburo was too lazy to explain to him and waved his hand impatiently. "Don't you know what you did wrong?" Genin Mitsuha was puzzled when she heard this, and just as she was about to speak, she met Uchiha Saburo's eyes and was stunned. "What are you standing there for? Lock it up and take it away." The guards nearby removed the shackles and locked up the rock shinobi spy. Uchiha Saburo took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag, split the wine flask in his hand into 2, and then looked at the 2 pieces of the wine flask carefully, only to see many words written on the inner wall. Exactly how Iwagakure spies pass on intelligence. At first, seeing the honest appearance of the spy, Uchiha Saburo was somewhat suspicious whether he had arrested the wrong person. Now that the criminal was caught red-handed, Sanlang felt relieved. Iwagakure spies are indeed elite. Chapter 3, Spy Matters. Konoha Guard Building. Captain's Office. Naraku sat at his desk, holding the file, examining it carefully. Naraku has been in charge of the security force for half a year. Apart from some initial personnel changes and salary adjustments that caused some minor turbulence in the security force, under Naraku's strong suppression, the security force quickly stabilized. Now each department is responsible for its own rights and work, and they do not interfere with each other. The authority of the captain of the security building and the security force has been slightly strengthened, and the captains of the original 3 teams have all been replaced. The security force only has various departments, a total of more than 10 departments. A single department cannot form a larger group and can only obey the leadership of the security team captain. Uchiha Naraku not only unified the various factions of the Uchiha clan, but also established the Clan Affairs Office, which completely concentrated power in the hands of the clan leader. Today's Uchiha is one of the periods in the history of the Uchiha family with the most concentrated power. The Konoha Guard Force, which had been established for more than 20 years, was split into 3 teams by Naraku and formed into more than 10 departments with more than 10 department chiefs. They were led by the captain of the guard force and their orders were unimpeded. The 3 teams had been self-managed for more than 20 years, but this was ended by Naraku and power tended to be centralized. The reform of the security forces and the establishment of the Uchiha Clan Affairs Office put the Uchiha Naraku in a position of great power. The Uchiha clan will never be destroyed if they are led by Naraku. The only flaw at this time is Uchiha Naraku himself. Naraku's strength is not yet infallible. Bang bang! Come in! Uchiha said in a deep voice as he strode into Naraku's office. Sir Naraku, the line to Yamato Izakaya has been collected. Uchiha Yakumi, the former captain of the 2nd Squad, is now the assistant to the captain and the head of the supervision department. He is considered a big shot in the security force. He was originally dissatisfied with the split of the squad, but after half a year, he has turned into a die-hard supporter of Naraku. Oh, good. Remember to gather all the spy information for this month, and then publicize the achievements of our security team in the propaganda department and various bulletin boards in Konoha. Hi. Uchiha Yaoi respectfully agreed. Naraku glanced at Uchiha and said earnestly. Remember, once you've done your work, you must publicize it. The purpose of establishing the publicity department is to publicize such matters. Let the people of Konoha village know that we, the Uchiha, are protecting the peace of Konoha. Hi. Uchiha Yaoi once again responded respectfully. Naraku waved his hand, and Uchiha Yaoi retreated and left. It's nothing more than that sometimes the Uchiha Naraku would be more long-winded and repeat themselves. It's really because these Uchiha elites have too old-fashioned ideas and are always talking about things like prestige and fame. He was extremely contemptuous of the villagers and other ninja clans, and Naraku had to repeat his orders repeatedly before these people would honestly carry out what Naraku had told them to do. If you don't explain it in a few words, they will choose to forget it. It really made Uchiha Naraku too tired. Fortunately, after half a year of hard work in the village management and public security departments, although he was still despised by the Konoha villagers, his reputation improved a little. Moreover, the village management and public security departments all wear Konoha uniforms without any Uchiha logo, which is different from the black vests and blue shirts of other departments. The public security and village management departments still wear green vests and black combat uniforms, and the shield patterns on their arms read Village Management and Public Security. The Konoha forehead protector and Konoha logo must be tied on the forehead, the most conspicuous place. As for special police, criminal investigation, supervision, adjudication, and other departments, they basically wear black vests, blue shirts, blue hats, shuriken rings, round fans and police badges to distinguish them from those positions that may offend people. The propaganda for protecting Konoha's peace was mostly about criminal investigation and fighting crime, catching spies, and arresting ninjas who abused ninjutsu in the village. The injuries and hardships of the security forces were exaggerated. Naraku was determined to change the reputation of Uchiha. The original guard building, the 2nd Squad, and the 3rd Squad building were all expanded, and many smaller police stations were built based on these 3 points. This allows security team members to rest and be on duty better, and allows villagers to seek help better. Of course, the most important thing is that the propaganda columns must be built by these police stations. Multiple propaganda columns are built around each police station, and propaganda posters are posted every few days. Over the past 6 months, even though the security team is in charge of the village, public security work has been very civilized and the management of the village is relaxed. However, no matter what you do, these two positions will offend people, so don't expect to have a good reputation. Although the situation of being criticized has improved, the overall reputation is still up and down. The Criminal Investigation Division, the Special Mobile Division, and the Supervisory Division are highly praised and admired by the Konoha villagers. The Criminal Investigation Division catches criminals, the Special Police Division assists in catching criminals, and the Supervisory Division often responds to public security arrest requests, so they are highly respected and admired by the villagers. As for the Uchiha clan, its reputation has also improved with the publicity from the Criminal Investigation and Supervision, Special Police Departments, and the Publicity Department. Bang bang! Naraku was in the captain's office, deep in thought, looking through files and busying himself with the security team's work. When he heard a knock on the door, he became confused. "Come in." Uchiha Fugaku heard Naraku's voice and pushed the door open. "Captain." Fugaku is now generally referred to as Naraku. He is the chief of the Uchiha clan and the captain-in-chief of the guard force. He holds a high position of power. Today, Naraku does have some dignity of a superior. "Fugaku, please sit down." Naraku now basically calls everyone by their first name, with a few people adding the word Jun. Fugaku nodded. As Naraku's cousin. Although he was respectful to Naraku on the surface, he was actually not too polite to him. He nodded and sat on the sofa in the office. "Naraku, I was in charge of the Yamato Izakaya spy case. Suzuki Kimura is involved with the Anbu organization. It would be a bit hasty to arrest him. It might cause dissatisfaction among the Anbu and the Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku is a steady and generous person, and is very much loved by his tribe members. Now he is working as an assistant in the clan affairs office and as Naraku's secretary in the security force. He is considered a big shot in the Uchiha clan. Naraku currently has only one assistant and one secretary, Uchiha Yami and Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku is in charge of external affairs and is a steady person, so nothing will go wrong. Even if something goes wrong, Naraku can use Fugaku to take the blame. Naraku acts on his own and doesn't care about the Hokage building at all. "It's okay, just small fish and shrimp, I'll just catch them if I catch them." Naraku replied calmly that Konoha had a proper intelligence department, spies, informants, and the like, so how could it be possible for him to be an izakaya owner in Konoha? Even if he wanted to be one, he would go to the ninja villages of other major countries. Therefore, Fugaku's worry was completely unnecessary. The so-called contact with Anbu was obviously an informant of the root organization. Only Danzo would plant spies in major countries, including Konoha. Uchiha Naraku, it's Danzo who is being dealt with, and there's no psychological pressure at all. Although the two did not fight with real swords and guns, the confrontation had already begun. Danzo acts in secret and never leaves any evidence. Naraku can't explain these things to Fugaku, and usually responds coldly. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Fugaku was a little scared of his cousin's behavior. Chapter 4, The Land of Rain. Rain Country. Rain Shinobi Village. There was a drizzle in the sky, as if the sky was crying. The Rain Country is also known as the Crying Country. Just like the never-ending rain, the people of the Rain Country are in dire straits. Inside the Rain Shinobi Village leader's building, Shimura Danzo followed a Rain Shinobi and walked slowly towards Danzo's office. Danzo had been heading towards Rain Shinobi Village at a leisurely pace since he set out from Konoha after receiving the last mission from the Hokage. On the way here, Danzo visited various root organization bases along the way. It was like a leader checking on the work. After a long delay, it finally arrived in the Rain Kingdom. As for the mission to the rain country assigned by the third generation, for Danzo, it was just a side trip. In Danzo's eyes, Hanzo is a skilled ninja with great strength, but as a small country with few people, he can't cause any trouble. The Rain Shinobi Village Hands of the Salamander's office building is heavily guarded, with ninjas on duty on the 3 floors inside and outside. Hanzo, wearing a gas mask, sat bold and grandiose at the front of the long table in the reception room, wiping his favorite weapon, a gleaming knuckle. Hanzo seemed to sense something and looked up at the passage. His Rain Shinobi subordinate walked in with a middle-aged ninja wearing a Konoha Shinobi uniform and carrying a long sword. Hanzo looked away and continued to wipe his sickle. It was unclear whether he was demonstrating or what he meant. Although Hanzo was proud and arrogant, he did not dare to neglect Konoha Danzo's request for a meeting, and he took out some time to come and receive him. Danzo was wearing a Konoha vest, carrying a long sword on his back, and one of his eyes was wrapped in gauze. After leaving Konoha, Danzo's leg was no longer lame, and his hand was healed. Not only did he no longer need a cane, but his arm, which had been in a sling, was now safe and sound. Shimura Danz, what brings you here? Hands of the Salamander lost his temper and spoke first. Hanzo, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Danzo said calmly. Oh? The great shinobi Yami asked for help. It must be something very complicated, tell me about it. Hanzo smiled as if business had come. No, you are wrong. It is a very simple matter, so I need your help. Danzo is quite stylish and looks calm and composed. Humph, Hanzo snorted coldly. He really couldn't muster any liking for this old fox. Haha, Hanzo, don't doubt it. I don't mean to belittle you. It is indeed a very simple matter. I need to collect some Sharingan. If any ninja from Konoha Uchiha comes to the rain country, please get their eyes for me. Danzo said slowly. Oh? The Uchiha clan is a big clan in the ninja world. Is this a simple mission? Hanzo had a blank expression on his face, his hands on the table, and he looked calm and composed. Hehe, even the demigod Hanzo would be afraid of Konoha's Uchiha. Humph, even if Konoha sends thousands of troops, they are just ants to me. Hanzo was too proud to give in to Danzo's provocation. Danzo raised his lips, and said without arguing. In return, I will help you wipe out the mercenary organization in the rain country. Hanzo narrowed his eyes when he heard Danzo's words. There is indeed a separatist force in the rain country today. Many ninja organizations rescued the people, built villages and towns, and were deeply loved by the people. The ninja tribes grew rapidly, posing a threat to Hanzo's rule over the rain country. The demigod Hanzo not only praised Hanzo's strength, but also because Hanzo was also the daimyo of the rain country, and was the true dictator of the rain country, without the constraints of nobles and samurai. Among the mercenary organizations in the rain country, there is an especially mysterious organization. The 3 leaders of the organization are highly skilled in ninjutsu and have great strength. Although Hanzo speaks in a big way, in fact, he is very cautious and you can say that he cherishes his life very much. Almost all the ninjas sent out for assassination disappeared without a trace. These ninja organizations disguised themselves as civilians when they were not performing missions, which gave Hanzo a headache about these ninja organizations lurking in the dark. The rewards offered by Danzo are indeed very attractive. I can't bear to hurt the citizens of the rain country. If you can help me solve this problem, then we have a deal. As a leader, being stubborn is a basic quality. Danzo's mouth corners slightly raised. I also can't bear to hurt the villagers of Konoha. I will have my subordinates provide you with information in Rain Shinobi Village. I'll be in trouble when the time comes. Danzo cooperates with Hanzo's words, and seems to be a good leader serving the country and the people. The 2 of them made eye contact briefly, and both revealed cruel smiles. Konoha. An underground base outside the village. There were dozens of stakes in the side yard of the base, and on 2 of them, a man and a woman were tied. The heads of the people were drooping, and they were obviously in a state of sleep. Bailohu untied the rope of one of them, and then made some seals with his hands. Naraku, who was behind, could see clearly that Hiruzen had cast an illusion. After Hirahu untied the ropes, he cast an illusion on the test subject for safety reasons. Under the influence of the illusion, the untied ninja's breathing became steadier and he slept more deeply. Hirahu continued to mobilize chakra and began to form seals. Naraku has been observing this jutsu, and he is sure that he has never seen it before. There are very few jutsu that Naraku has never seen before. After a while, Bailohu finished the ritual and patted the unconscious man on the shoulder. The unconscious man suddenly woke up and screamed in pain. As he screamed in pain, a grey-black liquid oozed out of his body and slowly enveloped him. After the grey-black liquid wrapped around the man, the person inside seemed to melt and disappear. The grey-black liquid slowly moved towards another tied person, and then slowly flowed upwards from the soles of the tied woman's feet. After the grey-black liquid wrapped around the woman, it seemed to be slowly absorbed by her skin. After a while, the grey-black liquid that was wrapped around her disappeared, all absorbed by the woman. The woman was still in a coma, with no signs of waking up. Snap, snap, snap. Bailohu heard the sound of applause. It's really wonderful, Hirako-kun, did the fusion succeed? It seems that this fusion ninjutsu is almost complete. Uchiha Naraku couldn't help but applaud and admire when he saw the fusion experiment. The corners of Bailohu's mouth curled up, and he couldn't help feeling a little proud of the success of this fusion experiment. Lord Naraku, the fusion has been initially completed, but we still need to observe whether there is any rejection and whether he has acquired the attributes of the person being fused. Bailohu's eyes were a little fanatical, but he was not reckless, and spoke in a matter-of-fact manner. Well, this is natural. Let's continue observing. Of these two people, one has the earth attribute and the other has the water attribute, right? I really want to see if this person has inherited the attributes of the other person. Naraku was a little excited. The development of Hirako's chakra was progressing rapidly, and the animal biological fusion experiment had been successful. This technology could be used to create powerful summoning beasts. If the fusion between humans and animals is successful, then the fusion between humans will naturally be no problem. After many failed tests such as explosion in the early stage, the two recent experiments were successful in fusion. All we need to do now is to observe the condition of the experimental materials to see if there are any abnormalities or rejections. The life of the experimental subject is very stable. The rest is just observation. I believe that the Ghost Bud Luo technique will be available soon. The developer of the Gya Luo technique, Bailohu, was somewhat excited, as if he had already seen how he would become a world-famous figure in the future. Naraku did not interrupt Hirahu. Hirahu's chakra technique broke through so quickly that Naraku was a little surprised. But Naraku was not too optimistic. This magical forbidden technique could not be created in half a year or a year. It has been 3 years since Bailohu conceived and designed the idea, and more than a year of secret experiments, which has made the forbidden technique have a breakthrough. Now, with the support of Naraku, we have made another breakthrough in half a year, which can be said to be rapid progress. However, Naraku thought that it was impossible for the ninjutsu to be released so soon, and there must be many areas that needed improvement. As long as the experimental subject's vital signs are stable and there are no abnormalities, there will be no problem living for a few years and there will be no problem with examinations. So this ninjutsu can be said to be basically created successfully, and all that remains is improvement. Naraku raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Bailohu's back with a somewhat gloomy expression. Chapter 5 Uzumaki House. Konoha Village. Senjua Clan Land, Uzumaki clan leader's house. After Uzumaki arranged for the servant to serve tea to Uchiha Naraku, he drank the tea leisurely by himself. He drank a few small cups of tea without Naraku speaking a word. Uzumaki glanced at Naraku and saw that Uchiha Naraku was sitting upright with a blank look in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Uzumaki didn't bother him when he saw this. He picked up the teacup, blew on it, and sipped his tea leisurely. Naraku's thoughts were indeed a little far away. Naraku supported Hiraho in the development of forbidden technique. After the guard team was reorganized by Naraku, the funds saved, as well as the funds handed over to the clan affairs office by the Uchiha ninjas, have all been secretly diverted here by Naraku. Purchase equipment, prepare medicine, secretly issue tasks, and let Uchiha ninjas capture experimental materials. In the current situation, if a large number of Uchiha tribesmen were to suffer casualties, Naraku would definitely not have the money to pay compensation, as he had almost squandered all of his money. Therefore, Naraku's ninjutsu training was neglected during this period, and he spent all day dealing with the affairs of the clan office and the security team. This was for the sake of stability, and he was worried about any unexpected events. Fortunately, after the end of World War II in the ninja world, although local conflicts and small confrontations continued among the major countries, large-scale troops were still very restrained. Naraku felt that the burden on his shoulders was a bit heavy, and couldn't help but sigh. Uzumaki kept hearing Naraku's voice and couldn't help but feel confused. He was the leader of the Uchiha and the captain of the Konoha Guard force. He is truly a powerful person, but he sighs every day, and no one knows why. Sir Naraku, you are the head of the Uchiha clan and the head of the security department. You are in a very high position in Konoha. Why are you sighing? What are you worried about? Uzumaki couldn't help but ask directly. He was really curious about what was stressing Naraku. It's hard to be a clan leader, and it's hard to lead a clan. Haha, that's right. As the current head of the Uzumaki clan, now Uzumaki finally got the answer after questioning by now Uzumaki that all the clan members who were transferred to Anbu when they first came to Konoha were killed. At that time, Uzumaki was so angry that he was shaking all over, and he developed a deep fear of Konoha. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, let alone the Uzumaki, a lost ninja clan. Not to mention a strong dragon, they are not even strong snakes. Whether they are round or flat, they are basically at the mercy of Konoha. Sir Naraku, my Uzumaki clan has over 100 members, and currently 33 of them serve in the Guard Corps, 6 in the Barrier and Sealing Squads, and 30 in the Konoha Hospital and Medical Squads. There are still more than 30 clansmen. I don't want them to show up in Konoha to take on missions. How about letting them join your security force? The Uzumaki clan and the Uchiha Naraku clan had a very good relationship, and the Uzumaki clan and another powerful clan in Konoha, the Senju clan, had once formed an alliance. Because the Senju clan retired and some special reasons, their population died out. There are only a few people left in the huge Senju clan territory, and most of them are old, weak, sick, and disabled. The Senju tribe's territory gained a little popularity due to the arrival of the Uzumaki tribe. Princess Tsunade, one of the Sunin and the Princess of Konoha, is also quite caring towards the Uzumaki clan, and has recruited many of them to work in Konoha's hospital and medical class. With the care of Tsunade, one of the Sunin, and Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage, the Uzumaki clan has escaped the difficulties they faced when they first arrived, and they are close to the Uchiha. They can be said to have the best of both worlds and are doing quite well. I, Uchiha, have hundreds of ninjas showing up in Konoha to take on missions, and I didn't say anything. If you want to join the security force, I can consider it, but if you want to receive a salary, then I don't have one. Haha, it's just a few 100,000 taels of salary. Why do you have to tease me, Lord Naraku? You just need to give me a position, and I will pay the salaries of the tribe members. Suinwoji just wanted a job and money, and he had plenty of them. Naraku sighed even more inwardly when he heard what Uzumaki said. A 1,000-year-old clan like them would not be short of money at all. After the fall of Uzushio village, Uzumaki now came with national treasures. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't kill Uzumaki now and rob him of all his property, which really showed that Sarutobi Hiruzen showed mercy. Naraku naturally would not explain for Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said softly, "Well, that's fine. After all, the security team has many departments and needs some personnel to manage them." Most of the previous 33 Uzumaki clan members joined the village management department of the Konoha Guard Force, and a small number joined the public security department. The village management section has a formal staff of only 13 people, including a section chief and 3 teams responsible for the previous areas. The village management section was previously struggling due to lack of staff, so Naraku gave them 30 people, 3 regional directors, each of whom received 10 people, to solve their staff shortage. With the addition of some ordinary villagers and genin recruited during this period, the village management section has been completely civilianized, but the leadership lies with the security forces. Naraku didn't really care that Uzumaki wanted to continue sending people over. If they have to pay out of their own pockets to reserve a position, then what else can Naraku say? This time, Naraku plans to assign these people to the Public Order Department and the Security Department. Mix the personnel and strengthen the Konoha nature of the Konoha Guard Force. It must not be the Uchiha nature of the Uchiha Guard Force. When taking the blame for offending someone, one should use the Konoha name instead of the Uchiha name. Naraku is very particular and concerned about this. Uzumaki listened to Naraku's words, nodded and smiled. "In that case, thank you very much, Lord Naraku. You and I have been friends for many years. There is no need to be so polite." Uzumaki still remembers clearly the incident of saving Uzumaki led by Naraku. Uzumaki still remembers the situation at that time. If it weren't for Naraku, they would have been in trouble. The Uchiha ninjas were not a good thing either. Therefore, Uzumaki has always respected Uchiha Naraku himself, and Naraku is already the leader of Uchiha and the captain-in-chief of Konoha Guard Force. His status is very high and his position is no less than it was in the past. "I am very interested in medical ninjutsu, but the Uchiha and Senju clans have too many past disputes. Konoha has been established for more than 30 years, and the gap has not been truly eliminated. If Princess Tsunade can also train some excellent medical ninjas for Uchiha, perhaps the gap between Uchiha and Senju will really disappear." Naraku picked up the teacup, blew away the hot steam on it, and took a small sip. Uzumaki fell into deep thought after hearing what Naraku said. Uzumaki understood that Naraku wanted to use his connections to get him to talk to Tsunade and train some medical ninjas for Uchiha. As for the rift between Senju and Uchiha, it's all past history. The Senju clan has retired and disappeared. It's obviously Naraku making up an excuse. "Sir Naraku, it has been 39 years since Konoha was founded, and the Senju have retired. How can there be any estrangement? I will ask Sir Tsunade next time I see him, but I cannot guarantee that Sir Tsunade will agree." "In that case, thank you very much." Uchiha Naraku took out a scroll from his body and threw it to Uzumaki now. "This is the shuriken technique of our Uchiha clan. Our Uchiha's fire style and shuriken are famous in the ninja world. Now that you have joined Konoha, I think your clansmen will carry out many tasks for Konoha in the future. This technique may be useful for reference." Uchiha's fire style and shuriken were well known. Uzumaki went straight through the scroll, took a few glances, and was somewhat delighted. He showed his delight for less than 2 seconds before calming down again. "Sir Naraku, I cannot guarantee that I will complete the task you have assigned me. I cannot fathom Princess Tsunade's thoughts." Naraku picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said expressionlessly, "It's okay, as long as you try your best. You gave me the sealing scroll before, but I didn't return the favor. Now that I think about it, it was really rude. Haha, you saved us Uzumaki. The sealing technique has long been circulated in Konoha. It's only natural for me to give you a copy. Why worry about it? Well, I think I'll go visit Princess Tsunade in the next 2 days to get some information." Uzumaki Naoki chuckled. The scroll of sealing technique was a gift from Uzumaki Naoki as a reward for saving him. It has been several years, and Uchiha Naraku is looking for an excuse to give a gift. It seems that he has to make a trip for this matter. Chapter 6: The So-Called Tools. Konoha. In a residence house, a Konoha shinobi wearing a vest stood in front of the sink. The ninja's face was pale, his eyes were dark circles and bloodshot. Zingzi, without you in this world, what's the point of living? What's the point of living? The pale-faced ninja spoke in a low voice, and suddenly howled loudly. The ninja was wearing a vest with 2 ninja tool bags on the back, and was dressed neatly. He pulled out shurikens from the ninja tool bags and fired them everywhere, knocking down lamps and electrical appliances one after another. There were sounds of ping-pong coming from the room. The ninja looks sad and forms seals with both hands. It ends with the Earth-style SI seal. Earth-style, rock pillar prison. I saw many rock pillars suddenly appearing in the 4-story residential building, like a prison. Run! The ninja-sama has gone mad. Seeing this, the ninjas in the residential building began to flee. The ninja was dressed neatly, but he hadn't finished yet. His eyes were crazy and his face was pale. After performing the ninjutsu, he took a short break and felt better. But suddenly his face turned sad again. Kyoko, without you, this world has no meaning. The ninja howled again and began to make seals with his hands, also ending with the SI seal. Earth-style, Earth Stone Dragon. The houses were demolished, the ground cracked, and a stone dragon nearly 30 meters long, condensed from stone, slowly stood up, and its head flew to the 4th floor. The ninja stepped on the dragon's head and tried to leave Konoha. Quick! Take it down! The ninjas from the security force who were patrolling nearby finally arrived. It was difficult to perform fire-style ninjutsu in the village, but fortunately there was a red-haired ninja who was good at sealing techniques nearby. The red-haired ninja made seals with both hands, and after a while, he slapped his hands on the ground. Sealing technique, seal of self-karma binding. Dense black tadpoles on the land entangled the stone dragon. You damned sand shinobi! I'm going to kill you! I'll kill you to avenge Zingzi! This ninja was shouting and crying, his expression becoming more and more crazy. As an elite Konoha shinobi, he had extremely high combat skills. Seeing that the stone dragon was sealed and could not be controlled, he threw shuriken at the guards and quickly formed seals with his hands, preparing to perform a new ninjutsu. Genjutsu, Sharingan. The ninja who was performing hand seals saw a pair of scarlet Sharingan and stopped moving with a dazed expression. Uchiha Fugaku was patrolling nearby and happened to see this scene. He hurried over and used the hypnosis eye function of 3 Tomo Sharingan to subdue the ninja. Don't panic, everyone. The security forces are here and will take care of your safety. Take him away. Uchiha Fugaku first comforted the surrounding residents, then ordered the ninja to be taken away. Hi! The patrol members responded one after another. Garrison building. Uchiha Fugaku is holding the file. The ninja has been tortured. Under the illusion torture, the ninja is not a spy, nor is he being manipulated. This is a very reliable Chunin, but because his lover died on the battlefield during World War II, he often falls into madness. It has been more than a year since he came to terms with this. This is the 3rd time this man has done this. The first 2 times he suddenly went crazy while on duty. His teammates had already arrived at the security building, vouching for the ninja and begging the security forces to release him. Fortunately, no one was injured, but the building was damaged and we need to compensate the residents for the cost of repairing their houses, as well as the related expenses of their accommodation during these days. Uchiha Fugaku said towards the 2 ninjas. Hey! We'll compensate you. I'm sorry to trouble you. There were 2 ninjas, 1 Jainin and 1 Chunin. Jainin was more polite, while Chunin was more respectful. After hearing about the compensation, they paid without saying a word. There have been more and more cases like this recently. We have dealt with 6 such incidents in the past 2 months. As teammates and captains, I hope you can enlighten him, et. Fugaku, who is peace-loving and kind-hearted, sighed. Hi. The 2 responded respectfully. Then they both sighed. Uchiha Naraku walked out of the security building, and Naraku also read the case file. Naraku had no way to deal with such things. Seeing the other team's teammates and captain here, I couldn't help but say. Since World War II, such cases have occurred frequently. Many ninjas have been traumatized on the battlefield. The death of their friends, relatives, and loved ones has left them deeply traumatized, yet they still have to carry out high-pressure missions. Naraku sighed and continued. I am Uchiha Naraku, the captain of the Konoha Guard Force. I really don't know how to comfort people for incidents like this. There are dozens of such cases every year. I plan to apply to the Hokage to establish a mental healing and recovery department so that these heroes who participated in the battlefield can be comforted and treated for their wounded hearts after the war. After Jainin heard Naraku's words, his originally depressed mood suddenly brightened. As Konoha Jainin, the elite force among the ninjas, after hearing Naraku's idea, they immediately understood the importance of the medical department. I am Yuya Akita, the Jainin of Konoha. Soon it will be the annual Jainin class meeting. If you, Naraku-sama, make an application to the Hokage-sama, then my friends and I will fully support you. Thank you for your support, Yuya Jainin. I can't bear to see so many heroes of Konoha end up like this. They are all heroes who want to protect Konoha. This shouldn't happen. In the Jainin class meeting, I will solemnly make a suggestion to the 3rd generation in the name of the head of the Uchiha clan, the captain of the security force, and the Jainin of Konoha. I'll leave it to you when the time comes. Naraku looked serious and bowed slightly. We will definitely support you with all our strength. Akita Yuya was shocked when he heard what Naraku said, because the person in front of him was a big shot in Konoha. And he is so approachable, I can't help but feel touched, but I have some doubts about the rumored Uchiha style. Shouldn't the Uchiha in the legend be arrogant and rude, trampling on the villagers at will? Why is he a little different from the legend? Akita Yuya thought to himself. Thank you, Naraku replied with another slight bow, and then turned and left. Come with me to lead the people. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and took the 2 men into the security building. He took the man out of the detention room and handed him over to the 2 men. This previously crazy ninja has now returned to some normalcy. When he saw the 2 of them, he bowed slightly and spoke softly. I'm sorry to trouble you. You brat. Let's go. After the 3 of them got together, they completed the formalities under the leadership of Fugaku and slowly left. Uchiha Fugaku stood at the door of the security force building with his arms folded across his chest, watching the 3 people leave. Uchiha medicinal smell came out. Master Fugaku, what are you thinking about? Uchiha Yakumi is the assistant to the chief of the security force, and Uchiha Fugaku is the secretary of the chief. The 2 of them, one outside and one inside, are in charge of the security force and assist Uchiha Naraku. Uchiha Yami was the captain of the 2nd squad during Sanzo's time and held a very high position. He had always respected and loved Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku vague kaied. Nothing, a ninja is someone who is patient. Then Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and turned away. Uchiha Yaoi was left with a question mark on his face. Yaoi blinked. What do you mean? This is so profound. As expected of Master Fugaku. Chapter 7 Jainin Class Meeting. Konoha Hokage Building. Jainin class meetings are usually held once a year. Among the many institutions of Konoha, the Jainin class is like a parliament, and most policies need to be discussed by the Jainin class. Every Jainin, no matter in which country, is precious. Especially the Konoha Jainin, they are the elite among the Jainin. Among the 5 major countries, the Konoha Genin ninjas have the highest quality and level. In a conference room that looks like a conference hall, there are more than 100 ninjas sitting there. Most of them are young and middle-aged, a few are teenagers, and a few are elderly. There were over 120 ninjas attending the Genin class meeting, and 36 of them were from the Uchiha clan, so it wasn't without reason that Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid of the Uchiha clan. No matter who becomes the leader, they will be afraid of such a huge ninja clan. The Uchiha clan is not alone. Not far away sits the Hyuga clan, which also has 30 Genin and is no less powerful. If the Uchiha and Hyuga ninja clans were to establish ninja villages, they could definitely become one of the great powers. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the stage with 2 advisors, and every time Sarutobi Hiruzen would sigh inwardly. The original Senju clan was also so magnificent, but unfortunately due to their own wrong policies, the wood-style experiment, the Senju clan has become depleted. Shimura Dan's, the original big clan, followed the example of his teacher Senju Tobirama, and retired to hide his identity, integrated into Konoha, and became a civilian series of ninjas. Shimura Dan's, without any worries, strongly suppressed the major ninja clans. The suppressed ninja clans do not include the Sarutobi clan, which is of considerable size. The Sarutobi clan has more than a dozen Genin members, and is basically the 3rd largest ninja clan. During Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure as Hokage, he developed the Sarutobi clan into a very large one. For other ninjas, most of them have a clan leader who is a Genin, or the clan elite has a Genin. There are not many clans with more than 5 Genin. One Uchiha is worth 10 ninjas. This is the result of Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressing the Uchiha Genin quota. If he hadn't suppressed them, the Uchiha ninjas would have awakened their Kekkei Genkai Sharingan and would have reached the level of Genin in terms of strength without having to practice for several years. Udaten Koharu coughed lightly, and Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed up a puff of smoke and said calmly, "Elites of Konoha, this is the Genin class meeting. Any suggestions from the Genin, or any important work from each department, can be reported and discussed here." Sarutobi's tone was flat, but everyone present could hear the 3rd generation's words. The ninja was still as charming as ever, and this kind of chakra manipulation was something that not everyone could pull off. Uchiha Fugaku was also among the Uchiha Genin attending the meeting. This time, he received instructions from Naraku. Fugaku turned his head and looked at Naraku, only to see that Naraku also glanced over and nodded slightly. Uchiha Fugaku understood and stood up. "Hokage, the police force is underfunded, and I am requesting an increase in funding. The current funding is not enough to support the police force staff. The staff work hard, but their salaries are too low. I hereby request a 30% increase. And I hope that Hokage will agree." Uchiha Fugaku stood up and stated the reason for his application in a concise manner. "I support that. I support that." Many Genin expressed their support for Fugaku's request, and upon closer inspection, it turned out that these Genin who supported it were all from the Uchiha clan. The security force is indeed very short of money. If there was more money, Naraku could hire one more Genin and member. However, the current funding is basically stuck. If they want to do something or research something, they simply cannot spare the money. "Well, Fugaku Genin, you've worked hard. You said it well. We must respond promptly to situations like this. The security force is an important department of Konoha, and the opinions put forward must be taken seriously. Don't worry, we will definitely focus on planning." The 3rd generation blew out a smoke ring. There were so many people in the Genin class, and as long as the matter was not too outrageous, the 3rd generation generally would not refuse. They would always reply after studying it, but in the end, it would gradually come to nothing. The political literacy of the 3rd generation is very high. As Hokage, who dares not understand this when he is busy with work? Hearing the 3rd generation's nonsense, Uchiha Naraku frowned slightly, but Uchiha Fugaku bowed slightly and sat down. Princess Tsunade stood up and said, "Third generation, the medical department needs to increase funding. Training medical ninjas is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly. The role of medical ninjas has now shown its ultimate role on the battlefield. The death rate of Konoha shinobi was the lowest among all countries in World War II. Now that more and more ninja teams are graduating, they should be equipped with medical ninjas. I apply to increase the funding for the medical department by 50%. I support that. I support that. I support Tsunade-sama's suggestion." As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, most of the genin in the audience raised their hands in support. The medical department, which is related to one's own safety, must be as strong as possible. Princess Tsunade's proposal to send more medical ninjas because of the death of her brother Nawaki in World War II was approved, so that every Konoha shinobi team was equipped with a medical ninja. The death rate of Konoha shinobi was greatly reduced, showing the effect of penultimate, and major ninja villages followed suit. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't smoke his pipe anymore, so he took out a silk scarf and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The medical department was good, but it was too expensive, and Tsunade asked for a 50% increase, which made the third generation sweat on their foreheads. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the sweat off his face and said in a deep voice, "Okay, the role of medical ninjas is unparalleled. We must strengthen the construction of the medical department. As for the funding, after the meeting, I will study it with the elders and give you a satisfactory answer." Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to procrastinate again. "Listen to the report and we will discuss everything after the meeting." Snort. Tsunade knew the character of the third generation and would definitely not give 50% without direct consent after the meeting. At this moment, the ninjas were reporting one after another, both big and small things. There is turmoil on the national border. Foreign ninja teams have infiltrated, friends' pensions have not been paid in full and on time, and they have applied to learn powerful ninjutsu. There are all kinds of reports. Naraku generally doesn't like to participate in Jainin class meetings unless specifically invited. He attended once the year he became a Jainin, and has hardly attended since then. Every time, some Uchiha Jainin representatives are sent to attend. After the climax of the reports, the scene gradually quieted down and it seemed that no one had anything to report. Sarutobi Hiruzen also breathed a sigh of relief, and the two consultants next to him wrote down a lot of the report with paper and pen. Jainin Akiyuya was a little anxious when he saw that the head of the Uchiha clan, who had agreed to apply for the establishment of a medical and psychiatric rehabilitation department a few days ago, did not agree to it a few days in advance. Although they are both Jainin, Akiyuya is quite capable and has good relationships with others, but compared to the big shots, his influence is not taken seriously after all, and he is very anxious about the mental state of his teammates. Seeing that everyone had expressed their opinions, Naraku stood up. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, stood up again. Previously, he had let his men charge forward, but now he went ahead by himself. The third generation wanted to see what Naraku was up to. "Hokage, I suggest increasing the expenditure on the medical team and establishing a mental health department. The security forces have captured a total of 21 rioting ninjas in the past 6 months. These ninjas are all heroes who have made contributions on the battlefield. However, due to the high pressure of the battlefield and the special circumstances related to the death of their loved ones, their temperaments have become crazy. The spiritual sanatorium I propose to build, as the name suggests, is a medical department that heals the hearts of these heroes. It soothes the wounded hearts of these Konoha heroes, and I hope to help these heroes who have dedicated themselves to Konoha let go of their obsessions, recover their health, and no longer suffer from the mental torture." Uchiha Naraku said with a serious and sad face. After hearing Naraku's idea and suggestion, the people off the field began to whisper to each other and discuss the role of this spiritual sanatorium. And the Jainin who had seen their possession, loved ones, and often going berserk and mad could not help but look sad and raised their hands. "I second. Seconding. Seconding. I second. Many ninjas in the audience raised their hands in support. The Uchiha ninjas also slowly raised their hands, and the number of people who raised their hands to second the motion actually exceeded half. Uzumaki Naoki and 3 Jonin from the Uzumaki clan also raised their hands. Regardless of whether it was a Jonin class or not, they had to support the suggestions of their allies. Uzumaki now originally attended the meeting just to make up the numbers and had no say at all. They just supported Tsunade's suggestions. Now Naraku also made a suggestion, and they all raised their hands to support Naraku's decision. At this time, the young Tsunade frowned slightly after hearing Naraku's suggestion. This was the first time Tsunade had heard of this spiritual sanatorium. As the name suggests, it was a place to treat patients' spiritual problems. The stress of ninjas might be okay when they are on a mission, but after returning to Konoha, the sudden relaxation makes ninjas often prone to emotionality and madness. The death of a loved one, the death of a friend, the death of a loved one. It will cause serious psychological trauma to the ninjas. Although ninjas are tools, they still have feelings after all. Especially Tsunade himself, who had suffered from severe psychological trauma and even developed hemophobia. It was a joke that a famous medical expert could not perform surgery because of hemophobia. Tsunade roughly understood the purpose of the so-called spiritual sanatorium, raised her hand, and voted for Uchiha Naraku. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the leader of the 3rd generation who calls himself the Will of Fire, couldn't help but frown when he saw that more than half of the people had supporters. Regarding the suggestion of the spiritual sanatorium, after listening to Naraku's brief explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood what kind of institution it was, and at the same time admired Naraku's attentiveness. As the leaders of the ninja unit and the ninja village, the 3rd generation was very aware of the conditions of the ninjas and never thought of recuperating them. In fact, the 3rd generation used the Will of Fire to heal many ninjas better. However, 3rd generation did not expect to set up a department specifically responsible for this matter. The 2 advisors nearby, Yuditen Koharu and Mitokado Homura, looked at each other and thought the same thing as the 3rd generation. It's a pity that this matter was brought up by Uchiha Naraku. Sarutobi Hiruzen put aside his distracting thoughts, blew out the smoke ring, and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Naraku's suggestion is very good, and most ninjas support it. Then I agree. Naraku, you will submit the detailed ideas for the construction of the spiritual sanatorium in written form." It was hard to go against the public opinion, so 3rd generation agreed without any hesitation. Chapter 8, Mindfulness and Recuperation. Hokage Building. The Jonin class meeting has ended. A few Jonin who had important tasks or requests stayed behind, and the others have gone home. In the 3rd Hokage's usual small lounge, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditen Koharu, and Mitokado Homura were sitting in the upper seats. Below, Uchiha Naraku, Uchiha Fugaku, and Tsunade Hime were kneeling. In front of their seats was a small table with tea on it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not careless about the spiritual healing class that most of the Jonin supported, so he summoned the director of the medical department, Princess Tsunade, to consult and listen to Uchiha Naraku's ideas on the construction to see if it was feasible. After reading the 2 files, Sarutobi Hiruzen handed them to Yuditen Koharu beside him, exhaled a smoke ring, and said seriously, "I never thought that in the past 6 months, there have been so many cases of ninjas abusing ninjutsu due to losing control of their minds. I have indeed neglected these heroes of Konoha. 3rd generation, as the Hokage, you have a lot of things to do, so it's inevitable that you may be negligent. Don't blame yourself." Yuditen Koharu, the only female in the 4-person group, comforted him softly. Yuditen Koharu glanced at the file submitted by Naraku, read it quickly, and handed it to Mitokado Homura. Mitokado Homura carefully read the file and replied, "3rd generation, what you should consider now is whether Uchiha Naraku's suggestion is feasible. I think the suggestion is very good and feasible. These traumatized ninjas need to use illusions to help them resolve their obsessions and get out of it." Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly that Naruku's file suggested using illusions on these traumatized ninjas to help them get rid of their obsessions so that they would no longer be trapped and could return to normal life. Sarutobi Hiruzen agrees with Naruku's treatment plan and suggestions. Most ninjas who are suppressing their pain due to the death of their friends, relatives, loved ones, or the death in battle, with the help of illusion, the people they cherish and the solemn farewell with them may help such ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but look at Naruku's proposal and treatment plan with a different eye. The rumored arrogant Uchiha actually had such a compassionate side. Tsunade has also finished reading the files. In her youth, Tsunade held the power of the medical department and had some heroic spirit that was not inferior to that of a man. However, her cheerful and lively personality began to turn into a cold and beautiful one because of the death of her brother and lover. She was just cold and beautiful, not yet the kind of heroine she would be in the future. She also had the image of being anesthetized by alcohol, obsessed with gambling, and self-degrading. Naruku's suggestions and the solutions he provided greatly changed Tsunade's impression of Uchiha, and he also became curious about the Uchiha leader. As a medical expert, I can treat surgical and internal medicine injuries with medical ninjutsu, and I can save the patient as long as I can breathe. But I never thought that people can also suffer from mental trauma, and mental trauma can also be treated. After reading Naruku's files and description of his condition, Tsunade suddenly realized that he also had a psychological trauma, missing his brother and lover, and therefore suffered from hemophobia. After third generation finished speaking, Mitokado Homura took over and said calmly, "Uchiha Naruku's suggestion is very good. Third generation, let UCHIHA be in charge of the research and development of the relevant medical departments." Uchiha Naruku, who had been sitting silently below, couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Although he wanted to contribute to Konoha with the ideas of the mental healing department and illusion therapy, Naruku actually still had some selfish motives. As for illusion therapy, it is natural to let Uchiha, who has the Sharingan bloodline limit and is good at illusion, lead and coordinate these tasks. What does this Mitokado Homura mean? Master Mitokado Homura, although UCHIHA Jainin is an expert in illusion, there are many Uchiha Grandmaster illusionists out there. Why would Master Mitokado Homura go so far as to seek the near? Naruku did not indulge the Hokage advisor and asked back out loud. They ignored the illusion ninja who made the suggestion and instead put their Enbyo captain in charge. Although the idea was correct, it was too blatant and too ugly. That's right, Master N. My Uchiha clan has the Sharingan bloodline limit. Those who are proficient in using the Sharingan are almost all good at illusions. In the field of illusions, I, Uchiha Fugaku, although I dare not claim to be the best in Konoha, but the so-called UCHIHA must not have as deep a foundation in illusions as my Uchiha. Mitokado Homura, surname Mito, given name N. Uchiha Fugaku also spoke up at this time and spoke slowly. Mitokado Homura fell silent, looking uneasy. He could not refute because what the two people below said was true. However, the idea of this spiritual healing class was clear, and there were illusion experts in charge and developing it, so the results would come out quickly. It is not necessary for Uchiha ninjas to participate. As for Uchiha ninjas, the four-member group has a highly consistent idea that they can basically only do the dirty and tiring work in the guard team. This kind of medical-related position, which is deeply respected by the people of Konoha village, cannot be easily accepted by Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen blew out a smoke ring, and was a little speechless about Mitokado Homura's outspokenness. UCHIHA was one of the four captains of Anbu, and a direct descendant of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen also had this idea, but was refuted by the two people below, so he could not ignore the other party's opinion, so he opened his mouth and said, "It is still uncertain whether this so-called illusion therapy is effective or not. It requires experimentation. We should recruit ninjas who are good at illusions in Konoha to be in charge of this department." Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement was much higher than Mitokado Homura's. He did not say who to use or not to use, but only said to recruit. However, the specific operation was still handled by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. As long as Konoha sets up this mental healing department, they can report to most of the Konoha Jonin. As for where the illusion ninja is from, that has nothing to do with others and it is not their concern. The mind recuperation department is very important. I think it should be placed under the medical department. Departments resist division in Konoha Hospital. As for genjutsu type ninjas, the Uchiha clan is good at genjutsu and should be recruited first. In particular, Naraku Jonin should be responsible for participating and guiding. Princess Tsunade spoke out in support of Uchiha Naraku. Princess Tsunade is naturally good at political balance and loves Konoha deeply. At the same time, as a medical expert, she has sympathy and a heart to treat any patient, and always adheres to the concept that as long as the patient is not dead, treatment should continue. At this time, the physical treatment was changed to spiritual treatment. This illusion treatment method made Tsunade very much want to experiment and verify it. All treatment methods must be tested before they can be used in clinical practice. Although the theoretical basis in Naraku's file is very reasonable, it is only a hypothesis after all, and specific experiments are still needed. Chapter 9 First Experiment. The Hokage building had a dispute over the department heads, and after a long argument, both sides finally compromised. Konoha is responsible for recruiting illusion ninjas, with Uchiha Naraku as the initiator and consultant for psychic medical science. Uchiha Fugaku is a bloodline limit genjutsu ninja and also serves as a genjutsu consultant. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the two men a nominal title of technical advisor to the psychic healing department on the grounds that as leaders of the security force, they could not neglect their work because of the affairs of the psychic healing department. After much persuasion from Naraku and Fugaku, he agreed to let two Uchiha illusionists Jonin work in the mental healing department. After all, when it comes to illusion, no ninja or Jonin in Konoha dares to say that their illusion level is better than that of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, Naraku, the leader of Uchiha, would send someone to fight him in a minute. Sarutobi Hiruzen was feeling a little tired. After a day of meetings, the ninja couldn't help but feel physically and mentally exhausted. After looking at the two people below and seeing that they no longer had any objections, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For the time being, the initial personnel for the spiritual healing class will be determined as follows. Tsunade will be in charge, Kurama Jonin will be the section officer, and Naraku, Fugaku, after the two of you return, send out the illusion Jonin as soon as possible, and remember not to use unqualified personnel to fill in the gaps. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but remind the two of them when he was talking about the latter part. Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't have a good impression of the ninja clan. Clear. Hi. The two people below nodded respectfully in response. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved. Let's adjourn the meeting. Konoha Hospital. The project approved by the Hokage was implemented very quickly, and within a week, a mental healing department was established in Konoha Hospital, and all kinds of office supplies were in place. Today is the first day of the psychiatric department's consultation. Uchiha Naraku, wearing a white coat, comes as a consultant to the department to secretly experiment with the first batch of patients. This group of patients who received experimental treatment were basically ninjas with files in the security forces. Their conditions were very serious. Some were even going crazy. Okay, I understand your situation, just relax. Naraku was wearing a white coat and sitting at the examination table. Opposite him sat the ninja named Haru Yamamoto who had used Earth-style ninjutsu to cause trouble last time. Because his lover was killed, the originally gentle man often woke up in the middle of the night, and his life was miserable because of the pain of missing his lover for a long time. If it were not for his teammates and captain, he might have committed suicide long ago. Yes, Lord Naraku, this is what is in my heart. Now that I have spoken it out, I feel much more relieved. I am sorry to have made you laugh. Yamamoto Haru is polite and courteous, which is very different from his madness when he abuses ninjutsu and attacks indiscriminately. What remained unchanged was that he had severe dark circles under his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was pale. It was obvious that he had been suffering from insomnia for a long time and was under great mental stress. When Yamamoto Haru replied and looked at Naraku, he saw a pair of scarlet three-tomo Sharingan, and was stunned and stepped into an illusion. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Naraku took advantage of Yamamoto Haru's unpreparedness and performed the Sharingan illusion, then held his index and middle fingers upright in front of his eyes, carefully controlling the illusion. In the fantasy world of Yamamoto Haru. At night, Yamamoto Haru was in her bedroom when she suddenly woke up, got up, gasped, and murmured, "Apricot. Chun, what's wrong?" A woman's voice came from the bedroom, very gentle. "Are you having a nightmare again?" The woman smiled warmly. There was also a refrigerator in Yamamoto Haru's bedroom. It was Yamamoto Haru's habit. Anzi opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of drink. Yamamoto Haru was shocked and looked at the woman named Anzi in disbelief. After a long time, Yamamoto Haru's eyes were filled with tears. "Apricot." Yamamoto Haru got up from the bed, ran over, hugged Anzi in his arms, and burst into tears. Anzi's smile was still warm, her head resting on Yamamoto Haru's chest, and she gently patted Yamamoto Haru's back with her hand. "I came here specially to see you, Chun. You have to live well. I don't want you to be like this anymore," Kyoko said softly and lovingly. Yamamoto Haru was obviously shocked when he heard this and was stunned for a moment. Yamamoto Haru slowly let go of Anzi, who was still smiling. She stretched out her little hand and stroked Yamamoto Haru's cheek. "Chun, promise me that you will live well, okay?" Yamamoto Haru understood something, regained his composure, nodded, and replied, "Apricot, I will." Kyoko's smile was very warm, and she patted Yamamoto Haru's shoulder. "Well, that's good." Haru Yamamoto was tall, and his eyes, which were originally filled with mist, were now filled with tears. "Haru, you must cheer up, for me, for our team, for Konoha, live well." Anzi's body turned into starlight and gradually dissipated. During the dissipation, Anzi did not forget to reach out and wipe away Yamamoto Haru's tears until the starlight completely disappeared. In Yamamoto Haru's previous dreams, Anzi only flashed by. There has never been a dream as real as this one. Yamamoto Haru did not chase Anzi madly as he did in many of his previous dreams. Although he was crying like rain, Yamamoto Haru looked very resolute. "I will cheer up. Xingzi, don't worry." Naraku had been observing Yamamoto Haru's condition and saw that Yamamoto Haru's dull eyes were gradually regaining their spirits. Yamamoto Haru stood up and bowed 90 degrees to Naraku. "Thank you, Lord Naraku. I will live a good life, cheer myself up, and never fall again, because this is what Kyoko asked. I hope this helps you. If you feel uncomfortable or in pain, please come here in time." Yamamoto Haru straightened up and said seriously. "Hey, I will, but I probably won't come again. My team still needs me, and Konoha needs me too. Thank you again." After saying that, Yamamoto Haru bowed 90 degrees again and then turned and left. Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, Kurama Ryota Jainin, and Ui Shinku Jainin in the monitoring room watched the images on the monitor and the sounds they heard, observing the entire illusion mind healing process, and it seemed to be quite effective. Because Uchiha Naraku was the proposer of the mental healing department, Naraku was in charge of the illusion healing experiments for the first few days. Naraku stipulates that for all patients who come for treatment, it is necessary to understand the psychological trauma suffered by the patient and the reasons for his madness and depravity. Whether it is a lover, a friend, a relative, or some other reason, you must understand it clearly and then you can perform magic in a targeted manner. The attainment of illusion is very high. First of all, the illusionist creates the environment and characters. Especially the characters, there can be no mistakes, they must be fictionalized according to the photos. After Naraku finished treating 5 patients with the illusion, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. In a short period of time, he continued to perform illusions. He felt a little tired, so he waved at the camera and asked someone to take over the experiment. The first day's various illusion treatments seemed to have good results. After experiencing the illusion, many patients have seen a clear luster in their eyes, which are no longer lifeless or bloodshot as before. Many people even experienced illusion therapy and fell asleep directly after expressing their gratitude. Too much insomnia, depression, and mental torture have made it difficult for them to fall asleep peacefully even with sleeping pills. Naraku used illusion to treat 5 ninjas, but 2 of them fell asleep after they came out. They let go of their mental baggage, felt sleepy, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 10 The Benefits. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the conference room of Konoha Hospital. The current 5 members of the mental health department are Jainin, Tsunade Hime, Naraku, Fugaku, Kurama Ryota, and Ui Shinku. Good initial results were achieved in the first day of patient experiments. These ninjas will then be secretly observed by the Anbu to see if the conditions that caused them to go crazy before have been eradicated, and to see if their mentality has recovered. With the exception of Tsunade, the other 4 each treated between 5 and 10 patients. 4 people work in shifts. When the chakra reaches the bottom, they change shifts. When it has almost recovered, it is time to go to work again. Given this staffing situation, it seems that Konoha's illusion master and this mental healing department cannot do without the support of UCHIHA. Kurama Ryota is the patriarch of the Kurama clan, a Konoha Jainin. The Kurama clan was originally a large clan, not inferior in size to the Uchiha in Hyuga. Due to the secret suppression by a ninja known as the Dark Ninja, the clan has now become decimated, with only 5 Jainin and dozens of middle genin in the clan. This abnormal speed of disappearance caught the attention of Kurama Ryota. Their contribution to Konoha was good, but their clan members were dwindling so quickly, while other ninja clans like Sarutobi, Inoshika CH and the like never suffered any serious damage. Kurama Ryota felt uneasy, not sure if someone was behind this, and he had no evidence. Naraku looked at this Kurama Jainin and felt something strange. Naraku, who has watched the anime, remembers that the Kurama clan seemed to have only a few ordinary ninjas left in the late period of Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign. Now we know that the Kurama clan has 5 Jainin and about 100 middle genin, and this is because of the heavy casualties in World War I and World War II. Before, their Kurama clan Jainin had more people. It was really strange. Thank you all for your hard work today. After these few days, the workload of the psychiatric rehabilitation department will be greatly reduced. I hope you will stick to your posts and complete the tasks of the initial stage of 3rd generation. Hi. The 4 people off the field responded one after another. Tsunade is the captain of the medical corps and the best person in Konoha's medical system. What he saw and heard today opened the door to the new world for Tsunade. Tsunade knows a lot of illusions, but her level is average and she is better at breaking illusions. Today's situation in the mental healing department has aroused Tsunade's strong interest in illusion. Get off work, disband. Konoha Security Building. Naraku and Fugaku, who were off work at Konoha Hospital, could not delay their work in the security force, so they worked overtime in the security building at night to review today's files. Lord Naraku, it seems that this spiritual healing department has indeed achieved the effect you expected. Yes, Fugaku, it's a pity that 3rd generation let Tsunade be in charge of the mental healing department. The 2 of us are just consultants, each earning 2 million ryo a year, but this is not about money. What I want is the right to be in charge and appoint personnel. Sir Naraku, it is only natural to contribute to Konoha, and you should not be so petty. Seeing those Konoha shinobi who have recovered their spirits today, I still feel very accomplished. Hee hee. Naraku chuckled and didn't reply. The establishment of this mental healing department is very necessary, but unfortunately Fugaku only saw the doctor's side and did not think about the deeper level. Often ninjas go crazy, which is no small matter. To subdue a ninja, it almost requires the help of Jainin. Konoha is so big that it is obviously unscientific for the Jainin of the guard to suppress it alone. Moreover, this kind of mission to suppress ninjas is very dangerous. Anything involving ninjas represents danger, and it starts as a B-level mission. The most important thing is that you cannot hurt this kind of ninja without reason, you can only subdue him. If these rioting ninjas ninjutsu harmed the villagers or buildings, the first person the villagers would hate would not be the ninja, but the security force. The famous Uchiha guard couldn't even subdue this kind of ninja, no wonder they didn't dare to go to the battlefield. Naraku could fully imagine what the villagers would think of the security team after such an incident. If you hurt this kind of ninja or injure him, the villagers will say that this is how the guard treats the hero who shed blood for Konoha. No matter what you do, it's wrong. The work of the security team is so difficult and offensive. As the leader of the security team, Naraku obviously would not allow such a thing to happen, so he established this mental healing department, and anyone who was sick would be sent to the department for treatment. People in the past were not aware of this kind of psychological trauma. Now, the mental health department proposed by Naraku made them realize that there is such a thing as mental illness. In this way, the security team can completely pass the buck. There are no rioting ninjas, only ninjas with psychological trauma who have become ill. The villagers could not blame the security forces, and could only consider themselves unlucky for any property loss or physical injuries. Second, Naraku sent the subdued rioting ninjas to the mental healing department, thus avoiding offending the ninja forces and harming the heroes of Konoha. On the contrary, it has a reputation for protecting the country and the people and for helping others, which is of great help to the reputation of the security team. Originally, the third one could just infiltrate Konoha Hospital, the psychiatric treatment department, which is also part of Konoha's medical department, and is used for illusion treatment. There are many Uchiha ninjas who are good at illusion. Konoha has a family of inherited illusions, the Uchiha, and Kurama is the most famous. It's not like Uchiha Sasuke during the Konoha period, where the inheritance was lost and Sasuke was not good at illusion in the early days. Nowadays, any Uchiha ninja who has activated the Kekii Genkai Sharingan and is proficient in using the Sharingan is at least at an exceptional level in terms of combat power alone. The Uchiha ninja with 3 Megatama is the elite among the Jainin. The best attending physician in the Department of Psychiatric Medicine is the Uchiha ninja. Of course, the field of psychiatric medicine is still in its infancy and there is still a lot to be improved. For example, sleeping pills or other drugs that regulate pituitary secretions all need to be developed and researched. However, if you want the psychiatric medical department to be reliable and accepted by the Konoha shinobi, the most convenient way is to let the Uchiha ninjas do it. Sharingan, an illusion type I technique, has the huge advantage of being able to make people fall into an illusion with just a glance, which is unmatched by other illusion ninjas. After all, mobilizing chakra and forming seals will make the patient alert and will not achieve such a good surprise effect. Although Naraku has not achieved all of his goals, the benefits are still significant. At least he has gained the relationship with Tsunade. The Konoha Sunin have a huge reputation in Konoha, especially the medical master Tsunade Hime, who is the most prestigious among the Sunin. Countless ninjas wanted to become Sunin disciples, but had no way to do so. Naraku also wanted to flirt with the Sunin, but just chatting with them for no reason, or visiting them for no reason, etc. For big shots, they would be more cautious and wary of these things. If someone shows kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Just like if Orochimaru suddenly handed over his business card and wanted to visit Naraku, Naraku would also be suspicious and would not necessarily accept the meeting out of caution and vigilance. Chapter 11 Tsunade's Request. Konoha Hospital. In the hospital monitoring room, Uchiha Naraku, Uchiha Fugaku, and Ui Shinku all looked pale and seemed to be overworked. All three have other jobs and are not full-time doctors. Naraku is the captain of the security force, and Fugaku is the secretary of the captain of the security force. He is a senior member of the security force and has more work than Naraku. As the captain, Naraku often passes the work to his subordinates. Ui Shinku is one of the Anbu squad leaders. Anbu nominally has 4 squads, each with 17 members. The squad leader of each squad is in a high position, has heavy responsibilities, and is very busy. Strictly speaking, the root organization is just a special department of Anbu. Shimura Danz leads a department called Anbu Training Class and develops many subordinates to do the dirty work for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because Danzo has something to do, Sarutobi Hiruzen generally turns a blind eye to the root organization. Of the other 4 Anbu squad leaders, only 2 have their identities made public, Illusion Master Ui Shinku and Jainin Elite Mitarashi Shisho. The identities of the other 2 squad leaders are unknown. Anbu is directly under the Hokage, there are only sub-teams, no so-called captains. If there is, then the captain is the Hokage. Compared to Naraku, Fugaku, and Ui Shinku, who all looked pale and overworked, Jainin Kurama Ryauta was much better off. Kurama Ryauta was the only Jainin of Konoha, and now he had a spiritual healing class, so he didn't even need to go on missions anymore, and he was considered to be part of the system. The spiritual healing class now has 10 medical staff members. Naraku and Fugaku are not included, they are just consultants, accepting consultations on illusions. Among the 10 people, there are 2 Jainin from the Uchiha family, 3 Jainin from the Kurama family, 1 Jainin from the Ui family, and 4 from other small clans or civilian ninjas. The Ui family is a small family. The only Jainin there are Ui Shinku and an ordinary Jainin, who depend on the Hokage for survival. Uchiha Jiichiro, 26 years old, Konoha Jainin, 3 Tomo Sharingan, skilled in illusion, swordsmanship, shuriken, fire style, and superb ninjutsu. Uchiha Masayo, 19 years old, Konoha Jainin, Uchiha focuses on elites, good at illusion, shuriken, fire style, and superb ninjutsu. The 2 have a slight age difference, and were specifically selected by Naraku to prevent them from being brainwashed by the Hokage or others if they were of similar age. Because of their age difference, they usually don't communicate too closely, but if there is a situation to discuss, they will consult each other's opinions. Naraku arranged for these 2 people to enter the spiritual healing class to receive royal salary, which was a bit of a careful selection and painstaking effort. At the same time, he also hoped that the 2 people could play an important role in the spiritual healing class and spread the reputation of Uchiha. If they could squeeze out other colleagues and arrange for a few Uchiha ninjas to come in, it would be even better. Hey! Something happened. Ui Shinku and Fugaku, who had been staring at the screen, screamed and rushed out of the monitoring room and went to the psychiatric treatment department. Naraku, who was distracted, reacted and followed. In the mental healing department's clinic, the ninja who was stimulated by the illusion had red eyes. Hands of the Salamander, take your life. This ninja seemed to have been inspired by his experience on the Rain Country battlefield, and he hates Hands of the Salamander. The illusion medical ninja was a civilian ninja, and at the moment he was dodging left and right, looking very embarrassed. Magic, tree binding kill. Ui Shinku rushed to the clinic very quickly, completed the seal in a few breaths, and performed the tree binding technique to immobilize the stimulated ninja. Hey! The civilian ninja who escaped death breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Thank you, Master Zhenhong. What's going on? Why did this happen? Naraku and Fugaku stood nearby, watching quietly. He seemed to have seen something extremely horrifying. I used the genjutsu, Naraku Ken technique guy, so it shouldn't be wrong. The crowd off the field roughly understood the situation. Naraku technique, D-level illusion. Regardless of one's own will, everyone has fears and situations that they don't want to see. This illusion uses everyone's fears to make them concrete and make people feel that it is reality. In other words, the greater the fear in the target's heart, the stronger the impact of the technique will be, making the opponent see the image that he fears most and dealing a psychological blow to him. The Naraku technique guy is an illusion that has been researched and improved by many people. It can make people see their favorite things and the scenes they want to see the most. It can make the objects that the recipient likes materialize, and let the recipient see their favorite people or objects, for spiritual healing. After improvements and experiments, this illusion has no problems. And in theory, it is impossible for the thing you like the most to be the thing you fear the most. Try using this illusion on me. UCHIHA said expressionlessly. Hi. This civilian, Chnin, quickly formed a seal. Magic, Naraku-ken technique kai. 2 seconds later, the chakra in UCHIHA's body fluctuated. When UCHIHA woke up, her face flushed slightly. She glared at the Chnin and angrily said, "You're fired, pack your things and get out." "Ah. Lady Red. Why? I don't know where you applied for the job from. You even confused Naraku meets technique and Naraku meets technique guy." "Humph. I will definitely investigate the recruiter. Let's see who recruited a fool like you." At the end, UCHIHA even roared and shouted angrily. "Haha, I guessed it was like that." Naraku shook his head, and seeing the condition of the recipient, he guessed that this might be the mistake. "You need to study again. If you do it again, not only will you be fired, but you may also be held accountable. You should think about it carefully." Tsunade's voice came. Ryota Kurama and Tsunade walked in. Ryota Kurama reported the accident to Tsunade, and Tsunade put down his work and rushed to check it out. After hearing what UCHIHA said, Tsunade, as the head of the psychic medical department, thought about it and gave the Chnin a chance, and at the same time put pressure on him, asking the Genjutsu to consider whether he wanted to continue to take on this responsibility. Genjutsu Chnin looked at UCHIHA, then looked at Tsunade, gritted his teeth and said, "Hey. I'm not very good at my job, so I'll have to study again. Thank you for your tolerance, Master Tsunade." After that, he bowed to Tsunade. Tsunade deadpanned and waved her hand. "Well, go down." "Hi." The Chnin left in disgrace. Naraku stroked his chin, noticing some small details. When the Chnin left, he glanced at UCHIHA with resentment, and the look passed by for a moment before he left the clinic. Konoha Hospital Director's Office. Tsunade sat at the desk, Naraku sat across from her. After the incident at the psychiatric department was dealt with, Tsunade asked Naraku to come to the office. Princess Tsunade looked at the young man in front of her. He had a handsome face and was wearing a black robe embroidered with yellow rice ears. He was covered with a purple shirt. If it weren't for the majesty of a superior, he would really be like a nobleman. Naraku was a little confused, not quite sure why Tsunade invited him here. Previously, he asked Uzumaki to find Tsunade's connection, hoping to arrange some Uchiha ninjas to come to Konoha Hospital, but was directly rejected by Tsunade. Naraku no longer had much interest in building a relationship with Sunan Tsunade Heim. Tsunade bit her red lips slightly, seeming a little hesitant. Naraku didn't ask. It would be cheap to be too proactive if someone approached him. So Naraku waited for Tsunade. "Naraku-kun, I want to ask you a favor." Chapter 12, What the Leaf Princess is Thinking. Tsunade opened her red lips and said softly, "Naraku-kun, I want to ask you a favor." Uchiha Naraku sat upright, and he was quite respectful to Princess Tsunade of Sunan. "Ms. Tsunade, please go ahead." Tsunade is currently 26 or 27 years old, and in the precocious system of the ninja world, he is already an independent ninja. But given her actual age and the fact that Tsunade is not married yet, it is more in line with etiquette to address her as Lord Tsunade or Miss Tsunade. Tsunade hesitated for a moment and began to tell the story. My dear Noeki. For a long time, Naraku did not interrupt, but listened quietly to Tsunade's story, occasionally inserting a word or two of comfort. Ms. Tsunade, you still have a long way to go in life and you are still in your prime. Please don't be too sad. After listening to Tsunade's words, Naraku already understood that the famous Sunin Tsunade Hime had suffered severe psychological trauma due to the death of her relative Noeki and her lover Kato Dan Jainin, and it manifested as hemophobia. This was simply unbelievable to the captain of the medical corps and the director of Konoha Hospital. Konoha's most famous and outstanding medical ninja actually suffered from hemophobia and could not see blood. How could he treat patients and rescue the wounded? What I'm telling you is Konoha's secret. If you leak it, you will be severely punished. Do you understand? Although Tsunade looked depressed and spoke his mind, he still reminded Uchiha Naraku about keeping it a secret. Keeping secrets is the first quality a ninja needs to possess in carrying out his mission. I understand, Miss Tsunade. Promise not to leak the secret. Hearing this, Naraku looked serious and solemn, and made a reassurance. At this moment, Naraku didn't know what words to use to express his feelings. Sunin Tsunade Hime summoned Naraku to heal her mental trauma, to see if she could get out of the haze and the past, and to cure her hemophobia. At this time, Konoha village was not rotten to the core. Although there were various problems, it was generally stable. It was a village loved by everyone. The third generation was not yet stupid, Danzo was not completely shameless, and the two advisors were indeed dedicated to Konoha. Many Jainin, including the Sunin, worked hard for Konoha. Although the bigwigs had their own little calculations, they generally loved Konoha and were willing to sacrifice for it. The decline of Konoha should have started with the suppression of Konoha's White Fang. Gradually, they became more and more unscrupulous, causing many Konoha ninjas, such as Tsunade Hime, to become disloyal. In the end, they either died or left Konoha. Those with average strength and power will eventually die. Only the Sunin, or the leaders of some ninja organizations, can leave Konoha for reasons such as retirement, recuperation, or vacation. This kind of treatment is not available to ordinary ninjas. After the story of the past that had been bothering Tsunade and causing her great pain was told, Tsunade looked downcast and sad. However, she did not behave disrespectfully in front of Naraku and remained strong. Ms. Tsunade, I can only try. Please look. Naraku said softly, and after attracting Tsunade's attention, they locked eyes and activated the three Tomo Sharingan illusion. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Noeka's three genin teams follow Orochimaru and Tsunade on their mission. Two genin lead three genins. Orochimaru waves his hand, and the three genins rush forward. Noeka bravely took the lead and rushed into a valley. This was a bit reckless. Orochimaru and Tsunade tried to stop him, but there was a loud bang, followed by a mushroom cloud of flames. A necklace was blown out by the shock wave of the explosion and fell right at Tsunade's feet. The charging Noeka was hit by the detonating trap in the depression. I'm sorry. Tsunade was horrified and immediately rushed forward into the exploding trap. Tsunade, don't be reckless. Orochimaru was calm, and was too late to stop Tsunade's recklessness. Tsunade had already rushed in. Orochimaru did not lose his composure in the face of the sudden incident, and shouted loudly in the hope of calling Tsunade back. Tsunade ignored him and in a few seconds, she was already in the pit. Noeka was found lying on the ground covered in blood and unconscious. His injuries were serious and he needed emergency treatment. Faced with this situation, Tsunade had no time to think, nor did he care about his hemophobia. He put aside his fear of blood and stepped forward to rescue Noeka. Noeka! Hold on! Noeka's unconscious body slightly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. He raised his hands vigorously, made a yeah gesture, and said intermittently, I'm fine, sister. I'm not humiliated. I'm not a member of the Thousand Hands clan. I'm so powerful. Don't talk. Don't talk. Tsunade had already burst into tears at Nawaka's stubbornness, and she scolded Nawaka to stop talking and asked him to keep quiet. Tsunade was so concerned and nervous about Nawaka that he ignored the unreasonableness of the environment. Despite such a serious explosion, Nawaka's limbs were still intact. But his body was covered in blood and his skin was torn. Tsunade didn't have time to think about these things. Chakra continued to be output, and the healing jutsu repaired the cracks and wounds all over Nawaka's body. After more than half an hour of Tsunade's rescue, Nawaka's injuries have healed, but he is mentally depressed. Tsunade knew that these were the symptoms of recovering from a serious illness, and that as long as he returned to the village to recuperate for a period of time, he would be able to recover. Tsunade was tireless, her face was covered with tears, but at this moment she finally smiled. The smile in this situation was very ugly, as if she was neither laughing nor crying, and a little funny. Tsunade hugged the young boy Nawaki into his arms. "You fool! Don't do this again, don't do this again! Don't do this again! You don't need to inherit the bravery of the Senju clan. Sister will carry forward the Senju clan. You fool, you fool!" Tsunade was a little incoherent, and at the end she just cried and criticized Nawaki. Nawaki recovered, but was a little tired. "I'm fine, sister, I was just careless. I'm going to be the Hokage. How can I stand behind you, sister?" Nawaki recovered somewhat, and although he was still a little weak, he could speak more coherently. "The Senju clan has retired. You don't need to carry forward the bravery and traditions of the Senju clan. Sister just wants you to live well." I know. Sister, why are you so long-winded today? Send Nawaka back to Konoha to recuperate." Orochimaru also came over at this moment. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru was also upset, but Nawaki, who had saved his life at this time, really needed to rest. "I'm fine. I can still continue the mission. Don't worry, Master Orochimaru." Nawaka smiled, but his face couldn't hide his tiredness. "Just reply when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Tsunade slapped Nawaki on the forehead and scolded him harshly. Okay, I'll go back. The situation at the front is tense. I can't leave you, Tsunade. I will take Nawaka back to Konoha, and you continue to rush to the front. World War II is in full swing and we can't waste too much time here." Orochimaru calmly offers the best advice. "Well, please, Orochimaru. I'm going back, sister. You have to take care of yourself and live well." Nawaka felt a little strange at the moment. His originally sunny face and expression now showed some reluctance and sadness, as if this ordinary separation was a farewell forever. "Sister, don't miss me. Live on and inherit the reputation of the Senju family." After Nawaka stood up, he looked at Tsunade and moved towards Konoha. His speed was very fast, not like someone who had just recovered from a serious illness. His speed was even faster than his normal strength. He was glowing as he moved towards Konoha. Tsunade had already reacted by now. "Nawaki! Come back, Nawaki!" Uchiha Nariku's forehead was covered with sweat. Princess Tsunade, one of the Sunin, had a strong chakra, and it was not an easy task to control her with illusion. Chapter 13 Medical Ninja. The Uchiha are indeed a prestigious family that dominates the ninja world, and their bloodline limit Sharingan illusion technique is truly extraordinary. Uchiha Nariku is a man of great thoughtfulness, and the illusions he weaves are almost always effective in curing the illnesses of the patients he treats. A single illusion can help a mentally traumatized ninja regain his vitality. Tsunade came back to her senses from the illusion, her dull eyes gradually became bright again, and it was obvious that her mind had returned to normal. "I am." Tsunade murmured a little. It's not that Nariku doesn't want to continue to create illusions and create another Kato Dan, it's just that manipulating illusions to invade Sun and Tsunade's mind is too taxing on his eye power and chakra. Naraku needs to slow down a bit, and the two clips are too tight and fake, easily noticeable, thus failing to achieve the intended effect. Live well. Naraku said softly. The illusion woven by Naraku, because Naraku had watched anime, was very consistent with the facts, and the relevant words were just right to comfort. In response to Naraku's words, Tsunade's eyes gradually became firm, and she regained her heroic temperament. Tsunade took a closer look at Uchiha Naraku. He was tall, handsome, and dressed gorgeously, and his temperament was completely different from his younger brother Nawaki. But in Tsunade's eyes, Nawaki's figure seemed to overlap with Naraku. Two different people merged into one. Tsunade rubbed her eyes, then blinked. Tsunade has always been dignified and majestic, but now she is a little rude. Naraku raised his eyebrows slightly, observing Tsunade's situation, and was a little confused, but did not ask. I heard from Uzumaki that you want to arrange for some people to come to Konoha Hospital to learn medical ninjutsu. Yes, Miss Tsunade. There are many outstanding young ninjas in my clan's territory. I want them to learn medical ninjutsu, save the dying and the wounded, and do their part for Konoha. Tsunade did not expose Naraku's intention and smiled. The medical department does need to expand and recruit some people. I have already applied for funding from the third generation. Please arrange for 10 people to come. They need to be the kind of people who can calm down and learn medical ninjutsu. Tsunade seemed to be in a better mood, and her words became more playful. Naraku was 17 years old. Although he looked mature, he was slightly stunned when he saw Tsunade's unique smile. Tsunade was originally in a good mood, but now her brows were slightly frowned. She saw a familiar shadow from Naraku's expression, the shadow of Jiraiya. Tsunade was a little unhappy, and her brows were getting tighter and tighter. Ahem, in that case, thank you very much, Miss Tsunade. Naraku quickly came to his senses and pretended to cough. His face flushed and he felt a little ashamed of his impoliteness. Naraku was a young man full of vigor and it was normal for him to lose his composure when he met a mature lady. Tsunade was about to hit Naraku on the forehead just like he had hit Nawaki on the forehead, but after hearing Naraku's words, he held back. Humph, go and make the arrangements. You can get out now. Yes. Naraku stood up and left. After Naraku left, Tsunade stood up and walked to the window, looking at the people coming and going in Konoha. Nawaki. Don't worry about your sister. Konoha Hospital Psychiatric Department Monitoring Room. Naraku and Fugaku, along with several Jonin, observed the consultation room. In the psychiatric department of Konoha Hospital, Naraku has been cultivating the ninja illusion talents of the psychiatric department from the beginning as a patient, and of course, he has also been keeping an eye on Uchiha Jiichiro and Uchiha Masao, who were finally admitted to the psychiatric department of Konoha Hospital after Naraku had a lot of trouble to persuade. The two lived up to the name of Uchiha, with strong strength and delicate minds. In the psychic medical department, they became the most praised doctors, crushing other illusion ninjas. The more capable you are, the more work you will do. Since the two of them are excellent in illusion, only those with serious mental trauma will be sent to them. Other medical consultations or consultations are handled by other mental medicine ninjas, so as to train mental medicine ninjas in all aspects. In Konoha village, Jonin are the big guys, mid-level genin are the regular ninjas, and Chunin are the backbone of the village and are often independent ninjas. For a Chunin to be promoted to Jonin, it is not enough to just have enough strength, but also requires the recommendation of other Jonin. In other words, not only strength is required, but also connections. Because of this situation, civilian ninjas naturally stick together. There are only two ways to be promoted to Chunin. The first is the formal Chunin examination. It is not 1 in 100, but it is not far off and is very difficult. The second is to complete many tasks, meet the requirements for promotion to Chunin, and then take a simple exam to be promoted to Chunin. This path only requires hard work, and is also the path chosen by most ninjas. Only a small number of people can become Chunin through the formal Chunin examination. The Chunin examination is used to discover talented ninjas or other gifted ninjas. Although the places are always eventually taken by ninja clans, there will always be some dazzling figures. For example, Sunin Jiraiya's disciple, Namikaze Minato, performed so well in the Chunin exam that the third generation took notice and arranged for Jiraiya to take him under their wing. Jiraiya, who was originally looking for the Child of Destiny, had already trained Nagato and thought he had found the Child of Destiny. He was not impressed by the third generation's arrangement and wanted to find a reason to refuse. However, after Jiraiya interviewed Namikaze Minato, he liked him very much and taught him all his ninjutsu without reservation. It became a famous story in Konoha. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very troubled about his disciples. The Sunin of Konoha are famous, and the 3 holy places of summoning beast are even more famous. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to pass on the name of Sunin, especially the inheritance of summoning beast. However, the Sunin had many affairs to attend to. Noeki, the successor disciple trained by Orochimaru, died in battle. Although Tsunade had trained many medical ninjas, there was no one who could inherit her mantle. Only Jiraiya is seriously training Namikaze Minato. Currently, only Jiraiya has left the Sunin, and the other 2 still need to be found by the third generation. Fugaku, you continue to observe. I'm going to return to the security unit to avoid too much backlog of work. Hi. Naraku nodded and turned to leave. After Naraku left the monitoring room, Kurama Ryota followed him out and quickly caught up with Uchiha Naraku. Naraku-kun, please wait a moment. Mr. Ryota, what's going on? Kurama Ryota looked around and seeing that there was no one around, he reached into the ninja tool bag behind his waist. Naraku saw Ryota Kurama acting sneaky and reaching for the ninja tool bag, and he couldn't help but be secretly on guard. However, what Kurama Ryota took out was not kunao, shuriken or other ninja tools, but an invitation. Naraku-kun, if you have time, please come to the Kurama tribe for a chat. It turns out that Kurama Ryota was being sneaky and secretive in order to invite me. I'm being overly suspicious. Naraku thought to himself, feeling a little relieved, took the invitation, and transferred the chakra in his hand into the invitation. It was confirmed that it was not a detonating talisman, it was indeed paper. Okay, sorry to bother you then. Chapter 14 Kurama Clan. Night. Konoha Village Kurama Clan Home. Naraku came to the Kurama clan with his guards. The Kurama clan is a ninja clan that specializes in illusions. As the saying goes, people in the same profession are enemies. The Uchiha clan is also a ninja clan that is very good at illusions. So Naraku didn't want to come at first. After careful consideration, he decided to come and see why the patriarch of the Kurama clan had secretly invited him here. Kurama clan chief's house. Kurama Ryota clapped his hands, and the 5 dancers in the field stopped dancing and slowly left. Why do the leaders of the Uzumaki and Kurama clans have such colorful lives? I am the leader of the largest clan in Konoha, but I have to work so hard every day. Questions flashed through Naraku's mind. The only big clan Naraku had come into contact with was the Uzumaki. The Kurama was the second. Suinwoji also often arranges some dancers or musicians, who either dance or play music, which is very cool. Originally Naraku thought that the Uzumaki clan was the ruler of a country after all, and even though their country was lost, it was reasonable for them to have some leisure time. The Kurama clan were also singing and dancing, and they looked very happy. In comparison, Naraku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, looked really shabby. He couldn't help but feel a little inferior. Naraku-kun, please have some tea. This is the top quality tea from Kyoto, the land of fire. Please taste it. Naraku picked up the teacup, used the tea lid to stir the tea, blew away the hot steam, and then took a sip. It tasted bitter at first, but turned into a refreshing and sweet taste after entering the throat. It was indeed a good tea. Yeah, good tea. Naraku nodded and praised. Ha ha ha, if Naraku-kun likes it, just bring some. Kurama Ryota said this and clapped his hands. A beautiful servant brought 2 large jars of tea, with 2 scrolls beside them. After placing the tray on Naraku's desk, the servant slowly withdrew. What is this? Naraku asked. The scroll contains some of our Kurama clan's experience in practicing illusions. Uchiha is also an illusion ninja clan, so I gave it to Naraku-kun. I also hope that Naraku-kun can give me some guidance in the future. Kurama Ryota was very polite. Naraku realized that the idea of giving him some advice in the future was completely nonsense. This was clearly an attempt to show his kindness for no reason. Naraku was quite perceptive about this kind of thing. I can't accept a reward without merit. Thank you so much for your kindness, Mr. Ryota. Naraku politely declined Ryota Kurama. Kurama Ryota's expression changed and he waved his hand. The servants in the field retreated one after another. After seeing the servants leave, Kurama Ryota stood up, walked to Naraku, knelt down, and prostrated himself. Naraku was horrified and hurriedly stood up to help Kurama Ryota up. However, Kurama Ryota knelt down hard and Naraku was too hasty to help him up. Mr. Ryota, let's talk it over. What are you doing? Naraku used chakra and pulled Kurama Ryota up with brute force. Please save me, Lord Naraku. Kurama Ryota's original carefree look disappeared, and he shouted with some sadness. Mr. Ryota, how can I save you? Naraku was a little confused and didn't understand what Kurama Ryota meant, so he pulled Kurama Ryota to his seat. Kurama Ryota looked sad as he spoke, Lord Naraku. My Kurama clan was originally a large clan in Konoha, with 30 genin and nearly 1,000 genin among the clan members. I have been in Konoha for more than 30 years. Now, my Kurama clan only has 5 genin and about 100 genin. As the clan leader, I am very painful to see the demise of my clan members. Although those mission files are very normal, it is precisely because they are too normal that I feel deeply uneasy. My Kurama clan is a sign of extinction. Naraku remained silent. Naraku felt that the Kurama clan in front of him was somewhat powerful. Compared to the 2 or 3 big cats and small cats in the original anime, the 5 genin and the 100 or so middle genin were already a powerful ninja clan. This speed of disappearance is somewhat abnormal. Naraku replied slowly. Yes. The speed at which our tribe members are dying is too abnormal, but I can't find anything wrong with the records of the tribe members who died in battle. How can I not be terrified? Someone is plotting to murder our Kurama tribe again. Kurama Ryota had 2 tears in his eyes and glanced at Naraku secretly. Seeing that Naraku didn't seem to show any reaction, he couldn't help sobbing, feeling very sad. Hey, Mr. Ryota, how do you want me to help you? Lord Naraku, the Uchiha clan is very powerful and is in charge of the Konoha Guard. I wonder if we can allow our Kurama clan members to join the guard. Kurama Ryota continued to steal glances at Uchiha Naraku. The Konoha Guard is under the control of the Uchiha clan, and outsiders cannot get involved at all, except for the outsider family, the Uzumaki clan. When he heard that the Uzumaki clan was not yet the clan leader of Uchiha Naraku, he decided to rescue the Uzumaki clan. After rescuing the Uzumaki clan, the relationship between the two sides became harmonious. Many ninjas who were good at sealing techniques appeared in the Uchiha clan, which may be related to this. All the Uzumaki clan members from outside can join the security force. Ryota Kurama feels that as long as he expresses his opinion, it should be possible to discuss it. Well, there are only so many positions in the security force. If you are allowed to take up these positions, my people will be laid off. Besides, the security force's funding is also being suppressed by the 3rd generation. Naraku hesitated a little, but did not say absolutely, reflecting the situation. My Kurama clan will contribute 100 million taels to support the security team. Kurama Ryota quickly expressed his position. The advantage of the security force is not just the salary. The most important thing is that the security forces stay in the village and never go out. As long as they practice diligently, their daily work is not busy. Staying in the village and not going out, naturally there is no need to go to the battlefield. After the First World War, the Second World War, and the local wars in between, the Kurama clan was almost finished. Kurama Ryota was a little hesitant to let his clansmen leave Konoha. However, as a Konoha shinobi, one of the ninja clans that joined Konoha, he promised to accept the leadership of the Hokage when he joined. The Hokage's decree came, recruiting ninjas, and the ninja clan had no reason to refuse. They are not as good as big clans like Uchiha and Hyuga. Uchiha and Hyuga have many ninjas trained by themselves. Those with low talents are generally thrown to Konoha for training and use, which can be regarded as fulfilling the responsibility of contributing ninjas. The Kurama clan cannot withstand such a call-up. The Kurama clan's bloodline limit awakening is difficult and requires rigorous training to master. They are not like the Uchiha and Hyuga families who can use eye techniques with just a glare. 100 million taels. Well, since Mr. Ryota is so kind, let's arrange for 10 of our clansmen to join the guard team. I will adjust your positions within the team in the next 2 days. Naraku asked back gently to confirm the amount. Under the pressure of money, Naraku thought about it and decided to just take 10 places. Kurama Ryota was delighted when he heard this and said, "I'll contribute 200 million ryo. Is that okay for 20 people?" This. Naraku hesitated. "Okay, 20 people at most, no more." Naraku sighed at that and nodded kide. 200 million taels, and 20 village managers. This Mr. Ryota is a good man. Naraku was overjoyed in his heart, but he looked embarrassed on the surface. Chapter 15 Konoha 41 years. Konoha 41 years. Uchiha clan home. Tribal hall, meeting room. Uchiha Naraku sat at the first seat, with many Uchiha clan ninjas sitting cross-legged below him. The Uchiha clan and the security forces are both stable, the number of Uchiha clan ninjas is gradually increasing, and the ninja strength is also gradually increasing. Master Clan Leader, the Rain Country has been very dangerous in the past 2 years. Our Uchiha clan has lost dozens of ninjas in the Rain Country. Whether it is our Uchiha ninja team or the mixed team with Konoha, those who went to the Rain Country to perform missions have basically disappeared. The Uchiha 8th generation reported, holding the file in his hand. Uchiha Yashiro is the deputy that the leader of the Uchiha clan relies on, and helps manage the Uchiha clan. Well, I've noticed this situation as well. Notify the clan members not to accept any more missions to the Rain Country. Uchiha Naraku nodded. As the tribesmen of the Rain Country kept disappearing, Naraku noticed something strange when he was handling all kinds of letters, files, and mission reports. Now not only Naraku, but even the clan members have noticed it. At the clan meeting, Yashiro solemnly reported it to Naraku. Naraku frowned slightly and continued. Hayato, let the ninja cats and intelligence personnel infiltrate the Rain Country and learn about the situation in the Rain Country. This matter reveals something strange. Uchiha Hayata, an intelligence officer of the Uchiha clan, is also the chief of the plainclothes intelligence section of the Konoha Guard Force. He has one job, interacts with 2 organizations, and receives 2 salaries. Of course, his work reports, whether submitted to the clan or the security team, ultimately reach Naraku. Hi. Chief, I have arranged intelligence personnel and ninja cats to infiltrate the Rain Country. According to the news received, it seems that Konoha Anbu are active in the Rain Country, and our elite Uchiha team has encountered the Rain Country salamander. It is speculated that it is related to Hands of the Salamander. As for Konoha's Anbu, I am not sure if it is related to the disappearance of the tribe members. Konoha Anbu, and Salamander? Hey, I see. Master Patriarch, do you know anything? Nariku's calmness and his air of being in control of the situation made the Uchiha people in the audience ask questions one after another. Remember, issue a notice asking the tribesmen not to go to the rain country. I only have preliminary suspicions and judgments, which are not enough to be relied upon. Nariku did not answer the tribesmen. With the Anbu involved, Nariku knew who was behind the scenes. However, Shimura Dans was nominally the Hokage's assistant, and he was behind the scenes and underground. Many ninjas and villagers in Konoha did not even know what the Hokage's assistant Shimura Dans was responsible for. My brother is missing in the rain country, Patriarch. If you know anything, please tell me. My son is missing in the rain country. Chief, if you know anything, please tell me. The Uchiha people below were not happy about this and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Nariku couldn't ignore the opinions of his tribesmen. The rain country dares to bully our Uchiha clan. They are really asking for their own death. I have decided to lead a group of people to investigate the rain country myself. It's not easy to ignore Nariku, but you can't use speculation as evidence. If it's unfounded, the Hokage will accuse Nariku of slander. Master Patriarch, I am willing to go with you. I'm going too. I want to find my son. I want to go too. The ninjas in the audience all agreed and wanted to follow Nariku to the rain country to take a look. Nariku felt relieved that he was still very popular in the tribe. Everyone, Konoha has its own rules. You cannot leave the village without a reason. And if most of the clan members accept the mission to go to the rain country, the mastermind behind it will definitely hide. So, I decided to lead a team of special police officers from the security force to follow me. Don't worry, everyone, we will go to the rain country and get to the bottom of the matter. Nariku comforted him and refused to follow his clansmen. Konoha's security force, the Special Mobile Force, is also called the Special Police Force. Konoha is peaceful and they usually don't have any missions. They are a kind of group that trains with imperial rations. There are 70 of them, comparable to Anbu. They are the private armed elite of the Uchiha Guard Force. Only those with strong Uchiha combat power or superior talent can join. Nariku holds this special police department tightly and will not let other ninja clans join. In the past 2 years, the Uzumaki clan and the Kurama clan have joined the security force, but they are only responsible for village management and public security. These two departments require the most manpower and are the most difficult to gain respect from the villagers. They are the positions that carry minds. In addition to Uzumaki and Kurama, Nariku also recruited some civilian ninjas and ninjas from small ninja clans. Nariku vowed to transform the village management and public security departments from the previous positions where people were automatically bound to Uchiha to positions that belonged solely to Konoha's dark side and had little to do with Uchiha. After Nariku announced that he would go to the rain country, the tribe members settled down. Uchiha Nariku's ability was obvious to all the tribe members. The Uchiha are hated by the villagers, and their numbers have gradually decreased in the past 2 years, allowing the Uchiha people to finally feel that they are part of Konoha. The Uchiha is one of the 2 founding families of Konoha, our home. Konoha village has recently been in the hot news. The Hotaki family produced a genius. Hotaki Kakashi, the son of Konoha's White Fang, graduated from ninja school 1 month early and completed the Genin exam to become an honorable Genin. Uchiha Nariku was on a rare tour of Konoha, but heard many villagers talking about Konoha's White Fang and Hotaki Kakashi. Hotaki Kakashi's genius made the villagers of Konoha proud. Master White Fang of Konoha is a powerful ninja, and now his son is so outstanding. The peace of Konoha village really depends on Lord White Fang. Along the way, Nariku, who was very observant, heard some such words. Nariku shook his head and hurried back to the security building. In the secretary's office of the captain of the security force, Fugaku was writing furiously on his desk, issuing relevant security force tasks. Fugaku, White Fang's son, Hitaki Kakashi became a genin at the age of 5. Is it strange that a 5-year-old genin? Uchiha Naraku walked into the secretary's office and asked Uchiha Fugaku who was working. The captain's office is very large, and the finance, logistics, and other departments in the hall all work in the hall. There are also several small rooms in the hall, with signs such as the captain's assistant room and the captain's secretary room. Fugaku looked up at Naraku, stopped writing, and replied. For a civilian ninja, being able to become a genin at the age of 5 is indeed a genius. In our clan, those who can release ninjutsu at the age of 5 are also very rare. Oh, now that you mention it, Hitaki Kakashi is indeed a genius, worthy of being the son of Konoha's White Fang. Fugaku's words made Naraku agree. Naraku walked towards his office, while a thought flashed through his mind. It seems that Kakashi was in power for 2 years, and then Hitaki Sakumo committed suicide. Should I try to recruit White Fang? Chapter 16, Ghost Bud Luo Technique. Naraku wants to recruit Hitaki Sakumo because Hitaki will be discredited by the rumors of the Hokage group to damage the reputation of White Fang. With the help of Shimura Dance, White Fang was unable to bear the humiliation and committed suicide. It is ironic that as a ninja, he died by committing seppuku like a samurai. At the same time, this incident also represents that some people have become greedy for power and are willing to suppress even some prestigious ninjas. It was a landmark event, but it was also an event that caused many ninjas to become disunited. Among these disloyal ninjas, Princess Tsunade must be one of them. Perhaps Princess Tsunade left Konoha because of some power and funding issues, as well as the disappointment caused by the White Fang incident. Princess Tsunade suffers from hemophobia, and even the most sophisticated medical ninjutsu is useless. Perhaps this is why the third generation gave Tsunade a long vacation. If it were someone from Uchiha, wandering outside for a long time without any reason, there would be no doubt that he was an S-rank rebel. When Naraku thought of Hitaki Kakashi's genius name, he naturally thought of Konoha's White Fang. At this time, Konoha's White Fang was still Konoha's famous genin, the legendary White Fang. There are even regulations in foreign countries that if you see the White Fang during a mission, you can simply abandon the mission without being punished, which shows how famous the White Fang is. Naraku walked back to the secretary's office and said to Fugaku, "Fugaku, write a letter to recruit Hitaki Sakumo to work in the security team. See if Lord White Fang will agree." Ah, this. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned, somewhat confused by Naraku's order. The security force was the Uchiha headquarters. How could Konoha's White Fang come to work at the Uchiha base? There is no way they would agree to this recruitment letter. It's okay. Just write it if I ask you to. Just express your attitude. In the letter, just say that there are too many criminals in Konoha village and it's difficult to catch them. I admire White Fang's reputation, so I asked him to come to our police force's criminal investigation department to help us catch those criminals. Add more respect and admiration, and describe the difficulty of the capture mission. That's it. Do you understand? Hi. Although Uchiha Fugaku found Naraku's behavior a little strange, he still obeyed the order obediently and began to revise the book for Naraku. Well, you are responsible for following up on this matter. I said at the clan meeting yesterday that I would go to the rain country. I will not tell anyone when I leave. Therefore, I will have to trouble you to take care of the security team during this period. Hi. Fuyu, feeling that Naraku relied on him, responded seriously. An underground base outside of Konoha village. Shimura Dance and Orochimaru walked slowly side by side in the base. Orochimaru, I hope you can perform well among the 60 children this time. Shimura Dance said coldly to Orochimaru beside him that in recent years, when the wood-style experiment always feels fruitful or at a critical moment, the result is always some harmless data, which is not very helpful in controlling the wood-style. Don't worry, Master Danzo. The wood-style experiment has reached a critical point and will never let you down. Orochimaru looked a little crazy, the kind of madness that a scientist would have. The originally kind-hearted Orochimaru actually indulged in this cruel human experiment and enjoyed it immensely. The mystery of the first Hokage wood style has been explored. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with urgency and longing. Shimura Dance glanced at Orochimaru coldly. The wood style experiment had been going on for several years, with a lot of losses in funds and personnel, and many evil things had been done. There were many small breakthroughs, but no major achievements. This time, the dosage and drug neutralization designed by Orochimaru, in Orochimaru's words, has explored the mystery of wood style and the power of first Hokage. As for the specifics, we still have to look at the experimental results. Shimura Dance has basically lost interest in the wood style experiment. All the wealth that the root organization looted was invested in these forbidden experiments, which was all in vain. It would be better to study Uchiha's Sharingan. A thought flashed through Shimura Dan's mind. Orochimaru did not participate in Uchiha's Sharingan research. Shimura Dan had another research team doing the research. In the past 2 years, many Sharingan were looted from the Rain country. There was only one pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan that was obtained by accident, and the others were some Chunin 1 or double Megatama. He could only barely start the research and experiments of Sharingan. Shimura Dan knew a lot about Sharingan forbidden technique. An underground base outside of Konoha village. A man was tied to a pole. A woman performs ninjutsu. Ghost Bud Luo technique. A lot of liquid oozed out of the woman's body. The liquid seemed to have consciousness and quickly enveloped the man tied to the wooden frame. The man screamed in pain. After the liquid wrapped around the man, he squirmed for a while and turned into a human form, and once again became the woman performing ninjutsu. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Are you feeling unwell? Uchiha Naraku and Hirahu slowly approached, and Hirahu clapped his hands excitedly. The woman who performed the ninjutsu was Obaru's maid. She had no name, only a code name, Er. The woman named Er licked her lips and seemed to be enjoying it very much. No, Master Birahu, this feels so good. I have mastered a new attribute. Just like in martial arts novels, when it comes to some martial arts and secret manuals, the big guys always like to let their younger brothers practice and test their skills. Although the establishment of Gyuluo technique encountered some bumps and bruises, it has made rapid progress overall. With the help of experimental materials, funds, and medical equipment, various key points have been quickly broken through. After perfecting the Kachira technique, neither Hirako nor Naraku practiced it, but let Hirako's ninja students practice it. As civilian ninjas who only knew the 3-body technique, they were naturally overjoyed at this mysterious and powerful ninjutsu and chose to practice it. The 3 ninja students had no problems with their training, they ate well, drank well, and slept well. They will gain the same attributes as the ninja that was devoured. After more than 3 years of experiments, those who practiced the Gyuluo technique looked fine, and it felt like their chakra volume had increased significantly. And their strength had increased visibly. It was a win-win situation for both parties. They got forbidden technique, and Naraku and Hirako got data to adjust and improve. Kiyara technique is amazing, Hirahu-kun, you are a true genius. The so-called Sunin cannot compare to you at all. Naraku praised generously. Biological fusion, even in the ninja world, seems impossible. Hiruzen turned the impossible into possible, and he actually did it, and created this powerful ninjutsu. Everything depends on your support and cultivation, Lord Naraku. You have seen the experiments of the Ghost Bud technique, and you have also obtained the scrolls, ideas, and training methods. Is our deal over? Bailuo licked his lips and said. Chapter 17 New Cooperation. Uchiha Naraku smiled and said. Of course, Mr. Hirako, our cooperation has ended. It's a pleasure to work with you. Thank you Naraku-kun for your training. I have some ideas about the bloodline limit selection for the Kachira technique. I wonder if Lord Naraku is interested in learning. Haha, of course there is. Please go ahead. Ninjutsu, puppet curse. Hirako suddenly attacked, and a red circle appeared on Naraku's forehead, and his body became unable to move. You! Naraku exclaimed. Sir Naraku, I think the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is a very powerful Kekii Genkai. I wonder if you would like to merge with me and develop it together. Hirako showed a crazy look. His 3 ninja students, 1, 2 and 3, blocked Naraku's retreat. Puppet curse? What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's quite interesting. Naraku, who seemed shocked just now, regained his composure and even had the leisure to comment on Hirako's ninjutsu. Hirako's originally crazy expression returned to normal and he frowned. A ninja who was under control should not be so fearless. Could it be that he had some backup plan? I have sent out the 4 guards you assigned to search for experimental materials. Lord Naraku, you have no reinforcements. Hiraho explained the situation, hoping to see Naraku panic. Master Baileahu, why bother talking to this ant? Let me devour him. Ha 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 ha, hey! Naraku couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was as if a red light was turned on in the venue, and a red light suddenly lit up in the dark environment. Beirahu and the other 3 noticed something was wrong and looked towards the light source. In the dim basement, countless scarlet eyes lit up on the walls. Hirako knew what it was, the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. A ninja released a lightning ninjutsu, lighting up the field. On the wall, countless Uchiha ninjas stood upside down, or stood vertically on the wall, or lay on the wall. Through chakra, various unscientific postures are hung on the walls. Uchiha Naraku had never thought of letting Hirako go, and was still considering how to deal with Hirako. Before this trip, Naraku issued a task to all members of the special police force. They had already been secretly ambushed on the wall. There were 70 Uchiha elites. Not to mention 70, even if we subtracted 10, there were only 7 people, which was more than enough to deal with all of them. Baileahu fell to his knees with a thud. Lord Naraku, I am just making a suggestion, I don't have any idea, please don't misunderstand me. The 3 minions were trembling with fear at this moment, and couldn't even stand still. They collapsed to the ground. Sir, please spare my life. He ha 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 ha. Uchiha Naraku, who was under the puppet curse, laughed wildly, and his whole body turned yellow and turned into a pile of mud. The real Uchiha Naraku walked out from the dark passage. Haha, Mr. Baileahu, I know you are just making a suggestion, and I think your suggestion is very interesting. Uchiha Naraku still smiles. Besides, you like the Sharingan so much, which makes it a bit difficult for me as the leader of the Uchiha clan. I thought that since you have thoughts about the Sharingan that you shouldn't have, you should also have a desire for wood-style ninjutsu. I got the news that the Konoha Anbu is studying the first Hokage's wood style. Hehe. They desecrated the remains of the first generation and used them to study wood-style ninjutsu, and have already gone through many rounds of experiments. If I can obtain the cell tissue of the first Hokage, Hirako-kun, are you sure you can create a wood-style ninja? Uchiha Naraku said slowly, tempting Hirahu. When it comes to human experiments and cell fusion, this Hirako is definitely an expert. The Kiyara technique has already overcome the problem of cell fusion, and the focus of the wood-style cell experiment is that it is too corrosive. It is necessary to conduct continuous experiments to obtain data in order to adjust the best ratio to make wood-style ninjas. These are exactly what Hirako is good at. Hirako, who was originally trembling with fear, thought that he was going to die, but he did not expect that Uchiha Naraku would give him another research task. As Baileahu listened, he forgot his original fear and showed a crazy look that is unique to scientists. Yes, Lord Naraku, I can definitely create a wood-style ninja. As long as you can give me first-generation cell tissue and enough experimental materials, I can definitely complete your task. The thoughts that Hirako shouldn't have had long been shattered. At this moment, he has accepted his fate and is determined to strengthen himself. Hirako has already completed the Kachira technique, but which of the 5 ninjutsu to choose? Hirako has seen too many powerful bloodline limits in World War II and already has a goal. Originally, Sharingan was planned, and it was a pair of Naraku, but now, Hirako has completely abandoned this ignorant idea. Naraku took out 2 scrolls and 2 pens and threw them accurately in front of Beirahu. Rewrite the Ghost Bud Luo technique. You only have one chance. Uchiha Naraku's tone changed from playful to deep and serious. There was a slight chill in it, which made Bai Luo feel a little confused and terrified. Facing the panic of Naraku's unknown attitude, Hirahu did not dare to neglect it. He picked up a pen and paper and started to recite the Kiyomara technique again. The various technical requirements of Gya Luo technique are very high, and there are many classification requirements. Baileahu did not dare to be negligent and wrote it seriously. In total, it took Baileahu nearly 2 hours to write, which shows the complexity of the Gya Luo technique. Lord Naraku, it has been finished. Baileahu said in a humble manner and a very respectful tone. The servant next to him picked up 2 scrolls and walked towards Naraku tremblingly. When he walked in front of Naraku, he couldn't stand the pressure and fell to his knees, holding the scroll in his hands. Naraku had a blank expression on his face. He did not extend his hand, but looked down at the previously arrogant student from Bailuo. Under this silence and unknown attitude, Baileahu's servants were sweating profusely and trembling more and more. After a while, Naraku took the scroll and slowly opened it, his scarlet eyes reading 10 lines at a time. He found that there were indeed some slight differences between the one that Beirahu had handed in before. In this kind of complicated ninjutsu, some slight differences are enough to lead to serious consequences, which shows how dishonest this guy is. There was a few minutes of silence while Naraku was looking through the scroll. The kneeling servant of Hirahu suddenly fell to the ground and fainted because he couldn't withstand the pressure. Seeing this good-for-nothing like this, Naraku raised his lips slightly and said softly, "Special Police Force, listen up. Mission completed. Return to Konoha. Hi. X70. The ninjas hanging on the wall disappeared in smoke. These special police ninjas have a stable environment in Konoha, so they usually have a lot of free time and spend most of their time training. Naraku specially brought them here to let these frogs in the well see Naraku's power." With the departure of the ninja troops, Hirako and the others felt a little relieved and their tension was eased. Being stared at by 70 pairs of red eyes was really stressful. After this, the few people dared not to act rashly again. "Baileahu, you have completed your mission." Naraku didn't say he had no reaction to Hirako's rebellious behavior. He was originally quite respectful to Hirako, and they were mutually beneficial. He didn't expect that this guy would have inappropriate thoughts about Naraku himself. He is simply asking for his own death, but this kid still has some value for the time being, so Naraku's face became a little warmer and he said softly, "Hirahu, since you are confident that you can complete the research on wood-style ninjutsu, let's reopen the deal. The content of this deal is the same as the research on the Kiyera technique. I will protect you and be responsible for the experimental materials and you will do the research and share the results. The results cannot be shared, as the data is all in Bailuhu's head." Naraku is worried whether Bailuhu is willing to share it with him. "Hey! Everything is under the command of Lord Naraku. Our first cooperation has ended. I have arranged for the withdrawal of Uchiha's guards. I always believe in win-win cooperation. It's up to you whether you want to leave or stay. This is our second wood-style experimental collaboration, which involves the desecration of the previous Hokage. This is a serious matter. If you are willing to stay and experiment, then we can start our second collaboration. No need to force it." Naraku's expression was gloomy and difficult to understand, and he seemed to be very particular about honesty. "I am willing to participate and keep it secret, Please rest assured. Okay, this is the agreement. If you have no objection, please sign it. Just like last time, I will keep a copy of it. For this kind of verbal agreement, once both parties have confirmed that there is no problem, it is Naraku's habit to write a contract and sign it. Generally, the nobles, wealthy businessmen of the Fire Nation, or the leaders of Konoha shinobi like to do this when issuing missions or trading with others. Naraku and the unknown man Hirahu also signed the agreement, which was a great respect for Hirahu. Baileahu took the paper and pen, read through it roughly, and signed his name directly. Since it is a cooperation, then it should be a win-win cooperation. It is very necessary to stipulate the content and method of cooperation. Since you, Baileahu-jun, have signed the agreement, then we are partners again. Sir Naraku, you are too polite. I am just your humble subordinate. Please don't be so polite. After enduring Naraku's intimidation, Hirako's attitude is now very correct. Haha, the guards of this base have been withdrawn. I am not sure whether I can obtain the cell tissue of the first Hokage, so the start time of this experiment is not fixed. If you are willing to wait, then wait. If you don't want to wait, then travel around. You have completed the research of the Ghost Bud Luo technique, and it is time to go out and improve your strength. Naraku thought about it and decided to let Hiraho go. The cell tissue of the first Hokage was indeed not that easy to obtain, and there was no point in imprisoning Hiraho. Talents cannot be confined. If you want to confine them, you might as well kill them. Confining them for a few years and asking them to study wood-style experiments is not stupid. They know they can't get out in this life, so how can they cooperate with each other in a down-to-earth manner? Use it to give people hope. Naraku let him go for the time being. This wood-style research is very important to the Uchiha bloodline, and everyone should be put to good use. I am always waiting for your dispatch. Seeing that Naraku was really going to let him go, Hirako couldn't help but admire Naraku's magnanimity. Hirako felt that if it were him, he would most likely choose to kill him to silence him. Naraku slowly formed seals with his hands. Baileahu and his servants became nervous again. Summoning technique. Meow. A black cat came out of Naraku's summoning. It's not quite right to call it a cat. This black cat was as big as a fox, and its cheeks looked a lot like a fox, and it was wearing a red t-shirt. Hakiro, please sign a contract with him to serve as a bridge for our communication. Hirako saw that Naraku was really going to let him go. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel a little guilty for my own shamelessness. Lord Naraku, please give me another piece of paper and pen. There are still some details that need to be rewritten for the Ghost Bud technique. Haha, you. Naraku was extremely surprised. Being surrounded by heavy troops and under the threat of death, he still dared to falsify data. He really deserved to be a person doing taboo experiments. Naraku took out a pen and paper and threw it to Hirahu. Chapter 18, Naraku leaves the village and the cat lady. Konoha village. Uchiha tribe land. Naraku house. Since Naraku is still unmarried, he still lives with his parents. After Uchiha Sanzo resigned as the captain of the security team, he became the assistant of the Assistant Institute. In charge of the Ninjutsu Academy, responsible for teaching and imparting ninjutsu to the clan members. Of course, there are some Uchiha-style swordsmanship, shuriken, fire-style ninjutsu, Uchiha illusions and so on. There are not many ninjas like the Uchiha family who are proficient in so many areas of ninjutsu in the ninja world. Uchiha Naraku studied the Ghost Bud technique carefully. There are 3 versions of the Ki Yalo technique given by Higurashi. When the research was completed, Naraku was given the scroll of Kachira technique. When Naraku read it, he felt it was very reasonable and there was nothing wrong with it. But he still felt that Hirako might have some tricks up his sleeve, so he led the ninjas and tricked Hirako. Under the pressure of heavy troops, Hirako wrote a second version. After Naraku finished reading the second version of the scroll, he realized that the guy had not clearly written many of the dangers in the first version, which seemed to be a trap for Naraku. The second version is much more refined. The third version was written when Naraku decided to let Hirako go and Hirako was convinced. This is also the version that Naraku enjoyed reading the most. To use an analogy, the first one is the revised draft, and the second one is the real Gyuluo technique, but it is a trial version. The third version is the real Ghost Bud Luo technique. The more Naraku read the scroll, the more he admired Hirako. Great, great! This guy is truly a genius. After truly comprehending the Kiyoma technique, Naraku began to have some real admiration for Hirako. With the copying ability of Sharingan, the ninjutsu has been completely memorized by Naraku. The third copy of the Ki-Yalo technique was hidden in a secret compartment in the mansion, and the other two were directly destroyed by Naraku's condensed flames. Naraku looked at the time on the wall. It was 8:45. He put on a Konoha Jainin vest, a forehead protector, a long sword on his back, and wrist guards. He was fully armed and dressed smartly, not wearing the nobleman's clothes he usually wore. At 9 o'clock, the 2nd Squadron of the Special Police Squad of the Security Force had assembled at a weak point in the barrier to the west of Konoha. At the weak point of the barrier, a figure suddenly appeared, as if giving a signal, and 4 more figures appeared soon after. It was none other than Uchiha Naraku and his personal guards Uchiha Akat, Uchiha Ishii, Uchiha Bai, and Uchiha Ruo Feng. The 4 men are Naraku's cronies, receiving royal rations in the security force SWAT team. They wear special SWAT uniforms, black combat uniforms, black vests, carry long swords on their backs, and wear black hoods on their heads, revealing only their 2 eyes. There is a Konoha shinobi forehead protector on the forehead of the hood. Ahem! Uchiha Naraku coughed twice. With a swish sound, another 13 special police ninjas from the security force appeared. Open the barrier, Naraku said calmly. Uchiha Emaizu, 38 years old, was the captain of the 3rd Squad of the security force before its reform, and was also a well-known figure. At this time, he was the captain of the 2nd Squadron of the Special Police Team and had a very leisurely time. Uchiha Zhang Shui practiced the sealing technique taught by Naraku. Zhang Shui had some talent in sealing techniques and was very good. He mastered all the sealing techniques within 2 years. Uchiha Zhang Shui made a few seals at the weak point of the barrier, pressed his palm on the barrier, and then stretched his hands to both sides, and the barrier was opened. Walk! Naraku went out first, and a figure flashed behind him. A ruin somewhere in the land of fire. A group of people walked along a sewer in the ruins. This is a base outside Uchiha village. The cat lady who raises ninja cats for Uchiha, provides intelligence and weapons is in this secret base. Granny Cat, whose age is unknown, had maintained a good relationship with the Uchiha before the establishment of Konoha, and they were both guests of honor. The few ninja cats who were originally responsible for intercepting the newcomers in the sewer, when they saw the important man, all retreated to the side and did not dare to get involved at all. Inside the house, Grandma Cat was smoking a pipe and petting the cat, looking very comfortable. Long time no see, Granny Cat. A figure suddenly appeared in the room. Naraku was wearing a vest, carrying a ninja sword, and dressed neatly. The guards behind him were scattered outside the house and hid. Naraku is here. I heard that you became the leader of Uchiha. You haven't come to see me for a long time. The cat lady blew out smoke rings. Uchiha Naraku had been here when he was a child. As a junior who was raised by Granny Cat, Uchiha Naraku is a high-ranking official with a noble status, but he will not act rudely or wildly in front of Granny Cat. I was so busy with work in Konoha that I neglected it, hee. Naraku smiled awkwardly, took out a box filled with tobacco from the scroll, and handed it to the cat lady. I know you like to smoke, so I brought you a box of tobacco on this trip. You boy, you are becoming more and more sensible. Grandma Cat was very pleased and smiled happily. Tell me, why are you here this time? A while ago, Shonda people came here to import a batch of goods. Are you going to get weapons and medicines again? Granny Cat was a little puzzled about Uchiha Nariku's purpose. Uchiha Shan, one of the elders of the Uchiha family, is currently serving as an assistant in the auxiliary office of the Clan Affairs Office. 3 years ago, he and the second elder Uchiha Chiang had a dispute over the loss of a clan member. The second elder cast an illusion and left him weak for several days. Uchiha Shan is in charge of the weapon shop within the Uchiha tribe, responsible for selling ninja tools and some special medicines. Ninja tools include shuriken, kunao, detonating talismans, ninja swords, sealing scrolls, etc. Medicines are mostly soldier pills, detoxification pills, hemostatic powder, etc. Uchiha is also called Uchiha, and is responsible for selling arms. The income from the weapons store is one of the important sources of income for Uchiha. However, this income did not reach Nariku. When Nariku heard Grandma Cat say that Uchiha came to purchase goods last time, he looked a little surprised. The right to speak of these elders had been cut away by Nariku. The finances of the great elders were taken back by Nariku. Those who were in charge of Uchiha's business never contributed to Uchiha. Nariku was so poor that he almost had to pawn his pants in order to do scientific research. The huge profits from their arms sales contributed millions of taels to the clan every year, which was like sending away beggars. The patriarchs of the Uzumaki and Kurama clans were carefree and happy, singing and dancing. But Nariku, the patriarch of the largest clan in the ninja world, was a hard-working and miserable person. The old guys in Uchiha also controlled many channels that Nariku had never noticed. Forget about selling arms, but you didn't even give me a share of the money I earned. I'll deal with you guys when I get back. Nariku said inwardly. Originally, he came out to buy some arms and planned to sell them to others when he returned. The weapons shop in the tribe always said that business was bad and the purchase price was high. Cat Granny, I heard that the ninja cats have been oppressed recently. There is a ninja cat castle called the Dark Ninja Cat World. There is a two-tailed cat in it, enslaving the ninja cats. So I came here to visit the master of the Dark Ninja Cat World. You should have come a long time ago. The other old Uchiha men who come here often, regardless of the ninja cats, I really don't know what you old Uchiha men think about every day. The cat lady raises ninja cats for Uchiha. Recently, a two-tailed cat appeared. It is huge, lazy, and likes a luxurious life. Most importantly, it recruits and enslaves ninja cats everywhere, causing a lot of losses to the ninja cats raised by Uchiha. Nariku planned to take care of this ninja cat when he went out this time. Chapter 19 Dark Ninja World. Dark Ninja World. The so-called Dark Ninja Cat World is a huge cat-shaped castle. Its shape is hidden by the barrier. If there is no one to lead the way or if you are not familiar with the road, you can't find this Ninja Cat Castle at all. Nariku arrived at the entrance of the Ninja Cat Castle in an instant. Then, dozens of guards landed one after another. At the castle gate, 2 ninja cats pointed their spears at Nariku and shouted. Who are you? Humans are not welcome here. You stay hidden outside, Nariku ordered the followers behind him. Then, Nariku glared at the scarlet Sharingan and walked in. Nariku simply ignored the 2 nameless kittens. The 2 noisy ninja cats were now stunned, obviously trapped in an illusion. Nariku came to the hall of the Ninja Cat Castle, where dozens of ninja cats were singing and dancing, looking very happy. Several ninja cats noticed Nariku, the uninvited guest. Hey, Nariku-sama, Naya. The ninja cat Kojimaru is also here, and is a little surprised to see Nariku coming. Kosan Maru carries 2 ninja swords on his back and is nearly 1 meter tall, which makes him quite large among ninja cats. Nariku-sama, meow, why are you here at the ninja castle, meow? Oh, Xiaozun Maru, you are here too. I am here to visit the king of ninja cats, the twin-tailed cat. Can I have your permission? Nariku was very calm. Except for a few ninja cats, most of the ninja cats were weak and posed no threat to Naraku. Oh. Sure, meow. Lord Naraku, please wait a moment, meow. I'll go and inform you, meow. Xiaozunmaru quickly turned around and went to inform the Ninja Cat King Twin-Tailed Cat. Naraku crossed his arms and closed his eyes. What Granny Cat said is right. This Ninja Cat King has kidnapped many of the ninja cats we raise in UCHIHA. Naraku saw many familiar ninja cats. The summoning beast ninja cats had a different way of thinking from the ninjas. These ninja cats felt that they could survive anywhere and could also summon contracts. But for the breeder, they do not want some strange situations to occur, especially during a battle, when a disabled ninja cat or an unexpected situation occurs, which is almost fatal to the ninja's short battle. After Naraku came in, he thought that this ninja cat castle was good and very suitable for raising intelligent ninja cats. But Granny Cat must be the #1 keeper of the Uchiha family's ninja cats, and this situation cannot be changed. Moreover, some ninja cats are needed to spread out in the ninja world to gather intelligence for Uchiha. If they all stay in the castle, Uchiha's intelligence system will be in trouble. Nian, Lord Naraku, please follow me. Kozhunmaru soon returned to the hall and summoned Naraku. Naraku followed Kozhunmaru's footsteps and walked deeper into the castle. There were dozens of ninja cats in the hall, some as big as tigers, and some as small as ordinary house cats. Most of them were wearing short shirts, and many of them were carrying weapons. Ninja cats have the same intelligence as humans. Uchiha's evaluation of ninja cats is that they are excellent intelligence scouts and are good at physical skills. The rest is nothing special. Most of the ninja cats here fit the description of Uchiha, but there are always some special ninja cats with some rare abilities. Just like the Kozhunmaru that Naraku likes to summon, Kozhunmaru is good at perception ninjutsu and is of great help to Naraku. He is the ninja cat that Naraku likes to summon the most. Naraku followed Kozhunmaru for nearly 20 minutes, moving at a fairly fast pace, passing through several stairs and branch courtyards. Finally arrived at the castle tower. Nian, Naraku-sama, Nekomata-sama is inside, meow. In this book, the two-tailed beast is called Matatabi, and the ninja cat is called Nekomata. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Xiaozunmaru. Naraku threw some of Kozhunmaru's favorite dried fish to it and walked into the castle tower. After going up the stairs, you will reach the resting place of the two-tailed cat. In the pavilion, a huge curtain obscured the figure of the two-tailed cat. From the shadow, one could only judge that its figure was very huge. Uchiha leader, what brings you here? A muffled voice came from behind the curtain. Mr. Nekomata, I'm sorry to bother you so much. I heard that many of the ninja cats I raised in Uchiha came to your castle. Thank you for taking care of them, so I came to visit you. Is that all? Yes, this is the gift list, please check it. Naraku took out a gift list and fired it like a kunai towards the gap in the curtains. Then Naraku took out a storage scroll and made a seal. Smoke appeared on the scroll and several boxes appeared. As expected of the leader of Uchiha, I only did a trivial thing, but I am sorry to have cost you a lot of money. After seeing the list again, the cat saw the box that Naraku's summoning came out of through the curtain, and his tone became more polite. This is just a greeting gift, you are welcome, Mr. Nekomata. If possible, I hope to sign a summoning contract with Mr. Nekomata. Your ninja castle is very suitable for ninja cats to live in. I, Uchiha, have raised many ninja cats and hope to send them here as well. Naraku gave gifts, exchanged pleasantries, and finally stated the purpose of his visit, which was to sign a contract with the ninja cat. I see. The ninja cat's voice was low, and Naraku saw the ninja cat making hand seals through the shadow of the curtain. The scene in the castle tower changed. The castle tower, which originally had a night view, turned into a basement with yellow lights flickering on the walls. A woman in a kimono, with her back to Naraku, licks an oil lamp. Illusion, mirror of heaven and earth. Naraku saw that the ninja cat was making hand seals and naturally could not fall into the illusion, so he activated the Uchiha family illusion and combined it with the Sharingan's mirror heaven and earth rotation to rebound the illusion. The basement environment dissipated, and after a flash of black light, they returned to the castle tower. The cat was hit by his own illusion and was breathing heavily. The cat was a little panicked. The cat was a kind of cat demon. It was not easy to gain intelligence and practice well. At this moment, the cat realized that he had run into a tough opponent. The Nikomata was well aware that the Uchiha leader in the audience was a powerful man, and not someone it could handle. The previous practice of controlling people with illusions and then eating them was completely impossible now. And judging from the fact that the Uchiha leader in the audience easily broke the ninjutsu and rebounded it back to his own, if he didn't agree today, he would probably suffer the consequences. Naraku chuckled and said calmly, "I wonder if Mr. Nikomata likes the gift I gave you. What do you think of my proposal?" Through the brief fight just now, Naraku roughly understood the strength of this Nikomata, Genin elite level, and would not be a match for the Uchiha 3 Tomo Sharingan. The strength of the Genin elites is already quite good. A Genin or Chunin, with such a summoning beast to drive, will not be afraid of the Genin at all. The roller blind was slowly pulled up, and Naraku could see the two-tailed cat clearly. It was as tall as a two-story building, all white, with a long tail that split at the end, like two tails. It was indeed a cat demon. "Lord Naraku, I like the gift you gave me. Let's sign the contract." The white cat even changed the way it addressed Naraku. Naraku's mouth curled up. This person was being too attentive for no reason. He must be a traitor or a thief. There is no such thing as something so easy to get. Naraku's trip was just a matter of courtesy before force. The cat realized that the situation was stronger than the person, so he was very open-minded. The gift list included 500 dried fish, 50 bottles of red wine, and some crystal wine glasses. Before coming, Naraku had already done his homework on the white cat's hobbies from Granny Cat. Chapter 20, To the Land of Rain. Naraku team consists of 18 people. Naraku was in the middle, with a 4-man squad guarding him. A few kilometers to the left and right, there was a 4-man squad protecting the flanks. 3 ninjas were in front, exploring the way, and in the back, the squadron leader and a ninja were the 2 who covered the rear and protected the retreat. Under heavy guard, Naraku, who was walking on the tree, began to lose focus. Granny Cat's trip was successfully completed. Naraku conquered a newly born twin-tailed cat demon named Nikomata, and made a giant summoning scroll, similar to the one Jiraiya used. According to the agreement on the scroll, all the ninja cats in the Dark Ninja Cat world will be summoned by the scroll contractor. In the Ninja Cat Castle, the strongest one is naturally the Nikomata, who is huge in size, powerful, agile, and can make hand seals and use illusions. He is a very good helper. There are countless other ninja cats who are skilled in using ninja swords, and there are dozens of ninja cats as big as tigers. This kind of large-sized ninja cat that can use ninja swords is at least at the top level of ninja. There are also many cats like Zyozunmera who are good at sensing ninjutsu, and some who are good at sealing techniques. In short, there are many cats. It can be said that a good group of summoning beasts have been subdued. This summoning scroll can be passed down through Naraku's lineage. The other Uchiha ninjas, as per tradition, came to Granny Cat to adopt ninja cats, sign contracts, build relationships, and then continue to let Granny Cat raise the cats. Each Uchiha ninja will not raise or sign many ninja cats of this type of contract, as their energy is limited and it is impossible to train too many ninja cats. However, they are beneficial in terms of intelligence, so the status quo is maintained and no changes are made. As for the summoning scroll that contracts all the ninja cats in the Ninja Cat Castle, it is only in the hands of Naraku himself. Or it may be passed down as a legacy to the clan leader in the future. After several days of trekking, the group safely entered the border of the Rain Country. Originally, this world did not have any national borders. There were only rough border demarcations, and no detailed exploration. The reason why Naraku and his companions were able to tell that they had stepped into the rain country was that, while it was still sunny in the fire country, it was strangely drizzling in the rain country. The further we walked, the darker the sky became. After entering the border of the rain country, Naraku had already put away all distracting thoughts and was on high alert. With the map in hand, I continued to observe despite the drizzle. The place ahead is where our tribe members disappeared. I believe the vanguard team has already gone there to investigate. Naraku said to the Uchiha Akagi next to him. These guards are highly skilled in killing, and are proficient in lurking, blasting, and ambushing. It is indeed a very good knife and tool, but it is a pity for Naraku. Naraku has to take care of everything and command and keep an eye on the situation. Yes, Lord Naraku, 2 tribesmen were annihilated here. Even the well-known Jainin master, Uchiha, disappeared here. Uchiha replied. As the captain of Naraku's personal guard, Uchiha had a heavy responsibility and was alert all the way, not daring to lose focus. Mew is a genius ninja. He opened the 3-tomo Sharingan at the age of 15. I hope he is safe. The team formed by the Uchiha tribe, all Uchiha, often goes out to perform missions. Normally when there is no war, the ninjas' casualty rate is not very high. Because the 2 sides are not in a state of war, many ninjas, although bloodthirsty, will not mindlessly fight with enemies who are also ninjas. The fights between ninjas are often life and death, and no one would complain about having to live too long. In most missions, at most there will be a simple confrontation and then expulsion. After the opponent escapes, we generally will not chase him. The main focus is to complete the mission. For example, I protect and you assassinate. After being repelled, the ninjas who carried out the assassination mission would also realize that they were not as skilled as their opponents and the mission was most likely a failure. Only a few would be obsessed with the mission for a long time. Outside of ninja battles, most of the time, ninjas would not fight to the death. Unless a local war breaks out, or the village leaders specially assign you an important task, fierce fighting will only occur in these rare cases or on rare tasks. The strength of Konoha's White Fang lies in this: they have never failed in any assassination mission they have taken on. Few ninjas who fought against the White Fang survived. Therefore, all the major countries have already issued laws against powerful beings like the White Fang, and retreating when encountering Konoha's White Fang does not count as a mission failure. The rulers of the major countries do not want to lose their precious ninjas in the mission against the White Fang. At the foot of the mountain, 3 ninjas were conducting a carpet search. 2 of them were carrying ninja cats and 1 was carrying a ninja dog. They were checking the situation at the foot of the mountain, hoping to find suspicious points such as bloodlines or smells, and discover some clues. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Naraku landed with 4 guards. 2 teams of tribesmen are missing here. You should also join the search. Naraku said lightly. Hi. Naraku's 4-member guard team also joined the search team. The one who raises the ninja dog is Uchiha Kakube, 20 years old, Chunin, 3-tomo Sharingan. Although he is a Chunin, he is a very powerful ninja. This is related to the number of Uchiha Jainin suppressed by Konoha. Regardless of Uchiha Kakube's personal strength, 3-tomo Sharingan Uchiha is also a leader among Jainin. Looking at the ninja dogs, Naraku naturally thought of the Inyazuka clan. The ninja clan that is best at raising ninja dogs in Konoha is none other than the Inyazuka clan. Not only are the Inyazuka clan good at raising ninja dogs, but many of their family's secret techniques are also used in conjunction with ninja dogs, making them very powerful. However, ninja dogs are not only raised by the Inyazuka clan, but many ninja families also raise ninja dogs. Ninja dogs are human-like, loyal, intelligent, and easy to train. Rumor has it that Konoha's White Fang Hitaki Sakumo also keeps a lot of ninja dogs. Woof. 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 Uchiha Kakube heard the barking and immediately rushed to the place where the ninja dog found something unusual. The ninja dog kept barking towards the ground. After years of cooperation between him and his ninja dog, Kakube understood that the ninja dog was warning him that something was happening underground. The ninja dog began to dig the ground. The ninja dog could use chakra. Both paws were covered with chakra. It dug the ground like an excavator and dug out a passage very quickly. Kakube covered chakra with both hands and started digging the ground next to the ninja dog. Naraku noticed something unusual with Uchiha Kakube, and instantly came to the man and the dog, quietly watching them work. After a while, Kakube felt that he had dug up something rotten. Corpse! Uchiha Kakube exclaimed. When the pit was dug up, 7 bodies were found buried inside. The bodies and clothes were buried underground and had already rotted, but from the tattered clothes, one could vaguely see that they were blue high-necked clothes, which were exactly the type that the Uchiha people liked to wear. Uchifu! Lord Naraku! These are the bodies of our people. One of the bodies had some fan marks on its clothes. Chapter 21 Ambush. Naraku blew a whistle, and the tribesmen who were searching for clues gathered together. Most of the bodies buried underground were rotten, and the foul smell made the ninja dogs stay away from them. The SWAT ninjas didn't care about the disgust as they moved all the bodies out and arranged them neatly on the ground. All the corpses had empty eye sockets. These 2 teams of ninjas from the tribe disappeared in recent months. It was because of the disappearance of these 2 teams that the tribe office discovered that most of the ninjas who were carrying out missions in the Rain Country in the past 2 years were missing. That's why Naraku decided to come to the Rain Country to explore. There should be 8 people in 2 teams, and 1 person escaped. Naraku was going to use a storage scroll to collect the 7 corpses. He knew that they had to be brought back to the Konoha clan for burial and be claimed by his own clan members. Naraku would recognize most of the genin or well-known geniuses in the tribe, but he didn't have any deep impression of these mediocre tribesmen and couldn't recognize them all. There are only a few genin in total, and everyone knows them. A well-known genius will naturally attract attention within the clan. In this team, everyone present only knew that the body of Uchiha with 3 Megatama was not in it. Uchiha was very powerful, so they could only hope that he was blessed with good fortune. When Uchiha Kakube took out the storage scroll and prepared to put away the corpse, the ninja dog raised by Kakube began to bark loudly, as if to warn that there was danger. Kakube's eyesight was a little blurry. Oh no! It's poisonous! Kakube took out an antidote pill from his tool bag and swallowed it. Naraku and the people around him stepped back. Uchiha Kakube also left these corpses. It was Rain Shinobi who did it. A Rain Shinobi who was able to kill 2 of our tribesmen is not something that an ordinary Rain Shinobi can do. Uchiha Akagi moved away from the body after hearing it was poisonous, and seeing the rotting corpse and the poisonous gas, everyone guessed it was Rain Shinobi. Rain Shinobi Village Hands of the Salamander, after his salamander poison was first broken by Sand Shinobi Cho and then by Konoha Tsunade. Nowadays, he has become much more low-key in the ninja world. Whenever Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi pass through the Rain Country, they will basically prepare special pills that can cure the poison of the salamander. Previous intelligence mentioned Konoha's Anbu. If it was Konoha's Anbu who took action, they would definitely not leave any clues or corpses. Most of the Rain Shinobi village ninjas are not good at fire style, and it is a ninja village that mainly uses water style ninjutsu. So you can't use a fire style ninjutsu to destroy the body like the Konoha Shinobi. Burn the bodies of our people. The poisonous corpse cannot be taken away, so it can only be burned to prevent it from being exposed in the wilderness. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. Naraku's 2 guards jumped high up, breathing fire and burning the bodies on the ground. These 7 bodies can explain a lot of things. Although Naraku doesn't know whether Shimura dance is involved, wherever there is Konoha Anbu, Shimura dance must be related. Anbu's whereabouts are a secret, and Danzo has always been elusive, so his whereabouts are also a secret. Boom. 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 Several kilometers to the left of Naraku, a series of explosions occurred. That was the position of Naraku's left flank guard. Call out. A firework bloomed in the sky above the rainy land. There's a battle over there. Our people sent the signal. Go and provide support. Naraku gave an order and 8 people rushed to the left flank. There are 4 people in the left flank team. Naraku was originally the safest position in the middle. They searched for clues and joined the vanguard. There are 8 people in total. There is another team of 4 people on the right flank, and 2 people in the back are the rear guard. After seeing the fireworks, everyone rushed to the left. Boom. 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 There were more explosions. Naraku's group was closest to the left flank and quickly approached the scene. Where the explosion sounded throughout the forest, a huge bright orange light appeared. Naraku felt a little relieved, as such a large-scale fire-style ninjutsu must have been performed by one of his own clansmen. After 2 people instantly appeared and 8 people arrived at the scene, it was just as Naraku had guessed. The left flank team encountered 3 rain shinobi teams. After a fierce battle, the rain shinobi troops left behind several bodies and were repelled by the 4 SWAT team members. One team fought against 3 teams of rain shinobi, and killed several people without any damage to themselves, and the enemy fled. Naraku breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the situation here, nodded secretly, and shouted, "Chase! Leave no one behind!" Naraku gave an order, and the 7 people around him joined the battlefield and chased the fleeing enemy. Uchiha Naraku's trip was to sneak out of Konoha with the ninja troops, and he did not receive any mission related to Konoha's rain country, so no one knew that Shimura-dan's route organization was in a state of chaos, and it was impossible for them to understand Naraku's movements. In the land of rain, the route members of Shimura-dan's happened to find the traces of the 4 Uchiha ninjas on the left flank. The shuriken ring fan pattern on the uniforms of the 4 special police officers. The symbol of the security force. Although the route members did not understand why the Konoha security force came here, they still transmitted the information to Rain Shinobi Village. Rain Shinobi Village sent 3 teams to ambush. Naraku's left flank team suffered a small loss and then began to counterattack. The ones who followed Naraku out this time were all elites, not the regular group of 1 Genin and 3 Genins. There are 17 of them, all the team leaders are Genin, and all the team members are ninjas with Sharingan activated. With the Sharingan's support and their own strength, it's no exaggeration to say that all of the 17-man team are Genin in strength. The 3 Rain Shinobi teams realized something was wrong just after a few rounds of fighting. Several of them were killed like vegetables and melons, and after being hit by several fire-style ninjutsu, they began to flee. Call out! Call out! Call out! The ninjas on the flanks and the rear guard also arrived here soon. Naraku is adult. There's a battle going on ahead. Don't worry. We'll follow slowly behind. Naraku led 6 ninjas and slowly followed the ninjas fighting in front. After chasing for a while, a special police officer from the security force headed towards Naraku. When the team member saw Naraku and the others, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and then continued to rush over. The team member came in front of Naraku and knelt on one knee. "Sir, the enemies ahead have been killed," the team member said in a deep voice. The tribesmen around Naraku surrounded the security ninja from all directions. Naraku had a blank expression on his face and said what the ninja felt were the cruelest words in the world. "Did you know that Uchiha's Sharingan can see through transformation technique?" A puff of smoke emerged from the guard. "Go to hell." The Rain Shinobi, who was so frightened that he couldn't even maintain his transformation technique, hysterically used a kunao to attack the Naraku barrel. Successful. The Rain Shinobi in front was being chased by Uchiha's ninjas and suffered countless casualties. This Rain Shinobi was quick-witted and used the transformation technique to transform himself into a security guard and escape to the rear. Who would have thought that there was also a team of ninjas behind them? This rain shinobi henchman didn't expect that he would kill the enemy leader with his brave attack. The leader-like man fell in a pool of blood with blood flowing out of his heart, looking painful. Of course, Naraku couldn't be killed by a minion alone, so an illusion controlled the rain shinobi, who was still immersed in the illusion world at this moment. Tie him up and torture him. Hi. Chapter 22, Demigod and Hanzo. Rain Shinobi Village. Chief Building. Lord Kanda, the Rain Shinobi team that went to ambush Uchiha suffered heavy losses, and I was the only one who escaped. Please avenge us. What? The salamander Kamada is known as Hanzo's right-hand man. At this moment, he was shocked to hear the words of the surviving Rain Shinobi. 3 teams surrounded an Uchiha team, but not only did they not gain anything, they were completely wiped out, and only 1 team escaped. The salamander Shenda paced back and forth, not quite sure what to do. That ninja team is so ferocious and brave that even if I go out in person, I will not be able to get any good results. Hans of the Salamander has not cared about the affairs of the Rain country since World War II, and has been living a life of luxury and indulgence. He handed the deal with Danzo over to his deputy, Kamada. Last time, Salamander Kamada personally led the team to encircle and suppress 2 Uchiha teams and brought 5 ninja teams with him. Although the encirclement and suppression was successful, he was also seriously injured and the team suffered heavy losses. Salamander Kamada had a clear understanding of the Uchiha clan's ninja combat power. But now this ninja team is obviously more brave. None of the other 3 ninja teams made any gains and were killed and fled back alone. The salamander Shenda thought about it and decided not to take the risk alone, so he turned and walked up the stairs. Walk towards the resting place of Hans of the Salamander. Master Hanzo. A small group of Uchiha's elites came and killed 3 of our teams. Only 1 genin escaped and came back to report the news. Shende, why don't you just handle it? Do you need to report such a small matter to me? Hanzo's tone was unhappy, and the last nasal sound made the salamander's knees go weak and he knelt down. Master Hanzo, I have not yet recovered from the injuries I received last time. The Uchiha team that came this time are obviously all genin elites. I am afraid that no one can defeat them except you. Salamander Kamada took the risk. In order to avoid going to the battlefield himself, he inflated the Uchiha ninja team by several levels to show that it was not that he was incompetent, but that the enemy was too strong. Little did the salamander Shintatsu know that what he thought was just boasting, had become reality, and that the ninja team that came here, were truly the genin elite. Hanzo fell silent after hearing what Kanda said. Hans of the Salamander is different from other ninja village leaders. Hans is not a poor ninja or a tool. Hans is the daimyo of the Rain country and a dictator. Hans of the Salamander controls the wealth and people of the Rain country and is rich and noble. Before World War II, Hans of the Salamander was very rampant, provoking major powers and wanting to expand his territory. After being detoxified by Sand Shinobi Cho and Konoha Tsunade, Hans of the Salamander became much more honest and timid. After all, Hanzo is different from those miserable ninjas in the ninja villages. Hanzo is the one who truly controls a country. Although it is a small country, he is much more powerful than those ninja village leaders who rely on the daimyo for support. Hanzo remembered the deal with Danzo. He handed over a lot of Sharingan to Danzo, but Danzo had not taken any action to annihilate the Akatsuki organization as promised. This made Hans of the Salamander very unhappy. He wanted to end the deal and kill Shimura Danz the next time he saw him. Hanzo really lacks understanding of Danzo, but he doesn't know, as a person, when has Danzo ever fulfilled his promise. Except for the 3rd Hokage, only he, Danzo, uses others, and no one can ever use him. Danzo often uses trickery, seduction, bribery, and other such means. This is because Hans of the Salamander is famous and powerful. If someone is weaker and less famous, it would be normal for Danzo to rob them directly. Hans of the Salamander hesitated for a moment, but the kneeling salamander Kamada sensed it. Hands of the salamander seemed to have lost his former vigor. In the past, when Hanzo heard about the invasion of ninjas, he would often hold up a chain and summon a salamander to destroy the enemy directly. It was nothing like now. Shende, gather 10 teams and send them out wherever they can. Hi. After Shenda retreated, he went to gather the ninjas. At the same time, Shenda was more confused. Master Hanzo should be able to deal with those people by himself, but he has to lead 10 teams. Master Hanzo is becoming more and more unpredictable. Uchiha Naraku and his group of 18 people are considered a ninja unit in the ninja world. After killing off those rain shinobi minions, Naraku didn't want to stay in the rain country. As for the legendary hands of the salamander, no one could remain calm under the title of the demigod Hanzo of the rain country. Hands of the salamander, the pinnacle of the current ninja world, is known as the ninja closest to God and is called a demigod. We already know the situation in the rain country. We don't understand why the rain shinobi village wanted to kill us. Let's have the plainclothes intelligence department infiltrate and find out the reason. Let's set off to go back. Hi. Naraku and his group maintained the same formation as before, with 4 groups standing in front, behind, left and right of Naraku, on guard several kilometers apart. There was also a team of guards around Naraku, which ensured that nothing could go wrong. Naraku wants to leave, but someone doesn't want him to leave. Hands of the Salamander leads a large group of people, led by the surviving rain shinobi, and rushes towards Naraku. Master Hanzo, they are just ahead, but there are only 2 of them. Chase. The perception ninja beside Hands of the Salamander sensed the enemy. Although he didn't know where the other 2 had gone, the rain shinobi, who were confident of their large numbers, did not take such a small enemy team seriously. Although Naraku set out to return, he did not expect that rain shinobi would pursue him with a large force. The rain shinobi thought there was only 1 team of 4 Uchiha ninjas, but they didn't expect that there was actually a squadron of 18 elite Uchiha. The strength of Uchiha Naraku here is not much lower than that of Kinkaku and Ginkaku who launched the rebellion. They are fully capable of attacking the leader of a country. Uchiha Naraku jumped in the woods, feeling a little uneasy, as if something ominous was about to happen. Naraku has reached Genin strength for many years and is one of the best among Genin. This kind of premonition usually does not come without reason. Go faster. Naraku gave orders, speeding up and heading towards the Fire Nation. But Rain Shinobi. Master Hanzo. Less than a kilometer ahead. Okay. Speed up, we have to keep this ninja team. Hands of the Salamander took the Sharingan of this team of Uchiha elites and handed them over to Danzo. If Danzo still did not fulfill his promise, Hands decided to report the matter to the leader of the Uchiha and let them fight each other in the backyard of Konoha village. Even if I can't hurt Shimura Danz, I still want to discuss Danzo. Hanzo pondered for a while and decided to do it. While walking in the woods, because of the rain in the sky, the trees were all wet. Hanzo made seals with both hands and performed water instant body. After consuming chakra and performing several water flashes, Hanzo finally saw the ninja in front of him. Hanzo smiled cruelly and slowly removed the chains. Chapter 23, Accidental Discharge. After Hanzo got into the state, he no longer hesitated. The 2 Uchiha ninjas at the rear, Uchiha Yuhei and Uchiha Genji, spotted the sickle-wielding ninja approaching quickly from behind. The 2 felt that this person's attire seemed somewhat similar to the legendary Hanzo, but neither of them knew him. The person who came was aggressive and obviously had bad intentions. The shurikens and kunao in the 2 men's hands shot towards Hanzo. Flash. Hanzo is a master of swordsmanship. Although he has now switched to the kusagiri, he has developed his sword skills beyond the kusagiri. The technique of Iai slash, released through the kusagiri, is powerful and extremely fast, and can often cut a person in half with 1 strike. Hanzo dodged the kunao and used an instant slash to cut the ninja in a black vest and hood in half, with blood all over the place. The bloody corpse was split into 2 pieces, and after a puff of smoke, it turned into 2 pieces of wood. UCHIHA Yuping's heart beat faster. The man's sudden attack was so ferocious that if Yuping hadn't been cautious, he would have been dead by now. After a brief battle between the 2 sides, most of the range shinobi behind them have caught up. Uchiha Genji was shocked when he saw Yuhei being killed and the large group of range shinobi behind him. He took out a flare and released it upwards without hesitation. Whoosh! Boom! But Naraku was moving quickly towards the land of fire. Hey! Flares? There are people chasing us. Go back and provide support. Seeing the fireworks behind them, Naraku and his group immediately turned around and headed towards the 2 ninjas guarding the rear. Ordinary flares are not used unless it is an emergency. Normal communication usually involves sending shadow clone to report, but whenever a flare is used, it is an emergency, asking for help. Uchiha Genji is 19 years old, 3 Tomo Sharingan, and although he has not fought much in Konoha, his combat proficiency is not low due to his training in military ninjutsu under the clan leader in recent years. Genji formed seals with his hands and released an illusion. Illusion, Kazumi servant technique. The cloudy environment of the rainy land with drizzling rain seemed to have suddenly entered a dark Yuryuaki. Countless black shadows extended from the trees and attacked Hanzo. As a ninja who had fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses, it was obvious that this illusion could not have any effect on Hanzo. Killer strike. Hanzo held a kama with a sickle on one end and a weight on the other, connected by a chain in the middle. Hanzo threw the weight at Uchiha Genji. Genji had just released his illusion, but he didn't expect that it had no effect on Hanzo. At this moment, his strength had been used up and new strength had not yet been generated. Uchiha Genji still lacks practical experience. How could this D-level illusion be able to subdue an obviously experienced and powerful ninja? When the Kusajima weight was about to hit Genji, several kunao shot out from the leaves not far away and hit the Kusajima weight, changing its direction a little, and the weight slid past Genji's shoulder. With a loud bang, the weight hit the tree, breaking it at the waist and falling down. Genji was sweating coldly. If he had been hit by the weight, he would have been seriously injured or even died. Shuriken was Yuhei who started to escape using the body replacement technique, and came to Genji's aid. Hanzo frowned. This was indeed an elite ninja team. The Konoha Jainin were not so easy to deal with. Although Hanzo had not taken action for a while, he was a little annoyed that his 2 consecutive attacks had failed. Hanzo pulled back the sickle and swung it towards the place where the kunao started to be shot. At the same time, Hanzo formed seals with his hands and performed ninjutsu. Yuhei and Genji now understood that this ninja was very powerful and they were not able to fight against him. After 2 moves, there were dangers lurking everywhere. If it happens a few more times, we will definitely be killed here. The 2 no longer saved chakra and used the clone technique, each transforming into 5 figures, one behind the left, one behind the right, one to the left, and one to the right, and they fled in 5 directions in panic. Ninjutsu, like the rain of dew, 1,000 books. The drizzle that was originally falling from the sky now turned into senbon. The range of this ninjutsu was so large that compared with the range shinobi that the 2 had fought against before, it was like the difference between the sea and the stream. All the clones were pierced, and at this moment the 2 of them already understood the identity of the person chasing them. Hands of the Salamander. Yuping and Genji were terrified. A person's reputation is like a tree. Now that they have run into such a ruthless person, they are afraid that they will die today. After all, they were young, one was 16, the other 19, just in the formative years of being a ninja. Because they were young and full of energy, they didn't want to die just like that. The 2 men roared and brandished their ninja swords desperately to block the 1,000 swords falling from the sky. The 1,000 thorns were endless and could turn. The 2 were not good at defensive ninjutsu, and soon, their bodies were covered with thousands of thorns, and their escape speed dropped significantly. After using all their strength to perform a body flicker technique to distance themselves from each other, both of them were completely exhausted. Their limbs were covered with thousands of scars, and they were extremely painful when they were pulled. Both of them had basically lost the ability to move. After 3 rounds, 2 Uchiha Sharingan elites were defeated. Hanzo was neither hurried nor slow at this moment. He pulled the chain and took the sickle back into his hand. The rain shinobi minions behind him had also rushed to Hanzo's side. The sound of the ninjas breaking the wind continued. "Kill them and dig out their eyes." "Hi!" Hanzo called out softly, and the rain shinobi that passed by Hanzo responded one after another. After Hanzo injured 2 people, he didn't want to fight himself at this moment. He was used to a life of luxury, so since the 2 men had been injured, he could just leave it to his minions to deal with it. Hanzo took his time, watching the rain shinobi harvest the 2 Konoha shinobi. Yuhei and Genji saw rain shinobi behind them and they struggled desperately, frantically drawing chakra and using body flicker technique. However, their bodies were full of senbon and their movements were hindered. They frantically drew chakra but could not release ninjutsu, and both of them looked desperate. Yuhei is 16 years old. 2 Tomo Sharingan, and Genji is 19 years old, 3 Tomo Sharingan. "Let's destroy the eyes." The older Genji tried to raise his arms tremblingly, but his arms and body were filled with thousands of books, so he couldn't exert any strength at all. The 2 of them have become fish on the chopping board. Fire style Great Fireball. X5. Naraku was only 3 kilometers away from the people behind him. With the ninja running at full speed, he arrived at the scene in a short while. Water style, ah! Wow! The rain shinobi who were charging bravely were just thinking of digging out the eyes of the 2 and offering them to Hanzo, so as to win Hanzo's favor. But at this moment, the fastest one was like a ghost chasing after death. 5 huge fireballs merged into one and charged towards the rain shinobi troops. Several rain shinobi ninjas in front were engulfed by the flames and howled in pain. Some of them were unable to withstand the flames before they could even perform their ninjutsu and turned into ashes. The huge fireball pushed forward, charging towards the rain shinobi army. Several rain shinobi Jainin formed seals with their hands quickly. Water style Water Barrier. Several Jainin used a combined ninjutsu, and a huge water curtain was formed, protecting the ninjas behind the water style. There is always drizzling rain in the sky of the rain country, so performing water style ninjutsu in the rain country is very advantageous, although not as good as being next to a lake. However, compared to other environments, water style ninjutsu still dominates in the rain country. The impact of the water and fire ninjutsu caused some water mist to gradually rise at the scene. Naraku and his companions came to Yuhei and Genji. Yuhei and Genji had lost their will to die, staring at Naraku and the others, eagerly waiting for rescue. They thought they were doomed, but their clan leader arrived with his men, which was simply the most wonderful thing in life. Use the Fengxian fire technique to blast them. Shiwo and Bai, you 2 use the shuriken. Naraku said in a deep voice, although the fireballs of Fengxian fire technique are small, they are numerous and will explode. Uchiha's shuriken technique is comparable to machine gun bullets. As long as we block it for a while, reinforcements will arrive one after another. Chapter 24, Battle with Rain Shinobi. Uchiha Akagi and Uchiha Baron stood at the highest point of the tree canopy. Vision was limited by the fog, and Rain Shinobi had taken cover, so he couldn't see the enemy's position. The 2 of them were a little hesitant, looked at each other, and nodded. Summoning took out his ninja tools and fired kunao and shurikens madly towards the place where Rain Shinobi had stopped before. Ninja tools were summoning out from the wrist guards, and an endless stream of them were fired like a machine gun, aiming at the place where the Rain Shinobi team had stopped before, covering the map with crazy blind shooting. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. X3. Uchiha Naraku and the 2 guards beside him had already completed their ninjutsu. Dozens of small fireballs shot forward. The impact of the fireballs caused a series of explosions, and the explosion range of the three people's fire-style ninjutsu covered nearly 100 meters. After being attacked by the great fireball before, the rain shinobi who had hidden themselves in the fog were now attacked like a map cannon, suffering heavy casualties and screaming in agony. The shurikens flying overhead were like machine gun bullets. The rain shinobi couldn't move or escape. The rain shinobi who managed to survive hiding behind tree trunks or in the tree canopy were breathing heavily, looking extremely nervous and frightened. Just when these rain shinobi minions were tangled and panicked. Water-style water barrier. Rain shinobi screamed, and hands of the salamander could no longer hold back and used the water-style ninjutsu. A huge stream of water appeared out of nowhere and spun. The burning caused by the previous fire-style ninjutsu was extinguished, and the Uchiha Red Flame and Uchiha 100 Jet Shooting Ninja tools were blocked. Master Hanzo has taken action. After being protected by the water wall, the lurking rain shinobi revealed themselves one after another. In the minds of the rain shinobi, Hands of the Salamander is a godlike figure. With this scale of water-style ninjutsu, could the ninja on the other side be Hands of the Salamander? Retreat. After hearing what Naraku said, Uchiha Ruofeng and Uchiha Ishii helped up the incapacitated Yuhei and Genji. Naraku and his team succeeded in rescuing them and the team began to retreat. Hands of the Salamander was at the end of Rain Shinobi's team. The continuous explosions just now made Hands keenly aware of the strength of this team, which was an elite force of Konoha. The Rain Shinobi suffered heavy casualties under the attack of fire-style ninjutsu and endless ninja tools. Hanzo could not watch peacefully and performed water-style ninjutsu. After using the water-style ninjutsu water barrier, the water flow did not disappear. Hands of the Salamander formed seals again. Hands formed seals very quickly and after a few seconds, the ninjutsu was completed. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. Hanzo's Water Dragon Bomb ninjutsu condensed a water dragon that was 100 meters long and more than 10 meters thick. Hanzo didn't actually see the enemy's position, and controlled the ninjutsu water dragon to sweep in the direction where the enemy had shot the shuriken. Experts are good at predictive attacks. The huge water dragon formed by this water flow was the largest water dragon that Uchiha Akagi and Uchiha Baron had ever seen in their lives. Shiwo and the other two did not dare to delay. When they saw the water dragon rushing towards them, they began to retreat. The two judged correctly, and while running away, Naraku's voice was heard at the same time. Withdraw! Naraku shouted loudly. Looking at the huge water dragon, if he had doubts about the identity of the person behind him just now, he was now certain of it. Then he turned and ran away. The main targets of the water dragon were Uchiha Akagi and Uchiha Bai, and their ninja tools had been almost used up. Seeing the water dragon coming, the two of them left the place in a flash. The water dragon bomb knocked down several large trees, turning the ground into a swamp, and a small area of terrain became like a pond. Master Hanzo, there are 5 enemies. They escaped with the 2 from before. After Hanzo performed the ninjutsu, he stood on the treetops and looked at the enemies who were running away. Even without the help of the perception ninja next to him, Hanzo could already see the number of enemies. Humph, chase! Hi! The rain shinobi all agreed, and there was quite a bit of fanfare. If Hands of the Salamander takes action and lets a few Konoha shinobi escape, it will have an impact on his reputation. Master Hanzo, another 4-man enemy team has arrived. No problem. Hanzo frowned slightly. In the first battle, there were 2 enemies. In the second wave, there were 5 enemies. Now there was another wave of 4 ninjas. There were 11 enemies in total, 3 elite teams of Konoha. Although Hanzo appeared very calm, he had already thought about retreating. Currently, there were only 3 elite teams, and who knew if there would be any Konoha shinobi to support them if they continued to chase. But now he is in a difficult situation. Hanzo cannot lose the dignity of a demigod among his subordinates. Master Hanzo, 7 more enemies are coming. Stop the pursuit. Hanzo let out a light shout and stopped on top of a tree crown. The situation is beyond Hanzo's control. The enemies are increasing in number. Although Hans of the Salamander is confident of his strong military force and is not afraid of a real battle. But he didn't want to risk his life in a fight with a strong man for no reason. If he killed everyone he saw, Hanzo wouldn't have lived to this age, let alone achieved the title of demigod. The demigod Hanzo is a powerful and cautious ninja. Especially with his comfortable life now, Hanzo will not fight with others easily. Naraku's team has joined together, and Naraku made hand seals and performed ninjutsu. Summoning technique. Meow. Xiao Zunwan, please help me see how many enemies are behind us. Meow. The ninja cat Kozanmaku saw that there were injured people next to Naraku and knew that the situation was urgent. He did not act like a spoiled child and asked for food. Instead, he clasped his hands together and began to perform perception ninjutsu. Lord Naraku, there are 23 ninjas in the rear, Nian. Good. Naraku nodded. There were 23 enemies behind him, and -2 wounded, there were still 16 of his own. It's not that we don't have the ability to fight. The water-style ninja who attacked later was, if nothing unexpected happened, probably Hans of the Salamander. Everyone in the field could feel the powerful chakra and majestic aura of the ninja holding the Kusajima. Let's go up and take a look. The group was originally in the woods, and Naraku led everyone to the crown of a large tree, where they stood and stared at rain shinobi behind them. Hans of the Salamander also saw the figure 200 meters ahead at this moment. Although they were far away and he couldn't see the other person's face clearly, Hanzo still felt that the other person was a person of power due to his years of experience as a superior. Uchiha Naraku finally saw the rain shinobi commander behind him. Although he couldn't see clearly due to the distance, Naraku still noticed the other party's flowing golden waist-length hair. And the sickle in his hand and the gas mask on his face. If you add the summoning beast salamander to the mix, it would definitely be Hans of the Salamander himself. However, Hanzo did not summon the salamander at this moment, so Naraku could not be sure of Hanzo's thoughts. Shadow Clone Technique. Naraku detached a shadow clone and went to touch the leader of the rain shinobi troops behind. The enemy was obviously composed of 16 Jainin, the real elite troops of Konoha, and the Uchiha family, a famous and prestigious family in the ninja world. If it was a real fight, Hans of the Salamander would not be able to guarantee victory. Hanzo, who valued his life, was in a dilemma. He could neither chase nor retreat. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the other side sent a ninja over. Everything will be easy as long as we can communicate and negotiate. What we are afraid of is that there is no bridge of communication and people just start fighting as soon as they meet. This is what all those who hold power try their best to avoid. Chapter 25 The Name of Konoha. Hanzo condensed a water clone and headed towards the person coming. Naraku's shadow clone finally approached the rain shinobi army and saw the rain shinobi leader clearly. He was wearing a gas mask, long golden hair, shoulder pads like a half cape, and holding a chain in his hand. Naraku already understood the identity of the person in front of him. I am Konoha Jainin Uchiha Naraku, Hans of the Salamander. Do you want to be an enemy of Konoha? Humph, a mere Konoha dares to act so arrogantly in the land of rain. Does that mean there's nothing to talk about? The purpose of Naraku's trip was just to see who was the leader of this rain shinobi army. If it was Hans of the Salamander who led the team himself, Naraku would be ready to retreat. If it was an ordinary rain shinobi Jainin, then Naraku would not be prepared to be kind. Hans of the Salamander is very famous in the ninja world. In the brief fight just now, it was obvious that Hans did not use his full strength. You, the Konoha shinobi, entered my rain country without reason and killed rain shinobi. Are you trying to start a war? Humph, rain shinobi slaughtered us Konoha shinobi, especially my Uchiha clan. As the captain of the Konoha guard force, I came here to investigate. How dare you, Rain Shinobi, attack us? Hanzo, it seems that you have forgotten the pain of the ninja war. Hanzo's face was serious. He never expected that the visitor was the leader of the Konoha Guard Force, obviously a big shot in Konoha, and a member of the Uchiha clan. It seemed that he came to the Rain country specifically to investigate the disappearance of the Uchiha people. Shimura Danz is really an old dog. I killed so many Uchiha ninjas for Danzo and dug out so many eyes for him, but he couldn't even settle this matter. Konoha actually sent a ninja army to come. Hanzo did not know the internal intelligence of Konoha, nor did he know that the captain of the security force was also the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Although he knew that the internal strife in Konoha was quite serious, Shimura Danz was fighting with the Uchiha clan, a major clan in the ninja world. However, outsiders are not aware of the specific political situation of Konoha, especially a small country like the Rain country, which does not have such strong intelligence personnel to understand the situation in Konoha clearly. In response to Uchiha Nariku's threat, Hanzo was not as tough as before. He remained silent, his thoughts turning. As a leader, raising the banner is a basic quality. Nariku's tone was cold and his words were threatening. But he was unsure because Nariku could not represent Konoha, and he ran away secretly. If a local war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain really started, then Uchiha Nariku would be in big trouble. Uchiha Nariku, the so-called Rain Shinobi attack is just your one-sided story. We Rain Shinobi have always been peace-loving and have carried out missions, and we are well received in the world. The assassination technology of the Rain country is very strong, and the mission success rate is very high. It is indeed well known and well received in the world. If there really was a ninja fight, it was just an ordinary fight during the mission. How could it be related to the attack? Nariku-kun, I guess you are overthinking it. Things like attacking the Uchiha ninja of Konoha are capable, but cannot be said. Such things that are not worthy of being mentioned in public obviously cannot be spoken of openly. In the past 2 years, the Konoha Shinobi Uchiha clan has lost more than a dozen ninjas in the Rain country. The death rate is higher than that of all other countries combined. Mr. Hanzo, you said it has nothing to do with the Rain country and nothing to do with you. Do you believe it? Such a thing actually happened. It seems that I was indeed negligent. So how do you want to deal with it? Hanzo's tone was cold and his face expressionless, making Nariku unsure of what he meant. He didn't know if Hanzo was threatening or compromising. Hand over the murderer, or $200 million. Nariku also had a blank expression on his face. It was obviously unlikely that he would hand over the murderer. Nariku was still after money. Ha 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 ha, what a big tone, no one has dared to talk to me like this in years. Nariku was secretly on guard, fearing that the negotiations would collapse and Hanzo would turn against him and cut him in half. Even though it was just a shadow clone, Nariku didn't want to endure the pain of being cut in half. Boy, you are pretty good, and I admire you a little. But I, Hanzo, will reward you with a maximum of 100 million taels. If not, then come on. Hanzo still had no expression on his face, looking down at Nariku as if rewarding Nariku. It's not easy to extort 100 million from Hanzo. If I'm not satisfied, I might really start fighting. Nariku had this thought in his mind. 100 million ryo is barely enough to provide compensation to the families of the fallen ninjas. For the sake of the hard-earned peace, let's stop the fighting and call it a day. Nariku spoke slowly, as if with compassion. Hanzo performed 2 ninjutsu seals, summoned a scroll, and threw it to Nariku. I will investigate the Rain Shinobi collusion in the future. Peace is hard-won and should be cherished. After throwing the scroll, Hanzo's figure turned into water and disappeared. Nariku opened the scroll and took a look. On the small scroll was a summoning spell with 2 words 100 million in the middle. The character Yi occupies most of the middle part, and the character Yi next to it is written next to it like a painting. Nariku put away the scroll and walked back. Master Hanzo, are you still pursuing?" the deputy rain shinobi asked Hanzo. Many rain shinobi saw the two people communicating in the distance. Hanzo disappeared into water, and it was obvious that the negotiation was over. "They are here to investigate the missing ninja cases. Many of them are relatives of the deceased. They have won my respect and sympathy, and I have forgiven them." "Ah, this." The rain shinobi nearby were all puzzled. This team of Konoha shinobi had killed many rain shinobi in the rain country, but they just let them go. However, the rain shinobi did not dare to disobey Hanzo's order. "Go back." Hans of the Salamander gave the order and disappeared into water. His superb water-based form allowed Hans to remain invincible in many battles. Hanzo quickly returned to the building of Rain Shinobi Village and reviewed today's situation. After the review, he found that there was indeed nothing inappropriate. As for spending 100 million ryo, it was just a small matter for Hanzo, who controlled the rain country. If money can solve the problem, can it still be called a problem? The famous Hans of the Salamander is nothing more than this. These 500 million ryo are Hanzo's compensation. You can use it to increase the compensation for your tribesmen. Go back. Mr. Naraku is mighty. Master Patriarch, even the title of demigod is nothing more than that in the name of our Uchiha. Hanzo gave 100 million ryo, and Naraku said it was 500 million ryo here. Although Naraku had no need to lie about his military achievements, he enjoyed enhancing his prestige within the clan. Naraku had not expected this amount of money. He just mentioned it tentatively. The dignified demigod Hanzo actually gave the money. Both sides have found a way out, and they have stopped fighting without losing face to either side. Chapter 26 Ghost Bud Luo Technique Planning. Konoha Garrison Building. Naraku was working in the captain's office, scribbling on paper with pen and ink. Naraku led his people, traveled day and night for several days, sneaked in at night, and returned to Konoha silently. Naraku's trip lasted half a month. Princess Tsunade of Konoha Hospital, as well as Nao Uzumaki and Ryota Kurama have visited Naraku several times. However, Naraku's cronies in the clan delayed the plan with reasons like Naraku was sick or he was practicing ninjutsu. He hadn't shown up for half a month, which made many people and forces who were paying attention to Uchiha feel strange. Today Naraku made a special tour around Konoha, then returned to the security building to start work. After seeing Naraku reappear, all the forces reported to their leaders. Of course, Naraku was unaware of this. Naraku was sitting at his desk in the office of the security building, holding a pen and writing some large words on a piece of paper. There are words like wood style and dark style. Naraku has completely mastered the Kachira technique. The next step is to capture bloodline limit ninjas to increase his own strength. Of the 5 types of Kekkei Genkai, wood style must be mastered, and you must study it yourself. After the wood style experiment is successful, you must devour the wood style experiment. This is the highest difficulty level and is placed last. In addition, Naraku is somewhat interested in dark style. He thinks this bloodline limit that can absorb ninjutsu for one's own use and return it to the caster has its merits. Naraku had the reputation of a copy ninja many years ago, but after living in the village for many years and not moving around in the ninja world, his reputation gradually faded. The same is true for Uchiha Fugaku's nickname Evil Eye Fugaku. Although living in Konoha village for a long time is safe, it lacks actual combat and cannot spread the name of Uchiha. There are thousands of Uchiha ninjas, dozens of them are Jonin capable. Of course, there are only more than 30 Jonin certified by Konoha. The actual number of Jonin capable is twice as many. The Security Forces Special Police Unit, 70 Uchiha ninjas, all activated their Sharingan. In the Uchiha clan, there are only a few ninjas who can open the Sharingan, about 1 in 10. Every clan member who awakens the bloodline limit is very important. Most of the clan members who have activated their Kekkei Genkai are concentrated in the security forces, and there are very few people with Sharingan Kekkei Genkai walking around outside. Uchiha is famous in the ninja world for its fire style, swordsmanship, shuriken-wielding technique, etc. Most of the real Uchiha masters are under the command of the guards or clan elders, and cannot be seen by the outside world. Uchiha Ishii, go get the head of the intelligence section, Hayata. Naraku was still drawing on the table when he spoke to the air out of nowhere. Hi! The room echoed, but no one was seen. A puff of smoke appeared and quickly dissipated, and Uchiha Ishii had already received the order and set off to summon the head of the intelligence section. When it comes to bloodline limits and secret techniques, Kirigakure ranks among the best. As an island country, its isolation has allowed many secret techniques and unique bloodline limits to be well preserved and circulated. Some of the more famous ones are the Snow Clan, the Uryuaki Clan, the Red Eyes, etc. The Uryuaki Clan and the Bamboo Clan are just transliterations. This article uses Kagaya. Just like Konoha's famous eye technique Sharingan, Byakugan. This type of ninja clan has a long heritage, a large number of clan members, and strong strength. Ninjutsu, secret techniques, and the inherited method of training clan members have resulted in no shortage of powerful ninjas. Not to mention the well-known bloodline limit ninja clans, many unknown bloodline limit ninja clans also have mysterious abilities, just like the 4 that Beiruo was looking for. Naraku also has a strong interest in dark style and storm release. Bang bang! Come in. Uchiha Hayata pushed open the door and walked in, bowing slightly. Lord Naraku, you asked for me. Please take a seat. Naraku's office has sofas and coffee tables, which are used for reception. It has more humane reception features than Hokage's office. The Hokage puts work first and only comes to the office for work-related matters, while Naraku sometimes has heart-to-heart talks with his clan members. Hayato, I have a mission that I need your help to complete. Master Naraku, please give me your orders. Tell the informants in the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water to carefully investigate the various bloodline limits of the Land of Water. The more detailed the better. The Land of Water is mainly looking for a bloodline limit called Dark Style, while the Land of Lightning is investigating a bloodline limit called Storm Release. As you command, Lord Naraku, we have already paid attention to the great clans of Kirigakure, the Hwei Uryuaki clan, and the Yuki clan. We have heard about the Storm Release Kekkei Genkai of the Land of Lightning, but the Dark Style. Naraku interrupted Hayata and said. Not only the big clans, but also all kinds of small clans and all kinds of bloodline limits need to be investigated. Ninjas with dark style bloodline limits are very important to me. Understood. But Lord Naraku, please forgive Hayata for being so presumptuous, but may I ask what kind of ninjutsu dark style is? Hayata has never heard of it before. Dark style is a bloodline limit that can absorb the enemy's chakra and absorb the enemy's ninjutsu. It can also store it for a short period of time and counterattack with the ninjutsu intact. It is very unique. I have never heard of such a miraculous ninjutsu in the world. There are many ninjutsu that absorb chakra, all kinds of secret techniques, and strange people have them. But Hayata has never heard of a ninjutsu that can absorb the enemy's ninjutsu and return it intact. I have my own source of intelligence. You can have someone look for it for me. If you find one, find a way to capture this type of ninja. I am very interested in bloodline limits such as Storm Release and Dark Style. Hayata, if you complete this mission, I will reward you handsomely. Don't you want to learn Chidori Style and Chidori Sharp Spear? Here is your chance. Naraku's Chidori Ryu series of ninjutsu was only taught to the guards around him. It was Naraku's original secret technique, and he would teach it to anyone he wanted. The only training method for Chidori in the tribe is given by Naraku as the tribe leader. As for other advanced versions, if you are envious, you need to make contributions. Hi. Falcon nodded in agreement. Also, try to capture them alive. It would be even better if you can get their ninjutsu scrolls or training methods of their bloodline limit ninjutsu. Hey! Promise to work hard on the task. Go ahead. Hi. Ninjutsu with bloodline limit is not something that can be mastered just by having bloodline limit. Those who can comprehend ninjutsu by relying on bloodline limit are extremely gifted and belong to a very small minority, so they are not included in the reference range. Most of them still need ninjutsu scrolls to practice. Only with bloodline, ninjutsu, and instruction can they become successful. Naraku believes that he is not one of those people who rely on the strength of their bloodline to comprehend secret techniques or develop ninjutsu. Naraku has a calm personality due to his 2 lives. He is not the type to get easily excited, and the rumored Mangeki Sharingan requires a great deal of emotional fluctuations. Politicians only care about interests, few of them have feelings. At the age of 13, Naraku's Sharingan has reached 3 Megatama, which shows that he is very talented. Naraku feels that he has the potential to obtain the Mangeki Sharingan, but perhaps he just needs an opportunity. Naraku drew on the paper with a pen and finally wrote the word. I should go visit Orochimaru through Princess Tsunade's connections and see if we can come to some private deals. Naraku's mind was turning. As for the wood-style experiment, Naraku was sure that Shimura Dans must not have given up and must have been conducting taboo experiments for a long time. Hitaki Kakashi was 5 years old and had already graduated from Genin. His younger brother, wood-style Tenzo, should have joined the wood-style experiment at this time. In other words, Tenzo was included in the wood-style experiment. Chapter 27 Naraku's visiting card. Konoha Hospital. Dean's office. Break. Kato Dan was finally saved by Tsunade's strenuous efforts, and his internal organs and external injuries were healed by the healing jutsu activation treatment. As a medical expert, Tsunade knew what this meant and finally saved Duan. The person he loved most almost died in front of him. Tsunade cried with joy and hugged Kato Dan in her arms. Tsunade. Duan, who had just been rescued, was very weak and called out to Tsunade softly. Duan. You've lost too much blood and need to be nursed back to health. I'll take you to Konoha. Hearing Kato Dan's voice, Tsunade's inner tension and fear were dispelled. After more than half an hour of chakra output to rescue Tsunade, most of his chakra was consumed. Only then did I realize I was tired and was breathing heavily. Tsunade, your support is waiting ahead. Unexpectedly, the other 2 members of the 4-man team spoke up to remind them. In this mission, Kato Dan and his team escort Tsunade to the front line to fight against the latest toxin developed by Sand Shinobi. When passing through the rain country, they were attacked by Sand Shinobi, and Kato Dan was seriously injured, died, in the close combat. Tsunade, go to the front line. The ninjas of Konoha need you. Kato Dan's weak voice also advised. Break. Tsunade, why are you acting weird today? Duan smiled, a smile that was usually very warm, but now his pale face was so distressing. Break. Tsunade, however, was acting out of character, with tears all over her face, and she only called out Duan's name. At this moment, Tsunade was no longer a heroic woman, she was just an ordinary woman. Tsunade. Please go. Tsunade, I'll escort Dan back to Konoha, you don't have to worry. Of the other 2, one urged Tsunade, while the other suggested that he escort Dan back to Konoha. Genin are the precious fighting force and resources of the ninja village, so the rescued Genin must naturally be sent back to the village. In this Sand Shinobi confrontation mission, Tsunade is the protagonist, and it is impossible for Tsunade to escort Kato Dan back. The battlefield ahead is still waiting for Tsunade to crack the Sand Shinobi poison. If Tsunade arrives a moment earlier, he can save many comrades. The ninja who suggested escorting Dan back to the village didn't understand what happened to the usually strong Tsunade Haim today. The ninja did not hesitate any longer. He pulled Duan up, carried him on his back, and with a quick jump, he left with Duan. Stop! Tsunade's thousands of words turned into a call. Tsunade, let's go. The situation on the front line is urgent, Konoha needs you. Duin was carried on the ninja's back and went away. The illusion was too real, just like the last time. This was the same scene every time I dreamed. This time, the damage was finally fixed, but Tsunade had already realized that this was not reality. Tsunade stood up, her expression distorted and her beautiful face at a loss. But seeing Duin's soul floating quickly, Tsunade knew that this was Duin's spiritualization technique. The smile that radiated from him was still very warm, and the love in his eyes seemed to soothe Tsunade's cheeks like a warm breeze. Tsunade, I didn't expect to see you again. Break. I still love you deeply, but please forget me. Tsunade, live well. The light on Duin's body became brighter and brighter, turning into millions of fireflies, which slowly dissipated in the wind. Looking at the broken body that turned into starlight, Tsunade murmured. Broken. Naraku still had sweat on his forehead because he had been out for a while. Princess Tsunade was interested in illusion and summoned Naraku, but she learned that Naraku was practicing ninjutsu and would not let anyone disturb him. At first Tsunade did not suspect anything. 10 days later, Tsunade sent someone to ask, and the result was still the same answer, which made Tsunade realize that something was wrong. After some investigation, it turns out that the security force Naraku has not shown up for more than 10 days, which makes Tsunade very worried. In Tsunade's eyes, Naraku seemed like her younger brother Nawaki, and she was worried about this for a long time. After hearing that Naraku appeared in the security force, he sent someone to summon Naraku to the hospital. As a result, after a few words, Naraku took advantage of Tsunade's inattention and suddenly launched the Sharingan illusion, giving Tsunade a second stage of treatment. Tsunade's glazed eyes regained consciousness, staring blankly at Uchiha Naraku in front of him. Kato Dan's spiritual technique figure seemed to possess Naraku, and the two images overlapped. Broken. Ms. Tsunade, here. Naraku took a few tissues and handed them to Tsunade. Naraku saw Tsunade's illusion clearly. She called out Tsunade's name 7 times. Tsunade's eyes were filled with tears, and the tears in the illusion materialized into reality. When Naraku performed the illusion, just like last time, Tsunade's tears fell. Such a beautiful woman, so sad and helpless, any normal man would feel pity for her. Tsunade was still a little dazed and didn't take the tissue that Naraku handed over. Naraku hesitated, then stood up and walked around the desk, gently wiping the tears from Tsunade's face. Tsunade finally came to his senses and looked up at Naraku. Naraku smiled awkwardly and returned to his seat, feeling a little annoyed at his abrupt behavior. Tsunade stared at Naraku. Naraku blushed a little, covered his face gently with his hands, closed his eyes, and pretended to be asleep. Tsunade couldn't help but smile when she saw this, and she didn't expose Naraku's attempt to cover up his mistake. She did not blame Naraku for her abrupt behavior, but said with her red lips, "Naraku, I have read a lot of illusions, why is there no strange illusion like the one you performed?" Naraku opened his eyes slightly, and felt relieved when he saw that Tsunade didn't look angry. There are many kinds of illusions, but in the final analysis, they are just techniques that attack the enemy's 5 senses and make them fall into illusions. As for the sophistication of the illusion, it depends on the ninja's experience in using illusions. Like Sharingan, it is a medium for performing visual illusions. By looking at each other, it can cause the opponent to fall into the illusion of hypnosis. The spiritual medicine I advocate is mainly based on treatment, so the chakra control of the mind needs to be more detailed. It's more demanding than a damaging illusion, because a damaging illusion only needs to hit the enemy, nothing else matters. A healing illusion, on the other hand, must never cause harm to others. In response to Tsunade's question, Naraku explained out loud. Oh. Tsunade seemed to understand Naraku's explanation, but responded as if he had suddenly realized something. Tsunade's drawn-out response and her half-comprehending expression. This gave Naraku some strange feelings, as if his heart was itching. The situation was somewhat charming and awkward. Tsunade looked at Naraku with burning eyes. Naraku was a little overwhelmed by the look in Tsunade's eyes. Without forgetting the purpose of his visit, he placed a visiting card on the table. Ms. Tsunade, I heard that your teammate Mr. Orochimaru is an expert in ninjutsu and has many unique ideas for ninjutsu. He has developed many ninjutsu. I would like to visit him and make friends with him. Would you mind passing on the message for me? Tsunade took the visiting card from Naraku, but didn't open it, just looked at it. Can. It seemed as if he would agree to any condition Naraku proposed. This situation gave Naraku a feeling he had never had before. Naraku didn't dare to stay any longer. In that case, thank you very much. After saying that, Naraku gestured goodbye with his hand and left in a hurry. At this moment, Tsunade no longer had the heroic demeanor of a woman, but was more like a gentle woman. She walked to the window and watched Naraku leave downstairs. Chapter 28 Uchiha Ninja Tool Shop. Konoha. Night. It was midnight, late at night, and everyone was asleep. Outside the door of the Uchiha clan's ninja tool shop, a man in black night clothes was looking around and making seals with his hands. The ninja in night clothes slowly sneaked into the ground, passed through the gate in the ground, came to the shop, and floated up from the ground. After the night-wearing ninja entered the store, he did not look at the ninja swords and weapons on the display cabinet, but went straight to the counter, as if he was searching for something. The ninja didn't even look at the silver and banknotes on the counter. It seemed that he was not here for money. From the bottom drawer, the ninja picked up some ledger documents, took a quick look at them, then a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He hid the documents and fled the same way he came. In the Uchiha clan's clan hall, in the clan leader's office, it was so late at night and Naraku had not yet rested. He held the sealing scroll in his hand and carefully studied the ninjutsu. A ninja in night clothes came to Naraku's office silently. He took out the document from his pocket and placed it on Naraku's desk. Lord Naraku, the clue has been brought back. Okay, hard work. Naraku put down the scroll of Genin technique, picked up the documents and started reading them. After about half an hour, Naraku put the documents down. Okay, send it back. Naraku said calmly with a blank expression. Hi. The lurking ninja in night clothes reappeared, put the documents on Naraku's desk into his arms, and then left. Daytime. One of the elders of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Zenjia. Uchiha Shan, who is almost 50 years old, is very happy about the visit of the clan leader Naraku. A visit from the clan leader is naturally a very prestigious thing. In the living room, Uchiha Naraku sat in the main seat, and Elder Shan sat in the guest seat at the lower left. Uchiha Shan is quite respectful to Naraku, and is willing to be inferior to him in his own home. Uchiha is gentle, fond of reading, resourceful, and supports Naraku's laws. The Uchiha and Senju tribes are located in the center of Konoha. The village is well located and has a lot of people coming and going. The Uchiha family's ninja tool shop and weapon shop are managed by the Uchiha elder Uchiha Zen. Elder Shan, our Uchiha family's weapons shop is extremely sophisticated. From my observations these days, it doesn't seem like there is a lack of customers or poor sales. Naraku picked up the teacup, blew on the hot steam gently, and took a sip. If ninjas and ninja tools are compared to weapons or tools, then kunao and shuriken are bullets, and detonating tags are grenades. Ninjas have a high demand for kunao, shuriken, and detonating tags. In a real fierce battle, there is no time to retract the ninja tools. The demand for these consumable ninja tools is very high, and the ninjas are also very picky about the craftsmanship and requirements. Uchiha's ninja tools are extremely sophisticated. Different from the reputation of the Uchiha family, Uchiha's weapons and ninja tools have always been highly praised and are synonymous with excellence. Although Uchiha Shan respected Naraku very much and obeyed the orders of the clan leader, the arms sales of the weapon shop were the economic lifeline of Uchiha Shan's lineage. As an elder and the head of this lineage, Uchiha-shan could not give in to the interests of arms. Naraku, there are more than 20 shinobi stores in Konoha. We have 4 weapon stores under the Uchiha name. It is really difficult for us to compete because of the prices. When Uchiha-shan heard that Naraku had already begun investigating Uchiha's weapons shop, he couldn't refute it, so he had to insist that ninja tools were difficult to sell and business was bad. Difficult to sell? I went to Granny Cat's place some time ago. How many times a month do you guys buy goods even though it's difficult to sell? Naraku originally had a good impression of Uchiha-shan, but when it came to issues of interest, Elder Shan became different and his attitude changed significantly from his previous easygoing appearance. Besides, there are wild ninja cats causing trouble at Granny Cat's place. She has time to buy in the goods, but no time to deal with the trouble for our Uchiha ninja cats. The old man of this lineage is not particular. The importance of shinobi cat to the Uchiha family is self-evident. They are the source of information for Uchiha. They actually ignored the request of the cat grandmother and did not report it. If Naraku hadn't noticed something unusual from the ninja cat's mouth, he wouldn't have noticed this. I'm sorry, I was careless. I thought Hayata, who is in charge of intelligence and ninja cats for us Uchiha, would take care of these things. Naraku remained silent. Uchiha was good at passing the buck, and Naraku couldn't find any fault with it. As people grow older, they become more skilled. Every older ninja is good at passing the buck. Uchiha Hayata was assigned a heavy task by Naraku to monitor the ninja world, and now he has accepted a new task issued by Naraku. He needs to infiltrate people and search for bloodline limits, so he doesn't have enough energy to take care of everything. Although Konoha is peaceful, the outside world is still in turmoil. The ninja tool shop is an important source of income for the Uchiha clan. Master Shan, I hope you can consider the Uchiha clan and use the income from the ninja tool shop. Naraku did not continue talking about the matter of the ninja cat, but led the topic back to the weapon shop. He paused for a moment, looked at Elder Shan's expression, and then Naraku's expression turned serious. Leave it to the clan affairs office. What? The elegant Uchiha Shan was a little shocked, but after a few seconds he regained his composure. Uchiha Shan pondered for a while. As for the current situation of Uchiha, it is obvious that it is on the rise. Uchiha Shan, who runs a weapons shop, has noticed that the Uchiha in the past were not very popular in Konoha, and were even hated. It was only because the Uchiha weapons shop was of good quality that the ninjas had no choice but to come here to purchase weapons and equipment. It was not because they were old customers and had a good relationship. Every time the customer makes a purchase, he behaves in a very formal manner. The shop owner and the customer always have stern faces towards each other. They are not close to each other. Normally, people tend to have good relationships with store owners in places they frequent, and this is especially true between merchants and customers who frequently repurchase. Although the Uchiha Ninja Tool Shop has sales performance, it has never been known to have good relationships with customers. Now, after several years of Naraku's rule, Uchiha's reputation has gradually improved. Many new generation ninjas come to Uchiha's Ninja Tool Shop to purchase, and the relationship is gradually becoming familiar and harmonious. Old customers sometimes chat with the owner, and Uchiha's originally bad reputation has been changed. Among the many measures taken by Naraku to take charge of Uchiha, there was a silent reversal. Although it only affected a small number of people, most people remained the same as before, fearful and cautious yet having to rely on it. But this is a good start. With time, a new generation of ninjas will grow up, and Uchiha's previous reputation will become history. Uchiha Shan is in charge of Uchiha's 4 weapon shops and has a clear understanding of this. Naraku, the weapon shop is not exclusive to me, there are other elders and tribesmen. Tell me the truth, how many levels does the tribe hall have to draw? Chapter 29 Mutual Compromise. It is impossible to reach an agreement on handing over all the income from the weapon shop. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. In the past, Uchiha Shan followed the rules and paid the Great Elder 5 million taels every year. Now he will hand over this 5 million taels to the clan affairs office. Now that Naraku has arrived, it is clear that 5 million cannot solve the problem. The Uchiha clan land has been divided into areas by the heads and elders of each family. But all the shops belong to the Uchiha clan, not individuals. For a shop in the most prosperous center of Konoha, 5 million taels also represents some rent. Naraku felt relieved when he heard Elder Shan's words. Naraku knew it was impossible to get all the income, so he just asked for a price tentatively. Naraku has also investigated the ninja tool shop in Uchiha these days. Weapon price: shuriken 100 taels, kunao 200 taels, detonating talisman 2000 taels, small storage scroll 30,000 taels each, ninja sword 50,000 taels each. Purchase goods from Granny Cat, including 50 taels of shuriken, 100 taels of kunao, 1,000 taels of exploding talismans, 15,000 taels of storage scrolls, and 25,000 taels of ninja swords. It can be said that a purchase trip and then sales can bring in nearly 10 million taels of revenue. Each weapon store has a daily sales of more than 1 million, and 50% of the sales is gross profit. 4 stores have a daily gross profit of about 2 million. There are tens of thousands of ninjas in Konoha, and the Uchiha Ninja Tool Shop is a customer base. Even though the Uchiha clan is not welcomed by the people of Konoha village because of their excellent craftsmanship, they still have a stable customer base of more than 2,000 ninjas due to their high quality. In each battle, each ninja will consume at least 10 kunao, 10 shuriken, 2 detonating tags, and other miscellaneous ninja tools. An ordinary fight will cost nearly 10,000 taels. This was just an ordinary fight, not a desperate battle. 2,000 customers, $10,000 per battle. Although he doesn't fight every day, Naraku makes a purchase at least once a week. When the situation in the ninja world is tense, it is not uncommon to make purchases twice a week. 2,000 customers, each spending at least 10,000 taels, a clear sales figure of 20 million taels. Tens of millions of gross profit in a week. After deducting the labor and store space, it's almost all profit. This is just the statistics for ordinary ninjas. If it is a ninja clan such as the Fuma clan or the Uchiha clan that is good at using ninja tools, the consumption of ninja tools is almost a bottomless pit. After a fierce battle, the money will start from 6 figures. So even if Naraku's estimate is not accurate, it must be not far off. With sales of 80 million taels a month and nearly 1 billion taels a year, the gross profit is roughly half and half. The gross profit here is actually not far from the net profit. The shop belongs to Uchiha, so there is no high rent, and the personnel expenses will be balanced out in the production of detonating talismans. The detonating tag is made by a Jainin who is good at fire-style ninjutsu. The Uchiha is a ninja clan that is good at fire-style. As for the ninja tools such as military pills and medicines, the business is not as good as that of Nara's house and Konoha hospital. Most ninjas go to Nara's house or the hospital to purchase. Uchiha's medicines such as Bingliangguan are basically produced and sold by the Uchiha people themselves and are consumed by the Uchiha people themselves, so they are not taken into account for reference. In terms of sales within the Uchiha family, ninja tools are bullets for ordinary clan members. Each battle consumes a large number of shurikens, kunao, and detonating tags. On average, tens of thousands of taels of silver were lost in a battle, and if it was more intense, it would cost 6 figures. The Uchiha tribe members were also big customers of the ninja tool shop. 5 million taels a year is too little. The clan will take 50% of the profits to support the development of Uchiha. Elder Shan, Uchiha is not strong enough. No matter how much money and food there is, one day, it will become someone else's wealth. Naraku put down his teacup and stared at Uchiha Shan. If the financial support here was available, the security team would be much less dependent on Konoha's funds, and Naraku would have fewer constraints. It also prevents Naraku from recruiting outsiders and not paying them all the time, making them pay out of their own pockets, which would really damage Naraku's image and dignity as the leader of the Uchiha clan. The current trend of Uchiha is very good, and the reputation of Uchiha has changed among the people. The hatred towards the guard team has gradually faded. Although the villagers still resent the guard team's brutality, it is no longer the Uchiha's only responsibility. Civilian team members, as well as Kurama and the Uzumaki clan, also have to bear it together. The image of Uchiha has begun to change into a guardian who is not afraid of risks to catch criminals and spies, subdue rioting ninjas, protect villagers, and protect Konoha. The mental healing department proposed by the Uchiha leader has helped countless heroes whose hearts were twisted after being stained by blood on the battlefield. The publicity division also posted the most conspicuous notices on the bulletin boards of each police station to publicize the image of Uchiha Naraku, the chief of the police force, with more compassion and mercy. But at the same time, it is precisely because Uchiha is performing well that it creates obstacles for Naraku to touch the interests of these Uchiha vested interests. Uchiha Shan said in a trembling voice. Just one sentence is going to take away hundreds of millions of taels of funds every year. Naraku frowned slightly. It was difficult to force him, but he had to share a share of the profits from the arms and munitions. It would be best if we could reach an agreement on this matter. If not, we could just start competing. After Naraku thought about it, he said in a deep voice. Elder Shan, the revenue of the Uchiha weapons shop, the training of ninja cats, the special intelligence channels, and the weapons procurement channels of the cat grandmother do not belong to any one Uchiha. They were pioneered by the outstanding Uchiha figures of the previous generation for the development of Uchiha. The Uchiha Tribal Affairs Office needs money to develop, and this expenditure will eventually be returned to Uchiha. I am not using the money to live lavishly and spend it on wine and women. This money will eventually be spent on Uchiha. I hope you can support me, which is also supporting Uchiha. Naraku's words were a little serious. As the clan leader, he had to fight for this piece of cake for the clan affairs office. Elder Shan heard what Naraku said and saw that his face was hard and hard. He understood Naraku's determination. His face changed from dark to bright, and finally he said softly as if he accepted his fate. I see. Uchiha Shan knows Naraku very well, and Naraku's personal consumption can be said to be very simple. He needed silver, mostly just for Uchiha. But I can only give out 40% of the weapon shop's profits at most. These ninja tool shops are not controlled by me alone. There are also 6th Elder Uchiha and the tribesmen who assist us in running the business. Moreover, the weapon shops are completely run by us, with manpower, material resources and energy. Elder Shan bargained a little with Naraku's request of 50%, and what he said was all true. I see. 40% is 40%. Elder Shan, Uchiha will never forget your contribution. Naraku hesitated for a moment, then accepted it. Asking for half is just asking for too much, 40% is in line with Naraku's goal. The operation of the weapon shop requires manual control. Naraku reopened the weapons shop, which required a lot of manpower, material resources, and Naraku's energy. With Elder Shan in charge, 40% of the profits is already the bulk, and the rest of the profits, as Elder Shan said, do not all belong to Elder Shan personally. There are also many people in their faction who share this pie. Naraku plundered most of the profits and became more favorable to Elder Shan. He hoped that Elder Shan could deal with the vested interests of their lineage. With annual sales of 1 billion taels, nearly half, about 500 million taels, was profit, and 40% of the revenue, nearly 200 million taels, was contributed to the Ethnic Affairs Bureau. It was more than what Konoha gave them in a year. The profits were split in half, and the expenses for staff and shops were offset by the detonating talismans. Chapter 30 Orochimaru's Reply. Konoha. Office of the Captain of the Security Force. Naraku held a pen and drew while thinking. The production of UCHIHA's ninja tools, especially the production of detonating talismans, requires genin who are good at fire style. Genin seals the fire style ninjutsu in a talisman paper through a special method. UCHIHA is known for its expertise in fire style, so the exploding talismans are often made by themselves and are highly praised, but the production volume is not that large and the cost is only a few hundred taels. These detonating talismans are enough to offset the expenses of the shop staff and rent that Elder Shan mentioned. Another clan that is good at making explosive tags is the Sarutobi clan, which is also famous for its expertise in fire style. Originally, Naraku didn't pay attention to the UCHIHA's income, but the Uzumaki clan, the Kurama clan, and their clan leader were too rich and had no shortage of money. As the leader of UCHIHA, there is no reason for Naraku to be so poor, so Naraku gradually paid attention to these things. After Naraku reviewed the situation, he felt that there was nothing wrong with the negotiation with Elder Heshin. He shook his head, came back to his senses, picked up the files and letters on the table and started reading. The affairs of the security forces are taken care of by Uchiha Yami and Fugaku, and generally speaking, nothing serious happens. The real big things are not the responsibility of the security forces, but the Anbu. After reading the recent work report, Naraku picked up a letter with the envelope signed by Hitaki Sakumo. A reply from Konoha's White Fang. Naraku showed a dangerous look, opened the envelope, took out the letter and read it. As expected. As Naraku expected, Hitaki Sakumo refused the recruitment of the security forces. The whole letter was very polite, saying that he was grateful for his appreciation and admiration. He also said that his own abilities were limited and he was afraid that he could not handle such a big task. His words were very polite. The letters exchanged between the legendary White Fang, keep them as a souvenir. Naraku packed the letter and put it in the drawer, then picked up another letter from the table and looked at the signature. A letter from Orochimaru. A few days ago, Naraku asked Tsunade to help Naraku pass a visiting card to Orochimaru, wanting to visit him. After Orochimaru received the visiting card sent by Tsunade's servant, he replied very politely and sent it to Naraku's workplace. The content of Naraku's previous letter to Orochimaru was similar to that of White Fang, but it was not about recruitment. It was just about expressing admiration and wanting to visit and learn ninjutsu. Orochimaru is the third Hokage of Konoha and the favorite disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called ninjutsu doctor. In terms of ninjutsu reserves, apart from the third generation, no one dares to say that he knows ninjutsu better than Orochimaru. Visiting him in the name of admiration is more in line with the logic of making friends. 10 o'clock on the evening of October 5th. The day after tomorrow. After reading the letter, Naraku was somewhat pleased that Orochimaru accepted the invitation. It was right to let Tsunade come forward. Although Orochimaru was very busy, he couldn't refuse Tsunade, so he gave him face. The wood-style experiment is top secret. Especially the collusion between Danzo and Orochimaru is even more secretive. Theoretically, it is impossible for others to know about it. If I bring up the first-generation cells, will it scare Orochimaru? Naraku stroked his chin, his mind pondering. Blasphemy against the previous Hokage is no small matter. It's fine if no one knows about it, but if the news gets out, someone will definitely be blamed. Given the dominance of the third Hokage at this time, Danzo considered himself to be keeping it secret, but he did not rule out the possibility of acquiescence from the third generation. Hopefully we can get some first-generation cells from Orochimaru. Naraku couldn't help but mutter to himself and looked at the time. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The government affairs were almost dealt with, so Naraku left the office. Ichiraku Ramen. Mr. Hand, miso ramen. Okay, please wait a moment. Naraku opened the curtain and walked into the store. Ichiraku Ramen was a place Naraku frequented. The restaurant that the prince likes in the original novel is indeed quite special and the food tastes very good, which suits Naraku's taste. In the evening, there were many customers sitting in Ichiraku Ramen, and many of them brought large dogs. The dog was very intelligent. It sat next to its owner without making any noise. It glanced at Naraku and then looked away. It was very humane. Several guests who were feasting on the food were wearing Konoha vests, forehead protectors, and makeup on their cheeks. The Inyazuka family. Naraku thought about it and asked. Hello, I'm Uchiha Naraku, a member of the security force. The dogs you raise seem very smart. Are you interested in selling them to the Konoha security force? Naraku is humble and polite, calling himself only an ordinary employee. Inyazuka Asayaki looked up at Uchiha Naraku. The man in front of him was wearing a black robe embroidered with rice ears and a purple cardigan on the outside. He had a calm face and luxurious clothes, looking like a handsome nobleman. He also revealed Uchiha's family background. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Anyone with eyes can tell at a glance that he is an important figure in Uchiha. Hello Mr. Naraku, I am Inyazuka Asayaki. We, the Inyazuka clan, are in the business of selling ninja dogs, but you need to abide by our rules. Inyazuka Asayaki is a Jainin of the Inyazuka clan. He was a little tired after a day of training with his clan members, so he invited the younger generations of the clan to have dinner. The Inyazuka clan runs a business in Konoha that sells ninja dogs, trains and nurses animals, and prepares refined dog food. The Inyazuka clan has their own method of evaluating ninja dogs. Excellent ninja dogs are raised by the Inyazuka clan themselves and will not be sold to outsiders. Ninja dogs that are considered to have average qualifications are generally placed in ninja beast shops for sale. The ninja dog-related industry chain business is an important source of income for the Inyazuka clan. Oh, so what are the rules? Naraku whispered Kide with some interest. Well, Mr. Naraku, if you have time, you can come to our clan land to learn more. Our Inyazuka clan's ninja beast shop is on the edge of the clan land. Okay, then I'll go after dinner. It's late at night, so I won't disturb you guys, right? Haha, no, the store won't close so early, you're too polite, Mr. Naraku. When Inyazuka Asayaki saw Uchiha Naraku's polite appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little favorable towards him and smiled. Okay, I'll be there after dinner. Please wait a moment. While Naraku was chatting, Mr. Handmaid had also prepared the ramen. Naraku nodded, walked back to his seat and started eating. It would be a shame for a security force to not have some police dogs. We can also see if we can recruit some Inyazuka ninjas. Naraku had a flashback of a security guard patrolling with a big dog. He was going to buy some ninja dogs and recruit some members of the Inyazuka clan. Naraku is now rich and wealthy, and will not be as stingy as before. It is a good opportunity to plan and see how to expand the size of the security team. Naraku was poor before and didn't dare to recruit ninjas from Konoha. If you ask, without salary, it's really a bit cheap. It seemed that he joined the guard team just to avoid fighting, and there were even rumors that Uchiha was afraid of fighting. Naraku arranged for the publicity department of the security force to publicize Uchiha's request to fight and third generation's refusal, which put an end to the rumors. Nowadays, with the 4 ninja tool shops in Uchiha, money will continue to flow into the Uchiha Tribal Affairs Office. Now that Naraku has silver, he can try to recruit and win over some of Konoha's small and medium-sized ninja clans. With the injection of silver, the security force can be expanded in size and some secret bases outside the village can be opened up. The entire Uchiha clan is huddled in Konoha village. Their power is concentrated, which is very powerful, but if something goes wrong, there will be a risk of a complete destruction, whether it is a ninja war or a struggle within the village. The secret base was opened up, and the cunning rabbit had 3 burrows, not only for Uchiha, but also because Naraku liked to keep a backup plan. Chapter 31 Inyazuka Family. Night. Inyazuka Clan Land. Naraku followed Inyazuka Asayaki to Inyazuka's Ninja Beast Shop. In Inyazuka's Ninja Beast Shop, there are many cages, and in the cages there are ninja dogs resting with their eyes closed. There is also a ninja dog activity area in the store, where many ninja dogs are playing and frolicking, looking very humanized. There are dogs of all colors, white, black, yellow, and spotted, and some can even speak human language. I can only say that they are worthy of being the #1 professional family in Konoha that raises ninja dogs. Mr. Naraku, the ninja dogs are friends of our Inuzuka clan, so we have strict requirements for selling them. Please check. Inuzuka Asayaki handed Naraku a booklet that read, Inuzuka Family Ninja Dog Breeding Requirements. The business of the Inuzuka clan has many tricks. Naraku opened it and slowly flipped through it. The booklet had 10 pages, and Naraku read it carefully from beginning to end. The Inuzuka clan is indeed a family that raises ninja beasts. The rules are indeed very detailed. I admire them. After reading it, Naraku couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The manual has many requirements, such as playing with the ninja dog, feeding it regularly, walking the dog regularly, etc. It is indeed a family with secret combined ninjutsu of humans and beasts. Mr. Naraku, you must confirm that you can abide by the above code of conduct and write a guarantee agreement before you can buy a ninja dog. If our Inuzuka clan finds out that you abuse a ninja dog, we have the right to take it back. You must consider it carefully. Inuzuka Asayaki was very polite. Although the Inuzuka family's main business was raising ninja dogs, because of their strong relationship with the ninja dogs, they needed to take care of the dog's safety. The Inuzuka clan has no control over the ninja dogs raised by other families or ninjas, but as long as they are purchased from the Inuzuka clan, they must abide by the agreement. Naraku has given up the idea of buying a ninja dog. He is usually busy with work and has no time to take care of it. It would be better to let a professional dog trainer take care of Naraku. The plan to equip the security team with some ninja dogs probably needs to be carefully considered and cannot be done on a whim. Ninja dogs have a keen sense of smell, and are excellent in reconnaissance, tracking, and early warning capabilities. The ninja dogs bred by the Inuzuka clan are especially outstanding and are great helpers to ninjas. After Inuzuka Asayaki finished speaking, he saw that Naraku didn't answer, so he didn't urge him. At this time, a young man walked into the ninja beast shop. Naraku heard the noise and looked towards the door. The young man who walked in had black hair, a handsome face, 2 red streaks on each cheek, a tall figure, and wore a white robe with red trim, with a ninja sword hanging on his waist. Apart from the different hair color and the lack of the moon mark between his eyebrows, he is definitely the eldest son of the Killing Palace. Naraku asked Inuzuka Chihi next to him, "Who is this?" Inuzuka Asayaki frowned slightly. This customer said he wanted to buy a ninja dog, but after reading the manual, he was no longer as enthusiastic as before and asked about other things instead. Inuzuka Asayaki was a little impatient, but still replied, "That is our Inuzuka family, the eldest grandson of the patriarch. Inuzuka Manomaru, who is 14 years old this year and is already a special Jainin." Although Inuzuka Asayaki was a little impatient, he still had respect for Manjumaru. "I see. Please show me the price list for ninja dogs." Naraku nodded and got back to business. "Hey, wait a minute." Inuzuka walked to the counter and brought the registration form for the ninja dogs in the store. Then he pointed at the ninja dogs in the ninja dog playground and said, "The ninja dogs here are worth 100,000 ryo each. They are all 6 to 9 months old. They have just grown up and are not yet adults. This is the best time to train them." Then Inuzuka pointed to the dog in the cage on the left. "These are 1 to 2-year-old ninja dogs, just reaching adulthood. They have been trained in all kinds of ninja dog knowledge. You only need to be familiar with the commands to drive them. Each one costs 150,000 ryo." Inuzuka Asayaki explained in detail to Naraku the conditions and prices of the dogs in the store, and he called the ninja dog not one or one but a, which was really respectful. If Naraku wants to purchase a dozen or so, it will cost several million taels. However, Naraku is not short of money at this time. Naraku wants to recruit the Inyazuka clan to raise ninja dogs for the guard team, and to carry ninja dogs to complete police missions. Well, I see. I forgot to tell you that my position in the Konoha Guard is the captain of the guard. If I want to purchase ninja dogs in large quantities, can I hire you, the Inyazuka clan, to raise them for the guard? Inyazuka Asayaki was somewhat shocked when he heard what Naraku said. He guessed that this elegantly dressed young man might be an important figure, but he did not expect that he was actually the captain of the security force himself, the person in charge of one of the major departments of Konoha. This was a big shot in Konoha. Inyazuka Asayaki did not dare to neglect it. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said, "Sir Naraku, if this is the case, we need to discuss it with our clan leader. I am afraid I cannot make the decision." Inyazuka Asayaki's address also changed from sir to sir. "Okay, it's a little late today, and I'm abrupt. I'll send someone to deliver the visiting card another day, and then visit you in person." "Okay, okay." Inyazuka Asayaki couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead again. "Goodbye." Naraku waved and left the shop. When leaving, I deliberately took another look at Inyazuka Manjumaru. Sometimes the world is just like this. If you are born with a good appearance, people will always look at you a few more times. Inyazuka Manomaru brought his ninja dog to the store to buy some dog food. Inyazuka Manomaru also heard clearly what Inyazuka Asayaki had said before. The Inyazuka clan had been raising ninja dogs for many years and practicing the secret technique of combined human and animal attacks. The Inyazuka clan has sensitive senses. The special sense of the Inyazuka clan is not just the sense of smell. Compared with hearing and vision, the sense of smell is particularly prominent and is not inferior to that of ninja dogs. The Inyazuka family is one of Konoha's well-known reconnaissance and perception-type families. They are also proficient in inherited physical skills and the secret technique of human-animal combined attack, the beast-like ninja technique, and their combat power should not be underestimated. Naraku had been in the Inyazuka clan territory for a long time and was now quite tired, so he hurried back to the clan territory. Konoha. October 5th, the date Naraku and Orochimaru agreed to meet. Not only Naraku likes to visit at night, Orochimaru also likes it and makes an appointment with Naraku at night. Naraku, along with 4 guards, arrived at Orochimaru's residence as agreed. "Mr. Naraku, this way please." One of Orochimaru's attendants greeted him at the door. "You guys just stay outside." "Hi." After instructing the guards, Naraku stepped into Orochimaru's mansion. Orochimaru's mansion is not small, with a front yard and a backyard. Orochimaru, who looks gloomy, has flowers and trees planted in the courtyard, which is not consistent with his image. Naraku walked through the front yard and soon arrived at the main house. "Orochimaru-sama is inside, please," the attendant said, and turned to leave. Naraku glanced at the attendant, then walked into Orochimaru's room with his head held high. In the spacious hall, Orochimaru sat on the main seat, holding a scroll in his hand, seemingly in deep thought. He did not even look up when Naraku came in. This Orochimaru is quite impressive. Naraku shook his head internally and walked towards the center.